Dr. Chen possesses an exceptional appearance, clad in a white coat that exudes an aura of restraint and asceticism. He is tall and elegant, attracting a multitude of admirers who could circle the hospital thrice in pursuit. Unfortunately, his heart is already claimed, as he has harbored an unrequited affection for his close friend for nearly a decade. This friend, however, is a staunch heterosexual and harbors a profound aversion to homosexuality. Shen Shangnian, a wealthy and reckless heir, is known for his acerbic tongue and irritable demeanor, showing no deference to anyone. He takes great pleasure in introducing new girlfriends to his father, much to the annoyance of his stepmother. Only Chen Zhijuan can pacify his foul temper. Chapter 1. Awakening from a disturbing dream. Sit tight and relax a bit. It won't hurt too much. Darling, you are quite difficult to handle. Shen Shangnian experienced a surreal dream. Upon awakening, he felt pain in his waist, buttocks, and legs, the discomfort penetrating deeply into his bones. As if he had been beaten, had someone secretly assaulted him? Which wretch dared to lay a hand on him? As these thoughts flitted through his mind, he realized that his notorious reputation for misdeeds had likely offended many in Beijing. He struggled to recall anyone who would dare to strike him. With a pressing urgency in his bladder, Shen Shangnian propped himself up to head to the restroom when his complexion suddenly drained of color, his lips paling. Not far away lay a man that he appeared to be unclothed, his back turned to Shen Shangnian, revealing a pale back marred by scratch marks. A thin hotel blanket lay haphazardly around his waist, his broad shoulders and prominent scapula lending an unexpected allure to his simple silhouette. His slender waist was tantalizingly obscured by the blanket, leaving much to the imagination. Shen Shangnian felt his face drain of color. The usually audacious young master, who flaunted his family's power and walked boldly through Beijing, found himself breathless with fear for the first time. After holding his breath for 5 seconds, he quietly lowered his gaze, only to turn ashen. In summary, he felt as if he had been gnawed upon by a dog. While his neck was hidden from view, the area around his collarbone bore marks of bruising, and his chest was an unspeakable sight, red and swollen. Damn it! Shen Shangnian was no fool. The realization of the situation sparked a murderous intent within him. I'm going to kill you. He ground his teeth in frustration. How could a straight man of his stature suffer such indignity at the hands of another man? Just yesterday had been his 26th birthday. What a disgrace. He grabbed a pillow and swung it towards the man's head, exclaiming, "How dare you sleep so soundly?" Shen Shangnian had already devised a plan for revenge. He could find a dog to gnaw at him, or perhaps a man to make this perverse individual experience true torment. Yet all his thoughts halted when he caught sight of the man's hand resting on the blanket. That hand was unusually beautiful, with pronounced knuckles, long fingers, and a cool, pale complexion. The nails perfectly trimmed and rounded. Just yesterday, he had complimented the owner, saying, "Chen Zhijuan, you ought to insure your hands." No way, no way, no way. Shen Shangnian's mind raced with disbelief. The man beside him finally stirred awake, rubbing his temples before turning to reveal a strikingly handsome face that Shen Shangnian could recognize even with his eyes closed. His dark, narrow eyes still held remnants of sleep as he instinctively reached out and grasped Shen Shangnian's hand, murmuring, "Let's sleep a little longer." Shen Shangnian forcefully shook off his hand, retorting, "Get lost. Who in their right mind would want to sleep a moment longer with him?" Chen Zhijuan, now slightly more alert, began to recollect the events of the previous night, attempting to piece together how he had angered this ancestral figure. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the vivid hickeys adorning his neck. Chen Zhijuan's mind seemed to freeze. "You." He uttered a single word before falling silent. Shen Shangnian, keenly aware of his gaze, raised his middle finger coldly, declaring, "Chen Zhijuan, you're done for. This matter is far from over." Chen Zhijuan pondered silently, wondering how it could possibly be unresolved. Was there a service for blocking and deleting contacts? Such childishness. Before he could voice his scathing remarks, memories of the previous night began to resurface in his mind. He sat up, the blanket slipping down to reveal his chiseled abs, the lines of his physique accentuated, leading the eye further down. Shen Shangnian felt as if he had been scalded, both embarrassed and furious, seizing the pillow to hurl it at him. There's a distinction between men and men. Can you not exhibit some decorum? When we were in school, You didn't mention such distinctions when we were comparing sizes. Chen Zhijuan smirked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Shen Shangnian was nearly choked with indignation. That was then, this is now. What difference does it make now? Chen Zhijuan challenged. Of course it matters. Shen Shangnian, despite his disagreeable nature, had inherited his mother's exquisite looks. His eyes were shaped like peach blossoms, clear and distinct, with a straight nose, prominent brow bones, and thin, rosy lips. Though his character was irksome, his appearance was undeniably appealing. He stated coldly, "We were brothers before. Now we are enemies. Do you understand? If we run into each other again, keep your distance, just like your obnoxious husky." Chen Zhijuan remained silent for a moment. His expression was typically impassive, void of emotion. Shen Shangnian's circle of friends often remarked that had Chen Zhijuan not been intent on pursuing medicine, he could have easily inherited a prosperous business in Beijing. At the time, Shen Shangnian thought little of it, considering Chen Zhijuan to be his childhood friend and good brother, believing he could treat him with kindness regardless of success. Now, however, he sensed a shift in Chen Zhijuan's mood. Chen Zhijuan remarked, "Aren't you typically quite the flirt? Just yesterday, you claimed casual flings were your norm. Why do you seem so perturbed about it today?" Shen Shangnian was left speechless. How could he have known that a boastful claim could be so swiftly disproved? While attending the medical school at Beijing University, Chen Zhijuan had been studying diligently, while Shen Shangnian had been at a nearby vocational college. His father had originally planned to send Shen Shangnian abroad, but he, possessing a distinct Chinese palate, knew that if he left, his father and stepmother would run amok. After graduation, Shen Shangnian lived up to the expectations of his peers, becoming a spoiled playboy. In contrast, Chen Zhijuan had studied abroad, returning just 2 months prior. Upon his return, Shen Shangnian naturally sought to reunite with his good friend. During their gathering, Chen Zhijuan inquired about Shen Shangnian's romantic life, to which the inexperienced Shen Shangnian boasted, "I've never been in a relationship, but I've had my share of encounters." Recalling this embarrassing history, Shen Shangnian felt a wave of mortification wash over him. He couldn't very well slap his own face. Instead, he redirected his anger towards Chen Zhijuan. "I don't mind women, I'm mind man." Chen Zhijuan's breath caught, his expression darkening. Only then did Shen Shangnian feel a sense of satisfaction that he thought, "Last night you made me suffer. You deserve this." He continued to press, "You know me. I'm a homophobe and a straight man. I simply cannot accept the idea of sleeping with another man." Shen Shangnian spoke the truth. During his school days, he had been pursued by many admirers, one of whom inundated him with love letters on pink stationery, never missing a day. It was only later that he discovered those letters were penned by a male admirer. It was on a rainy day that he received the news. As Shen Shangnian clandestinely indulged in a cigarette within the confines of the old laboratory building, a young man burst in, stripped bare, pleading for him to inflict pain upon him. Shen Shangnian was immediately repulsed. Since that moment, he has avoided male counterparts at all costs. Warnings. 1. Please refrain from inquiries and writing guidance. 2. The relationship is pure and innocent, a double purity, as many have inquired. 3. Those who are sensitive to extreme control dynamics should proceed with caution. The narrative is from the perspective of the main character, who is submissive. The thoughts of the dominant character are not prominently featured at the outset. Any mistakes made are solely my responsibility. Noagula Xiaotao's fault, tears streaming down, kneeling in prayer. Chapter 2. To sever ties or not, Chen Zhijuan was well aware of the situation. At that moment, he was in the teacher's office, collaborating with a few other top students on competition problems. Rain began to fall outside. Initially a gentle drizzle, it soon transformed into a torrential downpour. Its relentless percussion against the glass, creating a symphony of sound. The leaves of the sycamore tree swayed in the wind, producing a rustling melody. He found himself somewhat distracted. As the school day drew to a close, Chen Zhijuan hurriedly completed his work, eager to return home with Shen Shangnian. Earlier that morning, he had consulted the weather forecast, which had warned of rain by midday, and he had reminded Shen Shangnian to bring an umbrella. The boy, clad in the school's blue and white jacket, nonchalantly munched on a lollipop while engrossed in a game, dismissively replied, "Can't you just bring one?" Chen Zhijuan smiled, feeling buoyant. With thoughts preoccupying his mind, he worked swiftly. Upon submitting his paper, the others appeared despondent. Damn, we need at least another half-hour to start. One lamented. Why is the gap so vast? Indeed, the comparison between peers could be utterly disheartening. By that time, 5 minutes had already passed since school ended. The warmth of the office enveloped him. Yet as he stepped into the corridor, an icy breeze rushed in, prompting him to zip up his jacket and quicken his pace. He had assumed Shen Shangnian would be patiently waiting at his desk, ready to receive a mild reprimand upon his arrival. However, the classroom was eerily vacant. After hastily gathering his belongings, he dialed Shen Shangnian's number, but it went unanswered. Frowning, he was approached by a classmate returning for their belongings. Why are you still here? Academic prodigy? Where did Shen Shangnian go? Chen Zhijuan inquired. He's gone home. He just left with his backpack, came a reply. Chen Zhijuan's mood plummeted, eclipsed by the dismal weather outside. Silently, he returned home, setting down his backpack as a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, leading him to knock on the door across the hall. After a considerable wait, someone finally answered. Shen Shangnian appeared, his cheeks flushed, hair damp and clinging to his forehead, as if he had just emerged from a shower, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. The warmth of the heated room contrasted sharply with the droplets cascading from his hair, trickling down his finely crafted brow and ultimately landing on his luscious lips, which were delicately shaped and adorned with a glistening bead of moisture. Chen Zhijuan clenched his fists, forcing himself to avert his gaze. Why didn't he wait for me? Shen Shangnian, still holding a towel, reacted with a shift in expression. He irritably pulled on his sweater, drying his hair, and sank onto the sofa, evidently avoiding the topic. I just encountered an idiot. Did someone come looking for a fight? Chen Zhijuan queried. I would have preferred that. Shen Shangnian exhaled heavily. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Zhijuan pressed. What happened? A flicker of distaste crossed Shen Shangnian's face. I hesitate to sully your ears with the details, but the person who persistently delivered love letters to me is a man. In that instant, Chen Zhijuan's breath hitched. He pursed his lips. Shen Shangnian continued. He stood before me, completely undressed, professing that he had liked me for a long time and wanted me to hurt him. He refrained from divulging the more sordid details, but the memory of that individual's brazen actions had left Shen Shangnian utterly repulsed. Chen Zhijuan was aware of the situation, and he understood that from this moment on, Shen Shangnian would avoid male companions. It was not so much discrimination as it was sheer fear. He felt utterly powerless in this regard. I understand, Chen Zhijuan replied, his expression unchanged. Yet Shen Shangnian could still sense his discontent. Had he been too harsh with his words? A twinge of guilt washed over him. As Chen Zhijuan picked up his clothes from the floor and dressed, his tall and slender figure exuded an understated elegance, even though his suit was slightly wrinkled. Are you suggesting we sever ties? He asked at the door, seeking confirmation. Sever ties? How childish, Shen Shangnian thought disdainfully, responding coldly, what else? Should I invite you to spend the new year with me and introduce you to my blind father, the one who mistreated his son? Then you can celebrate with my wicked stepmother and her unpleasant brother, lighting firecrackers together. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhijuan replied, I understand. After he left, the sound of the door closing caused Shen Shangnian's tense heartstrings to suddenly relax, and he collapsed back onto the bed. Just yesterday, he had celebrated his 26th birthday, surrounded by a group of boisterous friends, their hair dyed in vibrant colors, urging him to find a stable partner. Among the gifts from the mischievous son He was a note that nearly infuriated him, wishing Master Shen a swift escape from his virginity. Shen Shangnian gritted his teeth upon reading it, relieved that Chen Zhijuan had not arrived in time to witness his embarrassment. Having been wished a release from his virginity yesterday, he had indeed achieved it today, though the manner was rather unexpected. Turning irritably in bed, he caught a whiff of disinfectant. Whether it was from the hotel or emanating from Chen Zhijuan, it only aggravated his annoyance further. What a mess! Who would ever end up in bed with their best friend? Alcohol truly complicates matters. After lying in bed for a while, his bladder's insistence forced him to rise. As his feet touched the floor, he winced, inhaling sharply, gazing at his legs. He couldn't help but mutter about the absurdity of it all. His limbs were marred with bruises from lingering fingers. Like a toddler taking its first steps, he gingerly made his way to the bathroom. Lifting the toilet seat, He counted 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the end, disregarding his aching legs, he dashed back to the pillow, retrieved his phone, and searched what to do if a man cannot urinate in the morning. His cheeks flushed crimson, a stark contrast to his fair complexion, resembling persimmons against the snow. Suppressing his embarrassment, he scoured the internet for answers. Returning to the bathroom, he stood before the toilet, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Chen Zhijuan, wishing misfortune upon his future progeny. Shen Shangnian uttered a venomous curse. After all, Chen Zhijuan was the second son in his family, with his elder brother carrying on the family lineage. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, Shen Shangnian finally managed to relieve himself, experiencing pain with every moment. By the end, his eyes were reddened with rage. What an utter humiliation! Upon exiting the restroom, he swiftly picked up the clothes from the floor, donned them, and stood still for a couple of seconds. He calculated the probability of setting this room ablaze, only to remember that this was a hotel under Chen Zhijuan's name. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly grabbed his phone and stepped outside. While driving home, he received a call from Sun Heong, a childhood friend of Shen Shangnian's, though he was not as familiar with Chen Zhijuan. Observing the incoming call, Shen Shangnian mused that Sun Heong was also a target on his list of vengeance. Upon answering, Sun Heong wailed, "Brother, please help me." "What's wrong?" Shen Shangnian inquired. "Last night, I got drunk, and my father has called me over 10 times this morning, insisting that I go on a blind date." Chapter 3. Same city delivery. Shen Shangnian thought to himself, "Serves you right. Just go. Attending a blind date 1T cost you a limb. Blind dates aren't frightening. What is truly terrifying is the person you're set up with," Sun Heong gravely explained. "The person I'm supposed to meet is the second Miss Xie. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Shen Shangnian replied absently. "Not just familiar. She's the one who recently kicked her cheating boyfriend to the curb and has just been released from jail," Sun Heong lamented. "Is this really my father? Why would he push me into fire?" Shen Shangnian clicked his tongue. "Brother, remember to buy yourself some insurance before heading to that date." Without waiting for Sun Heong to respond, he abruptly hung up the phone. After driving back to his spacious apartment, Shen Shangnian kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto the bed, the familiar ache returning to his bones. He was plagued by a headache and discomfort. The blackout curtains in the bedroom enveloped the room in tranquility, allowing Shen Shangnian to drift back to sleep. When he awoke again, it was to the sound of a ringing phone. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was 2 in the afternoon. It was an unfamiliar number. He swiped to answer. Hello, Mr. Shen. You have a same-city delivery. May I ask if you are available to sign for it now?" "Yes." Shen Shangnian opened the door to find a courier waiting outside. The courier smiled. "Mr. Shen, here is your package. Please sign for it." The parcel was not particularly large, and still groggy from sleep, Shen Shangnian struggled to recall what he had ordered. After signing, he closed the door and returned to the sofa with the package. He reclined on the couch, one leg draped over the back, the other extended. Stretching out his arm, he reached for a pair of scissors from the coffee table and sliced open the package. Inside were several medications. Shen Shangnian tossed aside the box and examined the contents. Anti-swelling ointment, fever reducers, and anti-inflammatory drugs. He frowned and glanced again at the order details on the package. Zenda, Chen Zhijuan. Damn! The phone rang, and Shen Shangnian glanced at the screen, noting yet another unfamiliar number. "Hello, it's me." The man's deep voice resonated in his ears, calm and soothing. Shen Shangnian felt a sudden numbness in his ears, and moments later, he coldly inquired, "What do you want?" "I'm using my colleague's number." "You have blocked mine," Chen Zhijuan replied evasively. Shen Shangnian inexplicably sensed a tone of self-pity in his words. With a derisive chuckle, he retorted, "Not just your phone number. I have blocked your WeChat, QQ, email, Weibo, Douyin, and even your gaming account." Chen Zhijuan fell silent for nearly half a minute, and Shen Shangnian could hear his steady breathing. He chastised himself for not hanging up, but instead listening to the sound of his breathing. Just as he was about to end the call, Chen Zhijuan seemed to anticipate his intention and said, "Don't hang up yet. The items I bought for you should have arrived. Apply that long tube of ointment first. It might swell up at first. Remember to take some fever reducers before you sleep." Before he could finish, Shen Shangnian, now infuriated, interrupted, What do you know, you foul orthopedic doctor? Just your mushroom remedies. Stop talking, I don't feel a thing. Chen Zhijuan responded, hang up. Don't call again, stranger. The call was abruptly ended with a couple of beeps. Standing in the corridor, Chen Zhijuan was illuminated by the afternoon sun at 2 o'clock, his white coat accentuating the tall figure of a young doctor. He gazed down at his phone, his shoulders straight, neck long and fair, hair neatly groomed, and his delicate features exuding a hint of coldness. Nurses, patients, and their families passing by glanced in his direction. Lucy approached, holding a cup of milk tea, and casually asked, Dr. Chen, has my phone run out? Chen Zhijuan, looking at the hung-up call, replied with a grunt and returned the phone to Lucy. Thanks. Lucy grinned. Care for some milk tea? It's on someone else. Chen Zhijuan shook his head. No, thank you. Lucy was not surprised by his response. He and Chen Zhijuan were university classmates and roommates. Beijing Medical College, being one of the nation's most prestigious medical institutions, had a terrifyingly high admission score, attracting only the brightest students from top high schools across the province. During their time at university, while others vied for second place in their department, Chen Zhijuan consistently ranked at the top. It was not the brilliance of the academic elite that was daunting, but rather their self-discipline. Lucy interacted with Chen Zhijuan frequently. The latter seemed like a monk devoid of any desires, uninterested in late-night outings or travel, spending most of his time in the library, a true warrior among the overachievers. However, his demeanor changed entirely around Shen Shangnian. During their university days, Lucy could not fathom the difference, assuming Chen Zhijuan regarded Shen Shangnian as a younger brother. It wasn't until he studied abroad and saw two men embracing and kissing on the street that he finally understood. There was no brotherly bond. It was akin to a child bride. After hanging up, Shen Shangnian fell asleep again. When he awoke, the room was dim, and he could not discern the time. He felt a slight dizziness, and his phone vibrated several times beneath his pillow. He irritably lifted the pillow and glanced at his phone, the caller ID reading, blind father. Shen Shangnian did not answer and hung up immediately. The other party, relentless, called 3 more times, and when the 4th call came in, he finally picked up. You little brat, do you dare to hang up on your own father? The moment Shen Jingda's voice erupted, Shen Shangnian instinctively covered his ears. Get to the point, he said calmly and flatly, making Shen Jingda appear like a foolish clown. Your mother's birthday is in a week. Don't forget to buy her a gift. Shen Shangnian's mother had passed away when he was 5, and the mother Shen Jingda referred to was his stepmother. Shen Shangnian touched his forehead, feeling a bit warm. Could it be that Chen Zhijuan's words had struck true? Was he really coming down with a fever? That shouldn't be the case. He was a tough guy. Troubled by his thoughts, he replied perfunctorily, All right, I understand. This left Shen Jingda momentarily stunned. He had expected the brat to be furious and ready to argue. But now it appeared he was rather filial. After hanging up, he contentedly lifted his tea and took a sip. Su Ruoyan held her breath for a moment, then eagerly asked, What did Nian Nian say? Shen Jingda, exuding confidence as if everything was under his control, reassured her, Don't worry. This little rascal has likely accepted you. He agreed to prepare a gift for you. Really? Su Ruoyan struggled to maintain her smile, hardly believing Shen Jingda's words. How could Shen Shangnian, that ungrateful wretch, possibly prepare a gift for her? It would be a miracle if he didn't burn incense for her. Watching Shen Jingda's proud demeanor in their harmonious household, she swallowed her words and directly sought the housekeeper, making sure to prepare a blood pressure monitor, a family doctor, and a ventilator in advance. Chapter 4. Am I running a fever? Shen Shangnian rummaged through drawers until he found a mercury thermometer. He lay on the sofa, wedging the thermometer under his armpit while staring at the ceiling, pondering the significant matters of life. In truth, for someone like him, a second-generation heir who did not have to work, the digits in his bank account were equivalent to what an ordinary person would struggle for 10 lifetimes to earn. His greatest daily concern was finding ways to amuse himself. Despite having many friends, they were merely superficial acquaintances. Chen Zhijuan was different. Shen Shangnian's biological mother had succumbed to illness when he was 5. Shen Jingda, a son-in-law who had married into the family and hailed from a rural background, possessed an extraordinarily handsome face that captivated Shen's mother during their university days. The union of a wealthy heiress and a poor boy was often doomed to end badly. Just 4 months after his mother's passing, Shen Shangnian married Chen Zhijuan, who also brought along a younger brother of the same age as Shen Shangnian. From that moment on, Shen Shangnian had little expectation of his family. The Chen family lived next door, and Shen Shangnian spent 25 days a month at their home. Mr. and Mrs. Chen were both busy individuals, traveling far and wide. Their eldest son, Chen Shun, was a few years older and looked down on the two younger boys, showing little interest in them. Shen Shangnian essentially grew up alongside Chen Zhijuan. In their elementary school days, they were classmates. Chen Zhijuan was an exemplary student, while Shen Shangnian was notoriously lazy, often dozing off in class and indulging in television upon returning home, consistently ranking among the lowest in exams. Yet, throughout those 6 years, it was well known that the top student and the bottom student were inseparable friends. This bond only deepened during middle and high school. Would it not be a lamentable loss if their enduring friendship were severed over a mere lapse in judgment? However, the discomfort was palpable. Chen Zhijuan often brought him water after basketball games, yet the ache in his legs was undeniable. Furthermore, Chen Zhijuan had a remarkable talent for mimicking his handwriting to assist with homework, a feat not easily accomplished. Yet, his heart bore the weight of tremendous anguish. There were also times when they shared a bed, and he had wet the bed, not just once, but twice. Although Shen Shangnian regarded these incidents as a dark chapter in his past, events that transpired when he was merely 6 years old, they nonetheless remained part of his history. In light of all this, it was clear that Chen Zhijuan had his own struggles as well. As the alarm on his phone blared, Shen Shangnian was jolted from his reverie. He silenced the alarm and retrieved a thermometer, squinting at the mercury column, 38.5 degrees Celsius. After setting the thermometer down, he hesitated momentarily before calling Sun Heong. Hello. Sun Heong's voice was barely audible, as though he were situated in a tranquil environment. Shen Shangnian paused for 2 seconds before retorting, Are you thieving? What do you mean, thieving? Sun Heong's voice instinctively escalated. The cafe was enveloped in a serene hush, with afternoon sunlight streaming in. The man seated across from Sun Heong, impeccably dressed in a suit, had dark hair illuminated to a golden hue, his deep-set eyes exuding a captivating allure. Upon hearing Sun Heong's exclamation, he raised an eyebrow, concern etched on his face. What's the matter? Sun Heong chuckled awkwardly, quickly responding, It's nothing. He covered his mouth and whispered, Brother Nian, is there anything else? Shen Shangnian inhaled sharply, his tone slightly listless as he replied, I have a fever. Please take me to the hospital. Of course, Sun Heong exclaimed without hesitation. After ending the call, he glanced at the man opposite him, momentarily unsure of how to address him. After all, the individual he was supposed to meet today was Miss Xie. Yet her uncle had unexpectedly shown up, Xie. He had long heard of this name, a legend among the wealthy elite, starkly contrasting with his own aimless existence. A wave of apprehension washed over Sun Heong as he regarded the man's impassive expression. Tentatively, he spoke, Uncle, The man sipped his coffee. Sun Heong rose from his seat, stating, Uncle, I apologize, but my friend is ill, and I must take him to the hospital. Xie nodded, Go ahead. Certainly. Sun Heong responded emphatically. Xie momentarily faltered, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corners of his eyes. Sun Heong was oblivious to this change, his mind consumed with worry for his dear friend's health, as he swiftly grabbed the car keys and departed. Upon arriving at Shen Shangnian's home, he found his friend sprawled on the sofa. He wore black athletic pants that accentuated his slender legs, complemented by a lightweight black windbreaker. With his already Korean-esque features, this attire rendered him even more exquisitely handsome, likely capable of displacing the campus heartthrob at any university. Shen Shangnian's voice had grown hoarse, his expression somewhat woeful. You arrived rather promptly. Of course, Sun Heong replied, patting his chest, I'm the finest man in Beicheng, and I regard my brothers as everything. As Shen Shangnian struggled to contain his laughter at Sun Heong's self-praise, he could no longer maintain his composure. Extending a hand weakly, he asked, the finest man in Beicheng, could you perhaps take me to the hospital first? Sun Heong quickly supported Shen Shangnian's arm, exclaiming, Ouch, brother, your arm is indeed quite hot. with his assistance. Shen Shangnian managed to stand, albeit unsteadily, the world spinning around him, his legs feeling as though they were made of cotton. Sun Heong drove the car, and once seated, he inquired, "Shall we go to the nearest maternal and child health hospital?" Shen Shangnian, looking pale and weary in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt. His facial contours were sharp and elegant, with a prominent nose and cold white skin, yet his cheeks were flushed with fever, and the corners of his eyes bore a hint of crimson. "No," he shook his head, feigning indifference. "Let's go to the Second People's Hospital. That's a bit far. It will take 20 minutes to drive there. What if your fever worsens? Your mind isn't exactly the sharpest." Sun Heong began, but abruptly halted upon sensing a piercing gaze directed at him. He turned cautiously to meet Shen Shangnian's expressionless face, even in his feverish state. The gaze of the young master Shen could be lethal. "I'll drive," Sun Heong quickly conceded. The Second People's Hospital in Beicheng, renowned nationwide, was bustling with a constant influx of patients. Chen Zhijuan had just completed a surgery, disposing of his cap and mask into a yellow plastic bag before changing into a white coat after cleaning up. Upon exiting his room, he noticed a young man standing by the corridor window, dressed in a similar white coat, with thick black hair and delicately aloof features. The young man smiled warmly upon seeing Chen Zhijuan. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Chen Zhijuan's expression remained impassive. "What is it?" Tang Wen's voice was gentle and melodious. "This afternoon is my birthday, and I would like to treat you to a meal." "Apologies," Chen Zhijuan declined. "I have matters to attend to this afternoon." With that, he turned to leave. Tang Wen hurried after him. "You don't have a night shift tonight. What could possibly be so important?" Chen Zhijuan did not pause as he walked, the golden sunlight of late afternoon casting a warm glow on his profile, highlighting his handsome, chiseled features. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Sleeping." Tang Wen was momentarily taken aback. "Huh?" Chen Zhijuan's brow furrowed slightly, reiterating, "Sleeping." As they entered the elevator, Chen Zhijuan pulled out his phone and glanced at his pinned WeChat messages. Tentatively, he sent a question mark, only to receive a stark red exclamation mark in return. The message had been sent, but was rejected by the recipient. Chen Zhijuan's lips tightened slightly as he absently closed his phone. As the elevator descended to the third floor, it suddenly came to a halt. Someone was attempting to enter. As Chen Zhijuan was about to shift to the vacant space beside him, a voice from outside filtered in. "Brother, I'm not exaggerating. You truly are quite precious. Even when you need to relieve yourself, you must ascend to the second floor." The voice bore a hint of familiarity, causing Chen Zhijuan to pause momentarily. In the next instant, the individual he had pondered over the entire day uttered, "Get lost." The elevator doors slid open, revealing Shen Shangnian, who was administering an injection with his left hand. He had not yet expressed his full dissatisfaction, so he added, "Crawl away." Sun Heong, one hand deep in his pocket and the other holding up Shen Shangnian's foredrip, remarked, "I didn't say anything incorrect." However, he halted mid-sentence upon spotting Chen Zhijuan in the elevator, instinctively greeting Brother Wan. Chen Zhijuan inclined his head slightly, his gaze never once landing on Sun Heong. He focused instead on Shen Shangnian's pale lips and the flush on his cheeks. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Running a fever?" His tone remained as calm as ever, yet Tang Wen discerned a trace of concern within it. His gaze, laced with curiosity, fell upon Shen Shangnian. He was quite young and strikingly handsome. The moment Shen Shangnian caught sight of Chen Zhijuan, his already feverish mind grew even more bewildered, and his previously languid posture straightened. Chapter 5. Dr. Chen-He did not respond. Sun Heong, still oblivious to the dynamics between the two, cheerfully replied, "It's 39 degrees. I'm about to go completely daft." Shen Shangnian and Sun Heong entered the elevator, leaving the confined space steeped in silence. As the elevator descended toward the second floor, Chen Zhijuan softly spoke, "I apologize." Tang Wen immediately narrowed his eyes, standing at the back, scrutinizing the silhouettes of Shen Shangnian and Chen Zhijuan. Why would he apologize when everything seemed fine? Although Sun Heong occasionally lacked awareness, he was perceptive enough to read the atmosphere. He remained silent, understanding that even though he was not deeply acquainted with Chen Zhijuan, the reputation of the second son of the Chen family was well known throughout the upper echelons of North City. Similarly, Shen Shangnian's notoriety was equally formidable. Infamous for his battles with his malicious stepmother, both individuals were not to be trifled with, and it was wiser for him to stay mute. Shen Shangnian felt a flush of embarrassment at the comment, his ears burning uncomfortably. As the elevator reached the second floor, Shen Shangnian, despite his high fever, maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he strode out with an air of cool indifference. Sun Heong followed closely behind, clutching the forebag. Feeling like a minor courtier in the Qing dynasty trailing after the Emperor Shen, who strode imperiously ahead. Chen Zhijuan stepped out as well. Tang, when timely, called after him. "Dr. Chen, aren't you going to the pharmacy on the first floor?" Chen Zhijuan replied coolly, "I'll go in a moment," and then proceeded to exit. As the elevator doors closed, Tang lowered his eyelids. The restroom on the second floor was situated deep within the corridor. Halfway there, Sun Heong's phone rang. He pulled it out, his expression shifting dramatically as he turned to Shen Shangnian, saying, "It's my father." Shen Shangnian responded with a simple, "Oh, then you should take it." Sun Heong asked, "What will you do?" Shen Shangnian replied, "I want to die from it." "I'll handle it," came a low and gentle voice, as Chen Zhijuan, who had followed along, finally interjected. Shen Shangnian frowned, about to decline. Sun Heong seemed to have encountered savior, as if granted a pardon, and swiftly handed over the forebag in his hand. Chen Zhijuan nodded and accepted the bag, the entire process unfolding with remarkable smoothness. "Wait," Shen Shangnian interjected. Sun Heong cast a glance at him, disregarded his words, and hastily slipped away with his scalding phone. Chen Zhijuan observed Shen's expression, noting that he did not appear particularly resistant, and took the initiative to say, "Let us go. The restroom is just ahead." It was only when they reached the restroom that Shen Shangnian realized something was amiss. He gazed at the row of neatly arranged urinals, caught in astonishment. Chen Zhijuan, with a slight smile, remarked that holding in urine was detrimental to the bladder and could even affect the kidneys. The restroom was not overly crowded, but Shen Shangnian felt his ears flush crimson. He sought a corner, and as his hand brushed against his belt, he stiffly uttered, "Don't look." Chen Zhijuan cleared his throat and turned his back, assuring, "I want to look." Shen Shangnian was clad in black athletic pants, designed with drawstrings. He tugged at the strings, allowing the white cords to dangle down. With a fever already coloring his cheeks, his earlobes turned a deeper shade of red. His prominent Adam's apple bobbed, and as his cool fingers grasped the waistband, he hesitated for a moment before coldly requesting, "Could you cover your ears?" Chen Zhijuan, holding the forebag with one hand, turned around and replied earnestly, "That is a bit challenging. I only have two hands. Perhaps you could wait for me to evolve and grow a third hand to cover my ears." Shen Shangnian recognized that he was being unreasonable. He clenched his jaw and coldly huffed, then turned around. "Understood," Chen Zhijuan promptly responded, turning decisively. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, Shen Shangnian yanked down his pants. "What exactly are you so shy about? We're all men here. We used to play games measuring sizes. What is there to be embarrassed about?" The sound of water splashing filled the air. Shen Shangnian let out a pained gasp. Although it was manageable, there was still a twinge of discomfort. Chen Zhijuan, with keen ears, caught the sound of his sharp intake of breath, mistakenly believing he had raised the forebag too high and tugged at Shen Shangnian's needle. He turned back to glance at the hand where Shen was receiving the fore, just as Shen Shangnian finished at the toilet and pulled up his pants. He sensed something was amiss and coldly lifted his gaze. His eyes met Chen Zhijuan's light-colored ones, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Chen Zhijuan's eyelashes were long and straight, his single eyelids framed by thick brows. "Oh no, caught red-handed," Chen Zhijuan thought, clicking his tongue. Shen Shangnian's cheeks burned, yet his gaze remained icy. "Didn't you turn around?" Chen Zhijuan was about to express his concern when Shen Shangnian kicked him sharply on the calf. Since childhood, Shen Shangnian had a penchant for brawling. In high school, he was a notorious bully, though he had never formally studied martial arts. He was adept at fighting and knew precisely how to inflict pain. This kick was delivered with intent, fueled by his anger over Chen Zhijuan's betrayal and the grudge from the previous night. Had Shen Shangnian slept with Chen Zhijuan, he would not have been so furious. Curse his luck, He had never experienced such discomfort before, yet today he felt it acutely, a persistent ache throughout his body, compounded by high fever. It is certainly plausible that the recent drop in temperature has contributed to this, with Shen Shangnian flaunting his charm daily, while donning rather thin attire. However, the young Master Shen would never admit to such a notion. Chen Zhijuan felt a piercing pain in his calves, rendering him speechless for a full half-minute. Was it truly this severe? Shen Shangnian scoffed, serving him right. After washing his hands, Chen Zhijuan thoughtfully retrieved a neatly folded tissue from his lab coat pocket and handed it over. Shen Shangnian accepted it without a hint of awkwardness, though he feigned anger. Between them lay years of tacit understanding and habit, ingrained in their very bones, a bond that could only be erased with equal passage of time. After Sun Heong hung up the phone, he made his way to the vending machine in the corridor to procure a bag of popcorn and a bottle of cola. Chen Zhijuan followed Shen Shangnian out of the restroom and spotted Sun Heong around the corner. Shen Shangnian narrowed his eyes, remarking on his apparent leisure. Sun Heong replied dejectedly, "My father scolded me, and I need something sweet to console myself." With one hand clutching the popcorn and the other the cola, Chen Zhijuan refrained from offering him the four-drip. He trailed behind Shen Shangnian, escorting him back to the first floor where the four drips were administered. In mid-October, the temperature was indeed dropping, and a cold front had swept in, resulting in a surge of individuals suffering from colds and fevers. The hospital was bustling, with insufficient seating available, many patrons even bringing folding chairs. The nurses were overwhelmed, nearly running themselves ragged, as Chen Zhijuan entered the hospital with the four-drip in hand. A young nurse hurried past him, only to rush back moments later. Shen Shangnian inexplicably halted his stride. The young nurse, with round cheeks and a beaming smile, exclaimed, "Dr. Chen, what brings you here? If you have an urgent matter, just use the internal line." Chen Zhijuan lifted the corners of his lips slightly, offering a gentle, understated smile as he replied, "I'm here to accompany a friend." The nurse nodded in understanding. Shen Shangnian distinctly sensed her glance directed at him. The nurse remarked, "Indeed, a handsome man's friend is also a handsome man." She dashed off in a hurry. Shen Shangnian clicked his tongue, noting, Dr. Chen certainly has some clout to elicit such a response, prompting her to return just to greet him. Chapter 6. Come with me. Chen Zhijuan was indeed quite renowned within the hospital. With his impressive academic credentials, he stood out even among the multitude of high achievers in the medical field. Upon his return to the country, numerous private hospitals offered substantial incentives, including housing and vehicles, but none could sway him. This individual, strikingly handsome, possessed a tall and slender physique, exuding an air of elegance. His complexion was a quintessential pale white, and particularly when he stood before the surgical table, clad only in green scrubs, his exposed Adam's apple, collarbone, wrists, and ankles were nothing short of exquisite. Nurses who had assisted in his surgeries were utterly enchanted, and among them, secrets were scarce. Word spread throughout the hospital in a single day, proclaiming the arrival of an exceptionally handsome Dr. Chen in the orthopedics department. Having been employed for some time now, it was Shen Shangnian's first visit to the Second People's Hospital of Beijing. He had never realized just how popular Chen Zhijuan was. Chen Zhijuan sighed. "Do I possess the face to ask young Master Shen for forgiveness?" Shen Shangnian lifted the corner of his lips, look in the mirror. Chen Zhijuan raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by his response. The infusion room was filled with people, and at a glance, all one could see were heads. Shen Shangnian found himself momentarily unable to recall where he was seated. With an air of leisure, Chen Zhijuan inquired, "Where is our position?" Shen Shangnian supported his head with one hand. "My head aches." "Sun Heong, where exactly are we sitting?" Sun Heong widened his eyes, staring for a long while, as if someone had taken their seat. Both Shen Shangnian and Sun Heong were rather carefree, having left their seats unoccupied when they departed. Just as they stepped away, someone promptly sat down in their place. Shen Shangnian turned to Sun Heong and shot him a sidelong glance. "What do we do now?" Sun Heong hesitated. "Should I go buy you a folding chair to sit in the corridor?" Shen Shangnian ground his teeth. "By the time you return with it, I'll likely have finished my injection and be home." Sun Heong scratched his head and earnestly suggested, "Why not sit on my lap while you get the injection?" With a disdainful glance, Shen Shangnian retorted. You are even less capable than a block of tofu. Sun Heong recognized that this was not a compliment, yet he couldn't quite grasp the full meaning. He then turned to Chen Zhijuan, who was intently observing Shen Shangnian. Noticing the gaze upon him, Chen Zhijuan lazily remarked, Tofu has a brain, you do not. Sun Heong sighed, how disheartening. I came directly here, neglecting my blind date because of your call. Shen Shangnian scoffed. Then you should return to your blind date now. Naturally, Sun Heong had no intention of going back. After all, he was only here because he had a fleeting moment of clarity. Moreover, his blind date had turned out to be a man. Come with me, Chen Zhijuan proposed. I'll find a quieter clinic where you can sit while receiving treatment. Sun Heong quickly agreed. Sure, having a doctor friend is indeed quite convenient. He remained oblivious to the grim expression on Shen Shangnian's face. Chen Zhijuan observed him, aware that he was still upset. With a sigh, he gently tugged at Shen Shangnian's sleeve. Anger aside, do not joke about your health. Upon hearing this, Sun Heong curiously asked, Did you two have a quarrel? What was it about? Sun Heong had grown up with both Shen Shangnian and Chen Zhijuan, being closer to Shen Shangnian. Their academic struggles had forged a bond, and they had often indulged in carefree antics together. However, their camaraderie paled in comparison to the bond between Shen Shangnian and Chen Zhijuan, who shared an impenetrable barrier since childhood. Although Shen Shangnian had a notoriously bad temper, Chen Zhijuan possessed a knack for soothing him. It was rare for Sun Heong to witness them at odds. In their school days, they had quarreled frequently, but post-graduation, the time difference had reduced their meetings to once a month, leading to fewer disputes. Thus, witnessing their discord was quite a novelty for him. What was the argument about? Shen Shangnian fidgeted with his fingers. In truth, he still felt some pain. The marks beneath his clothing had not faded, and his legs ached with a soreness akin to the aftermath of exertion or stretching. He replied coldly, None of your business. Sun Heong looked towards Chen Zhijuan with a plea for assistance. Standing tall and elegant, he held up the forge rip, his gaze drifting from the corner of his eye to land on Shen Shangnian, a faint smile gracing his lips. Don't look at me. I won't say a word. Sun Heong thought to himself, his curiosity unquenched. What a dog-like man. Chen Zhijuan tugged at Shen Shangnian's sleeve again, audaciously brushing his fingertips against his wrist. His fingers were rather cold, and when they made contact with Shen Shangnian's warm wrist, it sent a shiver down Shen Shangnian's spine. A low voice, laced with a soothing tone, echoed in his ears. Even if you get angry after the injection, it will be the same. Shen Shangnian maintained a stern expression. Lead the way. Dr. Liu was holding consultations today. His clinic was quite tranquil, with hardly any patients throughout the day. While idly playing a match, 3 game in his chair, there was a knock at the door. Dr. Liu. Chen Zhijuan stood at the entrance, accompanied by 2 young men. One wore a black windbreaker with a zipper pulled all the way up, concealing even his Adam's apple. His dark hair fell over his forehead, his pale cheeks flushed with a hint of color. He was receiving an injection. Dr. Liu instantly recognized him. This was Shen Shangnian, Chen Zhijuan's childhood friend and secret affection. The other young man was dressed eccentrically, with dyed green and blue hair, reminiscent of a parrot. Dr. Liu raised an eyebrow. Oh, here for a consultation? This question rendered both Shen Shangnian and Sun Heong speechless. They simultaneously looked up at the sign hanging at the clinic's entrance, Dermatology. STD Clinic. Sun Heong swallowed hard. Do we really have to go in? He's still a virgin. Shen Shangnian coldly turned to Chen Zhijuan. Was this intentional? Chen Zhijuan feigned innocence. He's my university roommate, and the infusion room is nearby. Shen Shangnian snorted softly, unsure whether to believe him. Chen Zhijuan entered, dragging a chair to the door, pulling Shen Shangnian in. Just sit here for the injection. Dr. Liu asked kindly, Are you feeling unwell? Chen Zhijuan dismissed him. Go play your game. Shen Shangnian sat in the chair, hesitating for a moment, then with a blank expression, said, Give me a mask. Chen Zhijuan rummaged through his white coat pocket and produced a folded disposable mask. Have you used this? Shen Shangnian asked. No. Chen Zhijuan replied. Pulling out another one. This one is the one I've used. Shen Shangnian donned the mask. Turning around, he found Sun Heong still lingering at the door, looking conflicted. Can I not go in? Sure, Shen Shangnian replied in a surprisingly accommodating tone. But next time you go on a blind date, Don't look for me to rescue you. Sun Heong, resolute, took his seat. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and Chen Zhijuan glanced at it. You start first. I have a joint consultation to attend to. Chapter 7. A bit more mature Shen Shangnian regarded him for a moment. Typically, Chen Zhijuan's clothing style was quite simple, predominantly in black, white, and gray, occasionally accented with blue or green. In summer, he favored t-shirts paired with denim shorts, while in cooler weather, he opted for hoodies and sweatpants, layering with a down jacket in winter. Chen Zhijuan's attire predominantly features cool tones, mirroring his demeanor, gentle yet imbued with an air of aloofness. His single eyelids further accentuate the distance he maintains from others. His appearance is undeniably striking. He possesses a fair and exquisite visage, with both facial structure and skin that can be deemed extraordinary. During their school years, girls enamored by his looks could easily fill an entire playground. Yet none dared to confess their feelings to him. This was due to the heavy sense of detachment that surrounded him, akin to a vast ice field after a snowstorm, inviting yet intimidating to approach. However, Shen Shangnian was an exception. He would audaciously drape his arm over Chen Zhijuan's shoulder, casually wrapping his arm around his neck, sharing a drink without a hint of hesitation. Shen Shangnian was not particularly studious. He often skipped classes to play basketball. After a game, when he was flushed and dripping with sweat, he would deliberately lean against Chen Zhijuan. Their relationship, forged over many years of growing up together, bore the weight of shared experiences that occupied a significant portion of their lives. Often, the boundaries between them blurred. During their university days, it was somewhat exaggerated to say that Shen Shangnian knew Chen Zhijuan's phone lock screen password, as well as his WeChat and Alipay payment codes. On one occasion, when Chen Zhijuan was too busy to finish his meal due to an unexpected assessment, Shen Shangnian readily consumed the leftovers. The camaraderie they shared allowed for actions typical of good friends to occur effortlessly between them. Shen Shangnian could hardly envision how their bond could deepen further. However, after graduating from university, Chen Zhijuan went abroad for further studies, a journey that would last 3 years. 3 years can feel both long and short. Yet the intimate connection that had once been impenetrable began to fade. Time, slowly and effortlessly, created a divide between them. Even when Shen Shangnian beheld Chen Zhijuan clad in a pristine white coat, a sense of disorientation washed over him. Just 2 months into his new job, the coat still bore the freshness of a newcomer, with a few pins nestled in the pocket and a name badge affixed outside. Chen Zhijuan's hair, neither too long nor too short, was dark and glossy, resembling the currently fashionable style, slightly tousled across his brow. His jawline was strikingly handsome, and his nose was elegantly straight. Compared to his teenage years, he had shed some of his youthful innocence, now exuding a sense of maturity and confidence. From a distance, he appeared to be a serious and professional doctor. Seated on a round stool, Shen Shangnian rested his feet on the crossbar and blinked. He could already sense the estrangement emanating from Chen Zhijuan, a feeling he had never experienced before. Noticing something amiss, Chen Zhijuan paused and inquired, "What's wrong?" Shen Shangnian shook his head, responding nothing. It was evident that he felt uncomfortable. Chen Zhijuan's fingertips gently grazed the lower sides of his coat pockets. Wanted to say something, but hesitating, his gaze fixed on Shen Shangnian, who sat on the stool. Shen Shangnian, already pale, appeared even more so when unwell, with the corners of his eyes tinged red. He might have believed he concealed his emotions well, yet Chen Zhijuan could sense them with the slightest shift in the atmosphere. Although he recognized Shen Shangnian's discontent, he could not discern the cause. Is it still about what happened last night? If it truly stems from that incident, Chen Zhijuan is indeed at a loss for how to proceed. The event has transpired, and one cannot simply feign indifference. As he contemplates how to console him, his phone vibrates incessantly in his pocket. It is likely a reminder from the consultation team. The well-being of the patient takes precedence. Chen Zhijuan reluctantly decides he must leave. Sighing, he retrieves his phone, informing, "I must take my leave. Call me if anything arises." Shen Shangnian remains with his head down, avoiding eye contact. Chen Zhijuan answers the call, assuring them he will arrive shortly as he strides towards the exit. The outpatient room is suddenly enveloped in silence once more. He, unfazed by the peculiar tension between the two, occupies another chair while messaging his father. Meanwhile, the only attending physician, He, dons headphones, absorbed in a casual game. He finds his conversation with his father unproductive, ultimately ending it in frustration to engage in a match of King of Glory. Suddenly, Shen Shangnian kicks He. Not lifting his head, He responds, "I'm in a team fight, busy." Shen Shangnian remarks, "This bottle is running low." Huh? He quickly looks up to confirm that indeed it is almost empty. He thrusts his phone into Shen Shangnian's hand. "I'll fetch a nurse." "No need." Lucy interjects unexpectedly. He is taken aback. Huh? At that moment, a nurse knocks on the door. Shen Shangnian turns to see the round-faced young nurse they had encountered earlier. She appears youthful, her smile contagious, and she carries a new bag. The nurse approaches to replace Shen Shangnian's fluid, prompting He to exclaim, "Thank you. Thank you." The nurse smiles, "You need not thank me. It was Dr. Chen's specific instruction." Lucy raises his hand. "Dr. Chen also instructed me to notify him when the was nearly depleted." He reflects. Our brother Wan is indeed considerate. Shen Shangnian, seemingly unwell, remains silent. This is the last one available. After a brief scroll through his phone, He speculates he has stumbled upon some food recommendations. What should we eat later? After receiving 2 large bags, Shen Shangnian feels a chill enveloping him. Leaning against the wall, he appears dejected. "I do not wish to eat." He reaches out to check his forehead. It seems the fever has subsided slightly. A series of knocks echoes at the door. The 3 within turn their attention towards the sound. It is a young doctor, clad in a crisp white coat, with a gentle and refined appearance, wearing a warm smile. Shen Shangnian's gaze lingers momentarily. It is the same individual who stood beside Chen Zhijuan in the elevator. Oh, Lucy puts down his phone. "What brings Dr. Tang here?" Tang smiles as he enters. "Do you have time this evening?" Lucy replies, "I finish work at 5 as usual. It's my birthday today. Would it be convenient to gather?" "I feel rather embarrassed." Lucy responds, "I haven't prepared a birthday gift." Chen Zhijuan has, Tang remarks, glancing towards the corner where Shen Shangnian sits. He did not raise his head, seemingly unaware of when he donned a mask. Yet a single glance revealed him to be an attractive young man. Upon hearing the name Chen Zhijuan, he appeared to show no particular reaction. Was it not the kind of relationship he had imagined? Lucy emitted a questioning sound. "Is brother Wan attending tonight?" Tang remained non-committal. "What about you?" Lucy smiled. "Of course I will go. Besides, it's almost time to get off work, and I can buy you a birthday gift." In truth, he and Tang were not well acquainted. During their time studying abroad, Tang and Chen Zhijuan shared the same mentor. However, Lucy was inherently extroverted, fond of making friends, and frequently attended social gatherings. As Tang departed, Shen Shangnian closed his eyes. After finishing the infusion, the needle was removed. Shen Shangnian felt slightly dizzy as he boarded He's car. Inside, He attempted to strike up a conversation. It seems brother Wan has changed quite a bit. Shen Shangnian fastened his seatbelt, leaning tightly against the car door, feeling curled up within himself. What change? He clicked his tongue. It's hard to articulate. It just feels different, perhaps a bit more open. But that also doesn't quite capture it. Brother Wan was never petty. Oh, my language skills are truly lacking. After receiving 3 vials of infusion, the chill of the medication coursed through his body, causing him to shiver slightly. He shut his eyes again. Yes, he had matured. He concurred, adding quickly, indeed, he has matured, become gentler. The previous Chen Zhijuan was a distinctly youthful figure, rather naive, his world revolving solely around studies and Shen Shangnian. He was resolute, a quintessential martyr, with his family's considerable business. The upper-class circles debated whether the Chen family's legacy would ultimately be entrusted to him or his brother. Yet when it came time for university, he resolutely chose to pursue medicine, impervious to any counsel. Like a headstrong knight adhering to his own code, he was rebellious with sharp edges. Now, however, he had softened. His world appeared to have expanded, accommodating not only his colleagues at the hospital, but also the patients. After 3 years abroad, he had cultivated a social circle of his own. Shen Shangnian felt he could not penetrate this new world. Upon returning home, Shen Shangnian fell into a deep slumber, devoid of dreams. Chapter 8. I will worry upon awakening. The sky had fully darkened. The curtains were drawn aside, and his apartment, situated in the city center, was flooded with a neon glow, casting a half-black, half-blue ambience throughout the bedroom. Residing on a high floor, even in the heart of the city, it was remarkably quiet. Shen Shangnian woke from his nap, feeling slightly sweaty. Nestled under the covers, he reached for his phone and checked the time. It was 8:30. The birthday party was likely already underway. He sat up, leaning against the headboard, turned on the bedside lamp, and scrolled through his phone for a while. At this hour each day, numerous acquaintances would beckon him to join them for a night out. Shen Shangnian declined each invitation, claiming he had a fever. Many friends found it peculiar. This man, robust as an ox, rarely encountered even a common cold throughout the year. His lips seemed poisoned, and his body felt as if it were filled with steel bars. To every jest directed at him, Shen Shangnian responded with a single word: roll. He turned off his phone, slipped on his slippers, and made his way to the living room to switch on the lights. The kitchen housed a water heater, from which he poured himself a cup of warm water and took a sip. Suddenly, his phone chimed again. Setting down the cup, he glanced at the screen and saw it was a video call from Jin Yan. Jin Yan was a rising star in the entertainment industry, having recently graduated from university, and they had met at a gathering not long ago. Shen Shangnian had a favorable impression of him. He was handsome, articulate, and skilled at racing. After a brief hesitation, he answered the call. On the other end, Jin Yan appeared to be in a van, the interior illuminated. He sported newly dyed blue hair, and his star-like aura was palpable, his features strikingly exquisite. "Brother," he greeted, his voice melodious and soft. Shen Shangnian, already feeling unwell, found his greeting even more taxing. "Speak properly," he admonished. "Oh," Jin Yan's smile faltered, his eyes drooping slightly in disappointment. He was aware of his striking looks. A makeup artist had previously praised his expressive eyes, which were considered quite appealing. When he felt wronged, it was often too much for others to bear. After indulging in his feelings of grievance for a while, he glanced back at the screen. Shen Shangnian paced about, not sparing him a single glance. Jin Yan cleared his throat. "Brother, are you feeling any better?" Shen Shangnian continued his search. "I'm looking for a thermometer." Jin Yan expressed concern. "Can't you find it? I just finished recording a show. Should I bring you one?" Shen Shangnian remained adamant. "I should be able to find it." He recalled having purchased a box that he had left at home. After rummaging through the drawer beneath the coffee table without success, he proceeded to the storage room. Upon returning to the living room, a sudden knock on the door startled him. Jin Yan reacted even more than Shen Shangnian, asking, "Is it takeout?" "No, Shen Shangnian replied. I didn't order any." He glanced at the door camera and froze momentarily. It was Chen Zhijuan. He had shed his white coat, dressed in a gray hoodie and black sweatpants with white stripes along the sides. Shen Shangnian hesitated for a moment before opening the door. Chen Zhijuan fixated on the redness at the corners of his eyes. "Did you just wake up?" Shen Shangnian replied softly. "Aren't you attending a birthday party?" Chen Zhijuan appeared bewildered. "What birthday party?" Shen Shangnian looked at him and noticed his genuine confusion, then lowered his gaze. "Your colleague's birthday party. Why would I attend when you're ill?" Chen Zhijuan glanced at the phone Shen Shangnian was holding loosely. "Are you on a call?" Shen Shangnian nearly forgot that he was still in conversation. Jin Yan had been listening intently, and upon hearing this comment, he adjusted his hairstyle, expecting a knock at the door would lead to a friendly greeting. He even elongated his tone, hoping to flaunt his closeness to Shen Shangnian, "Brother," before he could finish. A slender, fair finger appeared on the screen. The hand was elegant, with beautifully defined knuckles. Without giving Jin Yan a chance to react, the finger casually pressed a button, abruptly ending the video call. The van fell into an immediate silence as Jin Yan incredulously stared at his phone, which had just been disconnected. On the other end, Shen Shangnian was momentarily taken aback. "What made you hang up on me?" Chen Zhijuan's expression was indifferent. "Is it someone important?" "Not important," he replied. "However, Shen Shangnian, displeased with Chen Zhijuan at that moment, insisted, very important. Chen Zhijuan remained non-committal, unsure whether to believe him or not, and shifted the topic. Are you still running a fever? Shen Shangnian was clad in pale yellow pajamas, short-sleeved and short-legged, adorned with a SpongeBob SquarePants motif. The ambiguous marks on his fair neck had yet to fade, their hue deeper than it had appeared that morning. He wore a stern expression, visibly unhappy. What does that have to do with you? Shouldn't you be attending a birthday party right now? Chen Zhijuan instinctively tried to placate him. I never said I was going. Don't be angry. Who is angry? Shen Shangnian retorted, crossing his arms. The sky could fall, and I'd still hold up my end. Chen Zhijuan's eyes curved softly as he suddenly reached around Shen Shangnian's back, drawing him closer. What are you doing? Shen Shangnian's expression shifted dramatically. With one hand gripping the back of Shen Shangnian's head, Chen Zhijuan pressed their foreheads together, lingering for about 10 seconds. Shen Shangnian inexplicably quieted down. The proximity was overwhelming, their breaths intertwining. Chen Zhijuan had a tiny black mole on his nose, usually invisible, but at this distance, it suddenly loomed large in Shen Shangnian's vision. Releasing him, Chen Zhijuan straightened up. You're still a bit warm. Remember to take some fever-reducing medicine before bed. Shen Shangnian cleared his throat. Do I need you to remind me? I've already ordered takeout. Chen Zhijuan nonchalantly walked into the living room. Just sit for a while. Shen Shangnian stood there for a couple of seconds, then incredulously turned to stare at his retreating figure. I'll let you in. Chen Zhijuan opened the shoe cabinet, retrieving the slippers he had worn last time. He glanced at the coffee table, which bore a half-read comic book, a remote control, an open bag of plain potato chips, and half a cup of water. Shen Shangnian irritably shut the door and settled onto the sofa, repeating, Who let you in? Chen Zhijuan replied, If you're going to sever ties, let us wait until tomorrow. After your fever subsides. Shen Shangnian scoffed, If we've already cut ties, why should it matter whether I have a fever or not? If you have a fever, I will worry, Chen Zhijuan stated, taking a seat across from him. He wasn't wearing his white coat. Instead, he donned a gray hoodie that emanated an inexplicable warmth. Resembling a college student yet to graduate, it felt as if he had returned to the Chen Zhijuan Shen Shangnian recognized. Shen Shangnian paused momentarily. He had to admit, he was rather fond of this approach. He ground his teeth, took a sip of water, and fell silent. Chapter 9. No pain in the rear. Shen Shangnian remained quiet, and Chen Zhijuan followed suit. Chen Zhijuan had never been one for excessive chatter. After about half a minute, unable to endure the suffocating silence, Shen Shangnian took the initiative to ask, when will the takeout arrive? Chen Zhijuan glanced at his phone. Soon it's downstairs. Moments later, a knock echoed from the door. Shen Shangnian reclined on the sofa, indifferent to the sound of knocking at the door. Not only did he not shift his gaze, but he could hardly muster the energy to flutter his eyelids. His head was bowed as he engaged in a game, soft black hair cascading down, framing his exquisitely defined features. He gently pursed his lips, the pearl-like shape of his upper lip resembling a tiny cherry, while his fair wrist and elongated fingers tapped rapidly on the phone screen. Chen Zhijuan had no doubt that the phone was serving as a scapegoat for him. He cast a grateful glance at the device. Yet Shen, with remarkable acuity, lifted his head, his icy gaze sweeping over. What are you looking at? Nothing. Just thought you looked quite handsome while gaming. Chen Zhijuan replied, his tone devoid of inflection, more robotic than human. Shen Shangnian snorted dismissively, flattery. Despite his words, when Chen Zhijuan opened the door to retrieve the takeout, Shen could not help but glance over. He had assumed Chen had brought home a meal, only to find a large bag of ingredients instead. As Chen closed the door and prepared to head to the kitchen with the ingredients, he sensed Shen's gaze and paused. What's wrong? Shen's expression soured. Are you really going to cook here? Chen replied, You're running a fever and your stomach is quite sensitive. Takeout might not be clean and... He skillfully paused. Shen's fever-clouded mind struggled to comprehend Chen's unfinished thought. Frowning in displeasure, he urged, Can you please finish your sentence? As Chen walked toward the kitchen, he tossed over his shoulder, I said you can't get angry. Whether I get angry or not, I'll decide after I hear the rest. Shen murmured, his attention diverted back to the game, though his demeanor remained obstinate. Shen glanced around the kitchen. It was impeccably clean, boasting a delightful style, with complete sets of utensils and cookware. Yet, at a glance, it was evident that the stove had never been lit. The gas burner gleamed untouched. He washed his hands and retrieved a thermometer from the takeout bag, which he had hastily acquired by offering the delivery person a tip. As he stepped out, he heard Shen's footsteps. Shen fixed him with a cold stare. His long, clean fingertips held the thermometer, and he approached Shen. "Finished with the game?" "Not yet," Shen replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Shen sighed and placed the thermometer on the coffee table. "Then measure your temperature after you finish." Shen's eyes remained glued to the phone screen, the crystal chandelier above illuminating the living room with ample light, casting a pale glow on his face. The sharp lines around his eyes and cheekbones lent him an air of cold beauty in silence. After waiting a moment without receiving a response, Shen prepared to make porridge in the kitchen. Suddenly, Shen spoke up. "You never finished what you were saying earlier." Shen was taken aback. Just then, Shen's game concluded with a resounding defeat. Shen irritably tossed his phone aside, leaning back against the sofa, his exposed calves and arms strikingly pale. Shen, who bore little body hair, had evidently inherited this trait from his mother, whose family also displayed minimal hair growth. "After your trip abroad, why have you become so pedantic?" He tilted his head to gaze at Chen Zhijuan. When his eyes met those deep, dark orbs adorned with long lashes, he instinctively swallowed his words. "You were never like this before. People do change," he mused, realizing that if he were to voice his thoughts now, it would be a blow to his pride and dignity, making it seem as if he were overly concerned about Chen Zhijuan. After all, they were merely ordinary friends, nothing more, nothing less. Chen Zhijuan remained silent, suddenly crouching down to meet Shen Shangnian's gaze almost at eye level. He leaned in closer, the unmistakable odor of plastic lingering from what was likely a surgical procedure earlier in the day, a scent that would not dissipate quickly. Alongside that, Shen Shangnian detected a hint of laundry detergent on his clothes, a fragrance reminiscent of gardenias, far more pleasant. With both hands resting on the edge of the sofa, Chen Zhijuan's voice was deep and measured. "Shen Shangnian, does your backside not ache?" Shen Shangnian's breath momentarily hitched, caught off guard by Chen Zhijuan's unexpected remark. His thoughts stalled, his mind blank. It took half a minute for him to regain his composure. He smirked, retorting with a cold laugh, "With your needle mushroom of a demeanor. It hasn't hurt in ages. Is that so?" Chen Zhijuan replied lightly, casting a fleeting glance his way. "Do you enjoy eating needle mushrooms?" Shen Shangnian shot back. Is this some form of teasing? Had anyone else stood before him and uttered those words, he would have been infuriated. Yet, it was precisely Chen Zhijuan. He knew Chen Zhijuan's sexual orientation was conventional, having circulated numerous rumors with the school bell during high school, and last night's incident was merely a drunken mishap for both. Thus, he interpreted Chen Zhijuan's words as an indication that he could not accept being called a needle mushroom. "Get lost," Shen Shangnian said calmly. "Go make your porridge, and once it's done, leave immediately." Chen Zhijuan's expression remained impassive as he straightened up, grabbing a thermometer and handing it to Shen Shangnian. 5 minutes, he stated before heading to the kitchen. Shen Shangnian glared at the thermometer in his hand for a while, before reluctantly placing it under his armpit. After 5 minutes, as if timing it perfectly, Chen Zhijuan emerged to say, "You can take it out now." Shen Shangnian replied, "I can check it myself." He withdrew it for a glance. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, Chen Zhijuan stood tall, arms crossed, his athletic pants accentuating his long legs, especially given his height of 187 meters, an impeccable proportion. He asked nonchalantly, "What is the temperature?" 38 degrees, Shen Shangnian responded. Chen Zhijuan merely acknowledged this before retreating back into the kitchen. Shen Shangnian set down the thermometer and stared at his dark-screen phone for a spell. Suddenly, it illuminated again, revealing a message from Sun Heong. "Sun Heong, Brother Nian, please save me." With a single hand, Shen Shangnian typed back, "I can't help." Sun Heong began to lament. "Shen Shangnian, you have such a cold heart. Who has been by your side during these 3 years while Brother One was abroad? Who accompanied you to the hospital when you were ill, constantly inquiring about your well-being? Who mediated between you two when you fought, helping to reconcile your differences? Brother One, Brother One, Brother One." The mere sight of those words made Shen Shangnian feel an overwhelming discomfort. He sensed that his body temperature was rising once more. Shen Shangnian's temper flared, and he could not restrain himself from sending a voice message. Sun Heong, do you harbor a secret affection for Chen Zhijuan? This simple inquiry left both individuals on either end of the line momentarily stunned. Sun Heong, infuriated, retorted, "How dare you say such a thing? My relationship with Brother Wan is purely platonic." Yet, Shen Shangnian did not fully comprehend his words. He slowly turned his head to gaze at Chen Zhijuan, who was halfway through walking away. With the sleeves of his hoodie rolled up, his delicate wrists exhibited an exquisite elegance, though his expression conveyed an unspoken complexity. "What did you just say?" Chapter 10. Have you sought me out? Shen Shangnian's countenance darkened, and he clicked his tongue in displeasure. Why must this person emerge at such an inopportune moment? It felt as though he was deliberately opposing him. "It's nothing," Shen replied dismissively. "You must have misheard." Chen Zhijuan blinked lightly, his tone airy. "Is that so?" Indeed, Shen Shangnian maintained a stern facade, the light casting a luminous glow upon his face, as white as jade. He inquired, somewhat sternly, "Are you finished?" "5 more minutes," Chen Zhijuan replied with a gentle voice, crossing his arms and fixing his dark, penetrating gaze upon Shen Shangnian. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Shen Shangnian was the first to look away. Although Chen Zhijuan had returned home for 2 months, their communication during this time had been sparse. The intimacy they once shared, now lost to the passage of 3 long years, rendered even their eye contact somewhat awkward. 5 minutes later, Shen Shangnian sat in the living room engrossed in a video game when an enticing aroma of porridge wafted through the air. Engaged in a single-player game, he effortlessly set aside his phone and ventured into the kitchen. The kitchen was immaculate, adorned in a lovely shade of light blue. Chen Zhijuan had unearthed a clay pot from somewhere, slowly simmering porridge within it. He stirred it leisurely, glancing at Shen Shangnian as he heard his footsteps. Shen Shangnian took a moment to observe the pot, then the porridge inside. Pausing for a couple of seconds, plain porridge? Chen Zhijuan retrieved his spoon, covered the pot, and succinctly replied, "You have a fever. This is the most bland option." Shen Shangnian, typically not a fan of heavy flavors, responded, "Oh, I just didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills." Chen Zhijuan's eyelids drooped slightly, his long, dark lashes obscuring the emotions within his eyes. He pressed his lips together, reflecting, the food abroad wasn't particularly palatable. After 3 years, one must acquire some skills. Shen Shangnian's interest in Chen Zhijuan's cooking suddenly waned. He straightened up, preparing to leave. "Shen Shangnian," Chen Zhijuan's voice called out from behind him. Shen paused, standing still for 2 seconds before slowly turning around. The man leaned against the countertop, silhouetted against the light, his hoodie sleeves rolled up, his figure tall and slender. He had always been a person of few words, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Yet, in a rare moment of persistence, he asked, "In these 3 years, have you ever sought me out?" Shen Shangnian bit down on his tender lip, clenching it tightly. After suppressing his emotions, he straightened his lips, maintaining a facade of calm. "No." Shen Shangnian crossed his arms, a hint of derision playing on his lips. "I'm not desperate. You insulted me to my face, and why would I rush to seek you out?" After a prolonged silence, Shen Shangnian's expression remained indifferent as he tossed out a parting remark before exiting without a backward glance. "Finish up and leave quickly." He picked up his phone while seated on the sofa and retreated to his bedroom. When he emerged again, the room was enveloped in silence. Chen Zhijuan had already departed, leaving the space feeling desolate. He served himself a bowl of congee and took a sip, the taste remarkably ordinary, a familiar home-cooked flavor. Warm as it traveled from his mouth to his stomach. Although not particularly hungry, he ended up consuming 2 bowls. It had been a long time since Shen Shangnian had fallen ill, yet this fever accompanied by a cold lingered for an entire week. He had spent that week confined at home, turning down numerous invitations from acquaintances, with those in his social circle joking that he was mending his ways. Sun Heong had called to check on him. At that moment, Shen Shangnian was reclining with his legs crossed, contemplating what gift to prepare for Su Ruoyan. "Brother Nian, have you truly turned over a new leaf?" Shen Shangnian clicked his tongue. "Who spread such rumors?" He replied, nonchalantly, "The thrill-seeking is a lifelong endeavor. Not even old age can deter me." Sun Heong expressed his admiration, "Truly worthy of our brother Nian." Accustomed to being praised, Shen Shangnian's spirits lifted as he inquired, "Do you have any good barbershop recommendations?" Sun Heong paused, recalling a trendy barbershop that had recently gained popularity online. "Is that so?" Shen Shangnian asked, "What's the address?" Sun Heong provided the details. "That's too far," Shen Shangnian remarked. "I intend to go tonight." Sun Heong offered, "I can send you the location on WeChat." "Are you changing your hairstyle? You look quite handsome as you are." "No, I just want to dye my hair," Shen Shangnian clarified, contemplating, "I'll head there now." "Can you make an appointment for me?" "Sure," Sun Heong replied, then curiously asked, "What has prompted this sudden desire to dye your hair?" Although Shen Shangnian often indulged in a carefree lifestyle, he maintained a certain decorum. He had never adorned himself with piercings or tattoos. He had only pierced his ears years ago, and it had been a long time since he wore any earrings. His hair had always remained the natural shade bestowed by his mother. "Well," he said with a click of his tongue, "my father's wife has a birthday coming up, and I want to prepare a surprise for her." Sun Heong silently offered a moment of respect for Su Ruoyan. When Shen Shangnian arrived at the barbershop, it was 4 in the afternoon. By the time he finished dyeing his hair, it was already 9 in the evening. Sun Heong had come to invite him for a late-night snack, mentioning a newly opened restaurant nearby that was particularly popular online. When Sun Heong arrived, he found Shen Shangnian seated on a lounge chair in the barbershop, his long legs crossed as he focused on a game on his phone. The lighting in the lounge was dim, and behind him loomed a vast mirror through which the scattered lights from outside streamed in. Clad in a black hoodie and light blue jeans that accentuated his lean and tall figure, his hair now resembling that of a comic book character, he appeared striking. With his head bowed over the game, his prominent nose and elegantly contoured jawline made him undeniably handsome. Sun Heong paused for a moment, then approached. "That new hair color looks quite dashing." Shen Shangnian had always possessed a Korean-style appearance, his features clean and minimalist, coming together in a manner that was exceptionally attractive, particularly appealing to younger women. He sat in the lounge for 10 minutes, during which the petite assistant had already brought snacks 3 times and water twice. "Thank you." Shen Shangnian did not lift his head, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically on his phone screen. "We have reached the high ground. Just wait for another 2 minutes." "All right," Sun Heong replied. The trendy eatery that Sun Heong mentioned was, in fact, a hot pot restaurant, bustling with patrons even at 9 o'clock in the evening. The ambience within was serene, with partitions separating each table. Shen Shangnian and Sun Heong's table was positioned by the entrance, adjacent to the window. Shen Shangnian's routine had been rather irregular lately. He had only awakened at 2 in the afternoon, nibbled on a piece of bread upon waking, and had not eaten anything since. Now, he felt as though he could devour a whole cow. Sun Heong was preoccupied with replying to messages. After 10 minutes of silent eating, when Shen Shangnian finally felt satiated, he remembered to inquire about his good friend. "Is something going on with you?" "What?" Sun Heong looked up, confused. Shen Shangnian raised an eyebrow and glanced at his phone. "Your phone has been buzzing incessantly." "You're overthinking it," Sun Heong replied, his expression complicated. "It's a guy." "A guy?" Shen Shangnian was taken aback. "Yes," Sun Heong nodded, muttering, "It's my blind date's little uncle. He is currently pursuing a girl who enjoys gaming, which he isn't very good at, so he came to seek my advice." Shen Shangnian pondered for a while, but could not comprehend why one would need to seek help for gaming. Isn't it something one could pick up with hands? They had ordered an Ingyang hot pot, with one side red and the other white, steam rising vigorously. "By the way, what gift did you prepare for your stepmother?" Sun Heong asked. Shen Shangnian raised his cup to sip some water, a half-smile on his lips. "I pre-ordered flowers and bought an artwork." The words sounded quite normal upon hearing them. Sun Heong squinted, sensing that there was something ulterior in Shen Shangnian's demeanor. Shen Shangnian let out a cold laugh. "Compared to my intentions, my fist is far more malicious. Would you care to experience it?" Sun Heong promptly closed his mouth, yielding. At that moment, the door of the hot pot restaurant swung shut, only to be pushed open again by a group of people entering from outside. The front desk attendant cast a glance and, seeing it was a group likely just off work, hurried over. "Good evening, how many of you?" The leading individual, clad in a jacket, wore a warm smile. "6 of us." The restaurant had just the right number of 4- and 6-person tables available. Shen Shangnian and Sun Heong were engrossed in their conversation when new guests arrived at the adjacent table. Shen Shangnian couldn't be bothered to shift his gaze until he heard a prolonged voice. Chen Zhijuan, what kind of dipping sauce do you prefer? The tone rose, each word brimming with joy. Shen Shangnian paused momentarily, thinking, damn. Sun Heong was even more excited, abruptly turning his head. Jioga? Across the narrow aisle stood a man clad in a simple white sweater, his sleeves rolled up to reveal clean, slender wrist bones, devoid of any watch, exuding an air of elegance. Sun Heong's loud voice drew the attention of the entire table, especially Tang Wan, whose gaze swept over Sun Heong before quickly landing on the person opposite him. He sat with a casual demeanor, slightly slender, and from a side glance, his shoulders and back appeared rather slight. Unlike last time, his hair had transformed into a striking white, presumably freshly dyed, and it was exceptionally voluminous, styled to perfection. He looked even more handsome than those popular male stars online. Lucy nudged Chen Zhijuan with his elbow, remarking, your childhood friend looks quite dashing today. Observing Shen Shangnian's indifferent profile, Chen Zhijuan understood he would not extend any greetings, so he withdrew his gaze, acknowledging he had always been quite handsome. Lucy chuckled softly. Dr. Chen is quite protective. However, Tang Wan could not share in the humor. Seated directly across from Chen Zhijuan, he could easily discern his expressions. Today was supposed to be a departmental gathering. This hot pot restaurant was conveniently located near their hospital, and Tang Wan had taken the initiative to suggest it. After studying abroad for so long, what he missed the most was not his family, but rather Chinese cuisine. Chen Zhijuan had 2 surgeries earlier in the day and would be on night duty later, leaving him quite busy. It was only now, after a long day of ward rounds and surgeries, that he could take a moment to enjoy dinner. He had been too fatigued on the way here to show much emotion, but now his eyes were gently curved and his expression appeared soft. Although the hot pot was undeniably fragrant, Tang Wan found it hard to swallow. After greeting Chen Zhijuan, Sun Heong curiously glanced at a certain young man at the table who had been keeping his head down. Why are you so quiet? Shen Shangnian replied coldly. Because I do not enjoy talking. Sun Heong remarked, that's outrageous. Shen Shangnian used to be quite talkative in school, but in recent years, he had grown increasingly taciturn. One could only wonder if something was amiss. Sun Heong lowered his head to fish for some beef, took a couple bites, then suddenly looked up again, asking, did you and brother want to have a quarrel? Shen Shangnian paused, responding frostily, what does that have to do with you? His tone was frigid, yet tinged with sarcasm. Sun Heong immediately understood. They had indeed quarreled. It seemed brother Wan had yet to make amends. He quietly sipped his water, a hint of amusement in his gaze. They had arrived relatively early and had nearly finished eating by this point. As Sun Heong called for the bill, a young girl in a JK skirt approached. Her face flushed. She paused at their table. After Sun Heong scanned the code to pay, the server handed him 2 mints. He tossed one to Shen Shangnian, then smiled at the young girl. Hello? Is there something you need? His expression, though slightly mischievous, was rendered innocent by the purity in his eyes, leaving no room for discomfort. The young girl blushed, thinking he is quite handsome. She turned to Shen Shangnian, clutching her phone, her cheeks reddening even more, shyly asking, may I add you on WeChat? Shen Shangnian was momentarily taken aback. With a mint still in his mouth, he replied effortlessly, my girlfriend might mind. Sorry. The young girl said, promptly retreating. Shen Shangnian continued to chew on the mint, suddenly sensing someone's gaze upon him. He paused, turning his head to look. Chen Zhijuan was watching him intently, his brow furrowed. What are you staring at? Shen Shangnian bit down on the mint, disdainfully averting his gaze before rising to leave. Lucy sighed and lightly tapped his bowl with chopsticks. Dr. Chen, they've all left. No need to keep watching. Chen Zhijuan lifted his cup and took a sip of water, his gaze averted. Lucy leaned closer, whispering, do you really have a girlfriend? No. Chen Zhijuan replied, lying. Lucy paused in surprise. How do you know? Just a guess, Chen Zhijuan said, the truth a tad too delicate to share. They had recently shared an intimate moment, and for a straightforward man, it was likely to shatter his entire world. There was hardly time for romance. Meanwhile, on the road, Shen Shangnian was driving while Sun Heong, seated in the passenger seat, was changing songs. My dad called again at noon, berating me, he said. Shen Shangnian lazily gripped the steering wheel, Is that something unusual? Sun Heong and his father argued every 3 days, with smaller squabbles in between. That is not the point. The important thing is, I'm preparing to start a business. Sun Heong insisted. After a brief silence, Shen Shangnian focused ahead. I have no money to lend you. He anticipated Sun Heong's response. Sun Heong choked momentarily. Aren't we supposed to be good brothers? Not really, Shen Shangnian replied coldly and callously. After a moment's thought, Sun Heong said, let us not call a loan. Let us start a business together. I believe the entertainment industry is ripe for investment. Shen Shangnian replied with disinterest. Am I mad? Why would I forsake a good life to lose money with you? Sun Heong, feeling indignant, countered, I haven't even opened yet. Shen Shangnian pondered. Once you start making money, then I'll consider investing. Sun Heong fell silent, frustrated. As he prepared to exit the vehicle, he gave Shen Shangnian the finger. Chapter 12. He belongs to me. On Su Ruoyan's birthday, all the servants at the Shen residence busied themselves from early morning. By 7 or 8 in the evening, guests began to arrive. Sun Heong was impeccably dressed in a sleek black suit, looking elegant and poised. The Sun family had business ties with the Shen family. And as Sun Heong entered behind his aunt, Su Ruoyan approached him with a warm greeting. You seem to be getting younger, Sun Ro remarked as she patted Su Ruoyan's hand. Su Ruoyan smiled. Sister-in-law, your words are as delightful as ever. Sun Heong, listening nearby, felt a pang of irritation. He found such social exchanges tiresome, though he concealed his annoyance. After their conversation, Su Ruoyan's gaze shifted to Sun Heong, noting how he had indeed blossomed into a remarkable young man. Sun Ro sighed. Please don't say that. My brother, and I just hope he can enjoy life without worrying about starting a business. I don't know what has gotten into him lately. Su Ruoyan gently replied. Isn't starting a business a good thing? Sun Ro retorted. As parents, we understand our children's capabilities all too well. Mom, a clear voice interrupted their conversation. Both Sun Ro and Sun Heong turned to look. The newcomer, clad in a pristine white suit, was slender with fair skin, neatly styled black hair, and particularly striking brown eyes that conveyed a blend of melancholy and innocence. Little dear, come here, Su Ruoyan exclaimed, her smile genuine upon seeing him. Sun Heong felt the warmth in his gaze gradually fade. This was indeed the child Su Ruoyan had brought into the Shen family upon her marriage. Of a similar age to Shen Shangnian, though not the child of Shen Jingde, Su Shilu nonetheless received his affection. Approaching, Su Shilu cheerfully called out, Aunt's son, Brother Heong. Please don't call me that, Sun Heong said, feigning exaggeration as he rubbed his arms, smiling at the three with an unsettling charm. You mischievous child, Sun Roshuan remarked, gently tapping his shoulder, casting an apologetic glance at Su Ruoyan. Do not take it to heart. This child has been spoiled by my elder brother. It's nothing. Su Ruoyan had yet to speak when Su Shilu cheerfully interjected. You certainly know how to put on a show, Sun Heong thought. A commotion subtly emerged from the entrance, prompting Su Ruoyan to turn her gaze. It's the Chen family, she noted, looking towards Sun Roshuan with a smile. Please make yourselves comfortable. I shall attend to the guests. Go ahead, Sun Roshuan waved her off. Once Su Ruoyan and Su Shilu departed, Sun Roshuan turned abruptly, delivering a playful slap to Sun Heong's shoulder. Why do you keep hitting me? Sun Heong protested, cradling his shoulder in mock dismay. You deserve it, Sun Roshuan retorted. While I acknowledge your good rapport with Nian, Su Ruoyan is still present. You cannot openly ridicule her son in her presence. I don't care, Sun Heong replied defiantly. I simply cannot tolerate that green tea. Sun Roshuan inhaled deeply. You are truly foolish. If you belittle her son today, she is known to hold a grudge. How do you think she will retaliate? With your father and me around, she won't dare touch you directly, but she will certainly go after Nian. Sun Heong fell silent, a twinge of guilt creeping in, prompting him to pull out his phone and message his good friend. Brother, I'm sorry, Shen Shangnian replied instantly. Question mark. Sun Heong continued. I just did something I regret. Shen Shangnian, go on. Sun Heong. I scolded that green tea in front of your stepmother. Shen Shangnian did not respond. Half a minute later, Sun Heong received a red envelope, which astonished him. Upon opening it, he discovered 200 yuan. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he messaged, Brother, you're so kind. You even know how to comfort me. Shen Shangnian, are you lacking a screw in your head? Sun Heong, why are you scolding me? Shen Shangnian did not reply. Sun Heong sent a sticker. When will you come? Shen Shangnian, soon, don't rush me. Xiaowan appeared unchanged from before. Su Ruoyan remarked softly. Chen's mother smiled. Only a bit thinner. Indeed, not much has changed. However, your Shirlu, after studying abroad, has improved in demeanor. While the elders exchanged pleasantries, Su Shirlu remained quietly reserved, his hands nervously clasped, secretly glancing at Chen Zhijuan. The man, clad in a tailored black suit, stood tall and elegant, exuding an air of aristocracy reminiscent of a noble lineage, his presence akin to that of a lustrous piece of jade, warm to the touch. Brother Zhijuan. Su Shirlu felt warmth rise to his cheeks, his heart racing. Amidst the pounding of his heart, those dark eyes turned towards him. What is the matter? He stammered, feeling shy. It's been a while. Chen Zhijuan appeared momentarily taken aback before responding with a soft, whom Su Shirlu intended to express further thoughts. But upon inadvertently glancing towards the doorway, his gaze halted, and he instinctively exclaimed, Mother! Su Ruoyan, filled with curiosity, turned to look towards the entrance, her face adorned with surprise. Chen Mu and Chen Zhijuan, noticing this, both turned to see what had captured their attention. A young couple entered through the doorway. The woman possessed a delicate figure, clad in a sleeveless wine-red gown, her long, cascading curls framing a face of exquisite beauty. However, it was the man beside her that truly astonished everyone. With striking white hair, he wore a rather ordinary loose-fitting black windbreaker and black jeans, cradling a bouquet of white flowers in his arms. It was none other than Shen Shangnian, though his attire seemed more suited for a grave visit than a birthday celebration. Shen Shangnian scanned the room, his gaze settling on Su Ruoyan, a playful smile curling upon his lips as he approached. Aunt Su, he greeted warmly. Su Ruoyan felt a chill run down her spine. What is going on? Over the years, she had crossed paths with Shen Shangnian on numerous occasions, and his increasingly insidious tactics had begun to instill a sense of dread within her. Happy birthday, the young man declared, his eyes appearing genuinely sincere as he presented the flowers he had meticulously chosen. Su Ruoyan's expression stiffened momentarily. From a distance, Shen Jingde spotted his eldest son and, witnessing Shen Shangnian offering flowers to Su Ruoyan, felt a surge of pride as he approached. Finally, Nian is showing some sense. Su Ruoyan clenched her jaw, reluctantly accepting the flowers. Shen Shangnian's eyes sparkled as he observed her. Aunt Su, do you like them? Taking a deep breath, Su Ruoyan played along. I adore them. Thank you, Nian. Su Shirlu, unwilling to remain silent, called out, but was discreetly silenced by a gentle pinch from Su Ruoyan. He closed his mouth, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Chen Zhijuan, who had maintained a cool and composed demeanor since entering, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. Yet at that moment, his unwavering gaze was fixed intently on Shen Shangnian, his displeasure palpable. Unbeknownst to him, the intensity of his focus on Shen Shangnian was evident. Su Shirlu bit his lip in frustration. Shen Jingde's attention shifted to the young woman accompanying Shen Shangnian, his mind racing as he suddenly inquired, Young lady, how old are you this year? 28, she replied, which was merely 2 years her junior, presenting a minor age difference. Shen Jingde contemplated how to address her. You can call me Xiao Ba, she responded sweetly. Xiao Ba. Shen Jingde mused internally, finding the name rather peculiar, yet maintaining an outwardly benevolent expression. Are you currently employed? Yes, Xiao Ba replied. I am a freelancer. I see. Shen Jingde continued his inquiry. What do your parents do? My parents are both teachers, Xiao Ba stated. Ah, a family of scholars, Shen Jingde noted, accustomed to his authoritative demeanor in the corporate world, which often elicited astonishment from those around him. No, Xiao Ba quickly denied. Is there a meaning behind your name? Shen Jingde asked. Not really, Xiao Ba replied. Shen Shangnian, arms crossed, observed the exchange with amusement and interjected casually. Her last name is Lao. Lao? Shen Jingde inquired, perplexed. Shen Jingde inquired about the age of the teacher. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he silently repeated, Old 8. Old 8, Old 8. Shen Shangnian's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, which he then endeavored to suppress. Clearing his throat, he swiftly seized a moment before the old man could react, asking, "Do you find little 8 beautiful?" Shen Jingda nodded, affirming her beauty, albeit commenting that she was merely a suitable match for his son. Shen Shangnian then placed an arm around little 8's shoulders, inquiring about her character. "She is very gentle, truly delightful," Shen Jingda praised, cultured and well-mannered. Little 8, flattered by the compliments, felt her cheeks flush. "Father, are you satisfied?" Shen Shangnian queried, having not referred to him as dad for quite some time. Shen Jingda's face flushed with excitement, a clear indication of his immense satisfaction. "I am also pleased," Shen Shangnian replied, releasing his hold and turning to Su Ruoyan. "Since my father has given his approval, Aunt Su, please make arrangements to leave and clear a space for our little 8. She's now my new stepmother." "What?" Su Ruoyan exclaimed, momentarily doubting her hearing. Shen Shangnian gazed at his father innocently. "Aren't you quite pleased? You seem bashful. Your face is all red." Shen Jingda's facial muscles twitched violently, nearly gasping for breath. Su Ruoyan quickly summoned the butler to assist Shen Jingda to a resting area. With a sigh, she cautioned, "Nian Nian, your father's blood pressure is rising. The doctor advised him to maintain emotional stability. Please refrain from such frivolous jokes in the future." Her tone lacked reproach, resembling more a gentle reminder from an elder to a younger. "You are an adult now. Such impolite antics are unbecoming. Look at your brother and then at Zhijuan. Everyone has their own pursuits." Shen Shangnian's lips barely moved, expressing disinterest. He turned and exited once more. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew peculiar for a fleeting moment before returning to normal. The invited guests were familiar faces from the Shen family, well aware of the tensions between the young master and his stepmother. Nian seems to be in a foul mood. Perhaps you should check on him," Chen Mu suggested quietly. Chen Zhijuan nodded in agreement. The outdoor garden awaited beyond the hall, yet upon stepping outside, Chen Zhijuan found no sign of Shen Shangnian. After searching in vain, he was about to call when a voice interrupted from behind. "Zhijuan, brother." Chen Zhijuan lowered his phone and turned to see a face flushed with color. "What is it?" he replied, maintaining his customary cool demeanor. Su Silu, with a hint of grievance, responded, "I merely wish to ask if you were encountering any difficulties. There is no need to be so resistant." "I'm not a bad child." Su Shilu had followed Su Ruoyan to Beicheng at the tender age of 5. At that time, the Chen and Shen families resided in the same luxurious neighborhood, surrounded by affluent individuals. Su Ruoyan encouraged Su Shilu to venture out and make new friends, believing that cultivating relationships was beneficial. However, Su Shilu had only desire to play with Chen Zhijuan. Children of 5 or 6 are often boisterous, engaging in water gun fights, playing in the sand, climbing trees, and catching tadpoles. Among all the children in the neighborhood, only Chen Zhijuan stood apart. He was quiet, donned in the pristine white shoes prepared by the nanny, which remained immaculate even after a day of play. Yet, he was not ostracized. A group of children were catching tadpoles in the river, while Chen Zhijuan sat on a small stool by the shore, resting his chin on his hand and observing. Su Shilu, gathering his courage for the first time, sat beside him and asked in a soft, childlike voice, "Hello, my name is Little Deer. Would you like to play with me?" Chen Zhijuan had dark eyes, and the delicate sunlight cast upon him made him appear almost luminous. He remained silent. Instead, it was Shen Shangnian, who was splashing in the river and covered in mud, who noticed him, clambering up the bank with muddy feet. His nose smeared with dirt from the other children, he demanded, "Move aside." Displeased, he seized Chen Zhijuan's arm. It was summer, and Chen Zhijuan's arm was fair. Shen Shangnian's muddy hands left a mark on his porcelain skin. Su Shilu scolded, "You've dirted his arm. What business is it of yours?" Shen Shangnian retorted, releasing his grip and shielding Chen Zhijuan behind him. "He belongs to me. He won't play with you." Su Shilu's gaze traversed past Shen Shangnian to rest on Chen Zhijuan, who lowered his head, his dark hair obscuring his brows and eyes, fixated on the dirted skin of his arm. Su Shilu thought to himself that Chen Zhijuan must care deeply. Surely he loathed Shen Shangnian for this. Shen Shangnian, relying on his status as the leader of the children, treated Chen Zhijuan in such a manner. Thus, he boldly exclaimed, "He is a person, not an object, and does not belong to you." Shen Shangnian shouted back, "He belongs to me." Shen Shangnian harbored a deep disdain for this boy. Su Ruoyan brought Su Shilu into the Shen household, where Shen Shangnian reacted with clear resistance, even tossing Su Ruoyan's suitcase at the doorstep. After a few attempts to reason with him, Shen Jingde, realizing Shen Shangnian was unyielding, struck him across the face. It was the first time Shen Shangnian had ever been punished, and though the mark faded quickly, it left an indelible impression in his heart. Being so young, he found himself at a loss for words, only aware that he had lost his mother and, once more, felt the absence of his father, despite his father's physical presence. "He does not belong to you," Su Shilu echoed defiantly, drawing the attention of the children catching tadpoles in the river. Chapter 13. Unyielding, Su Shilu thought to himself that he must expose Shen Shangnian's selfish nature. "My mother said you're a selfish brat, just like your mother, who is domineering. Your mother is dead, and you have lost her. This is your fate." Even before he could finish, Shen Shangnian clenched his fist and lunged at him. Having fought with others from a young age, Shen Shangnian was no match for Su Shilu, who quickly found himself in tears, sprawled on the ground sobbing and calling for his mother. Shen Shangnian did not cry, sitting on the ground in a disheveled state. He wore shorts and a sleeveless t-shirt, which had been tugged during the scuffle, leaving the neckline stretched. A red string adorned his fair neck, from which hung a piece jade, an item his mother, Shangwan, had procured during her late-stage chemotherapy, just 3 months after her passing due to stomach cancer. Shen Shangnian was still very young, merely 5 years old. She was filled with unease and reluctance. Alas, fate was stingy, denying her the privilege of living a few more years. The boundless love, vast and indescribable, was ultimately confined within a small piece of jade symbolizing peace. Su Shilu cried out for his mother, while Shen Shangnian remained silent, clutching the jade tightly. Shen Shangnian, Chen Zhijuan, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. The child sitting on the ground looked over in confusion. Chen Zhijuan approached, his demeanor still immaculate, with skin as porcelain white as snow, dark hair, and deep-set eyes. Shen Shangnian looked up at him, watching as he squatted down, retrieving a pack of wet wipes from his pocket, his other hand gently lifting Shen Shangnian's chin. Obediently, Shen Shangnian raised his head. With a serene expression, Chen Zhijuan wiped the tip of his nose and chin, meticulously cleaning his arms, one finger at a time, as he replaced the wet wipes again and again. A total of 10 wipes were used, leaving Shen Shangnian spotless. In a soft voice, he remarked, "You haven't cleaned your arm." "I'm fine," Chen Zhijuan replied, glancing down at the deep crimson bite marks Su Shilu had left on Shen Shangnian's arm. "Does it hurt?" Shen Shangnian nodded. "You should apply some medicine." Chen Zhijuan picked up the 10 soiled wipes from the ground. Now looking pristine, Shen Shangnian followed him eagerly. Su Shilu lay on the ground, tears spent, ignored by everyone until he eventually returned home alone. In a fit of rebellion, Su Shilu smeared more dirt on himself, tousled his hair, and pinched his thighs to leave marks. When Su Ruoyan saw him, her heart ached. She called Shen Jingde to come home, and upon his arrival, he erupted in fury. When Shen Shangnian returned, he was met with a harsh reprimand. "He is your younger brother. Do you understand what it means to respect your elders and cherish the young?" Silent tears streamed down Shen Shangnian's face as he bit his lip, refraining from speaking. Su Shilu sat across from him, nestled in Su Ruoyan's embrace. Gently, she stroked his head, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Su Shilu, feeling wronged, curled up her arms and replied, "It does." A sense of satisfaction washed over him from his act of revenge, yet a deeper feeling of discontent lingered. He resented Chen Zhijuan for ignoring him. He hadn't done anything wrong or said anything inappropriate. He merely desired friendship. So why was he disregarded? When Su Shilu had lived in the village with Su Ruoyan, his fair skin and adorable appearance endeared him to the elders who adored him. Everyone had gravitated toward him. Yet here, all attention was on Shen Shangnian, a disparity he struggled to accept. He felt a pent-up frustration. Even though Shen Shangnian had faced consequences, he could not let it go. Each time Su Shilu approached Chen Zhijuan, Shen Shangnian would invariably step in, urging him to stay away. Chapter 14. He is a straight man during elementary school. Su Shilu and Chen Zhijuan were in the same class, but Shen Shangnian was also present. On the first day of school, Su Shilu donned his uniform, his backpack filled with pencils and erasers prepared by Su Ruoyan, while Shen Shangnian carried an empty bag. In the first lesson, the teacher instructed everyone to place their pencil cases and notebooks on the desks. Shen Shangnian's desk was devoid of any items. At Shen Jingda's company, they were currently engrossed in their busy schedule, leaving no time to manage what Shen Shangnian brought to school. The household servants were attentive to Su Ruoyan's demeanor. Su Shilu was poised to witness Shen Shangnian's embarrassment. However, Chen Zhijuan rummaged through his backpack and produced 2 pencil cases, 2 erasers, and 2 notebooks. He generously shared a portion with Shen Shangnian. Su Shilu silently contemplated that once Chen Zhijuan ceased to pay attention to Shen Shangnian, he would finally relish the spectacle of Shen Shangnian's misfortune. Su Shilu understood the art of endearment. He had diligently studied since childhood, consistently ranking second in class, as the first place was invariably occupied by Chen Zhijuan. Unyielding in his excellence, Chen Zhijuan topped every examination, achieving nearly perfect scores. Initially, Su Shilu felt a twinge of resentment, yearning for a moment to claim the first position. Yet, as time wore on, he relinquished those aspirations, recognizing that Chen Zhijuan's perfect scores stemmed from the limited grading scale, while his own perfect scores were the fruit of considerable effort. From a young age, Su Shilu had admired the strong, and he could not quench his desire for Chen Zhijuan. The more Chen Zhijuan ignored him, the more he yearned for acquaintance. What began as a simple wish to befriend him gradually morphed into a more clandestine longing, so subtle that no one but himself was aware of it. After 3 years abroad, Chen Zhijuan returned seemingly unchanged, yet undeniably more handsome than before. Su Shilu found it challenging to articulate his feelings. He simply knew his heart raced faster, and his gaze was fixated. When Chen Zhijuan cast a fleeting glance at him, Su Shilu felt an undeniable tension. "You matter not. Good or bad," Chen Zhijuan remarked detachedly. Su Shilu froze momentarily, then inhaled deeply and took a few steps forward. With one hand in his pocket, Chen Zhijuan's expression remained neutral as he commanded, "Stop." Obediently, Su Shilu halted, standing merely a step away from Chen Zhijuan. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Brother Zhijuan, do you like Shen Shangnian? The kind of liking that desires intimacy?" Chen Zhijuan's expression remained unchanged, his dark eyes scrutinizing Su Shilu, as if weighing the intent behind his question. Finally, he tilted his head slightly. "What relevance does this hold for you?" Indeed, it bore no relevance. Su Shilu felt as if a needle had pricked his heart, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Yet he maintained a facade of composure, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "But Brother Zhijuan, he is straight." The statement cut deeper than any blade, piercing through to the very core of one's heart. Chen Zhijuan stood still, yet his thoughts drifted back to a humid, rainy day. Shen Shangnian had attended a vocational college, graduating in 3 years. In contrast, Chen Zhijuan's undergraduate studies spanned 5 years, meaning that by the time he took his graduation photos, Shen Shangnian had already completed his education. On the day of the graduation photo shoot, Shen Shangnian donned light blue straight-leg jeans paired with a white t-shirt emblazoned with a Shiba Inu. He spent his days frolicking with Sun Heong, exuding a youthful exuberance, despite his striking good looks, which attracted an unceasing stream of female admirers seeking his contact information. Chen Zhijuan felt an incessant unease whenever he found himself apart from others, necessitating that he keep them close at hand, ever watchful. When it came time for their class to take graduation photos, Shen Shangnian ventured to the supermarket to procure some cola. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zhijuan acquiesced. The graduation photos were swiftly completed, and Chen Zhijuan, clutching Shen Shangnian's camera, awaited his return at the entrance of the library. The sun was not particularly bright that day. The light was somewhat subdued, and ominous clouds began to gather, rolling in darkly as numerous students hastily fled, proclaiming that rain was imminent. Chen Zhijuan, slightly familiar with the voice that called out, looked up from his phone to see a fair-skinned junior from his department. The junior shyly curved his lips and boldly declared, "I like you. Would you be my boyfriend?" "I'm sorry," Chen Zhijuan replied crisply, I already have someone I like. The junior's expression fell into disappointment. Yet, Chen Zhijuan's gaze drifted past him to the boy behind, who was holding the cola. The latter's face was ashen, his silence betraying a long, scrutinizing stare directed at them. Shen Shangnian was, without a doubt, a straight man. Chen Zhijuan understood this better than anyone. Just as he was about to speak, a cold and sardonic voice interrupted. Are you two engaged in some romantic exchange? Turning around, Chen Zhijuan found Shen Shangnian leaning against the corridor pillar, arms crossed, observing them with nonchalance. Shen Shangnian had always maintained that there existed a magnetic field between individuals. He and Su Shilu simply did not align. From the moment Su Shilu entered their home, it was clear they were destined for conflict. Chapter 15. Does it still hurt? Shen Shangnian vividly recalled the first time Su Shilu laid eyes on him, clutching an Ultraman toy and examining him with a curious gaze that unsettled Shen Shangnian. Su Shilu innocently inquired, I heard your mother passed away. Why aren't you sad? In the past, had Shen Shangnian seen Su Shilu so close to Chen Zhijuan, he would have been displeased and intervened. Yet now, he merely stood observing, using sarcasm to mask his inner turmoil. Their identities had become misaligned. 3 years had drawn them apart. A sense of belonging is a challenging concept to articulate. 3 years prior, when Shen Shangnian first encountered Chen Zhijuan, he could distinctly affirm that this person was his. He could have made numerous unreasonable demands, such as forbidding any interaction with Su Shilu, prohibiting secrets, and not allowing anger to manifest. However, now, any such declarations felt entirely inappropriate. No, Chen Zhijuan stepped back, creating distance between himself and Su Shilu. I was looking for you. Shen Shangnian blinked in surprise. What do you need me for? To see if you were feeling down. What does my mood have to do with you? Shen Shangnian's words dripped with sarcasm. Brother Zhijuan is concerned for you. Su Shilu interjected, a sweet smile gracing his lips, eyes filled with disbelief. How can you speak to him like that? Ignoring him entirely, Shen Shangnian had initially engaged in arguments with Su Shilu, but after suffering multiple defeats, he learned to disregard him. With no one paying Su Shilu any heed, he soon deemed himself uninteresting and departed. Chen Zhijuan stepped closer, gazing up at him from the 2 steps below. How is your health? The backyard was tranquil, the corridor's light casting a glow on his pale, jade-like cheek. His white hair was slightly disheveled. Shen Shangnian raked his fingers through his hair, replying, I am quite well. Chen Zhijuan's gaze remained calm, akin to a serene river. I meant what happened that night. He paused, then asked bluntly, Does your backside still hurt? Shen Shangnian stood upright abruptly, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks, reminiscent of a cat startled into fur, standing on end. Do you have no shame? The first 2 words were spoken with considerable volume, while the latter trailed off into a whisper as he glanced around, wary of someone eavesdropping on Chen Zhijuan's question. How is that shameless? Chen Zhijuan arched an eyebrow in retort. Shen Shangnian remarked, Indeed. A trip abroad has certainly thickened your skin. Still painful? Chen Zhijuan inquired once more. Irritated, Shen Shangnian tugged at his hair. No, it never hurt, all right? You overestimate your own prowess. Chen Zhijuan pursed his lips, yet you cried that night. Shen Shangnian's face flushed deeper, the zipper of his jacket not fully fastened, exposing his Adam's apple. The warmth spread from his neck to the tips of his ears. He felt like a shaken bottle of soda, bubbling with foam, on the verge of bursting. I cried. Nonsense. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Shen Shangnian continued, Forget it. I've already moved past that night. Please refrain from mentioning it again. Chen Zhijuan maintained a composed expression, remaining silent. Shen Shangnian zipped up his jacket, muttering, That was merely an accident. You need not feel remorse. We are all adults, and I shan't dwell on such matters. In truth, Shen Shangnian had always been reluctant to revisit the events of that night, for it was too chaotic, so chaotic that he awoke the next morning still believing it had all been a dream. You're truly remarkable. Chen Zhijuan scoffed coldly. Shen Shangnian blinked, not looking at Chen Zhijuan, but instead at the cherry tree in the backyard. The autumn night was silent, and the cherry tree had long shed its leaves. It bloomed in March and April, and Madame Shang had loved cherries dearly. After her passing, a new mistress had moved into the residence, one who favored roses, transforming the household to her liking. The remnants of Madame Shang dwindled, and the cherry tree was left unattended, remaining through the passage of time. Shen Shangnian seldom left anything behind, neither Madame Shang nor her belongings, nor Chen Zhijuan. I know, I am remarkable, he declared as he donned the hood of his jacket and turned to leave. Shen Shangnian did not return for the gathering. Instead, he drove away, casually tipping the curly-haired beauty he had encountered 300 yuan. The names Xiao Ba and Lao Ba were mere fabrications, and the beauty had been summoned through a delivery service. The house was quiet as Shen Shangnian poured himself a glass of warm water. When his phone rang, he glanced at the caller ID, which read Blind Old Man. He stood still for a moment before answering. "Where are you?" "At home," he replied, "in my own abode." As Shen Jingda gasped for breath, he realized that the guests had yet to leave, yet he chose to depart first. He pondered the appropriateness of his decision. "What distinguishes me from the guests?" Shen Shangnian retorted coolly. Shen Jingda fell silent. "My mother is no longer alive. Have you considered how it feels for me to deliver a birthday gift to your wife on her behalf?" After a moment of silence, Shen Jingda hung up the phone. Shen Shangnian tossed his phone aside. Chapter 16. Arrival of the Red that night. Shen Shangnian experienced a dream akin to a spring reverie. The atmosphere was damp and stifling, making it difficult to breathe. In the dream, a figure gripped his waist tightly. The pain was so intense that his legs trembled. He felt ensnared by the pillow. Tears and sweat mingled, rendering him speechless from agony. The figure's other hand caressed his cheek, tenderly massaging it, softly murmuring, "Baby, it doesn't hurt." The term "baby" sent shivers down Shen Shangnian's spine, as if a gust of wind had blown through his ears. He was seething with indignation, thinking, what a deceiver. It truly hurts. Upon waking, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating the entire bedroom. His breath quickened, and sweat beaded on his forehead. It seemed not a mere spring dream, but a recollection of that fateful night. Shen Shangnian opened the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of chilled mineral water, and took a couple of swigs, finally quelling the oppressive sensation within him. He glanced at his phone. Sun He had sent several messages. Sun He, Niange. My dear Niange, are you awake? Sun He, let me know when you wake up. Okay, Niange. When in high spirits, he affectionately called him Nian Nian, but when displeased, he would refer to him by his full name, Shen Shangnian. The use of Nian Gu typically signified a request. Shen Shangnian responded with a simple. Sun He replied instantly. Niange, would you like to accompany me to check out the new company? Sun He anticipated Shen Shangnian's refusal. Yet after a brief pause of about half a minute, he received a message. Shen Shangnian, all right. Sun He drove to pick up Shen Shangnian. As he entered the car, Sun He, chewing on a bag of soy milk, mumbled, "I brought you breakfast." On the passenger seat lay an exquisitely packaged bag. Inside were a basket of dumplings and a cup of pumpkin porridge. Shen Shangnian opened a straw and took a sip of the porridge, feeling some relief in his stomach. Still groggy from sleep, he leaned against the window, slowly savoring the porridge. Sun He chattered on. You missed how overly dramatic that little green tea was when cutting the cake yesterday, claiming she had to wait for you, insisting that the family should be together. Shen Shangnian chuckled softly. Such a show. He then added, by the way, after you left, Wan Gu also departed. He paused. But I am indifferent to his affairs. Sun He replied, understood. So, they haven't reconciled yet. The company Sun He spoke of was located in an office building by the Bay River, which had lavishly rented 6 floors. The Bay River encircles the northern city, boasting a picturesque environment, with numerous Eastport club bases situated nearby. The company had just completed its renovation and had yet to display its name. Upon arriving at the reception, Sun Heong stroked his chin and inquired, Niange, are you truly not considering joining me? I believe this company has a promising future. Shen Shangnian was gazing upwards, fixated on the paintings adorning the walls. Clad in a sweater, his slightly tousled white hair and the strands falling over his forehead obscured his brow and eyes. His thin lips, sharply defined, appeared even more alluring from the side, accentuated by the prominent Cupid's bow. I do not particularly favor this painting, he remarked coldly, interrupting Sun Heong's incessant chatter. Initially, Sun Heong was taken aback, but soon realized that Shun's tone implied acceptance. Yes, he exclaimed, leaping with excitement, Boss Shun. Let us step inside and discuss further. Evidently prepared, Sun Heong transitioned from the artist training program to the company's forthcoming public listing. Shen Shangnian listened attentively at first, but became fatigued and halted the conversation. Sun Heong paused to sip some water and asked, What do you think? Quite good, Shen Shangnian replied, nestled into the sofa with a cushion in his arms. I will transfer the funds to your account when the time comes. Sound good, Sun Heong responded. What shall we name the company? How about Ninyong? Shen Shangnian replied. That sounds like a couple S business. Sun Heong shuddered at the thought. Let us choose another. What style do you prefer? Shen Shangnian inquired. Something more artistic, Sun Heong suggested. Upon hearing this, Shen Shangnian paused for 2 seconds, realizing it was somewhat beyond their capabilities. Shen Shangnian had scored 37 in Chinese during the college entrance examination, while Sun Heong managed only 28. Their Chinese teacher had been so exasperated that she called to express her frustration. Sun Heong sighed, his long legs spread apart. Had I known, I would have memorized more classical poetry in school. Even if you had, you wouldn't remember it now, Shen Shangnian teased. Sun Heong shot him a glare. How about we choose a more powerful name? Shen Shangnian concurred. That works. Sun Heong gazed skyward and casually remarked, What about coming to fame? Shen Shangnian continued to agree. That works. Sun Heong quipped, You're quite the machine. Given Shen's reluctance to engage in deep thought and his rather robotic demeanor, they definitively settled on a name coming to fame. They proceeded to register the company, with Sun Heong currently serving as the sole agent, initiating contact with artists while Shen Shangnian handled the remaining tasks. As novices in entrepreneurship, they took each step with a blend of busyness and novelty. Shen Shangnian was in search of a company nameplate and happened to know someone within their circle who specialized in such matters. He directly contacted them for a custom order. The acquaintance responded promptly, and upon seeing the name Shen Shangnian sent, he quipped, Nian Go, you truly are my only brother. After more than a month of hustle, Beijing entered the dry and chilly December. Jin Yin, having learned of their entrepreneurial venture, sought them out at the company. He appeared to have just finished recording a variety show, his makeup still intact, lips of vivid red, with delicate features and wide, innocent eyes. He donned a white baseball cap under which his blue hair peeked out. It was around 5 in the afternoon. The sun had already set, casting a pale light that conveyed the unique desolation of winter. The office was warm, maintaining a temperature above 25 degrees. Shen Shangnian lounged on the sofa, languidly engrossed in his game, his slender, fair fingers gliding over the screen of his phone. A knock resounded at the door. Assuming it to be a staff member, he casually replied, Come in. The door swung open, and instead of a courteous greeting, a lively voice chimed, Ding, ding, ding. I'm here. Jin Yin cheerfully sauntered in. Shen Shangnian swept his gaze over him and inquired, What brings you here? Jin Yin settled beside him, peering at his phone screen. I came to see if you're heading to the bar tonight, Brother Nian. Shen Shangnian pondered for a moment. He and T frequented the bar this past month and found himself somewhat nostalgic for it. Since he was feeling a bit bored at home, he nodded in agreement, also inviting Sun Heong along. Got it, Jin Yin responded. After this exchange, Shen Shangnian immersed himself back into his game. He was playing a lane match. After clearing the minion wave, he sneaked into the bushes in the mid lane to ambush the opposing mage. While lying in wait, he idly scrolled through the screen, extending his vision to observe the bustling development lane. Throughout this, Jin Yin's gaze remained fixed on him. Chapter 17. An affection for men. The office was sweltering, and the delicate, pale earlobes of Shen Shangnian flushed a soft pink from the heat, the hue creeping to his cheeks, while his lips turned an even deeper shade of crimson. With Christmas fast approaching, the outside world was adorned with bright red apples. Jin Yin glanced at his lips and was reminded of the plump, red apples he had just passed at the fruit stand, luscious and inviting, making one unable to resist the urge to kiss. Shen Shangnian successfully ambushed the opposing mage who had just emerged from a team battle, claiming the kill before returning to his lane to continue farming. Noticing Jin Yin's breath nearby, he instinctively lifted his head to meet the close visage, displaying little emotion before quickly retreating. Keep your distance. "Oh," Jin Yin murmured, a hint of disappointment shadowing his eyes. At the bar, Shen Shangnian emerged from the dance floor, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Scanning the vicinity, he spotted Sun Heong at the bar, flirting with a long-haired beauty nearby. The drink he held was refreshingly crisp, infused with lemon, a particularly special lemon, likely hailing from Brazil, basking in abundant sunlight, rich in nutrients, and beneficial for a woman's skin. Xiaoko, after drinking this, "You'll likely notice a significant improvement in your skin by tomorrow," Sun Heong remarked, dressed in a leather jacket with streaks of green and blue in his hair. Sun Heong exuded a fierce, urban vibe, yet his features bore the innocence of youth, with fair skin and round, cherubic features, revealing 2 canine teeth when he smiled. The beauty beside him, known as Xiaoko, seemingly harbored a crush on him. "Really?" "Fake," Shen Shangnian interjected, striding over and signaling the bartender for a drink. Sun Heong clicked his tongue and shot Shen Shangnian a glare. "Go dance if you're tired." Shen Shangnian took a sip of his drink, a sheen of perspiration dampening the white strands of hair on his forehead, his lips a striking red. "Then you should find Jin Yin to play with. Don't disturb my good fortune." Sun Heong was eager to find love, having last dated during university with a senior who had deemed him immature, leading to a swift breakup. Later, Sun Heong encountered other girls, shopping and watching movies, but each confession was met with rejection, ultimately leading to nothing. Over the years, the type of girls he favored remained consistent: tall, long-legged women with flowing hair, embodying a regal presence. Shen Shangnian, holding a glass in his thumb and forefinger, chuckled softly, "I shall not take my leave." Sun Heong felt an overwhelming urge to retch in frustration. He resolved to disregard Shen Shangnian and the enchanting lady beside him. However, upon turning his head, he found Xiaoko propping her chin, gazing intently at Shen Shangnian. Sensing the melancholic gaze of Sun Heong, Xiaoko felt a twinge of guilt. "Your friend is quite handsome." Sun Heong's lips twitched in irritation as he began to cast aspersions on Shen Shangnian. "What uses good looks? He prefers men." Xiaoko elongated the sound, her disappointment palpable. "Very well then." Although the charming fellow beside her was delightful, her heart still leaned towards the one who had just walked by. She stole a few more glances at him. He was engaged in conversation with the bartender, his profile refreshingly appealing, with his white hair reminiscent of a comic character, his eyes dancing in the light above the bar. Beneath his long lashes lay prominent eye bags, and his lips curved slightly, adorned with an elusive smile, cold and distant, evoking an air of inaccessibility. What a pity. Such handsome men are already taken. Xiaoko quickly regained her spirits and resumed conversation with Sun Heong. Shen Shangnian, possessing a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, remained clear-headed after 2 drinks. As he retrieved his phone to open WeChat, his fingers glided back and forth across the contact list, ultimately releasing it. In the past, Shen Shangnian had pinned certain contacts. Now none were pinned. He stared blankly at WeChat, the top of the list displaying an assistant from the company. Shen Shangnian's WeChat friends were nearly at capacity, with acquaintances labeled by their names, while lesser-known individuals bore distinguishing traits, such as drank in XX month or green-haired. Shen Shangnian took action, locating his blacklist. There was only one entry, a person whose avatar depicted a rather foolish-looking husky, simply noted as Zhijuan. Chapter 18, Utterly Ridiculous Brother Nian. A familiar voice fell upon his ears. Turning his head, Shen Shangnian saw Jin Yin approaching, wearing a hat. "Why didn't you inform me when you were drinking? What need is there to tell you?" Shen Shangnian replied, his tone icy. Jin Yin, unfazed by the cold reception, ordered a drink from the bartender. "Brother Nian, my contract with the company is about to be finalized. May I sign with your company then?" Shen Shangnian, having been lost in thought, responded perfunctorily. "Matters concerning artists are under Sun Heong's jurisdiction. Inquire with him." Jin Yin leaned against the bar, a sweet smile gracing his lips. "Then will you be happy?" "Happy?" Shen Shangnian recalled that Jin Yin seemed quite popular. His presence could indeed generate considerable profit for the company. "Happy." Upon receiving this affirmative response, Jin Yin's smile broadened even further. It was the first time in a long while that he had received such positive feedback. It appeared that Brother Nian held some interest in him after all. He found himself ensnared in a tacit understanding of ambiguity, feeling as if he were a bottle of carbonated water, violently shaken, poised to erupt at the moment the cap was released. Zhijuan could not remain still for a moment. He swayed this way and that, ultimately unable to resist glancing at Shen Shangnian. Shen Shangnian had taken out his phone. Engrossed in its screen, Zhijuan leaned in for a closer look. It appeared to be a blacklist on WeChat. Huan? Zhijuan inquired softly. Who is that? Shen Shangnian promptly shut his phone, realizing he was at a loss for an answer. A friend. A friend who has been blacklisted? Zhijuan resolved to delve deeper into Shen Shangnian's world. We had a falling out, Shen Shangnian casually remarked. After taking a sip of his drink, which had been chilled with ice, his tongue tingled slightly. A falling out? Zhijuan echoed, suddenly propping his chin in his hand and looking at him. You had a falling out, yet still find yourself peering at their WeChat profile. It seems you have not quite moved on. Shen Shangnian tightened his grip on the glass, the corners of his lips stiffening. He did not respond, yet Zhijuan understood. Those who thrive in the entertainment industry are keen observers of nuance. I once had a brother. We had a falling out in high school, and we ceased all communication for quite some time, only for him to enter the industry as well. Shen Shangnian's expression shifted slightly. And have you reconciled? Yes, Zhijuan replied. Though it is not quite as it once was, we can at least dine together occasionally. Shen Shangnian cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance. How did you reconcile? I took the initiative to ask for his contact details and inquired if he would like to share a meal with me. Zhijuan reflected. He agreed, and we shared a drink, thus mending our rift. Many things need not be articulated. A mutual understanding suffices. What caused your falling out? Shen Shangnian asked. Zhijuan paused, raising his glass to his lips, a hint of embarrassment evident because of a love letter. Shen Shangnian's interest was piqued instantly. What love letter? Zhijuan found himself lost in reminiscence, observing the bartender's movements. He had a crush on our class's literary committee member during high school. He was rather shy and reserved, never daring to confess until Christmas of our senior year. I encouraged him to confess his feelings. I offered numerous suggestions, yet he disregarded them all and meticulously penned a love letter for an entire day, neglecting his studies and even facing punishment for failing to answer a math teacher's question. My curiosity was piqued. I wondered what he had written that warranted an entire day of writing. I asked to see it to help him refine it. He had always obliged my requests, but that time he refused vehemently. The more resolute he was, the more intrigued I became. So, while he was in the restroom, I seized the opportunity to sneak a glance at his love letter. Shen Shangnian stared. And then he caught you? Yes, Zhijuan nodded gently. I managed to read just 2 lines before he returned. This usually stoic individual was furiously angry with me for the first time. I, concerned with my pride, felt he was neglecting his humanity for the sake of a romantic interest, and in a fit of anger, I changed seats with someone else. Initially, it was merely a change of seats. He often thought that in a couple of days, once that insufferable fellow came to appease him, he would descend the steps with ease. However, he never showed up. Zhijuan steeled himself, continuing the silent treatment. Such is the nature of relationships. Once you cease to reach out, and the other party does not either, the bond gradually fades. What may have begun as a mere miscommunication can, over time, escalate into a significant discord, particularly when both parties refuse to yield. Shen Shangnian murmured, "It's different." Zhijuan, pulled from his reverie, inquired, "What is different?" "The situation between him and me is different," Shen Shangnian replied. "What about the two of you?" "He insulted me." Zhijuan was taken aback by this response. Was that not rather commonplace? Friends often exchange barbs in jest. Shen Shangnian lowered his head, his sweater collar hanging loose, revealing a slender, pale neck that appeared soft under the bright overhead lights. His words were harsh. During the initial period after Chen Zhijuan went abroad, Shen Shangnian would frequently find himself sleepless. He often sat up in silence, clutching his blanket, as that one phrase echoed in his mind. "Shen Shangnian, where is your upbringing?" Simultaneously, there were those cold, indifferent eyes, devoid of warmth, scrutinizing him. In front of others, they peeled away the superficial layer of Shen Shangnian, exposing the chaos within. He reflected upon the lack of upbringing. His mother had passed away long ago, and his father belonged to another. He was vulgar and debauched, uneducated and ignorant, utterly laughable. Zhijuan, taken aback, asked, "How harsh was it?" Shen Shangnian fell silent, offering no response. Zhijuan, perceiving the unspoken tension, refrained from further inquiry and raised his glass. Taking a drink, Shen Shangnian cast a glance in his direction, clinking his glass against Zhijuan's. When Sun Heong and Xiao Ke finished their conversation and Xiao Ku suggested leaving, Zhijuan turned to find Shen Shangnian and himself quite intoxicated. Zhijuan lay sprawled across the table, seemingly asleep. Shen Shangnian, with his head bowed, scrolled through WeChat. He appeared relatively sober, yet his cheeks and the corners of his eyes were flushed, a telltale sign of inebriation. "What are you doing?" Sun Heong asked, observing him. Shen Shangnian instinctively covered his phone. Sun Heong squinted, teasing, "Are you sending sweet nothings to a girl?" Shen Shangnian turned away, his hand shielding the microphone of his phone, whispering something inaudible to Sun Heong. At that time, the second hospital remained brightly lit. In the orthopedic surgery room, a patient under anesthesia lay in deep slumber. Once wheeled out, a young nurse stretched her arms. "Dr. Chen, your phone has rung several times." "I know," Chen Zhijuan replied, standing up, his voice muffled by the mask. He instructed, "Help me untie this." The nurse, trailing behind him, undid the ties of his surgical gown. Chen Zhijuan fluidly grasped the gown at the shoulders, shedding it and tossing it into the bin, revealing a military green scrubs underneath. The surgical gown is of a uniform size, categorized into small, medium, and large. His tall stature makes even the large trousers appear somewhat short, exposing his fair ankle and a small portion of his calf. The neckline plunges into a deep V, and the young nurse steals a glance at his neck. After averting her gaze, she exchanges a discreet glance with the anesthetist. The anesthetist, a young woman, sits at the computer and playfully winks at the nurse. Chen Zhijuan is in the process of removing his gloves, catching this silent interaction in his peripheral vision. He dismisses it, thinking nothing of it. The anesthetist, grinning, remarks, "It seems brother one has been devoid of nightlife these past few days." Recently, Chen Zhijuan had undergone surgery, and the clusters of deep crimson hickeys on his neck were quite striking. The nurse mutters, a typical manifestation of a man's unfulfilled desires. Chen Zhijuan removes his mask, and the scent of burnt flesh in the operating room intensifies. He picks up his phone, feeling a bit weary, and carelessly inputs his password. The moment he opens WeChat, his drowsiness evaporates. At the top of the chat window is a SpongeBob avatar, devoid of any notes, displaying his WeChat nickname, Breaking Shackles. This moniker, quite juvenile, has been used by Shen Shangnian for quite some time. There are 4 messages. The first is a string of garbled text, a likely result of his absent-minded typing and deleting. The second is simply 2 words, roll roll. The third and fourth messages are voice notes. The third is longer, while the fourth is shorter. Chen Zhijuan swallows lightly. Feeling fatigued, he sits in the swivel chair, resting his feet on the footrest. At this moment, he is alone in the operating room, with only the occasional sound of the instruments breaking the silence. A drunken voice resonates in the operating room. "Why don't you coax me? Apologize to me." Chen Zhijuan remains seated for a long time, expressionless, his head bowed as he repeatedly plays those 2 voice messages. After listening to them a dozen times, he dials a number. When Shen Shangnian's phone rings, Sun Heong has just dropped Zhijuan off at home. Shen Shangnian, slumped in the passenger seat, has fallen asleep with his eyes closed. Sun Heong picks up the phone and answers. "Where are you, Brother Wan?" He inquires. He is asleep. "I'm at his doorstep," Chen Zhijuan replies. "All right, I'll take it back now." Sun Heong breathes a sigh of relief, with the drunkard being cared for. He can now enjoy a gaming session with Xiao Ke. The 20-minute drive concludes as they reach Shen Shangnian's apartment just before midnight. As Sun Heong assists Shen Shangnian out of the elevator, he notices someone sitting on the ground by the entrance. The person appears weary, indifferent to the dirt, clad in sweatpants and a hoodie, engrossed in their phone. "Brother Wan?" Sun Heong expresses concern. "Perhaps you should head home to rest. You look quite tired." "Yem me fine," Chen Zhijuan replies, putting away his phone and instinctively glancing at Shen Shangnian. Shen Shangnian's bleary eyes struggle to discern the time. He approached Chen Zhijuan, who grasped his wrist and said to Sun Heong, "You carry on with your business. I shall take my leave." Sun Heong departed with a sense of relief. Shen Shangnian entered the house after inputting the password, changed into his slippers, and reclined on the sofa. Chen Zhijuan switched on the light, and upon discovering hot water in the dispenser, searched the kitchen but found no trace of honey. He poured a cup of hot water and set on the coffee table before ordering a delivery through an app. "I want to sleep," Shen Shangnian suddenly declared with formality. Chen Zhijuan sat on the carpet and replied, "Then sleep." "But I can't," Shen Shangnian retorted. "Why?" After contemplating for a long while, Shen Shangnian, long enough for Chen Zhijuan to nearly drift off, sat up again, lowered his gaze to Chen Zhijuan, and with a sulky expression said, "Because I would dream of you scolding me." Chen Zhijuan instantly became alert. He sat up straight, gazing at Shen Shangnian, whose tousled white hair and striking features were illuminated by the bright light above. He had always been an exceptionally handsome child, his features magnified perfectly. Thus, whenever Chen Zhijuan beheld him, he often reminisced about the 5- or 6-year-old Shen Shangnian. He had a fondness for milk powder, and even after weaning, he continued to enjoy it, particularly after the passing of Madame Shangwen. Shen Shangnian would consume 3 cups a day. However, moderation was essential, so Chen Zhijuan often supervised him to ensure his intake remained appropriate. Back then, Shen Shangnian was fair and tender-skinned, always accompanied by Chen Zhijuan wherever he went. "Don't grow up anymore," Chen Zhijuan suddenly remarked. "What?" Shen Shangnian failed to comprehend. Chen Zhijuan gazed at him, the corners of his lips curling slightly into a faint smile. "I mean, would you mind taking a sip of water?" "No." Shen Shangnian frowned. "Why do you scold me?" With a gentle tone, Chen Zhijuan replied, "Can we refrain from discussing this?" "No," Shen Shangnian insisted. "I am extremely, extremely angry," and he paused. Chen Zhijuan patiently waited and sat. In his inebriated state, Shen Shangnian was strikingly candid. Chen Zhijuan studied him for a long time before turning his face away, saying, "You hurt me first. I am more upset than you." "I'm not." Shen Shangnian's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can you slander me like this?" Chapter 20. What type? In the face of Shen Shangnian's inquiry, Chen Zhijuan remained composed. He offered a faint smile, appearing both gentle and distant. "Because you do not perceive it as harm." Shen Shangnian fell silent, furrowing his brow in deep thought. The delivery soon arrived. Chen Zhijuan prepared a cup of honey water, his voice languid. "Stop overthinking. Drink some honey water and sleep." Oh, Shen Shangnian found himself at a loss, and, feeling drowsy, obediently drank half a cup of honey water before retreating to the bedroom, where he quickly fell asleep. Shen Shangnian's sleeping posture was quite proper, with his hands resting flat on his abdomen and his lips tightly pressed together. He had once seen a film where someone poisoned the protagonist by dripping poison into their mouth while they slept. Thus, Shen Shangnian always kept his lips firmly sealed during slumber. Chen Zhijuan sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at his peacefully sleeping face. With delicate movements, he reached out to touch the soft earlobe, the tip of the nose, and the slightly plump bead of his lips. Shen Shangnian was deeply asleep, allowing him this rare moment of tranquility. As Chen Zhijuan observed his serene expression, memories of their second year of high school suddenly surfaced. At that time, Chen Zhijuan and Shen Shangnian were desk mates, and Shen Shangnian had slept through an entire mathematics class. During the break, 2 boys in the front row turned around, their faces brimming with curiosity, and asked, "Brother Nian, I heard that the literary committee member next door confessed to you. Why didn't you agree?" Shen Shangnian, just waking, lazily propped his chin on his hand, responding, "Because she's not my type. But that literary committee member is quite beautiful, fair and innocent." "What type do you prefer then?" Shen Shangnian pondered for a few moments. In those fleeting seconds, Chen Zhijuan stared at the problem, struggling to comprehend its meaning. Shen Shangnian finally said, "Someone more lively, with a cute appearance who smiles revealing their teeth, and loves to wear pink clothes." Chen Zhijuan lowered his gaze, absent-mindedly circling the text with a black pen. The boys in the front row chuckled mischievously. "You describe it so clearly, it seems you must already have someone you like." Shen Shangnian's pale cheeks flushed slightly with annoyance, which seemed more like embarrassment than impatience, as if his hidden feelings had been unintentionally exposed. "All right, All right, we won't ask anymore. We wouldn't want to disturb Brother Nian's daydreaming. Chen Zhijuan continued to focus on the problem, thinking to himself, the literary committee member from the next class was certainly not his type. He was even less likely to be. They didn't even match in gender. From the very beginning, he had no chance. That literary committee member at least had the opportunity to confess, while he didn't even have the right to do so. If he were to speak up, they wouldn't even remain friends. Wang Gu, the class monitor, dashed into the room and stood beside Chen Zhijuan's desk. The math teacher wants you to go to the office. He said you weren't paying attention at all during class. Shen Shangnian looked over in surprise. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Zhijuan stood up and left. That was the first time he hadn't let Shen Shangnian finish speaking. When Shen Shangnian awoke, his head throbbed painfully. He struggled to open his eyes, finding the room shrouded in dimness. The blackout curtains were tightly drawn. After some time, he fished his phone from beneath the pillow to check the time, 10:31 a.m. He pulled back the curtains, and as sunlight flooded the room, he noticed a glass of water on the bedside table. Just as he felt parched, he lifted the glass and took a sip, finding it slightly sweet. It was honey water. The memories of last night gradually returned with the honey water, causing Shen Shangnian's expression to shift dramatically. Finally, he angrily dialed Sun Haiyang's number. Sun Haiyang answered quickly, sounding lethargic. Hello? What's wrong? Shen Shangnian swallowed the harsh words that had nearly escaped his lips. Sun Haiyang sniffled. I just got dumped. Huh? Shen Shangnian was taken aback. When did this happen? Xiao Ku blocked me. Sun Haiyang lamented. I was playing games with Xiao Ku yesterday when Jingyi was online. He kept inviting me, so I told Xiao Ku to play 3 rounds. Who is Jingyi? Shen Shangnian was on the phone while searching the living room for someone's presence, but found nothing. It was the younger uncle of my blind date last time. Shen Shangnian took a sip of water and continued. Then, Brother Jing isn't very skilled at games. Our rank is quite high, so he can only play support. As the marksman, went to play mid lane. Sun Haiyang remarked. The jungler on the opposing team is quite skilled and kept targeting her. She probably felt neglected and unhappy, so she just quit. I coaxed her on WeChat, but she insisted that Brother Jing was a green tea type and remarked that such an old man has the highest rank. I found her words unpleasant and told her not to say such things, which made her angry. She even said I deserved to be deceived by men and then blocked me. Shen Shangnian furrowed his brow. Her words are indeed harsh. Your Brother Jing isn't lacking in money. What would he gain from deceiving you? Exactly, Sun Haiyang replied gloomily. I can't figure out either. It's all right. Shen Shangnian comforted him. There will be someone better. Sun Haiyang said, touched, with you around, I feel much more at ease. After hanging up, Shen Shangnian looked at his phone screen. Damn, he had initially intended to scold someone. With a sullen expression, Shen Shangnian reclined on the sofa, feeling limp, and opened a food delivery app to order breakfast. After placing the order and completing the payment on WeChat, he lingered on the app, his slender, pale fingers unconsciously tapping the back of his phone. From last night until this morning, Shen Shangnian had received numerous messages, causing the husky avatar to slip down to the bottom. It was rare for Shen Shangnian to feel a bit vexed. Being drunk felt as if he had lost his mind entirely. After hesitating for a few seconds, he lowered his gaze and opened the chat window with Chen Zhijuan. Upon seeing the 2 characters Wan, Shen Shangnian felt as though he had been scalded. He exited WeChat immediately. Tossing aside his phone, he recalled Chen Zhijuan's word from last night. You hurt me first. Did I? That must be a lie. Shen Shangnian seriously reconsidered that day's events. It was a stormy day. Gray clouds loomed overhead, and the torrential rain pounded down, mixing with the sound of thunder, casting the entire world in a gray filter. At the corner of the corridor in the bar's restroom, Shen Shangnian encountered a boy confessing to Chen Zhijuan. This was not the first time he had seen someone confess to her, but this time felt different. The boy wore torn jeans and a lace t-shirt that exposed his navel and chest. His face was adorned with numerous shiny sequins, and his lips were soft and red like cherry blossoms. Chen Zhijuan, this is my second confession to you. Last time you said you liked someone else, but I felt you were lying, so I bravely sought you out again. Will you refuse me once more? The boy looked familiar. He was the one who confessed to her half a month ago on the day of her graduation photos. Chapter 21. Lost in thought outside, the The rain poured heavily, and in the bar's restroom corridor, there was a large window that was not tightly shut, allowing the rainwater to dampen the glass and seep in from the edges, making the air feel humid. Shen Shangnian expressionlessly pulled Chen Zhijuan behind him and said, "Could you not be so shameless? He doesn't like you." The young man is named Fong Ci, and he is part of the same club as Chen Zhijuan. In the past, during club gatherings, Shen Shangnian, feeling bored, decided to join in the fun. Initially, Fong Ci treated him with great kindness, persistently inquiring about Chen Zhijuan's preferences. Shen Shangnian was unaware of Fong Ci's orientation at first. He merely found him rather peculiar. In his youthful arrogance, Shen Shangnian, accustomed to indifference, casually crossed his legs and lazily remarked, "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Fong Ci maintained his smile and continued to question him about which university he attended. Shen Shangnian, engrossed in a game, replied that he was from a neighboring college. "A junior college?" Fong Ci raised an eyebrow slightly. "That senior seems quite nice and treats you well." With a frown, Shen Shangnian retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Fong Ci's lips curled into a sweet smile as he replied, "That senior is quite proud. I heard he detests foolish individuals, especially those who struggle with their studies. It's surprising that he would befriend someone like you. If people at school found out, I doubt they would believe it." The implication in his words was unmistakable. Shen Shangnian was a fool incapable of even reading properly, while Chen Zhijuan shone brightly, marking him as a blemish. Shen Shangnian had heard such comments before. Chen Zhijuan had always been an exemplary student, the epitome of a model child. While Shen Shangnian and his friend's son, Hyang, engaged in brawls outside of school to establish dominance, Chen Zhijuan represented their school in competitions. Most believed that Chen Zhijuan's friendship with Shen Shangnian was an act of charity. Shen Shangnian closed the game, fixing his gaze upon Fong Ci, a hint of haughty amusement playing at the corners of his mouth as he wiggled his toes. "Do you see these shoes?" Fong Ci, puzzled, asked, "What about your shoes?" Shen Shangnian replied nonchalantly, "They're globally limited, each pair worth 6 figures." Fong Ci smiled vanished. Shen Shangnian's attire appeared rather simple, leading Fong Ci to assume they were merely ordinary brands. With an expression devoid of emotion, Shen Shangnian scoffed, "Education holds no value for me. Do you understand? Fool." Fong Ci sat in silence for a few seconds before rising and leaving. After that encounter, Shen Shangnian and Fong Ci never crossed paths again. Outside, the rain mingled with thunder, while Chen Zhijuan stood quietly behind Shen Shangnian. Initially, he had grasped Shen Shangnian's wrist, but now he gently rubbed his thumb over Shen Shangnian's wristbone. "Is that so?" Fong Ci, unfazed, smiled slightly, "But this is between him and me. What does it have to do with you? You two are merely childhood friends, and whom he chooses to be with or whom he likes seems irrelevant to you. You two are merely childhood friends." Shen Shangnian's expression darkened further than the stormy skies outside. As Chen Zhijuan prepared to study abroad, he found himself lacking in security. Fong Ci's provocations ignited a surge of emotion within him, overwhelming his thoughts. In his anger, he blurted out, "Is this how all you gay guys are? So disgusting?" Fong Ci's smile faded. "What makes it disgusting?" Shen Shangnian's face turned cold, his brows furrowed with hostility, as if he were utterly intolerant of homosexuality. At first, pretending to be an ordinary classmate, constantly ingratiating yourself, while secretly harboring feelings for someone. What kind of dark mind is that? If not a pervert, what else could you be? Fong Ci bit her lip, her gaze drifting past Shen Shangnian to Chen Zhijuan. "Senior, I need to hear from you. Do you truly think I am a pervert?" Shen Shangnian turned to look at Chen Zhijuan. He voluntarily released his grip, letting his hands fall to his sides, his pale eyelids drooping. His long lashes were straight and thick, yet there was no trace of emotion in his brow. As he expressionlessly replied, "You may leave now." Shen Shangnian, however, refused to depart. "Don't you think he is a pervert?" Chen Zhijuan did not respond to this inquiry, but reiterated, "You should leave." Shen Shangnian's temper flared. "He is a pervert. Why can't I say it?" They remained at an impasse for quite some time, until Chen Zhijuan grasped his wrist firmly, his grip heavy, as if wearied. His voice softened, "Shen Shangnian, what about your upbringing?" Shen Shangnian spent a week in contemplation. Perhaps it was due to his disregard for Chen Zhijuan's words that he lost face in front of Feng Xiyai, thereby causing him distress. What are you daydreaming about? Sun Heong waved his hand. Shen Shangnian abruptly returned to reality, placing down his documents. What is it? President Shen, it's almost time to clock out, Sun Heong said. Yin has been hospitalized. Let us go pay him a visit. Hospitalized? Shen Shangnian was taken aback. What happened? There was an accident during filming. The harness malfunctioned, and he fell. Sun Heong twirled the car keys in his hand. As Shen Shangnian entered the car and observed Sun Heong directing him to the second hospital, he paused for a moment. Yes, to the second hospital? Their orthopedics department is the best, Sun Heong replied. Meanwhile, in the orthopedic ward, Yin had one leg in a cast, suspended in the air. He occupied a private room, with a young assistant and a nurse standing by his bedside. Yin had been admitted the previous day. The incident had occurred so unexpectedly that discussions about his injury were rampant online. Some fans were even holding the production team accountable on the official Weibo account. The assistant raised his phone, preparing to take a photo of Yin to post on social media to ease the fans' concerns. How's this angle? Yin inquired. Very handsome. The assistant gave a thumbs up. The two nurses beside them giggled. Incredibly handsome. May I have an autograph? Of course. Yin replied with a charming smile. In the next moment, the door swung open abruptly. The occupants turned to see a figure clad in a pristine white coat, a surgical mask snugly covering his prominent nose. His neatly styled dark hair framed a face that was coldly beautiful, exuding an air of aloofness. His hands, holding a medical file, were exquisitely elegant, with distinct knuckles and a porcelain-like complexion, faintly veined. Two youthful interns followed closely behind him. Jinyan's eyes flickered with barely perceptible excitement. Dr. Chen, before arriving, someone had mentioned that a regular doctor could be so strikingly handsome. Jinyan was a quintessential aesthetics enthusiast. Chen Zhijuan nodded gently. It's time for your dressing change. All right, Jinyan replied eagerly, looking toward Chen Zhijuan. However, the doctor merely stood by, while the two interns attended to the dressing change. Jinyan's enthusiasm waned instantly as his phone chimed. He reached for it. It was a call from Sun Heong. Jinyan answered, Hello, Brother Yang? Sun Heong's voice resonated throughout the ward. Brother, which room are you in? Yin and I have just arrived at the hospital parking lot. Chapter 22. The East Shore Archer. After Jinyan provided his room number, he ended the call and turned to his assistant, instructing, There seems to be a milk tea shop across the street. Please order 2 signature drinks for me, both hot. One with normal sugar and the other with half sugar. Shen Shangnian prefers half sugar in his milk tea. The intern changing the dressing cautiously observed Chen Zhijuan's expression. Noticing his demeanor remained unchanged, she sighed in relief. But the next moment, she saw him tighten his grip on the medical record, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. Instantly, the intern's heart raced. The assistant quickly exited. A bold little nurse nearby ventured, Teacher Jean, is it your artist friend? Not at all, Jinyan replied, just a friend from outside the industry. Another nurse, eager for gossip, inquired, Teacher Jean, you look so happy. Could it be someone you like? A hint of ambiguous mirth graced Jinyan's face. He did not refute it, but merely placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. The two little nurses squealed softly, Rest assured, we won't spill a word. Jinyan's eyes sparkled like those of a puppy, brimming with sincerity. That's a promise. Is it a cool girl or a sweet girl? One of the nurses asked. Jinyan chuckled. Neither. He is a boy. Upon hearing this, even the two interns turned their attention. Chen Zhijuan slightly furrowed his brow and reminded, Stay focused. Understood. The two interns quickly averted their gaze. After finishing the dressing, the two interns closely followed Chen Zhijuan. As he reached the office, he heard one intern whisper, Look, there are 2 handsome guys. He paused for a moment, taken aback, but eventually resumed his usual demeanor, saying, You all should get back to studying. It's time to clock out, as usual. All right. Initially, Shen Shangnian thought Yin was severely injured, but upon entering, he found him engrossed in his phone while munching on an apple. Sun Heong teased, You seem to be living quite leisurely. Where's the leisure in this? Yin replied, placing the half-eaten apple on the table, gazing at Shen Shangnian with a pitiful expression. Brother, I'm in so much pain. To put it mildly, Shen Shangnian felt a tingling sensation from his scalp, as if jolted by electricity. Sun Heong, standing beside him, also felt goosebumps creeping up. Such a display of affection was indeed overwhelming for two straight men. Sun Heong, looking bewildered, stammered, "Are you really this delicate?" Jin Yin pouted, "But it truly hurts." Shen Shangnian stood still for a few seconds before saying, "Once the pain passes, it will be over." Jin Yin retorted, "What kind of ultimate straight man statement is that?" The ward was air-conditioned and relatively warm. After a few minutes, Shen Shangnian removed his thick outer coat, revealing a cozy white sweater, hand-knitted with a round neckline that exposed a slender, pale neck. The more Jin Yin looked at him, the more he admired him. "Ni-Yan-Yi, have you been busy lately?" "Not at all," Shen Shangnian replied, selecting a plump, rosy apple from the fruit basket. "Why haven't you messaged me these past few days?" Jin Yin drawled. "What purpose would that serve?" Shen Shangnian replied, his gaze fixed downward as he leisurely peeled an apple with a paring knife, his profile strikingly handsome. Jin Yin struggled to articulate his thoughts. After all, they had yet to express their feelings openly. He had not found the right moment to confess. Sun Heong asked, "Your wire was perfectly fine, so why did it fall?" Jin Yin's mood plummeted instantly, and he replied listlessly, "Who knows? I suspect it was intentional." "Intentional?" Sun Heong blinked in surprise. Shen Shangnian glanced up. Jin Yin continued, "My contract with the company is nearing expiration. They call me in to renew it, but I made up an excuse to decline. They probably realize I'm reluctant to extend my contract." Sun Heong, engrossed in uncovering the secrets of various talent agencies, suddenly leaned in with curiosity. "Is it true that not renewing means ruin?" Jin Yin sighed, "Pretty much, especially since I've gained some popularity this year. The company doesn't want to let me go. It's all so shady." Sun Heong shook his head in disbelief. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed from the side. Both Jin Yin and Sun Heong turned to see Shen Shangnian holding a peeled apple, a bite taken out, his cheek puffed up. Jin Yin was taken aback. "Brother Yin, is that not for me? Didn't you break your leg?" Shen Shangnian replied. Jin Yin gritted his teeth, thinking how utterly lacking in sensitivity this person was. The door to the hospital room swung open, and a young assistant entered with 2 cups of milk tea, his face etched with urgency. "Ingo, there's an emergency at the company. I must return." Jin Yin waved him off. "Go ahead, I'll transfer the money for the milk tea." After the assistant left, Sun Heong remarked in surprise, "He going to stay and take care of you?" "There's an urgent matter at the company," Jin Yin replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. Sun Heong understood, so it was deliberate. "Indeed," Jin Yin confirmed. Sun Heong suggested, "Why not hire a caregiver? I dislike the care of strangers." Jin Yin replied. Upon catching Shen Shangnian's eye, his own brightened, and he gently asked, "Brother Yin, will you stay and look after me tonight?" He had anticipated a refusal, but to his astonishment, Shen Shangnian paused for a few seconds before quickly agreeing. Sun Heong was not surprised. Despite his sharp tongue, his friend had a kind heart. After some light conversation, the trio began playing games on their phones together. Sun Heong exclaimed, "I'm going to play marksman." Jin Yin, bewildered, asked, "Aren't you only good with mages?" "I've just learned," Sun Heong declared confidently. "I'm the world's best marksman. Trust me." "All right then." Jin Yin turned to Shen Shangnian. "Brother Yin, do you play jungle?" "You play," Shen Shangnian replied. "I'll play support." "Huh?" Jin Yin recalled their previous games together. Sun Heong favored beautiful mages, while Shen Shangnian preferred the top lane and jungle positions, often stealthily targeting squishy characters. "Then I'll play jungle," Jin Yin decided, initially confused until he encountered a match with 3 champions equipped with smite, leaving him dumbfounded. "You're a marksman with smite, and the support has it too." Shen Shangnian crossed his legs, leaning against the sofa, his beautiful eyes twinkling with mischief. "Can you guess why I'm not playing jungle?" Recently, this individual has taken to playing marksman roles, yet he is unable to secure any resources from the jungle. Sun Heong, this person is utterly deranged. After clearing the minion wave, he ventures into the jungle to farm. He only emerges once the minion wave returns. Within the first 10 minutes, Jin Yin has managed to secure a single buff, which is infuriating. "I have been occupied with filming recently and have scarcely played any games." What sort of operation are you two undertaking? Not long ago, during the finals, EBS clinched the championship, with the MVP awarded to Chen Zhijuan, who was generously granted jungle resources and lane farm, successfully nurturing a formidable powerhouse that the opposing team could not withstand. Shen Shangnian languidly remarked that the intensity of the match had given rise to a plethora of such misguided marksmen, all believing they could command the game. Alas, Jin Yin lamented, it's unfortunate that I was unable to catch the match. Chapter 23. Eating wonton noodles from the 10th minute onward. The game took a turn for the worse. Throughout this period, Sun Heong persistently encouraged his teammates not to surrender, assuring them that his equipment was nearly complete. The other two random teammates were somewhat convinced, but Shen Shangnian, fully aware of his capabilities, fervently advocated for surrender. After Sun Heong was eliminated by the opposing jungler, the game ultimately concluded in failure. Jin Yin eagerly opened a short video app and searched for news regarding EBS's recent victory. As the page refreshed, a plethora of highly rated videos emerged. The topmost video showcased Chen Zhijuan on the day of the match, captured by the director's lens. Chen Zhijuan, the ace marksman of EBS Club, an immensely popular player, is widely recognized as the world's #1 shooter. In the video, the man donned headphones, his hair appearing both blue and purple with a slight curl, his eyes strikingly shaped like peach blossoms, glistening with brilliance, complemented by a prominent nose and thin lips. As he communicated with teammates while deftly maneuvering his character. Is this truly what he looks like in real life? Jin Yin inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Sun Heong paused momentarily before responding. He is even more handsome in person. Do you know him? Jin Yin asked. Not personally. Sun Heong shook his head. Their base is adjacent to our company. I have seen him a few times. Does he have a partner? Not that I know of, Shen Shangnian replied. Perhaps he does. Sun Heong suggested. He seems to be quite close with a streamer lately. A female streamer? No, a male one. Though Sun Heong is a straight man, he does not harbor any homophobic sentiments. A male streamer? Jin Yin cast a meaningful glance at Shen Shangnian, noting, I recall that Chen Zhijuan has quite a number of female fans. Don't they have anything to say about this? It appears his female fans are quite fond of that little streamer, Sun Heong noted. Jin Yin nodded in agreement. Fans are often like this. They would rather have a male partner than a female one. This phenomenon is quite prevalent in the entertainment industry as well. A look of bewilderment crossed Sun Heong's face. How do we end up discussing the entertainment industry? He recalled that recently, Jin Yin seemed to be entangled in a popular CP narrative with a male star known for portraying power-hungry ministers. Initially, Jin Yin had remained relatively low profile until April of this year, when he starred in historical drama. This drama, a quintessential tale of a humble girl's revenge, featured Jin Yin as the younger brother of the female lead, a pampered young master of a noble family, characterized by his naive arrogance and lack of intellect. Such a role is generally well received, albeit with limited screen time, making it a fitting choice for an up-and-coming actor like Jin Yin. Within this narrative, a powerful male character, who serves as the second lead, initially captures the female protagonist's affection. However, his enigmatic nature and emotional reticence lead her to swiftly retract her feelings. As the protagonist weds the male lead, the powerful figure remains in the courtyard, silently contemplating throughout the night. It is at this moment that the audience realizes he harbored feelings for her as well. Viewers empathize deeply with this character, even pairing him with other characters, including subordinates and other noble ladies from the story. Ultimately, the most fervent pairing emerges between the character portrayed by Jin Yin, a flamboyant youth, and the powerful minister, igniting considerable online fervor and elevating their popularity to unprecedented heights. Various video editors eagerly prepare to create montages akin to a grand banquet. Sun Heong suddenly comprehends the implications, questioning whether he and Su Chun are also a couple. Jin Yin, taken aback, vehemently denies any romantic involvement, asserting they're merely ordinary friends. Fretting that Shen Shangnian might misconstrue their relationship, he instinctively glances at Shen Shangnian, who remains engrossed in a game of landlord, his attention elsewhere. Jin Yin bites his lip, uncertain of Shen Shangnian's actual sentiments. Sun Heong abruptly receives a call from his father, commanding him to return home for dinner that night, threatening to cut off his allowance if he fails to comply. In haste, Sun Heon departs, leaving only Jin Yin and Shen Shangnian in the room. Lacking experience in caring for the ill, Shen Shangnian feels a pang of hunger and inquires if Jin Yin is hungry. Jin Yin nods, clutching his stomach. Choosing not to drive today, Shen Shangnian opts for the hospital cafeteria, which is bustling with patrons and offers an array of self-service dishes, a noodle station, and various stir-fried options. After selecting a few items, he finds a vacant seat. Although the food appears visually appealing, its taste is rather mediocre. After a couple of bites, Shen Shangnian loses his appetite and begins scrolling through social media while forcing food into his mouth. Has Sun Heong left? A steaming bowl of wonton noodles materializes before him. Shen Shangnian pauses and lifts his gaze from his phone. Chen Zhijuan, clad in a slightly thin black sweater and comfortable sweatpants adorned with white stripes, sits across from him, accentuating his long legs. Shen Shangnian nods in acknowledgement. Chen Zhijuan takes a seat opposite him, and they find themselves in an unusually tranquil moment, reminiscent of their university days. Shen Shangnian, already with a light course load, often skipped classes, while Chen Zhijuan's schedule was packed, akin to a high school curriculum. Shen Shangnian frequently lingered by Chen Zhijuan's classroom, catching him as classes ended for lunch. This routine felt mundane at the time, yet now, sitting face to face, it marks their first such encounter in 3 years. Shen Shangnian absent-mindedly pushes a spoonful of rice around his plate. If you dislike it, don't eat it, Chen Zhijuan suddenly remarks. Shen Shangnian looks up in surprise. Chen Zhijuan's untouched bowl of wonton noodles is pushed towards Shen Shangnian. Go ahead, eat. Shen Shangnian hesitates, holding his chopsticks without making a move. Chen Zhijuan then pulls the lunch tray he had already started eating from toward himself, showing no concern, and begins to eat. Shen Shangnian remained largely silent. He tentatively picked up a strand of noodles, blew on it, and placed it in his mouth. The noodles were chewy, and the broth was exquisite. Chen Zhijuan ate quickly. Glancing at the time on his phone, he announced, "I have to leave now. I have a surgery." Before Shen Shangnian could respond, he placed his tray at the recycling station and turned it apart. His tall and slender silhouette was well known among the cafeteria staff, who greeted him as he walked by. Such a person was truly remarkable. Shen Shangnian withdrew his gaze, finishing the entire bowl of noodles in silence before packing another box to take back to the ward. At that moment, a new visitor arrived in the ward. The individual was tall, with broad shoulders, dressed in a coat that draped elegantly. His handsome features conformed to traditional Chinese aesthetics, with a perfect proportion of 3 quarts and 5 eyes. He sat on the edge of the sofa, peeling an apple while Jin Yin animatedly complained, to which he responded only occasionally, remaining mostly taciturn. "You are such a blockhead," Jin Yin remarked with a shake of his head. When Shen Shangnian opened the door, Jin Yan's eyes lit up with surprise. "Nian-ge." Shen Shangnian placed the lunchbox on the small table. Jin Yin introduced, "This is Su Chun, my high school classmate I mentioned before." Su Chun stood up, his height imposing, extending his hand politely. "Hello." Shen Shangnian shook his hand. "Hello, I am Shen Shangnian." Su Chun spoke little, mostly listening silently to Jin Yan's chatter. As they discussed the script, Shen Shangnian sat quietly, engrossed in his phone. Su Chun soon departed. Jin Yin remarked, "Nian-ge, I assure you, he and I are merely friends." Shen Shangnian, distracted, replied, "It's all right. No need to explain." "Of course, I must clarify." Jin Yin raised 3 fingers. "I swear all my thoughts are on you right now." Chapter 24. His childhood friend Shen Shangnian's thoughts momentarily faltered. "What did you say?" Jin Yin, blushing, his eyes sparkling with innocence, boldly reiterated, "All my thoughts are on you." After saying this, he nervously looked at Shen Shangnian. Shen Shangnian was no fool. Such a declaration, paired with Jin Yan's bashful expression, was unmistakable. Jin Yan, he called him for the first time with a formal tone. Jin Yan's breath quickened, instinctively straightening up. Shen Shangnian's eyes were clear, like a pool of spring water, sincere as he enunciated, "I have a fear of homosexuality. I do not like men." "What?" The smile on Jin Yan's face faded entirely. His heart, which had been fluttering, felt as though it had been forcefully compressed. "You have a fear of homosexuality?" "Yes." Outside, The sky had turned completely dark, and behind Shen Shangnian loomed a pitch-black window through which twinkling lights flickered. Yet, none of these stars could rival the brilliance of the person before him. The first time Jin Yin encountered Shen Shangnian was at a gathering. The atmosphere was lively, with people singing, dancing, and some indulging in passionate kisses in the corners. The dim lighting caused people to lose their sense of propriety and shame. Jin Yin felt vexed, but was reluctant to leave. Amidst the crowd, he could only see one person. The man reclined on the corner sofa, clad in a simple, soft t-shirt, his fingers rhythmically pressing a metallic lighter, seemingly captivated by the crisp sound of its flip. Nearby, a couple locked in a passionate kiss, oblivious to his presence. He exuded an air of detachment, akin to a handful of pristine, translucent snow. Engrossed in his solitary amusement, he continued until Sun Heong approached, teasing him to sing a song, prompting him to finally set the lighter aside. As he approached the karaoke machine, the surrounding patrons showed him respect, clearing a space for him. His voice radiated youthful exuberance, slightly off-key, yet melodically pleasing. The song, titled I Long to See You Today, remained etched in Jin Yan's memory. Last night's shooting star passed through your eyes. That was my most solitary feeling. Today, I long to see you. No one can replace you. Jin Yan, immersed in the entertainment industry, had encountered numerous handsome faces and heard countless exquisite singing voices. Yet, as he observed Shen Shangnian's drooping eyelashes, the plumpness of his lips, and the slender fingers gripping the microphone, he found himself unable to look away, despite the evident innocence. Even upon learning that Shen Shangnian was the notorious young master rumored to be arrogant and overbearing, Jin Yin could not conceal his infatuation. How could you possibly be homophobic? Jin Yin emerged from his reverie, staring incredulously at Shen Shangnian. The latter coolly retorted, "Do I really resemble a homosexual?" Jin Yin instinctively nodded, only to quickly shake his head. Ultimately, he abruptly tossed the covers aside, enveloping himself in them in a fit of sorrow, whispering, "I am heartbroken." Shen Shangnian, notorious for his ill repute, was seldom approached for declarations of affection. Unsure of how to confront Jin Yin, he instinctively stood and stepped outside to grant him solitude. By this time, it was past 10 in the evening, and the corridor of the hospital ward was deserted. As he wandered down the hall, he spotted the nurse's station, illuminated along with the doctor's office within. Chen Zhijuan had likely finished his shift. As Shen Shangnian pondered this, a figure emerged from the office, clad in a thin, military green scrub, with slightly short trousers and slippers revealing ankles wrapped in black socks. Chen Zhijuan held a glass cup filled with coffee. His expression appeared weary, eyelids drooping from a long day's work. Initially passing by Shen Shangnian, he paused, glancing back in surprise. "Why are you still here?" Shen Shangnian replied candidly, "My friend has no one to care for him. I'm keeping him company for the night." Chen Zhijuan stood still for a moment before suddenly handing the glass to Shen Shangnian. "Wait for me." The glass was pleasantly warm in Shen Shangnian's grasp. After about a minute, Chen Zhijuan reappeared, draped in a caramel-colored blanket. He unfurled the blanket and placed it over Shen Shangnian's shoulders for warmth. The fabric brushed against Shen Shangnian's neck, soft to the touch, carrying a faint scent of lime-scented laundry detergent. He is quite nostalgic. From the brands of his everyday attire and watches to the laundry detergent and shower gel he uses, there has been little to no change. The subtle scent of lime mingles with his own fragrance, which is genuinely pleasant. The words of refusal lingered on the tip of his tongue for quite some time before he silently swallowed them. "Understood." Shen Shangnian handed him the glass and thoughtfully remarked, "You should dress a bit more warmly. You're not so young anymore. The short-sleeved shirt is rather thin, even with the heating inside. I just had surgery. It's a bit warm now, but I'll wear something else shortly," Chen Zhijuan replied. "All right." Shen Shangnian found himself at a loss for further words. He has always been proud, never one to offer an escape route for others. The fact that he said this much was already an exception. He turned to leave, but his wrist was suddenly grasped. "Nian Yin," that address had not crossed his ears in quite some time. Shen Shangnian remained still, turning his head slightly to inquire, "What is it?" Dressed simply in a sweater, he appeared clean and unblemished, his character unchanged, innocent, pure, and with clear likes and dislikes. Chen Zhijuan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he uttered, "I'm sorry." Shen Shangnian was momentarily taken aback. Chen Zhijuan continued, "3 years ago, in the bar, I shouldn't have said that to you." Shen Shangnian had grown up holding his hand, without a hint of guile, expressing all emotions openly. He understood him all too well. Before those words escaped his lips, he already knew that once spoken, his childhood companion would no longer pay him heed. Yet, Chen Zhijuan still spoke. He could not bear to watch Shen Shangnian marry and have children, nor could he bring himself to wish him well with another woman, hoping for a long life together filled with children. This contradiction was a minefield, buried in their youth, peacefully coexisting. As time passed, with each year they matured, the danger increased. It was bound to lead to a falling out. It was better to face it sooner rather than later. That would be beneficial for both parties. However, Chen Zhijuan belatedly realized that he feared, more than witnessing Shen Shangnian marry and have children, the prospect of growing old without ever crossing paths, never seeing each other again. Human desires are infinitely expansive, with no end in sight. Having truly met, he could not resign himself to being a stranger. Chapter 25. You are truly troublesome. Shen Shangnian gazed intently at him. After a few seconds, he cleared his throat and asked, "Why the sudden apology?" Naturally, one must apologize for speaking out of turn. Chen Zhijuan stood half a head taller, his brow lowered. He had always maintained an unperturbed demeanor, calm and collected. In the past, whether on stage or in public competitions, he displayed an indifferent expression, free from tension. Yet now, Shen Shangnian could easily discern his nervousness. His mood inexplicably brightened, and he chuckled softly, "Fine, but I won't forgive you." Chen Zhijuan paused momentarily. Then a smile curled at the corners of his lips. All right. He thought that if Shen Zhijuan were to dictate forgiveness, it would be quite undignified. Shen Shangnian looked at the smile on his lips, feeling an unexpected prick of emotion in his nose, unable to articulate why. It felt as though he had lingered too long in the winter's chill. His cheeks and nose stiffened by the cold, when suddenly a warm breeze swept through. With a feigned calmness, he said, "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Chen Zhijuan replied, "Farewell." "Who wishes to bid you farewell?" Shen Shangnian silently scoffed, turning away, wrapped in a soft blanket infused with the scent of lime. He returned to the hospital room, where Jin Yin had already emerged from beneath the covers. Jin Yin cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Since you are a straight man, I shall no longer harbor any affection for you." Shen Shangnian stood awkwardly at the doorway, relief washing over him. Then that settled. The sofa in the hospital room was quite spacious, and Shen Shangnian took a seat. Jin Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You see, I'm rather particular about appearances. Today, I encountered an extraordinarily handsome gentleman who aligns perfectly with my aesthetic." Shen Shangnian, distracted, fiddled with the blanket, its texture soft against his fingers. "Who is he?" Jin Yin replied, "I am yet to learn his name, only that his surname is Chen. He is undoubtedly the most attractive doctor in this department." Shen Shangnian rose from the sofa once more. Jin Yin was taken aback. "What is wrong?" Shen Shangnian's lips moved slightly. "Is it Chen Zhijuan?" Jin Yan's eyes brightened momentarily, as if struck by a revelation. "Is that the name? Do you know him? You should choose someone else to admire," Shen Shangnian suggested. "Huh?" Jin Yin was momentarily stunned. Shen Shangnian continued nonchalantly, "He is my childhood friend, and his orientation favors women." "Very well," Jin Yin sighed, pulling the covers around himself once more. "I have experienced yet another heartbreak." Shen Shangnian felt no guilt this time. Instead, he sought out a game to occupy himself. After a while, Jin Yin, lost in his own melancholy, remarked, "Brother Yin, you should go home and rest." "But weren't you the one who said you needed someone to keep you company tonight?" Shen Shangnian responded. "I could hire a caregiver," Jin Yin suggested. "I merely wish to pursue you, to share a world for two, which is why I wanted you to stay." The sofa was small, and the caregiver's bed was cramped. "You ought to return home to sleep," he insisted. Shen Shangnian regarded Jin Yin for a moment longer. Jin Yin felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. "What is it?" "You seem to harbor many hidden thoughts." Since he did not require company, Shen Shangnian preferred to return to a spacious bed for a restful night. "I am leaving," he declared, shutting off his phone. Goodbye. Zhijuan managed a smile that failed to reach his eyes, preparing to endure the process of solitude through yet another heartbreak. The following day, Shen Shangnian awoke to find it was already 9 o'clock. The blackout curtains enveloped the room in darkness, save for a soft white glow emanating from the nightlight across the bed. He glanced at the weather, overcast and rainy, snuggled in the warmth of his blankets. He pondered for a brief moment before deciding to take a day off work for himself. After some thought, he sent a message to Sun Heong. Shen Shangnian, I won't be coming in today. Sun Heong, neither will I. Shen Shangnian chastised him. How irresponsible, Mr. Sunday. Since Director Shen is so morally upright, perhaps you should go to work, Sun Heong replied, unabashed as ever. If I see you heading to work, I might just follow suit. Shen Shangnian promptly exited the chat, uninterested in further discourse. After scrolling through videos for a while, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. After 2 or 3 raps, he recalled not having ordered takeout or received any packages. It seemed he had misheard the sound. He mindlessly scrolled through the next video, and the doorbell rang twice. He set his phone down, slipped on his cotton slippers, and stepped out of the bedroom. At the entrance, there was a display screen. When Shen Shangnian recognized the visitor's face, he paused for a second before promptly opening the door. What brings you here? Chen Zhijuan was clad in a short white down jacket. The dark circles under his pale cheeks were conspicuously evident, and his lips appeared somewhat pale. I just got off work, and the heating in my house is off. May I stay here for the night? Had it been yesterday, Shen Shangnian would have coldly turned him away. Yet he had apologized and even offered him a blanket. Shen Shangnian stood still for 2 seconds before stepping aside. Come in. As Chen Zhijuan entered, he was enveloped by the warmth of the room. Shen Shangnian retrieved a pair of brand-new men's slippers. After changing his footwear, Chen Zhijuan quietly expressed his gratitude. Shen Shangnian did not respond but poured himself a glass of water and took a couple of sips. Chen Zhijuan's gaze fell upon him. Dressed in SpongeBob pajamas, short sleeves and shorts, his long thighs and delicate ankles exuding a sense of elegance. After setting the glass down, Shen Shangnian's racing heart began to calm slightly as he caressed the cup and inquired, Did you not sleep at all last night? I dozed for half an hour. Chen Zhijuan replied. Shen Shangnian initially contemplated sending him to the guest room, but it had been unoccupied for a long time and needed tidying up. With a stoic expression, he opened the bedroom door and said, Go sleep. Be careful not to collapse. Chen Zhijuan paused at the threshold of the bedroom. Shen Shangnian's room was not particularly clean. The table was cluttered with watches, comic books, headphone wires, and various gaming figurines. The bedspread was a simple gray, currently disheveled, with 2 pillows atop it, one of which bore a familiar blanket. It was the very blanket Chen Zhijuan had lent to Shen Shangnian the previous day. A gentle smile crept onto Chen Zhijuan's lips. Shen Shangnian fixed his gaze on him and bluntly asked, What are you smiling at? Following Chen Zhijuan's gaze, he saw the brown blanket, and his expression abruptly shifted. Damn, that was a miscalculation. Shen Shangnian refused to admit that he had fallen asleep last night clutching that blanket, inhaling its faint citrus scent. With a face resembling that of a grieving soul, he stubbornly declared, I think this blanket is quite nice. How much is it? Sell it to me. Not really an option, Chen Zhijuan replied languidly. If I sell it to you, I will have nothing to cover myself with in the hospital duty room. Shen Shangnian's proposal was rebuffed, igniting a flicker of indignation within him. If you're not selling it, then I don't particularly want it either. He urged, You should go to sleep. Chen Zhijuan said, I need to take a shower first. Do you have any clean clothes? None. Shen Shangnian also declined. However, despite his words, he dashed to the wardrobe and retrieved a set of oversized white pajamas, which he forcefully tossed into Chen Zhijuan's hands. He averted his gaze. What a hassle. Chen Zhijuan couldn't help but smile. Thank you. Chapter 26. I don't mind. Chen Zhijuan stood still, not moving. Shen Shangnian shot him an irritated look. What now? Chen Zhijuan raised the pajamas in his hand. Then what should I use to dry myself? Shen Shangnian. He pulled a light blue bath towel from the hanging wardrobe, declaring in advance, It's clean. Chen Zhijuan replied with an air of nonchalance. It doesn't matter if it's not. I don't mind you. Shen Shangnian gazed at Chen Zhijuan in disbelief. Chen Zhijuan, with his eyelids lowered, met his gaze. "What's wrong?" Shen Shangnian retorted. "How have you become increasingly shameless lately?" Unfortunately, his ears turned crimson. To Chen Zhijuan, it appeared more like flirtation. "What makes you think this is shameless?" He replied softly. "I merely wish to convey that despite our 3-year separation, my feelings for you remain unchanged." Shen Shangnian paused, his eyes wandering elsewhere, his tone icy. "Understood. You should go take a shower." Chen Zhijuan observed his profile. "All right." Chen Zhijuan entered the bathroom. The space was equipped with heating, featuring a round bathtub alongside snack and beverage racks stocked with soda, beer, and red wine. The sink and laundry basket were outside, while the bathtub and shower were in the inner chamber. Chen Zhijuan activated the heating, warm air enveloping him as the temperature of the bathroom swiftly rose. His down jacket lay discarded on the sofa. He was clad only in a sweater and sweatpants, standing naked before the laundry basket. He paused momentarily while tossing his clothes inside. Inside the basket lay garments indicating the homeowner had hastily bathed the previous night: a white sweater, a pair of jeans, and atop them, a white pair of underwear. Just then, an anxious voice echoed from outside. In the next instant, the door burst open. Shen Shangnian spoke rapidly. "Wait a moment." Perfect as a sculpture, the flesh-toned body momentarily dazzled Shen Shangnian's eyes. "Damn." He immediately shut his eyes in despair. Even with them closed, a fleeting glance revealed well-defined pectorals and abs, and a notable physique despite its repose, complemented by long, straight legs. In contrast to the flustered Shen Shangnian, Chen Zhijuan, the one exposed, remained remarkably composed. "What is the matter?" he inquired, his tone still leisurely. Shen Shangnian bit his lip, mentally berating himself. Damn, why was he the one feeling embarrassed when Chen Zhijuan seemed unfazed? Shen Shangnian struggled to regain his composure, opening his eyes only to glance at Chen Zhijuan's striking abs before hastily averting his gaze to the wall. "There are my clothes in the laundry basket. If it bothers you, I can retrieve them." "I don't mind," Chen Zhijuan replied, tossing his clothes into the basket. Shen Shangnian closed his eyes in resignation. As a child, Shen Shangnian had a notoriously bad temper. He despised bathing, claiming to fear water, yet was the most industrious when it came to catching fish in the river. Bathing sessions often required considerable coaxing, unless Chen Zhijuan was present. Over time, they began to shower together. Two children immersed in a bathtub, with ample space remaining. Surrounded by the beloved toys of Shen Shangnian, SpongeBob and Patrick, or perhaps miniature cars featuring Spider-Man and Ultraman. It was around middle school when they ceased to bathe together, a notion introduced by Chen Zhijuan. That day, likely after finishing the entrance exam for junior high, Shen Shangnian awoke from an afternoon slumber, exuberantly seeking out Chen Zhijuan, exclaiming, "Let's take a bath." Clad in his pajamas, Chen Zhijuan bore a distinct scent of wood, replying, "I've already bathed." Shen Shangnian, infuriated, retorted, "Why didn't you wait for me?" Chen Zhijuan sighed. "Nian, you are growing up. You must learn to bathe by yourself." Disheartened, Shen Shangnian grumbled, "You think I'm not good at studying, and now you no longer wish to play with me." His anger was palpable, yet Chen Zhijuan remained resolute, showing no signs of yielding. It wasn't until the first semester of junior high that Shen Shangnian awoke from a humid, oppressive dream, slowly realizing that perhaps growing up indeed meant no longer sharing baths. Even though they no longer bathed together, occasions arose where they shared a laundry basket at hotels, a matter unembarrassing for Shen Shangnian in Chen Zhijuan's presence. Everything that transpired seemed entirely ordinary. Even when leaving home for university, it was Chen Zhijuan who packed Shen Shangnian's suitcase. Underwear, pajamas, jackets, and short-sleeve shirts were all handled by him. Thus, Shen Shangnian found himself perplexed by his own feelings of embarrassment or shyness. He could not discern which emotion prevailed. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to utter, "Well, you wash well," before turning away. Chen Zhijuan completed his bath promptly, foregoing a soak in favor of a quick shower, emerging within 10 minutes. In the bedroom, a sofa awaited. Shen Shangnian sat cross-legged, glancing at the figure on the bed. "You can sleep. I want to make a sound," he offered. "All right," Chen Zhijuan replied softly. Utterly fatigued, the moment his head met the soft pillow, The faint scent of milk from the blanket lulled him into slumber. Shen Shangnian's shower gel bore a milk fragrance. A children's brand, reminiscent of times when Madame Shangwen was still present, the one who bathed Shen Shangnian using this very product. He vividly recalled how she would dispense the gel into her palm, frothing it with a colorful bath sponge, enveloping the entire bathroom in a gentle aroma of milk. Unable to retain his mother, he clung to every memory of her, the scents, the peace symbol, and the cherry tree in the courtyard. After a moment of nostalgic reverie, hunger nudged at him. Cautiously, he rose, donning slippers, and glanced at the person on the bed. Chen Zhijuan lay on his side, cocooned in the blanket, half his face obscured by the soft pillow. Shen Shangnian ventured to the living room to order takeout. After dining and indulging in an hour of gaming, he settled down to watch a film, keeping the television volume at a modest 5. By the conclusion of the movie, afternoon had arrived. Feeling a bit drowsy, Shen Shangnian reclined on the sofa, which felt rather plush and unfamiliar. The thought of the large bed in the bedroom compelled him to sit upright once more. The bed was so spacious that Chen Zhijuan could hardly occupy it alone. Why couldn't he simply go to sleep? They were both men. There was nothing to be shy about. Moreover, it was his own bed. With such thoughts in mind, Shen Shangnian boldly opened the bedroom door. Chen Zhijuan was enjoying a deep slumber, undisturbed by the slightest noise. Shen Shangnian lay on the other side, covered by the blanket that Chen Zhijuan had used. After a moment's contemplation, he took up the small brown blanket and draped it over himself. Chapter 27. Excellence. When Chen Zhijuan awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The faint sound of rain pattered outside, permeating his ears. After several hours of rest, his weary mind had finally awakened, and this tranquil afternoon felt quite delightful. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the gentle breaths of another person nearby. Startled, he turned to see Shen Shangnian, who was curled up with a brown blanket, facing away from him. They were separated by a distance akin to that of high school desk partners, just shy of an arm's length apart. Typically, Chen Zhijuan would leap from bed the moment he woke, but today he lingered for an additional 10 minutes before rising. Exiting the bedroom, he noted that the decor of the house leaned toward a cozy aesthetic, yet it felt rather empty. He wandered about, eventually fixating on the fully automatic washing machine on the balcony. When Shen Shangnian opened his eyes, his first instinct was to glance beside him. The space was vacant. He was alone. Rising to search, he found no one. Eventually, his gaze fell upon a small note on the coffee table. The handwriting was flamboyant and erratic. Had to leave for an urgent matter at the hospital. There's kanji in the pot. Thank you for your hospitality. Shen Shangnian paused momentarily. The last time he had seen Chen Zhijuan's handwriting was 3 years prior. In the span of those years, he was oblivious to what had transpired. Yet the handwriting had devolved into an unrecognizable scrawl, wildly chaotic and audacious. After standing in silence for 2 seconds, he set the note aside and ventured into the kitchen. Instead of plain kanji, it was seafood kanji, richly adorned with shrimp, looking quite delectable. Shen Shangnian served himself a small bowl and tentatively took a sip. It was warm, suggesting it had only recently been prepared. After consuming 2 bowls of kanji, he placed the bowl in the sink to soak and strolled out onto the balcony. Initially aiming to aid digestion, he was taken aback to see his sweater and jeans from the previous day hanging out to dry. Shen Shangnian felt a sudden wave of dizziness. Leaning against the wall, he began to ponder. Could one toss their clothes into the washing machine while asleep, only to find them hanging on the drying rack? The answer was an unequivocal no. Thus, who was the lady of the snails? The answer seemed apparent. Upon spotting 2 pairs of mismatched underwear nearby, Shen Shangnian felt even more lightheaded. He retrieved his phone and searched for certain someone's WeChat. Why did you wash my clothes? Chen Zhijuan took half an hour to reply. I was bored. The underwear was hand-washed, not put in the machine. So you needn't worry. Shen Shangnian. Now, I'm even more concerned. He chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, Chen Zhijuan, after putting down his phone, sat in a chair, printing out the discharge summary while lost in thought. In truth, he had no intention of washing that pair of underwear. It was far too suggestive. However, leaving it behind seemed even more peculiar. Thus, after much hesitation, Chen Zhijuan ultimately decided to wash it. Lost in thought, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, His nonchalant expression vanished in an instant. It was the director. Director Yang, in his 50s, appeared remarkably vigorous, instilling a sense of apprehension among the younger members of the department. During meetings, he would always wear a benevolent smile while chastising individuals mercilessly. Chen Zhijuan, however, was not intimidated by him. He had seldom erred, refraining from smoking or drinking, rarely indulging in games or slacking off, and he possessed an impressive academic record, adhering to a very upright conduct. The new year was fast approaching. Director Yang's words carried a significant weight. Chen Zhijuan felt a slight headache and inquired, "Do you have any instructions?" At that moment, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The office was sparsely populated, with only the 2 of them and an intern present, while the others were either resting or in the operating room. Director Yang ambled about with his hands clasped behind his back, reluctant to speak. Chen Zhijuan could surmise what he was about to say. The printer emitted a faint noise before coming to a halt. The freshly printed paper felt warm to the touch. Chen Zhijuan touched the paper, rose, and remarked, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Hey!" The director furrowed his brow and called him back. Chen Zhijuan chuckled and sat down again. In a low voice, Director Yang said, "My niece has returned home, the one I mentioned before who studies the cello." Chen Zhijuan replied, "That's great. You'll be able to reunite during the new year." "You're just pretending," the director said, mildly annoyed as he tapped Chen Zhijuan's shoulder. "If you're interested, why not take her out for coffee this weekend? Who knows, you might hit it off." The intern, a young woman, sat nearby with a book spread open before her. Though she appeared to be studying, she was secretly eavesdropping on their conversation. Initially, she was puzzled, but soon it dawned on her: blind dates. As the new year approached, matchmaking was in full swing. She shook her head with resignation. "No need," Chen Zhijuan stated with confidence. "I already have someone I like." The director responded with a sound of surprise, neither disheartened nor deterred, and asked, "Does that person like you?" Chen Zhijuan remained silent. The director, a seasoned veteran, quickly grasped the situation and continued, "Will you be together in the future?" Chen Zhijuan still did not respond. The director pressed on, "Are you brave enough to confess your feelings?" Chen Zhijuan clutched his chest and replied, "Director, please don't stab me in the heart. Otherwise, I'll have to find time to schedule a cardiology appointment." The director chuckled, "Still the top student? I see. You truly have potential." With that, he wandered off again. The intern rested her chin on her hand, gazing upward. Chen Zhijuan lightly tapped her head with the medical record in his hand and asked, "What are you daydreaming about?" The intern snapped back to reality and smiled awkwardly. "I was thinking about how exceptional a person must be to win a teacher's affection. Excellence is not what matters." Chen Zhijuan replied. The intern was puzzled. Blind dates present a set of criteria: education, appearance, profession, all within a measurable range. This also applies to romantic relationships. Yet for Shen Shangnian, Chen Zhijuan felt that none of these factors were relevant. He settled into the confines of his heart far too early, long before he had even begun to form such notions. As the new year approached, Sun Heong prepared the festive goods, distributing them to the 3 artists and 10 employees currently at the company, before granting everyone a holiday. Shen Shangnian's mood fluctuated lately. When he ventured out to socialize, others busied themselves with flirtation or exuberant karaoke and dancing, while Shen sat sulking on a corner sofa, resembling a poisonous mushroom. Those who noticed him tended to steer clear. After finishing a chat with someone, Sun Heong, feeling weary, plopped down beside Shen. The young master was engrossed in a game of Subway Surfers on his phone. "You invited me out to play, and this is what you choose," Shen retorted, casting a sideways glance at him. Sun Heong scoffed. "I haven't played such offline games since I was 10. What do you know?" Shen replied, for whenever he engaged in this game, it allowed him to concentrate and alleviate his inner turmoil. Chapter 28. A sudden inspiration. It had been a week since Chen Zhijuan last stayed at his home. During this time, he had likely been busy, as he hadn't reached out to Shen. Likewise, Shen had no intention of contacting him. The clothes Shen had worn during his last visit still hung on Shen's balcony. With its splendid view overlooking the lake, Shen had often enjoyed standing there, admiring the scenery. Recently, however, he had noticed a black pair of underwear hanging from the drying rack, stirring an inexplicable feeling within him. Yet, Shen could not articulate why. I truly don't understand, Sun Heong said, slightly rising to grab a glass of orange juice, leaning back against the sofa as he sipped. But you must be infatuated. Infatuated with your nonsense. Shen glared at him. Then what were you thinking about? Chen Zhijuan apologized to me, Shen replied slowly. Oh, Sun Heong teased. Are you two finally reconciling? I haven't agreed to anything. Shen frowned, firmly asserting his stance. Sun Heong dismissed it, setting down his juice and opening a bag of chips. Are you really willing to ignore him? To let your relationship wither away? Shen remained silent. Sun Heong's tone shifted to a more serious note. Year after year, although I don't know the reason behind your Cold War, having someone who grew up alongside you, supporting you unconditionally, protecting you, that is someone I envy beyond measure. Shen set down his phone, momentarily lost in thought. While Sun Heong often lacked seriousness, there was a kernel of truth in his words. We've all grown up now, Sun Heong continued. Growing up means facing many things beyond our control, which surely isn't as joyful as childhood. He added, why not consider him like an older brother? Be a bit accommodating and show him some respect. An older brother? Shen mused. Exactly. Sun Heong nodded, carefree, as he peeled an orange. After a moment of hesitation, Shen conceded, you make a valid point. I have matured and should learn to be more forgiving. During the gathering, Shen abstained from alcohol, pulling out his phone to message Chen Zhijuan. Are you at home now? Chen Zhijuan swiftly replied, at the hospital. Shen Shangnian responded, I'll come to find you. Chen Zhijuan was somewhat taken aback, ultimately replying with a simple all right. By 11 in the evening, the inpatient department was nearly deserted. Most patients were resting, leaving only the nurse station and the departmental office illuminated, where the doctors and nurses on duty that night were seated. The office was warm, and beneath Chen Zhijuan's pristine white coat lay a thin sweatshirt. He typed away on the computer, the crisp sound of the keyboard resonating in the quiet office, creating a distinct ambience of tranquility. Footsteps echoed at the entrance. Chen Zhijuan paused for a moment and lifted his gaze. The newcomer had slightly disheveled white hair, donned a thick, contrasting sweater, and wore simple white pants. With long, dark eyelashes and bright pupils, he held a cup of milk tea in his hand, 3 parts sugar. Shen Shangnian pulled over a nearby swivel chair, seated himself, and pushed the milk tea towards Chen Zhijuan. From his tote bag, Chen Zhijuan retrieved a cup of chestnut milk tea. He grasped the straw, staring at the beverage with a hint of suspicion, as if contemplating the possibility of it being poisoned. Shen Shangnian, resting his chin on his hand, encouraged him to drink. Reluctantly, Chen Zhijuan tore open the plastic wrapping of the straw and slowly inserted it. What made you think to bring me milk tea? You've been busy with work. Consider it a reward, Shen Shangnian replied. Chen Zhijuan took a sip. The straw was quite wide, filled with thick chestnut paste, delightfully sweet in flavor. His keen intellect and understanding of Shen Shangnian prompted a faint smile to grace his lips as he ventured. Have you forgiven me this time? Shen Shangnian maintained a serious expression, responding, just this once. The man smiled slightly, his long eyelashes casting dense shadows, feeling rather honored. Shen Shangnian momentarily lost himself in thought, still adjusting to the sight of Chen Zhijuan in a white coat. The familiar figure he knew was either a high school student leisurely reading in his uniform or a college student immersed in experiments, clad in a lab coat bearing the school's name. Shen Shangnian's gaze fell upon Chen Zhijuan's hands, where the cuff buttons were neatly fastened, revealing delicate, slender wrist bones adorned with a tiny black mole. His fingers loosely grasped the mouse, with pronounced knuckles and azure veins winding across his pale skin. The fine stitching of the coat's sleeve complemented his hands harmoniously. Unconsciously, Shen Shangnian reached out to grasp his thumb. Chen Zhijuan exhibited little reaction, his demeanor indulgent, refraining from interrupting Shen Shangnian's exploration. He merely observed him with a childlike curiosity, akin to a young one playing with a toy, realizing the impropriety of his actions. Shen Shangnian momentarily hesitated, but soon reassured himself that they were on amicable terms again. Thus, grasping his hand seemed harmless. Regaining his composure, he looked up at Chen Zhijuan and remarked, "You look somewhat handsome in that white coat." Leaning back against his chair, Chen Zhijuan tilted his head, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Just somewhat? My standards are quite high, he implied, suggesting that even a little was indeed significant. Understood. Chen Zhijuan raised the milk tea with his other hand and took a sip. He had worked numerous night shifts, each one unremarkable. On fortunate evenings, he found himself unoccupied, while on less fortunate nights, he was incessantly busy. However, this particular night felt as though he were enveloped in cotton candy. At 2 o'clock, the emergency department received a patient from a car accident and called for Chen Zhijuan to come by. As Chen Zhijuan rose, he glanced at the person slumped nearby, whose eyelids were nearly glued shut. I need to head to the emergency room. You can go back first. Shen Shangnian stood up, rubbing his eyes. What time do you finish? I can leave after the handover at 8. Shen Shangnian paused for 2 seconds. You haven't picked up your clothes from last time. As Chen Zhijuan was making his way out, he hesitated momentarily at the remark, not turning back. I'll get them from you tomorrow. With that, he hurriedly departed. Shen Shangnian slapped his face lightly, forcing himself to wake up. Have you lost your mind? He silently berated himself. Yet, he dutifully sent the door code to Chen Zhijuan. After exiting the chat, Shen Shangnian stared at his phone for a while before pinning the contact labeled as Zhijuan to the top. We've reconciled, he thought to himself. It was at 4:30 in the morning when Chen Zhijuan finally saw Shen Shangnian's message. He sat on a rest chair in the corridor beside a vending machine. A colleague, scanning a bottle of nutritional drink with his phone, caught a glimpse of the faint smile on his lips and wondered if he was imagining it. Dr. Chen, what are you smiling about? You look exhausted. Chen Zhijuan put away his phone. I just won the lottery. The colleague raised an eyebrow in disbelief. You still play the lottery? Not long ago, the executives of Jingxi Group had come for health checkups. The newly appointed CEO, Chen Shun, the eldest son of the group's chairman, was impeccably dressed and strikingly handsome, emanating a nonchalant yet imposing aura. He had specifically instructed his assistant to deliver 2 boxes of milk, a box of fruit, and a box of chocolates to the orthopedic department. The hospital buzzed with speculation, thinking that the young heir had developed a romantic interest in one of the orthopedic doctors. It wasn't until the son of the pediatric department, as director, remarked, "He.S. delivering it for his brother," that the truth was revealed. There was only one doctor in orthopedics with the surname Chen, and it was obvious who the brother was. Chen Zhijuan chuckled, feeling a whimsical surge of inspiration. Chapter 29. I will help you win. When Shen Shangnian awoke, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had indulged in a restful sleep and quickly regained his senses, noticing the rhythmic breathing of another person nearby. His expression cleared, and he turned to see Chen Zhijuan lying on another pillow, flat on his back, breathing steadily and soundly asleep. Shen Shangnian retrieved his phone and began reviewing messages. Friends either invited him out for drinks or gatherings. Chen Zhijuan had sent him a meme featuring Patrick Star shaking his behind. Among all the messages, only his oblivious father urged him to return home for a family reunion dinner. Shen Shangnian hesitated momentarily, pretending he hadn't seen it, and swiped past. Observing how soundly someone was sleeping, he quietly made his way to the sofa outside to play on his phone. While scrolling through videos, his grandmother called. Shen Shangnian leaned against the soft sofa, expressionless, staring at the screen. Shen Jingde sent him a message at 7:30 in the morning. At that time, he was likely seated in the vehicle en route to the office, and Shen Shangnian did not respond to him. He probably understood that Shen Shangnian couldn't be bothered with him, prompting him to seek assistance. Grandfather passed away during Shen Shangnian's high school years, and the only person capable of managing Shen Shangnian was his grandmother. Jiang Ji, in her youth, was a translator of high education, consistently exuding elegance and grace. Shen Shangnian answered the call. Her voice on the other end was gentle as she spoke, "Nian Nian, be obedient and come home for dinner tonight." Shen Shangnian felt displeased and thought, I don't want to go back. Be obedient, she insisted. After her retirement, Jiangji chose to live alone in a cottage on the mountain, where her husband's gravestone also resided. The mere thought of them irritated him. Shen Shangnian frowned, never concealing his emotions in front of Jiangji. On the other end of the line, Jiangji tended to her flowers, and upon hearing his complaints, a hint of amusement danced in her eyes. This child is still the same as he was in his youth. If you don't go, then I want to go either, Jiangji continued. Every time we have a meal, your grandmother looks forward to chatting with you. Shen Shangnian paused. Jiangji pressed on. Not to mention, your father still holds 40% of the shares. He can't leave it all to Xiao Qi. Can he? Xiao Qi referred to Shun Mingqi, the daughter born to Su Ruoyan and Shun Jingde a year after their marriage, who was 6 years younger than Shen Shangnian and was currently in college. Su Shilu was engrossed in music, but ended up enrolling in clinical studies for the college entrance examination, while Shen Shangnian was a prodigal son. Only Shun Mingqi pursued finance in college, interning at the company right after graduating high school, earning affection from the elders as if she were a beloved daughter. Cheng'an Group, which began in real estate, was founded by Shun Jingde after his university graduation, enlisting a few college alumni to join him. Leaving aside Shun Jingde's romantic endeavors, he was a brilliant student with a keen business acumen. He dated Ms. Shang when during university and married her right after graduation. Ms. Shangwen's mother was a translator with an expansive network, connecting her to various dignitaries. Her father was a businessman, renowned in the commercial sphere at that time. Shun Jingde knew how to navigate social situations, and despite his rural origins, he quickly established himself with the help of his father-in-law. Over the course of 20 years, technological advancements surged and new economies emerged, rendering the older generation outdated. Cheng'an Group adeptly maneuvered its way to prosperity, growing stronger, while his father-in-law's company gradually diminished, ultimately merging into Cheng'an Group. Su Shilu was the child of Su Ruoyan and her ex-husband. Thus, the 40% of shares in Shun Jingde's hands will be inherited solely by Shen Shangnian and Shen Mingqi. Originally, Ms. Shangwen held 10% of the shares. Jiangji inherited 5% from her husband, and upon Ms. Shangwen's passing, she transferred her remaining 10% to Jiangji. Therefore, Jiangji currently possesses 15%. It was certain that she would eventually pass this on to Shen Shangnian. Shen Shangnian fell silent for a moment. He harbored no significant ambitions. Having enough money for his indulgences was sufficient for him. However, should he choose not to contend and willingly relinquish to Shen Mingqi, it would be a bitter pill for Jiangji, the long-sleeping Shangwan, and his grandfather to swallow. This evening, I shall come to fetch you. Jiangji, satisfied, concluded the call. Shen Shangnian, clad in slippers, ambled into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of yogurt, and, while sipping, sprawled on the sofa engrossed in a game. His phone was replete with numerous games. He scrolled through them, ultimately selecting Honor of Kings. 2 hours later, Shen Shangnian, in a flurry, reported the remaining 4 teammates once more, his inbox flooded with notifications of successful reports. He felt a surge of frustration. Finishing the last sip of yogurt and hurling the empty bottle into the nearby trash can. Having just disposed of the garbage yesterday, the bin was now devoid of contents. The yogurt bottle fell into it in a dramatic arc, producing a thunderous sound. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open. Shen Shangnian, lost in his gaming fervor, only remembered there was another person in the house upon hearing the door's movement. He turned around in annoyance. Chen Zhijuan, in slippers, leaned against the doorframe, his tousled black hair giving him a relaxed, carefree demeanor compared to the previous night. He had brought 2 pieces of loungewear, a simple white top pair with black pants. Shen Shangnian, lacking clothing, would typically purchase from various high-end boutiques, as he was a tall figure who could wear any piece effortlessly. In contrast, Chen Zhijuan's attire, while appearing simple, was entirely custom-made, likely surpassing the value of Shen Shangnian's 2 pieces combined. He was a connoisseur of fashion. Chen Zhijuan's gaze lightly swept over Shen Shangnian's flushed cheeks. The latter's eyelashes were damp, his eyes reflecting remnants of vexation and lingering anger. Leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed, he lazily inquired, "Who has vexed our young master?" "Nothing, just a bunch of foolish teammates," Shen Shangnian replied, pursing his lips and awkwardly turning his head. "Did I wake you?" "No." Chen Zhijuan approached and sat beside him, the crisp scent of lime wafting from him, his voice light and airy, indicative of having just woken up. "Oh," Shen Shangnian sighed in relief, lowering his gaze. Chen Zhijuan, with an air of leisure, examined Shen Shangnian's phone. "Did you lose a few stars?" Discussing the topic darkened Shen Shangnian's expression even further. he had lost 5 consecutive matches. After 2 hours of play, he had suffered defeat in each game. Chen Zhijuan unlocked his phone, and upon hearing the familiar Timmy sound, Shen Shangnian turned to look at him, noticing his gaze. Chen Zhijuan did not lift his head, but instead reached out to touzle Shen Shangnian's white hair, as if to comfort a child. Although his tone was gentle, the gesture resembled petting a dog. His fingers lightly rested on Shen Shangnian's hair, pinching the tips. Irritated, Shen Shangnian swatted his hand away, insisting he should save that for home and pets. Chapter 30. Do not seek me for tears. Chen Zhijuan, ever compliant, withdrew his hand. Once logged into the game, he recalled an important matter. Can we add each other as friends now? Shen Shangnian maintained a stern expression. You add me. My game nickname remains unchanged. Shen Shangnian was the epitome of a youthful spirit, his gaming moniker consisting of 4 characters. Break the shackles. Having added it, can you agree? Chen Zhijuan spoke as he entered the training camp to adjust his operational settings. He had played this game quite a bit before, initially to accompany Shen Shangnian, but eventually found some genuine enjoyment in it. Chen Zhijuan was in a semi-retired state, occasionally logging in for a few matches. What position do you want to play? He asked while casting skills and making adjustments. Support, Shen Shangnian replied. I want to play Yao. I want to relax. Chen Zhijuan exited the training camp and quietly changed his role from jungler to marksman. He was not particularly keen on purchasing skins, but fortunately Shen, being affluent, was a full-skin player, allowing Chen Zhijuan to share his skins. As they matched, Shen Shangnian went to the fridge to grab some yogurt. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back. Do you want grapefruit yogurt? No. Chen Zhijuan shook his head. After they were queued, they found themselves on the blue side, with Shen Shangnian on the first floor. After banning heroes, he immediately locked in Yao. The jungler on the second floor sent a question mark. Shen Shangnian particularly disliked receiving question marks. He simply ignored it. Contentedly sipping his yogurt, he reclined back onto the sofa. The jungler sent another message. Are you dueling with the marksman? Shen Shangnian took a sip of yogurt, preparing to type, but Chen Zhijuan preemptively responded. Yes. Today was a long-awaited sunny day, warm sunlight streaming through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a cozy glow. Shen Shangnian usually played as a jungler, often silently farming in the jungle, stealthily ambushing enemies, and subtly influencing the game's rhythm with his cunning skills. Today, he finally understood the joy of playing Yao. With allies to support him, he could utilize skills that will during team fights. Chen Zhijuan, being academically inclined, excelled in gaming as well, rapidly accumulating resources and maintaining an excellent pace. For the first time, Shen Shangnian felt so relaxed, occasionally dropping down to shield his allies, effortlessly winning the match. Having worked a night shift yesterday, Chen Zhijuan had the day off today, needing only to report by 8 the next morning. He played with Shen Shangnian for the entire afternoon, winning all 6 matches. Shen Shangnian, thoroughly satisfied, closed the game. Chen Zhijuan glanced at the time. It was only 5:30. Are you hungry? Shen Shangnian nodded. I'll order takeout. Chen Zhijuan pursed his lips. I can cook. It's been too long. Shen Shangnian waved his hand. I have to leave soon. Where to? Chen Zhijuan inquired. Going home for family dinner, Shen Shangnian said, grinding his teeth. Chen Zhijuan couldn't help but smile, reaching out to ruffle Shen Shangnian's soft, well-groomed white hair. That expression doesn't quite suggest you're headed home for a family dinner. Shen Shangnian swatted his hand away again. After they had eaten, Chen Zhijuan prepared to leave. Shen Shangnian paused for a moment, saying, I will be back tonight. I know, but I have to go back. There's a little princess waiting for me at home. Chen Zhijuan changed his shoes and stood at the entrance. Shen Shangnian rubbed his arms. Feeling goosebumps, you were quite the oddball. Chen Zhijuan owned a rather silly husky, known for its destructive capabilities, yet its name was adorably stunning. Its surname was Xiao, with the nickname Princess. Chen Zhijuan chuckled and departed. The Shen family residence awaited. Upon hearing the doorbell, Su Ruoyan emerged from the kitchen. At the entrance stood a tall, young girl with lustrous black hair cascading down her back, adorned with a delicate diamond bracelet on her wrist. Not a single strand of hair fell across her forehead. Her features were enchanting, her makeup exquisitely applied. Dressed in a pleated skirt and a fitted black sweater, she appeared unfazed by the cold. Oh hot dough, Sudhuidan et Golim, rushing over to take the bag from her hands and placing it on a nearby shelf. Aren't you cold-dressed like this? Shen Mingqi slipped into her designated pink slippers and, with a beaming smile, held up her fingers in front of Su Ruoyan. Mom, do you like my new manicure? Su Ruoyan's attention shifted, her gaze falling upon the girl's delicate, fair fingers, where the nails were painted a vibrant red and adorned with tiny diamonds. Shen Mingqi's fashion choices leaned towards a sexy yet sweet aesthetic, predominantly in shades of black, while the high-saturation manicure was indeed eye-catching. Beautiful, Su Ruoyan responded, her smile revealing fine lines at the corners of her eyes. With my daughter's beauty, any manicure looks splendid. Shen Mingqi chuckled softly before heading to wash her hands. The house was spacious and quiet, with only the housekeeper present. Once she returned, she inquired, "Where's my brother?" "He hasn't come home from work yet," Su Ruoyan replied, pouring a glass of water for her. Shen Mingqi, having returned from a recent trip with her roommates during the winter break, had been living alone in her own small apartment. She was unaware of Shan Shilu's current endeavors. "Has my brother found a job?" she asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Your father asked him to assist at the company, starting from the ground up," Su Ruoyan explained, waiting for Shen Mingqi to finish her drink before taking the cup and placing it aside for the housekeeper to collect. Shen Mingqi settled comfortably on the sofa, stretching languorously. "By the way, is Brother Shangnian coming over tonight?" Shen Mingqi shared a bloodline with both Shen Shangnian and Su Shilu, but regrettably, the sibling bonds among the three were rather tenuous, with a palpable disdain for one another. Shen Shangnian and Su Shilu had been at odds since childhood, a classic case of incompatible personalities. Meanwhile, Shen Mingqi regarded each of them with equal indifference. Younger than Shen Shangnian by 6 years, Shen Mingqi recalled a time when her elder brother would often complain about the unbearable homework during his middle school days, which he deemed impossible to complete. At that time, she was just in the first grade, obediently clad in her school uniform with a red scarf, proudly wearing the badge of the class labor monitor. With her cherubic face, she found her way to Shen Shangnian's room, where he was hunched over his English exam, visibly frustrated and struggling with the vocabulary. He was so agitated, merely wishing to escape and play games instead, while Chen Zhijuan sat quietly in the corner, engrossed in a book, patiently waiting for him to finish. Shen Mingqi knocked politely on the door. Shen Shangnian, disinterested, ignored her, prompting Chen Zhijuan to set down his book and answer the door. With a serious expression on her cherubic face, Shen Mingqi, in her youthful voice, exclaimed, "Brother, you're lying?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Chen Zhijuan cast a cool glance at Shen Shangnian, who was already in hot water with him due to having skipped classes the previous week. At Shen Mingqi's accusation, Shen Shangnian sprang to his feet as if ignited by fire, demanding, "What have I lied about?" Shen Mingqi recollected, "When I was in kindergarten, my brother told me that elementary school was exceedingly difficult. Yet, I find it quite simple now." Shen Shangnian settled down again, smirking, "Wow, that's impressive." He ground his teeth and remarked, "Wait until you reach middle school, then you'll have cause to weep. The material there is profoundly intricate, and do not come to me for solace." However, when Shen Mingqi eventually entered middle school, she discovered it was not difficult at all. It merely posed a challenge for Shen Shangnian. Chapter 31. Are you content? At that moment, Shen Mingqi gained a clear understanding of Shen Shangnian's intellectual capacity. She seldom contacted him, fearing she might catch a dullness that would compromise her own cleverness. As for Su Shilu, he was excessively artistic, with emotions so delicate that Shen Mingqi often perceived him as indulging in self-pity. For instance, during high school, he harbored a secret crush and penned numerous love letters. On one occasion, Shen Mingqi inadvertently stumbled upon one and caught a glimpse of a phrase, "You have swayed my heart and ensnared my soul." Shen Mingqi was profoundly astonished, standing there perplexed as she attempted to decipher the meaning of those words. She furrowed her brow, pondering for a long while, yet could not grasp it. Su Shilu was quite upset over this incident, while Shen Mingqi couldn't even muster a simple apology. As for Shen Shangnian, Su Ruoyan's smile faded upon mention of his name. "Your father specifically called. He is certainly coming." Shen Mingqi nodded, glancing at her watch, calculating that the time was drawing near. Su Shilu returned alongside Shen Jingde. Although Su Shilu was not Shen Jingde's biological son, their bond was remarkably close. Shen Shangnian had never been particularly close to Shen Jingde, rarely engaging in conversation, while Su Shilu sweetly called him dad and would endearingly seek his favor. They exchanged shoes at the entrance. Shen Mingqi and Su Ruoyan sat on the sofa, laughing heartily. Shen Jingde loosened his tie and inquired with a smile, "What is so amusing?" Su Ruoyan, beaming, replied, "Xiao Qi is sharing her travel tales with me." "Dad," Shen Mingqi called out cheerfully. Shen Jingde's face lit up with joy. "Why do you seem a bit slimmer than before?" Su Shilu bit his lip. Shen Mingqi had never acknowledged him, which he had grown accustomed to, yet stirred a tinge of bitterness within him. At that moment, Su Ruoyan and Shen Jingde's attention was solely on Shen Mingqi. No matter how much effort Su Shilu exerted to win their favor, it proved futile. That afternoon, Shen Jingde's secretary approached Su Shilu's department, asking him to wait for Mr. Shen after work. Su Shilu had previously kept his relationship with Shen Jingde a secret from his colleagues. Upon hearing the secretary's words, everyone nearby was taken aback. As soon as the secretary exited, Su Shilu's workspace was surrounded by curious colleagues, inquiring about his relationship with Shen Jingde. He reveled in the attention. Feeling as if he were floating on air, his heart sweetened like honey. While seated in Shen Jingde's business vehicle, Su Shilu was enveloped in happiness until he caught sight of Shen Mingqi. Despite being a girl, Shen Mingqi was the biological child of Su Ruoyan and Shen Jingde. They share a bloodline, yet Su Shilu's biological father is merely a drunken farmer prone to violence. This lineage serves as an impenetrable barrier for him, rendering all efforts to please Shen Jingde or comply with his wishes futile. Although his grandparents find joy in his lively and sweet demeanor, their affection instinctively gravitates towards Shen Shangnian and Shen Mingqi. Su Shilu, feeling despondent, heads to the kitchen to wash his hands. The cook is preparing pomfret, the aroma wafting enticingly throughout the space. She glances over and greets him. Little Lu is back. He smiles broadly, responding, "Yes, it smells wonderful. As long as it's fragrant." The cook replies with a smile. Nian Nian loves pomfret. While Su Shilu maintains his smile, his eyes grow cold. He finishes washing his hands slowly and steps outside. Just as he leaves the kitchen, the door swings open. An elderly man adorned in traditional attire, his hair a cascade of silver, enters, followed by the languid Shen Shangnian. Shen Jingde promptly approaches, exclaiming, "Mother, please come and sit." Su Ruoyan quickly rises and retrieves a brand new pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet, bending down to place them on the floor. Jiang Ji nods in acknowledgement, and with Shen Shangnian's assistance, she changes her footwear. Shen Shangnian rummages through the cabinet, searching for his slippers but finds none. Shen Jingde urges him, "Hurry and change your shoes." "I can't find them," Shen Shangnian replies. "Can't find them?" Shen Jingde turns to Su Ruoyan, questioning, "Where are Nian Nian's slippers?" "They should be right here in the cabinet," Su Ruoyan replies as she approaches to inspect. "Oh dear, where they gone?" She calls for the housekeeper. The housekeeper, busy tending to the plants, freezes at Su Ruoyan's shout. "Oh no, the last pair was ruined by Sanyu, and I forgot to replace them." Sanyu is a small white dog kept by Su Ruoyan. Su Ruoyan, irritated, admonishes, "How could you forget such a thing?" "I apologize, madam," the housekeeper stammers. "It's been quite busy with year-end preparations." Shen Jingde considers it a trivial matter and reassures, "It's all right, just a small issue. We could buy a new pair tomorrow. There's no need to change shoes tonight." Jiang Ji interjects gently, "How can this be deemed trivial? Everyone else has a pair, yet Nian Nian does not. If we overlook this within our family, imagine how it might be twisted outside." Shen Jingde, always respectful towards Jiang Ji, nods in agreement, saying, "You make a valid point. Mother-in-law, I shall have the housekeeper purchase them." "No need," Jiang Ji replies. "It can wait until tomorrow." Her intent is clear. The slippers may be a small matter, but within their household, Shen Shangnian deserves no less than what others have. Shen Jingde nods once more in understanding. Shen Shangnian delights in this protective atmosphere surrounding him. He remains quietly in the background, simply following Jiang Ji. Just as they settle down, Shen Jun and Wang Xiao arrive. Shen Zhijuan and Wang Xia are Shen Jingda's parents, quintessential rural folk who run a barbecue shop in their village. The shop is always filled with enticing aromas during meal times. Their family is relatively well off in the village, allowing Shen Jingda to have a joyful childhood. He often sat hunched over at a small table in the shop, diligently writing, though the table was low and uncomfortable after prolonged periods. Su Ruoyan was a neighbor of his family, disinterested in her studies from a young age, often found playing around. In contrast, Shen Jingda was diligent, dedicating himself to his studies, compensating for the lack of educational resources with hard work. During high school, Shen Jingda experienced a growth spurt, becoming tall and slender, with striking features. Clad in immaculately clean school uniforms, he was perceived as a top student, consistently ranking first in citywide examinations. Many young girls in school secretly admired him. Su Ruoyan, having dropped out early, only completed her middle school education and took up work outside. One day, upon returning home, she encountered Shen Jingda and was instantly captivated. Naturally beautiful and adept at embellishing her appearance, she confessed her feelings to him for the first time, only to be met with rejection. Undeterred, she continued to pursue him, showering him with sweet words and affectionate gestures as if they were free. Shen Jingda, inexperienced in romance, found it difficult to resist such a charming and beautiful girl. They secretly embarked on a brief romance that lasted 3 months. However, during Shen Jingda's midterm exams, when his ranking fell to 5th place, Wang Xia noticed something amiss. She and Shen Zhijuan observed closely and eventually uncovered their relationship. Shen Zhijuan was furious. The couple had high hopes for their son, and in a fit of anger, Shen Zhijuan commanded them to part ways. Initially reluctant, Shen Jingda was confronted by Shen Zhijuan, who, while smoking, admonished him, saying he could pursue a relationship after the college entrance examination. He reminded Shen Jingda of the years of hard work and investment that had gone into his education, questioning whether he was willing to squander all of it now. Naturally, Shen Jingda felt a deep sense of unwillingness, though he had yet to see the vastness of the world beyond. He was discontent with the prospect of spending his life in that small village. Taking the initiative, Shen Jingda proposed a breakup, asking Su Ruoyan to wait for him for a year. After their separation, his grades stabilized. By the time of the college entrance examination, he achieved 3rd place in the province. Following the exams, Shen Zhijuan and Wang Xia saved some money for him to travel. During his travels, Shen Zhijuan approached Su Ruoyan, advising her not to wait for Shen Jingda any longer. He proclaimed that Shen Jingda's future would undoubtedly be bright and expansive, while she, with her low education and humble background, would only lead to mutual disdain once the initial affection faded. With her luggage in tow, Su Ruoyan headed north for work. Upon returning home, Shen Jingda received only a letter from her, stating she no longer wished to wait. Thus commenced a summer of heart-wrenching sorrow for Shen Jingda. While attending university, he met Shangwan. Initially, they were merely colleagues in the student council, but as their eyes met, they found a connection. Upon learning of Shangwan's family background, Shen Zhijuan and Wang Xia wholeheartedly supported their relationship. Despite lacking formal education, the success of Shen Jingda was inseparable from the unwavering support of his parents. Wang Xia, accustomed to hard work, bore the marks of labor even as she embraced the status of a wealthy woman. Her slender figure and simple attire contrasted sharply with that of Jiangji, her hands adorned with gold bracelets yet calloused and rough from years of toil. Wang Xia smiled and remarked, "My dear in-laws seem to be in better spirits lately." Jiangji replied gently, "I recently found a skill, master. You should come and try it next time." "Absolutely," Wang Xia readily agreed. Shen Zhijuan glanced at Shen Shangnian, who was beside Jiangji, skillfully peeling shrimp while donning gloves. Setting aside his achievements for the moment, his appearance was indeed exceptionally striking. Nian, Shen Yun suddenly spoke. Shen Shangnian paused momentarily, raising his brows in inquiry. "What is it?" Shen Zhijuan, with a warm smile, asked, "Are you in a relationship?" Upon hearing this, all eyes at the table turned toward Shen Shangnian. "No," he replied. "Why not?" Shen Yun pressed. "I haven't met anyone I like," Shen Shangnian responded. Shen Zhijuan set down his chopsticks and continued, "Ah, I see. Do you remember Mrs. G, who has been friendly with your grandmother. Shen Shangnian thought for a moment and nodded. Her granddaughter is returning from abroad at the end of the year. You should meet her. Su Shirlu, overhearing this, felt an inexplicable lightness in her mood. Shen Shangnian instinctively declined. No need. Shen Jun, displeased, retorted, since you're not dating anyone and have no one you fancy, why not meet her? Shen Shangnian, accustomed to a life of indulgence, was unwilling to do so. Shen Jun frowned, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wang Xia, sensing the discomfort, sought to ease the tension, saying, Nian Nian, this isn't really a blind date. It's merely an opportunity to meet someone. If you don't hit it off, you can just remain friends. I don't want to go, Shen Shangnian asserted firmly, feeling no lack of friends. Meeting her isn't akin to losing a piece of yourself. Shen Jingde chimed in. You're 26 now, not a child. Adults only wish for your well-being. Why are you being so ungrateful? Shen Shangnian grew more irked upon hearing this. Before he could retort, Jiangji suddenly patted his arm, urging, behave, Nian Nian. Shen Shangnian swallowed his words. After finishing their meal, they left the Shen residence, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Shen Shangnian drove in silence, while Jiangji, seated in the passenger seat, leisurely remarked, Are you beginning to feel angry with your grandmother? Shen Shangnian remained silent. Jiangji's eyes sparkled with amusement as he chided. You, with such an unfiltered nature, will find it challenging if no one indulges you in the future. I want tea, Shen Shangnian stated with a stern expression. Jiangji raised an eyebrow, surprised. How can that be? Don't you still have your grandmother? Shen Shangnian stared ahead, though the tips of his ears turned crimson. He was still so easily flustered. Jiangji chuckled softly, reminding him, Your grandmother will eventually leave. What will you do then? Please don't say that, Shen Shangnian replied, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. Jiangji remained undeterred. I often fear that after I'm gone, there will be no one to advise or comfort you, and you might struggle. Thus, your grandmother hopes more than anyone for you to find a good girl. You don't necessarily have to find a partner, Shen Shangnian mumbled. Jiangji understood him well and easily grasped the unspoken words. Are you referring to Xiaowan? Shen Shangnian did not respond but turned to glance out the window. Jiangji sighed. Nian Nian, Xiaowan will eventually date and marry. Once she has her own family, things will change between you. Shen Shangnian withdrew his gaze and stared ahead. His grandmother's words were not untrue. However, he simply could not bear to listen. Why must one necessarily engage in romantic relationships and marriage? Chen Zhijuan, he would eventually become someone else's husband, someone else's father. Shen Shangnian tightened his grip on the steering wheel, pressed his lips together for a long while, and finally murmured, I understand. After dropping Jiangji off, Shen Shangnian returned home, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. In the stillness of the night, the house felt desolate and empty. Shen Shangnian changed his shoes and collapsed onto the sofa, receiving a message from Shen Jingde, who had recommended a contact with a nickname, Xiaoxi. Shen Shangnian added her on WeChat. Xiaoxi seemed to be occupied, as she did not accept his request immediately. He chose a movie to watch and, upon waking the next morning, discovered that Xiaoxi had accepted his request at 3 in the morning. Xiaoxi, Zhilo, Yiminx, accompanied by a cute cat paw emoji. Shen Shangnian furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time, and eventually settled on a relatively benign emoji from a plethora of mocking ones to respond. Breaking the chains. Hello. Shen Shangnian. Xiaoxi did not reply, which was to be expected. At 3 in the morning, she was likely lost in dreams. After freshening up, Shen Shangnian reclined on the sofa once more. He opened WeChat and browsed through his contacts, sending a message to Sun Heong. Sun Heong did not respond. Shen Shangnian's fingers grazed the screen until he clicked on a pinned contact. Are you awake? Chen Zhijuan nearly instantaneously replied, Awake. Shen Shangnian. Are you at work? Chen Zhijuan. I have the day off. Shen Shangnian. Do you have any plans for today? Chen Zhijuan. No particular plans. What about you? Shen Shangnian. Wide awake. Fabricated. Sun Heong invited me to play basketball. Chen Zhijuan was quick to catch on. Could you possibly take me along? Shen Shangnian feigned reluctance. All right then. Chen Zhijuan. Thank you, Brother Nian. Shen Shangnian's lips curled into a slight smile as he began to relentlessly call Sun Heong. After the 9th attempt, he finally answered, Sounding groggy. Did an earthquake just occur? Shen Shangnian cleared his throat. Let us go play basketball. Sun Heong, taken aback for a few seconds, erupted in curses. Are you insane? Disturbing my peaceful slumber at this hour. Chapter 32. This is the weakling at a high-end sports complex in the suburbs. Shen Shangnian was driving with Sun Heong in the passenger seat. Sun Heong, donning sunglasses and clad in a blue hoodie, was vociferously berating Shen Shangnian for his lack of humanity. Shen Shangnian paid no heed, letting the words drift in one ear and out the other. Outside the sports complex was an open-air parking lot. They often came here to play basketball and had designated parking spots. After parking, the two of them exited the vehicle and made their way out of the lot. At the entrance, there were attendants waiting. Upon entering, Shen Shangnian immediately spotted a figure seated in the lounge area, engrossed in their phone, dressed in a white sweater and black trousers, with legs crossed. The individual appeared refreshingly composed. Brother Wan, Sun Heong exclaimed in delight. Chen Zhijuan lifted his head, his gaze first landing on Shen Shangnian. Their eyes met, and Shen Shangnian, captivated by the depth of his dark eyes, was the first to avert his gaze. Chen Zhijuan responded with a cheerful smile and departed. Shen Shangnian remarked that the others were awaiting them at the basketball court. This time, they were to engage in a game of basketball. Besides the three of them, a few acquaintances had gathered to form two teams. During the team selection, Shen Shangnian pointed at Chen Zhijuan and declared, "He'll be on my team." Sun Heong remained silent, while a tall, slender figure clad in leather inquired, "Why? Are we playing favorites?" Among these acquaintances were some internet celebrities and scions of affluent families. However, the latter had only heard of Chen Zhijuan's name and had yet to meet him in person. He was indeed low-key, contrasting with Shen Shangnian's notoriety. The tall, slender individual, a minor internet celebrity, possessed a distinctive voice and a rugged appearance. He often shared handsome selfies or recited excerpts from novels, accompanied by melancholic background music, garnering substantial viewership and amassing 500,000 followers. This individual never disclosed his real name, insisting that people refer to him by his online handle, Zhou Xiaogu. Recently, he had befriended Sun Heong through his bartending skills, but he was not well acquainted with Shen Shangnian. At this moment, he was eager to become familiar. Shen Shangnian did not glance at Chen Zhijuan, yet he could subtly sense Chen Zhijuan's gaze upon him. He considered himself inexperienced, a weak player, and thought that teaming up with him would serve to curtail his own capabilities. Weak player? Zhou Xiaogu glanced at Chen Zhijuan. Clad in a loose-fitting white sweater that revealed a porcelain neck and delicate skin, Chen Zhijuan undeniably stood out as the most striking presence in the crowd, exuding an aura of unparalleled handsomeness. When he entered behind Shen Shangnian moments ago, Zhou Xiaogu had assumed he was a newly signed internet celebrity or a budding star. However, when others broached the subject, Sun Heong shot them all a glare and stated, "He is a brilliant scholar, a bona fide doctor, someone you cannot aspire to." Zhou Xiaogu took another look at Chen Zhijuan's physique. He certainly did not appear weak. After teams were formed, everyone proceeded to the changing room to don their basketball uniforms. Shen Shangnian and Sun Heong each led a team, with Shen Shangnian's team wearing black and white jerseys. Once Chen Zhijuan had changed, as he stepped out, the opposite changing room was simultaneously opened. A person emerged, bowing their head to put on wristbands, their white hair tousled, long eyelashes falling gently, and from a distance, their features appeared as cold and pristine as the snow on a mountain. However, upon noticing Chen Zhijuan's gaze, they lifted their head, momentarily taken aback. The cool demeanor vanishing. "What are you daydreaming about?" "I was not daydreaming," Chen Zhijuan replied mildly. "I was waiting for you." Shen Shangnian hesitated for a moment, then turned his head. "Are you in elementary school?" Chen Zhijuan responded, "If you think I am, then I am." Shen Shangnian scowled. "Hurry up." Chen Zhijuan acknowledged with a sound. Zhou Xiaogu was on the same team as Sun Heong, having changed early and seated on a resting bench. He heard footsteps approaching and saw Shen Shangnian walking alongside the distinguished scholar. Zhou Xiaogu paused, observing the scholar's shoulders, which were noticeably broader than Shen Shangnian's, with arms hanging naturally, showcasing well-defined muscles that could not have been achieved in just a day or two. Was this truly a weak player? Zhou Xiaogu, from the depths of her heart, posed a poignant question. Did this young master, Shun, harbor any misconceptions about the weak? Chen Zhijuan was not particularly skilled in basketball. He preferred badminton and cycling in his leisure time. Nonetheless, he had accompanied Shen Shangnian for a few games before, and the rules remained clear to him. Shen Shangnian's playing style was exceedingly flamboyant, akin to a wild dog, and during previous school basketball matches, he had drawn a crowd of girls, encircling him in layers. During halftime, as Shen Shangnian made his way to the rest area, Chen Zhijuan handed him an unopened bottle of mineral water. "Thank you," Shen Shangnian replied, having perspired profusely, with damp white hair clinging to his forehead. He twisted open the bottle and took a sip. Just then, his phone in the pocket of his jacket chimed. With water still in his mouth, Shen Shangnian retrieved his phone. It was a message from Xiaoxi. "I'm awake. Do you have time today, after tomorrow in the afternoon?" Shen Shangnian stared blankly at the screen. Noticing his unusual expression, Chen Zhijuan instinctively leaned closer, asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing much." Shen Shangnian abruptly turned his phone face down. The motion was so abrupt that it appeared somewhat awkward. Chen Zhijuan paused, having just brushed his hair back, revealing his full forehead, with long eyelashes quietly resting, obscuring the emotions in his eyes. Finally, he straightened up and said, "I'm sorry." Shen Shangnian's lips moved slightly. No need to apologize. Although it was merely a blind date, Shen Shangnian inexplicably wished to keep Chen Zhijuan uninformed. He could not articulate a reason. He simply did not want him to know. "Well, it's just a blind date. There's a 100% chance we 1T hit it off. After meeting, there likely 1T be a future." Chen Zhijuan had no need to know. With this thought, Shen Shangnian felt a sense of clarity. He replied to Xiaoxi, "I have time. I'm currently out. Let us talk when I get home." After setting down his phone, Shen Shangnian observed Chen Zhijuan, who was lost in thought, and he took the initiative to place a hand on his shoulder, saying, "That was just a message from my dad." Chen Zhijuan snapped back to reality, responding, "You don't need to explain to me. It's perfectly normal to have your own privacy." Having just run around the court, Chen Zhijuan's body radiated warmth, which comfortably transferred through the layer of his basketball attire to Shen Shangnian's palm. Shen Shangnian curled his fingers slightly, murmuring an acknowledgement. He withdrew his hand, feeling an inexplicable hint of discontent, though he could not pinpoint the source. After an afternoon filled with basketball, Shen Shangnian's displeasure gradually dissipated. Physical activity often fosters a sense of joy, and as he sat stretching, he realized he had not exercised in quite a while. Today's exertion had left his calves sore. Chen Zhijuan was the first to dash off for a shower after the game. He changed out of his basketball attire, donning the outfit he had arrived in, a sweater paired with black jeans, his hair freshly dried, lending him a slightly tousled, relaxed appearance. Upon returning to the rest area, he resembled a college student just emerging from a physical education class. He glanced at Shen Shangnian and approached him, asking, "Are your legs sore?" "A bit," Shen Shangnian admitted, bending his leg and massaging his calf. Chen Zhijuan sat beside him, speaking gently, "Let me help you." Shen Shangnian was taken aback as Chen Zhijuan encircled his calf, adding, "I learned a little about massage with some classmates from the rehabilitation department." Shen Shangnian released his grip. Chen Zhijuan gently grasped the slender, fair calf, initially adhering earnestly to the procedure taught by his classmates. Shen Shangnian had never engaged in strenuous labor since childhood, although he relished engaging in fights and various sports. His skin was exceptionally delicate and soft to the touch. As Chen Zhijuan continued to knead, his thoughts began to shift. He halted his movements. Shen Shangnian, who had been enjoying the massage. Indeed, Chen Zhijuan was quite skilled, accurately pressing on every sore spot. Moved his legs slightly, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Chen Zhijuan swallowed hard and replied, "I'm done." Shen Shangnian shot him a skeptical glance. "Really?" Indeed, Chen Zhijuan endeavored to maintain his composure while locking eyes with him. Shen Shangnian, dissatisfied, retorted, "Then do it again." Chen Zhijuan's Adam's apple bobbed lightly as he averted his gaze, stating, "Too much pressure isn't good either." Shen Shangnian narrowed his eyes, visibly displeased. His expression taut as he declared, "If you don't want to help, just say so." He stood up, prepared to leave. Suddenly, Chen Zhijuan reached out. Resting a hand on his shoulder, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. To be able to massage young Master Shun's legs is a privilege I could only dream of. How could I possibly wish otherwise? Shen Shangnian's dark, bright eyes scrutinized Chen Zhijuan's demeanor, and upon sensing sincerity, he complied and sat down again. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaogu emerged from the shower and unexpectedly encountered Sun Heong. Sun Heong held a towel in one hand, his hair still damp and unstyled, while the other hand clutched a phone, seemingly engrossed in messaging someone. Zhou Xiaogu approached playfully, teasing, "Are you replying to your girlfriend?" "What girlfriend?" Sun Heong waved dismissively, "Just a friend." "Do I know her?" "No," he replied. "She is quite the elite." Zhou Xiaogu pondered, "How elite?" Sun Heong, uninterested in elaborating, remarked, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." As they conversed, they exited the corridor and halted simultaneously upon witnessing the scene in the lounge. A figure clad in basketball attire sat on the bench, a sweatband adorning his head, rebellious strands of white hair defiantly sticking up. His eyes, dark and glistening, bore an air of aloofness, while his thin red lips held a prominent, fleshy Cupid-esque bow. With one leg bent and his calf flushed from pressure, a pair of hands with distinct knuckles kneaded the tender flesh, the owner of those hands kneeling slightly, head bowed in concentration. Zhou Xiaogu, whose sexual orientation was quite flexible, accepting both genders as long as they possessed wealth, instantly sensed something amiss. "Wait, the atmosphere between those two seems off," he remarked instinctively. Sun Heong, lifting his foot anew, muttered, "They're just good friends, childhood companions. What could possibly be wrong?" "All right then," Zhou Xiaogu conceded. Shen Shangnian shifted his leg, signaling that the massage could cease. "I'm going to take a shower." Chen Zhijuan stood up. "Okay." When Shen Shangnian emerged from the shower, everyone else had vanished, leaving only Chen Zhijuan, who was engrossed in playing Subway Surfers while waiting. "Where is Sun Heong?" Shen Shangnian inquired. "In this bathroom. The shower gel uniformly exudes a rich ebony fragrance." As Shen Shangnian approached, Chen Zhijuan was enveloped in the intoxicating scent that lingered around him. The game character collided directly with a large truck, resulting in failure. Chen Zhijuan calmly closed his phone. He left. Shen Shangnian's eyes widened in surprise. Why didn't he wait for me? It appeared that a friend of his was unwell, and he was in a hurry to tend to him. Chen Zhijuan explained. "What friend?" Shen Shangnian murmured softly, realizing he had never known about such a close companion. "It's not surprising you wouldn't know, considering you don't spend every day with him," Chen Zhijuan remarked as he picked up Shen Shangnian's coat and stood up, inquiring, "Are you going to wear it?" "No," Shen Shangnian replied, revealing a thin blue knitted sweater underneath, with sleeves that hung loosely. Distracted, he followed closely behind Chen Zhijuan. Upon exiting the gymnasium, the biting cold air rushed into Shen Shangnian's collar and sleeves, causing him to shiver and snap back to reality. It seemed as though Chen Zhijuan had eyes in the back of his head. He turned to look at Shen Shangnian and draped the coat over his shoulders. Shen Shangnian bit his lip and gazed up at Chen Zhijuan, whose typically fierce demeanor softened into a gentle expression as he took the time to adjust Shen Shangnian's hat. The latter's eyelashes fluttered as he called out, "Chen Zhijuan." He quickly responded, "What is it?" "You just said," Shen Shangnian began slowly, "that it's normal not to know someone as good friends if you don't spend every day together. So what about you?" "What?" Chen Zhijuan initially failed to grasp the question. Avoiding his gaze, Shen Shangnian focused on a nearby green plant and asked, "During your 3 years abroad, did you make any good friends?" Chen Zhijuan was silent for a long moment. Growing impatient, Shen Shangnian fiddled with the plush coat, and when he finally looked up, he found a smile playing at the corners of Chen Zhijuan's lips as he gazed at him. "What are you smiling about?" Shen Shangnian asked, maintaining a serious expression. Chen Zhijuan ruffled his hair, his fingers soon resting on Shen Shangnian's earlobe, gently pinching his delicate ear. "No, I only interacted more with Lucy. We met in university." Shen Shangnian replied coldly, showing little interest in the response, before turning away towards the car. Chen Zhijuan followed him into the passenger seat, where the fragrance of the car perfume was subtle. Buckling his seatbelt, he asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Hot pot," Shen Shangnian replied. "All right," Chen Zhijuan agreed. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Shen Shangnian rolled up his sleeves and stood at the condiment station, asking, What dipping sauce do you like? Don't you already know what I like? Chen Zhijuan countered. Just asking, Shen Shangnian replied lightly. What s with the sudden curiosity? Chen Zhijuan teased. After enjoying their hot pot meal, Shen Shangnian took Chen Zhijuan back before returning home himself. He removed his coat, changed his shoes, and collapsed onto the sofa. He messaged Xiao Shi, I'm free all day tomorrow. Just let me know what time works for you. Xiao Shi replied almost instantly. Let us say 4 in the afternoon then. Shen Shangnian responded. Coffee shop or Western restaurant? Which do you prefer? Chapter 33. You foolish bird. The following afternoon at 4 o'clock, Ji Mingxi arrived punctually at the agreed-upon Western restaurant. As the new year approached, the establishment was rather sparsely populated. Ji Mingxi effortlessly spotted Shen Shangnian. His striking white hair was impossible to overlook. Instead of approaching him immediately, she chose to stand behind a potted plant, admiring his appearance from a distance. Prior to their meeting, Ji Mingxi had heard about his hair color and could only imagine how unappealing it might be. Typically, such a hue, devoid of filters, tends to render individuals less attractive. And for those already deemed unattractive, it exacerbates their shortcomings. However, the man before her was undeniably handsome, the kind of beauty that was exceedingly pleasing to the human eye. Just look at those charming dimples, those long eyelashes, that prominent nose, and those exquisite lips. Ji Mingxi couldn't help but shake her head. Her elders had not deceived her regarding this blind date. Shen Shangnian took a sip of water just as a chair was pulled out for him. A young woman, donned in a form-fitting black dress that elegantly accentuated her feminine curves, approached. She had a slim waist and long legs, her short hair neatly styled, with monolid eyes that were surprisingly large, a delicate nose, and alluring red lips. You are quite handsome, Ji Mingxi complimented openly. Shen Shangnian was taken aback, never expecting her first words to be such a direct compliment. He paused for 2 seconds before responding politely. You are beautiful as well. Thank you, Ji Mingxi inquired. Have you ordered yet? Not yet, Shen Shangnian replied, signaling to the waiter to present the menu to her. All right. The waiter placed the dishes before Ji Mingxi. After ordering, she propped her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Shangnian. Shen Shangnian gradually leaned back against the chair. Could you please stop staring? Ji Mingxi gasped, slowly realizing that he seemed a bit shy. So innocent? She asked. Have you never been in a relationship? Never, he replied. That shouldn't be the case. You are so handsome. How could you have never dated? Ji Mingxi rested her chin on her hand, leaning in closer. You don't have any hidden ailments, do you? I simply don't wish to date, Shen Shangnian stated. During his university years, there were indeed many girls who wanted to confess their feelings to him, but he would vanish as soon as class ended, making it impossible for anyone to catch him. It was rumored that he would go to a nearby school to find someone else. Back in high school, they were in the same class and shared a desk, fully aware of each other's affairs. Although their universities were adjacent, the distance felt insurmountably far compared to their high school days. Shen Shangnian had a strong sense of possessiveness. He was constantly anxious, fearing that Chen Zhijuan might find a partner or a confidant during their university years. After Chen Zhijuan graduated, they had a falling out and parted ways unhappily. For the next 3 years, Shen Shangnian was in a dismal state, prompting others to avoid him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. He had no desire for romantic entanglements whatsoever. Do you not wish to date? Ji Mingxi repeated. Well, that's rather good. What's good about it? Innocence, Ji Mingxi said with a bright smile. I quite fancy innocent young men. Shen Shangnian pressed his lips together, straightforwardly stating, I am here under duress. I do not intend to seek a partner. If that bothers you, I do not mind, Ji Mingxi interjected. I am also here under pressure. Shen Shangnian paused for a moment. That's quite good. Ji Mingxi smirked. I do have a penchant for good looks. I hope I haven't frightened you. The two individuals approached the conversation directly, and this meal, which hardly qualified as a blind date, was surprisingly harmonious. After indulging in dessert, Ji Mingxi wiped his mouth and inquired, Could you do me a favor? You first, Shen Shangnian replied as he took a piece of paper to dry his fingertips. Ji Mingxi continued, regarding this blind date. Please return to your elders and convey that we are both quite satisfied with each other and would like to get to know one another further. This way, my parents will cease their relentless matchmaking efforts, and you will likely find yourself more at ease. Shen Shangnian pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Mingxi then revealed, I recently ended a relationship with my boyfriend. His family is rather ordinary. His father is a doctor and his mother a homemaker. My parents disapproved of his background and insisted that we part ways. Shen Shangnian had not anticipated that someone who appeared so carefree and assertive could harbor such a poignant romantic tale. After a lengthy contemplation, he managed to utter a comforting phrase. It's all right. The next one will be even better. Mingxi chuckled. You are truly delightful. Shen Shangnian took a sip of water, gazing at her with a smile. Once Mingxi's laughter subsided, she playfully rubbed her cheeks and remarked, You should be comforting not me, but your sister. Shen Shangnian paused momentarily, questioning what about her. Mingxi looked at him quizzically. You are not aware that she is in a relationship with Wei Tingshan? The name Wei Tingshan triggered a memory for Shen Shangnian of a summer during his graduation year when he returned home to retrieve some belongings. In the living room stood a tall, slender youth dressed in a pristine white shirt, his amber eyes sparkling with a refreshing innocence, reminiscent of a tall pine tree, youthful yet tinged with a bittersweet aura. The only other occupant of the house was Shen Mingxi, who at the time was just starting high school, sporting a high ponytail and a pleated skirt, scrutinizing the boy with her arms crossed. Shen Shangnian's immediate thought was, Have you been bullying someone again? Shen Mingxi shot him glare. Go find your brother Huan and leave me alone. With a dismissive snort, Shen Shangnian left the house, only to faintly hear Shen Mingxi assertively commanding, Next time you go out to play, you must inform me, otherwise I will be displeased. Wei Tingshan, being of the same age as Shen Mingxi, was the son of a nanny and came from a modest background. However, due to his exceptional academic performance, Shen Jingde often lent him support, even allowing him to attend the same high school as Shen Mingxi. I had no idea, Shen Shangnian replied, shaking his head. Mingxi sighed. Your sister's path is undoubtedly more arduous than mine. It was well known that among the 3 children of the Shen family, Su Shilu was the offspring of Madame Shen and her ex-husband, while Shen Shangnian was infamous for his reckless behavior. It was evident that the family's future enterprise would ultimately be entrusted to Shen Mingxi, though some in their circle looked down upon Shen Mingxi for being a girl. Her credentials were undeniably outstanding. She had achieved the highest score in the college entrance examination in Beijing, surpassing the second-place contender by a remarkable 15 points. Her striking appearance and formidable abilities rendered her equal to any boy. Those who belittled her were merely expressing sour grapes. The greater the responsibility, the less freedom one possesses. Shen Mingxi's marriage would undoubtedly be dictated by interests, and it was clear that no impoverished son and nanny would ever be considered. After the meal concluded, Shen Shangnian increasingly felt that Mingxi's words held merit. Thus, after some contemplation, he sent a red envelope of 200 yuan to Shen Mingxi. 2 minutes later, Shen Mingxi replied with a question mark. Question mark. Shen Shangnian lazily typed, I feel for you. Shen Mingxi, if you're unwell, go to the hospital. Shen Shangnian, you silly bird. Shen Mingxi, if I'm a silly bird, then you're a fool. Shen Shangnian tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt, thinking to himself, deservedly so. Chapter 34. Have you been wronged? The following evening was New Year's Eve. Shen Shangnian hurriedly had a meal at the Shen family home. At the dining table, Shen Jun asked amiably, How is your relationship with that girl from the Ji family? Shen Shangnian, maintaining his composure, presented the prepared response. We are getting to know each other better. That's good. Shen Jun said, satisfied. Shen Jingde pondered for a moment, noting that there was a collaboration to discuss with the Ji family, which would now be more convenient. The atmosphere at the table became increasingly harmonious. Su Shilu rolled his eyes and inquired, Mom, will Zhijuan Gij gonna pay New Year as greetings tomorrow? Su Oyan was perplexed by this sudden topic, but patiently replied, Of course he will. Su Shilu, grinning, asked again, I heard from Aunt Shun that he recently went on a blind date. How'd that go? Out of the corner of his eye, Shen Shangnian noticed Shen Mingxi's hand hesitate as expected. A satisfied smile crept onto Su Shilu's lips. Su Oyan remarked, Thanks for the reminder. I'll be sure to ask him tomorrow. She sipped her water and glanced at Shen Mingxi, who was engrossed in his phone. The warmth of the house enveloped them. and Shen Mingqi wore a thin camisole, her long hair casually tied in a low ponytail, her profile strikingly beautiful. Su Ruoyan leisurely commented, "Actually, Zhijuan is of suitable age. Just a few years older than our Mingqi. They will make quite a pair." Suddenly, Shen Mingqi, who had been drinking water, sputtered, spraying it out. Shen Shangnian, seated to her left, instinctively leaned back. To her right, Shen Jingde reached over to pat her back, saying, "Oh dear, what happened?" Shen Mingqi retorted irritably, "Mom, please don't play matchmaker so recklessly. You should hurry and find a partner for my brother instead." Seeing the fire ignite, Su Shilu quickly interjected, "I already have someone I like." As soon as this statement left his lips, everyone's attention turned to him. Su Wen gently ruffled his hair, asking, "Is it still that girl you liked in high school?" "Yes," Su Shilu nodded shyly. Su Ruoyan encouraged, "Little dear, you must boldly confess your feelings. If you don't, she won't know. No matter how long you secretly admire her, it won't matter if she happens to like you too." Su Shilu smiled confidently, "Don't worry, Mom." In the ensuing silence, Shen Mingqi scoffed coldly. Shen Shangnian, distracted, finished his meal, and by 11 o'clock, Jiang Ji could no longer endure. He first escorted Jiang Ji home before returning to his apartment. As he exited the elevator, the corridor brightened, illuminating the figure leaning against the wall. Clad in a black short coat left unbuttoned, underneath was a white sweatshirt, paired with elegantly draping black jeans adorned with a string of English letters at the knee, likely the brand's logo. Upon hearing the noise, the man straightened up and cast a quiet gaze in that direction. Shen Shangnian wore a sullen expression and asked, "What brings you here?" Chen Zhijuan raised his wrist, shaking the packaging box in his hand. "I brought you dumplings, your favorite chive, and shrimp." Shen Shangnian lowered his head, responding coldly with an O. He directly opened the door and inquired, "Don't you know the code? Why not come in?" Chen Zhijuan replied, "Waiting outside is just as fine." They exchanged their shoes, and Shen Shangnian tossed the car keys towards the entrance. The noise was somewhat loud, causing Chen Zhijuan to raise an eyebrow slightly. From this sound, he surmised that someone was likely in a foul mood. He placed the dumplings on the table, opening the box to reveal steaming dumplings within. Shen Shangnian sank into the sofa, remaining silent, merely crossing his arms and observing him with an indifferent gaze. Calmly, Chen Zhijuan stood up to fetch a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen, pouring a bit of vinegar into a small dish and setting it by the table. After completing these tasks, he sat on a small stool, turning to look at Shen Shangnian. "Did you endure any grievances at home?" Shen Shangnian remained silent. Chen Zhijuan understood. He was upset. Although unaware of how his diligent work over the past few days had irked the young master, he patiently inquired, "Did I do something wrong?" "No," Shen Shangnian denied. Chen Zhijuan, knowing him too well, patted Shen Shangnian's knee, urging, "Please just talk to me." Shen Shangnian glared at him. "Did you go on a blind date?" Chen Zhijuan maintained his composure. "No, who said that?" Shen Shangnian replied, "That little green tea." Chen Zhijuan asked, "Do you believe him or me?" "I believe you." Shen Shangnian scrutinized him. "You really didn't go?" "I didn't tea," Chen Zhijuan affirmed. "My mom mentioned it once. And I told her my brother hasn't found a partner yet." Shen Shangnian felt relieved. "Wasn't your brother dating a primary school teacher before?" "That fell through," Chen Zhijuan said, squeezing his fingers. "She thought my brother was too busy, lacking romance, as if it were a long-distance relationship." Shen Shangnian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chen Zhijuan declared, "All right, wash your hands and let us eat." He knew without a doubt that Shen Shangnian typically just nibbled at meals at home, likely still hungry. Yet, during those 3 years abroad, he was uncertain if Shen Shangnian had ever gone to bed hungry. After washing his hands, Shen Shangnian picked up a plump, snow-white dumpling with his chopsticks and took a bite. The taste was as he remembered. After finishing half the box of dumplings, Shen Shangnian stood to rinse his mouth, emerging with a mint candy. In the living room, Chen Zhijuan sat on the sofa, talking on the phone. As the conversation drew to a close, he uttered a sound of acknowledgement, saying, "I'm hanging up." Once he set down the phone, Shen Shangnian asked, "Who is it?" Chen Zhijuan replied, "My mom." Shen Shangnian paused in his wiping of hands and inquired, "What is the matter?" Chen Zhijuan explained, "First, she scolded me for sneaking off in the middle of dinner. then said she would stay up late playing mahjong tonight, and told me not to come home. Shen Shangnian responded with an O, tossing the damp paper towel into the trash, and settled down on the opposite side of Chen Zhijuan, searching for the remote control and flipping to the Spring Festival Gala. Chen Zhijuan sat cross-legged, having removed his short coat, now wearing only a white sweater, the hoodie version. He leaned against the back of the sofa. "When did you start enjoying the Spring Festival Gala?" he inquired. "I've grown accustomed to it. It's quite lively," Shen Shangnian replied. Chen Zhijuan paused for a moment, refraining from further questioning. In previous years, after enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner at home, Shen Shangnian would dart over to the Chen household. Chen's mother had a penchant for playing mahjong, and as night fell, the atmosphere would become bustling and vibrant. Initially, Shen Shangnian was unfamiliar with the game, but he joined in, compelled by the lack of players. He typically endured until 3 or 4 in the morning before fatigue overwhelmed him. Chen Zhijuan would guide guests to his bedroom, where the sun-kissed blankets, fresh from the hands of the housekeeper, enveloped one in a fragrant embrace, conjuring sweet dreams. Having spent 3 years abroad, Chen Zhijuan returned home a few times, yet never during the Spring Festival. Each New Year's Eve, a few international students would gather to make dumplings in celebration. On that day, Chen Zhijuan was always notably quiet. Outside, the snow fell continuously as he sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the flurries. Occasionally, he would call his mother. During the first year, under Chen Zhijuan's urging, she invited Shen Shangnian to celebrate the new year at their home. However, Shen Shangnian declined. In the subsequent 2 years, he did not attend either. Chapter 35. Everything is worry-free now. He could somewhat envision it. A person who had never cared for the Spring Festival Gala, now habitually tuning in, merely seeking the ambience. Chen Zhijuan rolled his Adam's apple and shook his phone. "Are you playing a game?" Shen Shangnian glanced at him. "I'll play a few rounds with you." "All right." Chen Zhijuan chuckled softly. Just as Shen Shangnian was deeply engrossed in the game, the screen suddenly shifted, revealing a countdown to the new year. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "Happy New Year." Chen Zhijuan tugged at his earlobe, saying, "The red envelope is in my coat. You can go fetch it yourself." Shen Shangnian, clad in slippers, continued to play while making his way to the coat rack by the door, where Chen Zhijuan's short jacket hung. He stood there playing for a moment, using the character Xiao Qiao, but was the first to be eliminated in the team battle. After being taken out, he set down his phone and glanced at Chen Zhijuan, who was focused intently on his game. Shen Shangnian rummaged through the pockets of his coat. He didn't find anything in the left pocket, but reached into the right one. The pocket was deep, and he pulled out a red envelope containing a thick wad of cash, estimated to be around 1 or 2,000. He had no interest in counting the exact amount. Instead, he unfolded a small note inside, deciphering the scrawled handwriting with difficulty. "In the new year, may all things go smoothly, and may you have sweet dreams every night." Shen Shangnian folded the note back up, silently tucking it into his phone case. He returned to the sofa, watching as others tossed fans in the air, and asked, "How much did you stuff in there? How old are you this year?" Chen Zhijuan queried. Shen Shangnian shot him an annoyed glance. "You don't know how old I am? There were 2,600 in there," he replied. Chen Zhijuan chuckled at him. "Do you think I know or not?" "Fine then." Shen Shangnian's mood brightened again. After finishing this round of the game, the new seasonal skins were released. Young Master Shen declared he was done playing. He needed to purchase skins. Chen Zhijuan, unable to return home, was once again graciously taken in by the benevolent young Master Shen for the night. Chen Zhijuan succumbed to slumber by 3 o'clock, enveloped in his quilt. Shen Shangnian, attuned to the rhythm of his steady breathing, discreetly removed his phone case. A small lamp flickered beside him, casting a feeble yet adequate light as Shen Shangnian unfolded a small note, perusing it repeatedly. Each year, during the Lunar New Year, Chen Zhijuan would slip him a red envelope, containing a slip of paper within. During the winter break of 6th grade, the note read, "In the new year, may you find joy in your studies." In the winter break of 9th grade, it proclaimed, "In the new year, may you grow up happily." By the winter break of 12th grade, the message was, "In the new year, and for many years to come, I will be here." In his freshman year, "May each passing year bring you peace and everlasting joy." In his sophomore year, "Where mountains rise, paths emerge. Where waters deepen, boats will float. In his junior year, year after year, may success be yours. May joy accompany you each year. In his senior year, do not grow up any further. After that, no more notes arrived. Their correspondence had ceased. Shen Shangnian preserved each note, meticulously folded into a 5-pointed star, and stored them in a glass bottle. He gingerly descended from his bed, donning his slippers, and ventured into the adjacent study. Shen Shangnian typically neither worked nor studied. The study was filled with textbooks from his elementary, middle, high school, and university days. He retrieved a glass bottle from the bookshelf and trimmed the newly received note to a suitable size for folding into a star. Once prepared, he hesitantly attempted the folds, momentarily forgetting the method. After several attempts, he finally succeeded, taking 5 minutes to achieve a perfect star. With satisfaction, he placed the star into the glass bottle, extinguished the light, and returned to his bedroom. When Chen Zhijuan awoke, darkness enveloped the room. Shen Shangnian was nestled under the quilt, deep in slumber. The blackout curtains in his bedroom were remarkably effective, rendering the distinction between day and night indistinguishable. After a prolonged search beneath his pillow, he located his phone and cautiously turned it on. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. He was scheduled for the night shift, commencing at 6 and concluding the next day at 8. Chen Zhijuan lingered in bed for an hour, watching surgical videos. Eventually, unable to remain any longer, he noticed Shen Shangnian's deep sleep and retrieved his pants and hoodie from the carpet before heading to the living room to dress. Chen Zhijuan left a small note and departed for work. When Shen Shangnian awoke, it was 6 in the evening. The bedroom was empty, save for the sound of his own breathing. Gradually, he became alert, turned on the bedside lamp, surveyed the room, and, slipping on his slippers, stepped out to find the note on the table. Working the night shift, left early. Dr. Chen is a busy man. Shen Shangnian disdainfully set down the note, intending to contact another close friend. Opening WeChat, he was surprised to find that Sun Heong had not sent him New Year wishes this year. Although he too had forgotten to send his greetings to Sun Heong due to Chen Zhijuan's red envelope, Shen Shangnian, embodying his characteristic double standards, promptly called Sun Heong, his tone assertive upon connection. Sun Heong, have you been languishing in some cozy retreat? You failed to send me wishes last night. My apologies, I was in the shower. A cold and unfamiliar male voice interrupted Shen Shangnian's reprimand, rendering him momentarily speechless. My apologies, I dialed the wrong number, he hastily replied before disconnecting the call. He had always preferred not to annotate phone numbers, relying solely on memory to redial. Upon connection, the same icy voice greeted him. Hello, he is still in the shower. Who are you? Shen Shangnian inquired. I'm a close friend of Sun Heong, came the response. Shen Shangnian felt as though he were trapped in a dream. He rubbed his cheeks in an effort to awaken fully. How come I was unaware that he had a close friend? On the other end, the voice queried. What is your relationship with him? A good friend, Shen Shangnian asserted, his tone firm. We grew up together. I've even seen him without his pants. Oh. The voice replied leisurely. The past is the past, and the present is the present. A good relationship once does not guarantee a good relationship now. It is not surprising that you are unaware of my relationship with him. Shen Shangnian hesitated, asking uncertainly, Are you boasting to me? The individual fell silent for 2 seconds. Suddenly, the voice of Sun Heong echoed through the phone. Whose call is this? Someone who finds it challenging to please a little princess, came the somewhat annoyed reply. Sun Heong rushed over to take the phone. Is there something you need, Brother Nian? Shen Shangnian felt his hair standing on end, bewildered by the term little princess. Sun Heong, feeling guilty, responded, You must have misheard. Misheard my foot, Shen Shangnian retorted. You're in big trouble. With this statement, he hung up the call. Meanwhile, in Sun Heong's residence, he stood in his pajamas, staring blankly at the disconnected call. Covering his head, he lamented, Oh no, the little princess is angry. Xie, dressed in a shirt and formal trousers, sat on the sofa, arms crossed, observing him with a sarcastic tone. Little princess, that title is rather intimate. Sun Heong glared at him. What did you do to provoke him? Do you understand how difficult he is to appease? I cannot speak to his temperament, Xie scoffed, but I am certainly quite difficult to please. Sun Heong protested. No, brother, Why are you quarreling with him? He has a terrible temper. Is my temperament not amiable? Jingyi countered. Sun Heong replied, isn't it? You are an exceptional student, managing a large company, cultured, polite, emotionally intelligent, and gentle. Surely, you must possess a good temper. As the flattery unfolded, a hint of warmth softened Jingyi's expression. Is this little princess your childhood friend? He inquired. Indeed, Sun Heong confirmed, pouring himself a glass of water. After indulging in a New Year's Eve feast, he had ventured to a bar, where he fortuitously encountered Jingyi. Having consumed too much alcohol, Sun Heong brought him back to his home for the night. With the scent of alcohol lingering on both of them, they utilized the sole bathroom in the house. Jingyi bathed first, followed by Sun Heong. Jingyi, resting his head on his hand, asked, why is he referred to as someone difficult to please? Sun Heong recoiled slightly. His temper is quite poor. This was, indeed, the truth, and Jingyi nodded in agreement. When he glanced up, he noticed Sun Heong glaring at him. What is it? Jingyi inquired. Sun Heong replied, only I and brother Wan are permitted to comment on his temperament. Jingyi remarked, that seems rather tyrannical. Apologize, Sun Heong demanded. Very well, I apologize. Jingyi acquiesced without hesitation. Sun Heong appeared satisfied at last. Chapter 36. Timely loss minimization. Shen Shangnian felt a moment of frustration at home, considering that someone had to work the night shift on the first day of the Lunar New Year. He promptly contacted a private chef to prepare a bowl of wontons to take to the hospital. This time, he navigated the hospital corridors with familiarity. However, he did not find Chen Zhijuan. Instead, a slender, pale-faced young doctor stood at a computer desk. What brings you here? The young doctor inquired, turning upon hearing footsteps. Upon catching sight of Shen Shangnian, his lips tightened slightly. Do you know me? Shen Shangnian asked. Yes. Tang mentioned that the last time we met was at the hot pot restaurant, and the first time was in the elevator on the second floor. Shen Shangnian was somewhat taken aback by this reminder. You remember that clearly? Tang smiled gently. I tend to remember things related to Chen Zhijuan quite well. Shen Shangnian stood still for a moment before asking, where's Chen Zhijuan? In the emergency room, Tang, one replied, on the first floor of the outpatient building. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Shen Shangnian proceeded with the wontons in hand. The emergency department was currently bustling with activity. Shen Shangnian stood outside the corridor, observing the doctors and nurses in their white coats and scrubs, moving about busily. He felt somewhat aimless, as though separated from another world by a mere door. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen Zhijuan emerged from a side room, removing his mask as he walked out. His gaze was indifferent, and as he passed through the emergency department's entrance, he overlooked Shen Shangnian, continuing forward. Suddenly, he halted after a few steps, returning with a hint of surprise in his eyes. What brings you here? Shen Shangnian waved his phone. I brought you wontons. Have you eaten? Chen Zhijuan asked. I have. Having finished his duties, Chen Zhijuan found a small break room to enjoy the wontons. Shen Shangnian sat beside him, watching intently before abruptly asking, what is the name of the doctor in your department? After a moment's thought, Chen Zhijuan replied, Tang Wen, Tang from Tang Song, Wen from literature. How do you know him? Shen Shangnian probed. Chen Zhijuan bit his chopsticks. Are you checking up on me? I'm just asking. If you prefer not to share, that is fine. Shen Shangnian averted his gaze. Chen Zhijuan regarded his profile and smiled. We didn't attend the same university. I met him abroad. Are you close? Shen Shangnian continued. Moderately so, just ordinary colleagues, Chen Zhijuan stated. Shen Shangnian furrowed his brow. I sense something amiss. He seems a bit off toward you. Chen Zhijuan paused, his chopsticks halting. What seems off? Shen Shangnian pondered for a long while, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He might be trying to usurp my place, aiming to become your closest friend. Chen Zhijuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Impressive deduction. What do you mean? Shen Shangnian asked. Complimenting you on your keen insight. You caught on immediately, Chen Zhijuan replied, lowering his head to eat his wontons. Shen Shangnian scrutinized him, faintly sensing a hint of sarcasm, though he had not spoken incorrectly. And Chen Zhijuan had no reason to be sarcastic. After finishing the wontons, Chen Zhijuan retrieved his phone from his pocket to check for messages. He casually inquired, Did you get upset this afternoon? Shen Shangnian paused momentarily. Did Sun Heong mention something to you? Yes, Chen Zhijuan affirmed. What did he do to upset you? He labeled me with quite an unflattering remark. Chen Zhijuan, filled with curiosity, inquired, what could possibly be so unpleasant as to provoke such a reaction from you? Shen Shangnian replied, I cannot articulate it. Unable to suppress his intrigue regarding this unspoken matter, Chen Zhijuan turned to Sun Heong for answers. Without hesitation, Sun Heong sent a screenshot. Chen Zhijuan glanced at it, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Shen Shangnian playfully nudged his shoulder, questioning, what is so funny? Chen Zhijuan replied, isn't it rather endearing? Shen Shangnian crossed his arms, retorting coolly, just wait, I will have you both blocked. As Shen Shangnian was about to depart, his clothing was suddenly grasped by someone. He paused and looked down to see Dr. Chen, clad in a pristine white coat, perched on a small stool. Earlier, he had appeared distant and aloof in the corridor, yet now he tugged at Shen Shangnian's garment, gazing up with a somewhat innocent demeanor. This is your fault. How is it my concern? Shen Shangnian maintained a stern expression. Then why are you smiling? I shall refrain from smiling henceforth. Chen Zhijuan replied, taking the cue. Shen Shangnian brushed his hand away. I will begrudgingly forgive you this once. Satisfied, Chen Zhijuan withdrew his hand. After their meal, the two returned to the orthopedics department. Tang Wen was in the midst of brewing coffee, the office filled with its rich aroma. Upon hearing their footsteps, he lifted his cup, asking, would you like some? No. Thank you. Chen Zhijuan declined. He pulled out a swivel chair for Shen Shangnian. The department lacked designated workstations. One typically occupied any available seat. In the center was a conference table, currently cluttered with several medical records, which Tang Wen was perusing. He turned a page and suddenly called out, Brother Wan. Chen Zhijuan, engrossed in his computer, responded. Tang Wen stood up, bringing the medical record closer. Take a look at bed 32. He suddenly reported pain today. Shen Shangnian listened briefly, but the medical jargon eluded him, and he disinterestedly sat aside, engrossed in his phone. After a brief exchange with Tang Wan, Chen Zhijuan returned to his work. When Tang Wan returned to the conference table, he caught sight of Shen Shangnian's screen. He was playing a game. Hey, handsome, Tang Wan remarked with a smile. Games are not permitted in our department. Oh, Shen Shangnian instinctively closed his phone, apologizing. Tang Wan, Chen Zhijuan spoke in a serious tone. Tang Wan looked at him innocently. It's a departmental rule. If caught, there will be a fine. He spoke the truth. Gaming and phone usage were indeed prohibited, with penalties for violations. However, Shen Shangnian was not a doctor, and it was night shift time, where such rules were often overlooked. Tang Wan was clearly being mischievous. Chen Zhijuan grasped Shen Shangnian's sleeve, his expression impassive. Come, I will escort you to the parking lot. Noticing Tang Wan's displeased expression, Shen Shangnian's spirits lifted, and he allowed Chen Zhijuan to guide him by the wrist. They made their way to the parking lot in silence. Chen Zhijuan said, you should head back. I will visit you tomorrow. Just as Shen Shangnian was about to release his grip, he seized Chen Zhijuan's thumb. Now you understand, don't you? Understand what? Chen Zhijuan lowered his gaze, observing him against the light, his features partly shrouded in shadow. You now know who truly cares for you, Shen Shangnian boasted. Chen Zhijuan regarded his expectant expression, suddenly feeling a desire to smile. He playfully poked his forehead. Indeed, it is none other than classmate Shen Yan. As he spoke, he mused to himself. Will you truly comprehend? You will never comprehend why Tang Wan chooses to trouble you, nor will you ever grasp the thoughts that occupy my mind. Chen Zhijuan returned to the office, silently resuming his typing at the computer. Tang Wan scrutinized his expression and abruptly remarked, falling for a straight man seldom ends well. Chen Zhijuan continued his work, the crisp sound of the keyboard resonating in the office. Tang Wan continued, he is quite handsome, yet it's evident that he is undeniably straight. The keyboard fell silent as Chen Zhijuan retorted, whether he is straight or whether I have feelings for him is none of your concern. Your intentions are rather apparent, yet you have yet to confess. Thus, I find it difficult to address the matter. He stated firmly, let me be clear, I do not harbor feelings for you, so refrain from meddling in my affairs. Should you provoke me again, I will not be lenient. Tang Wan's smile faded instantly. He had always been aware that Chen Zhijuan had someone in his heart, During holidays abroad, Chen Zhijuan would invariably be more taciturn than at any other time. He seldom indulged in alcohol. His sober despondency was more agonizing than any drunken state. Until last Christmas, when he had indulged a bit too much and sat quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window. Tang Wen approached him, inquiring what he was doing. After a prolonged silence, long enough for Tang Wen to believe he would not respond, Chen Zhijuan suddenly spoke. "I miss him." Chen Zhijuan was a quintessential indifferent person, effortlessly excelling in studies without ever being competitive and never holding grudges against others. Tang Wen often drew closer to him through questioning. Yet each time, Chen Zhijuan merely provided answers, and once resolved, there was no further dialogue. Tang Wen had always been curious about what kind of person could capture the heart of someone like him, someone who would linger in his thoughts despite the distance. To this day, he remained baffled by Chen Zhijuan's attraction to Shen Shangnian. Though handsome, the latter seemed rather superficial. Tang Wen could not comprehend it. It was the first time he witnessed Chen Zhijuan so overtly display his brilliance. He has no regard for appearances, and I have done nothing wrong. You know that well. He is a straight man. What purpose does your protection serve? Tang Wen spoke with a hint of vindictiveness. Chen Zhijuan pressed his lips together. It matters not. Whether he is straight or not, I will treat him well. Well? Tang Wen scoffed. In the end, he will marry and have children. Will your kindness be accepted by his wife? Chen Zhijuan remained silent. Tang Wen observed his hand gripping the mouse, veins protruding on the back of his hand, fingertips paling from exertion. How peculiar it was. Previously, this person's emotions resembled a tranquil lake, impervious to any disturbances, no matter how hard he tried. Now, he effortlessly perceived the ripples on the surface. Would his future wife be able to accept that her husband had a friend who secretly coveted him, harboring unspoken affection? Chen Zhijuan swallowed hard. This matter had little to do with Tang Wen. Tang Wen chuckled. It's best to cut your losses. Steer clear of him. It will be beneficial for both of you. Chapter 37. Don't involve others. The following day, Shen Shangnian awoke at 10 in the morning. The bedroom was enveloped in silence. And after a moment of bewilderment, he turned on the desk lamp, yet found no trace of Chen Zhijuan. Slipping on his slippers, he ventured into the living room in search of him. The living room bore no significant changes compared to last night. Chen Zhijuan had not arrived, a deception indeed. Shen Shangnian stood in place for a few seconds before retreating to his bedroom to retrieve his phone. As he opened Chen Zhijuan's WeChat, preparing to initiate a barrage of video calls, his gaze caught the time displayed at the top, 10:41. He had only finished his night shift at 8 in the morning. With a glum expression, he ran his fingers across the screen and tossed the phone onto the bed. Just as he was about to head to the living room for a glass of water, his phone rang. His eyes lit up, and he walked briskly toward it, only to find it was a call from Sun Heong. Shen Shangnian's lips tightened, visibly displeased as he answered curtly. "What is it?" Sun Heong, sounding surprisingly cheerful, replied. "Let's go play cards." "Have you set up a game?" Shen Shangnian inquired. Of course, Sun Heong teased, if I hadn't organized it beforehand. How could I dare to invite the esteemed young Master Shen? Shen Shangnian changed his clothes and grabbed his car keys before stepping out. After an afternoon spent playing cards, Shen, lacking skill, lost miserably. Sun Heong didn't fare much better. Once the others had dispersed, Sun Heong muttered, "Next time, let us invite a few dimwits." Shen Shangnian retorted with a faint smirk, "I doubt you could find anyone duller than yourself. Perhaps you should just go to a pig farm and bring back a few pigs to accompany you in your games." Sun Heong shot him a glare. "What is wrong with you today? You've been cranky all afternoon." Shen Shangnian chose to remain silent. With only the two of them left in the private room, the mingling scents of smoke and various perfumes became unbearable for him, prompting him to rise and open a window. As he did so, a wave of cold, damp air rushed in. Outside, it had begun to snow, marking the year's first snowfall. The flakes danced gracefully, blanketing the outdoor garden in a delicate layer of white. "It's snowing," Shen Shangnian remarked. Sun Heong exclaimed, rushing over. "I thought it would snow this year." Typically enthusiastic about posting selfies on social media, Sun Heong now pushed Shen Shangnian onto the couch, drew back the curtains, and stood by the window taking pictures, switching angles incessantly. Shen Shangnian, uninterested, leaned against the sofa with his arms crossed, lost in thought until the sound of his phone ringing snapped him back to reality. He straightened up, reluctantly deigning to check the caller ID, which read 11. Shen Shangnian froze for 2 seconds, then reclined again, opting not to answer, patiently waiting for the call to end. Once the ringing ceased, another call from Chen Zhijuan came through. After a 10-second pause, he finally answered, his tone neutral. "What is the matter?" Sun Heong, having witnessed the entire exchange, rolled his eyes silently, acknowledging the many quirks of his friend. "Are you home?" Chen Zhijuan's voice, likely still groggy from sleep, held a deeper timbre than usual. "No," Shen Shangnian replied tersely. "When will you be back?" "What's wrong?" Shen Shangnian asked. "Not much," Chen Zhijuan explained. "I was too busy last night, so I came home to sleep this morning and forgot to let you know." Shen Shangnian replied. "You needn't explain. I'm not particularly concerned." After a brief silence, Chen Zhijuan responded softly, "All right." He remained silent, and Shen Shangnian's mood worsened. He cleared his throat and inquired, "Is there anything else?" The voice on the other end was soft. "No." "Then let us end this." "I am busy watching the snow with someone else," Shen Shangnian replied, his tone harsh. "Who are you watching the snow with?" Chen Zhijuan asked. "A good friend." "Sun Heong?" "No." Chen Zhijuan fell silent again and asked, "Are you angry?" "Not angry." Shen Shangnian seemed perplexed. "What could I possibly be angry about?" "It's perfectly normal for you to go home and sleep." Chen Zhijuan replied, "It's not me, nor is it Sun Heong. Do you have any other good friends?" "Who do you look down upon?" Shen Shangnian chuckled. "I have many good friends. They're the ones I made after you went abroad. It's understandable that you don't know them." They had known each other for so long that even after 3 years apart, they still knew precisely what words could inflict the most pain on one another. During the summer of his second year, Shen Shangnian had broken his leg and spent an entire semester in a wheelchair, encased in thick plaster. Throughout this time, it was Chen Zhijuan who pushed him around. On a Friday afternoon, just before the National Day holiday, Chen Zhijuan was called to an impromptu meeting regarding the details of the upcoming competition. He had yet to return by the time class ended. Shen Shangnian, unable to sit still, was already disinclined towards studying and yearned to return to their rented apartment outside the school to play games. The class monitor, a very considerate individual, noticed Chen Zhijuan's absence and kindly asked Shen Shangnian if he needed help getting outside. Shen Shangnian, eager to return to gaming, nodded in agreement and quietly scribbled a note, placing it on Chen Zhijuan's desk. The meeting concluded half an hour later than dismissal time, and Chen Zhijuan was the first to exit the conference room. The youth, slender yet tall, wore the classic blue and white school uniform, with the sleeves rolled up high. The uniform was impeccably clean, fragrant with soap powder. He hurriedly walked, as the school's discipline director teased him from behind about being in a rush to marry. Upon returning to the classroom, he found it completely empty, with most desks even devoid of belongings. He resumed his seat. Shen Shangnian, disinterested in studies and prone to distractions, had piled all his books on the desk, while Chen Zhijuan's desk was immaculate, containing only a pen and a workbook. The contrast between the two desks was stark, and Chen Zhijuan quickly noticed the note on the workbook. Rolling up, "I've left. I want to go back and play games." Chen Zhijuan leaned against the desk, standing in silence for a long while. Outside, the red and yellow twilight cast by the setting sun illuminated the room, spilling light onto the boy's shoulders, reminiscent of sauce made from ripe persimmons. He lingered in the light for a considerable time before expressionlessly tearing the note into pieces. Chen Zhijuan and Shen Shangnian attended a middle school that was quite distant from home, prompting them to rent an apartment off campus. When Chen Zhijuan returned to the apartment, he found Shen Shangnian lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a game. He wore a thin black t-shirt, and the air conditioning made the room quite chilly. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and warmly greeted, "You're back?" Chen Zhijuan silently approached the table, picked up the remote, and adjusted the air conditioning to a higher temperature. At that moment, Shen Shangnian had just met his demise in the game. His phone screen was dark, and he looked up at Chen Zhijuan. His expression was no different from usual. However, Shen Shangnian could discern that he was displeased. After a moment of contemplation, he bluntly inquired, "Are you upset because I did not wait for you?" Chen Zhijuan grasped the television remote and incessantly changed the channels, responding with a curt, "No, not yet." Shen Shangnian pouted, his expression slightly contorted and laced with sarcasm, repeating, No, I'm not angry." Chen Zhijuan fixed his gaze on the television, allowing Shen Shangnian's sarcasm to wash over him in silence. Shen Shangnian pressed his lips together and said, "If you are angry, could you please just tell me? I would certainly amend my ways. I do not appreciate your sullen demeanor when you remain silent. It feels as though you are disregarding me, disregarding your words, your requests, and even your very presence." Suddenly, Chen Zhijuan set down the remote, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Shangnian, who was furrowing his brow, awkwardly clutching a cushion. Chen Zhijuan extracted the cushion from his embrace and seized his slender wrist. With a chilling tone, starkly contrasting with the warmth of his fingertips, he articulated, "Next time, do not walk away with someone else." Chapter 38. Would you like to eat strawberries? Shen Shangnian possessed a profound sense of possessiveness, particularly towards Chen Zhijuan. Yet, Chen Zhijuan often appeared to be a carefree individual, seemingly unperturbed, although his possessiveness towards Shen Shangnian was no less intense. In any relationship, there exists an element of possessiveness to some degree. Possessiveness is not inherently frightening. What is truly alarming is the imbalance of such feelings between two individuals. An unequal dynamic breeds discontent and sorrow. Only mutual possessiveness can sustain a long-lasting and harmonious bond. After a prolonged silence, Chen Zhijuan finally replied, "Then enjoy the snow." He ended the call. Shen Shangnian slumped onto the sofa, his mood heavy. Opposite him, Sun Heong beamed with a smile brighter than chrysanthemums. Shen Shangnian, feeling irked, queried, "What are you laughing at?" Sun Heong replied cheerfully, "Someone complimented my recent post, suggesting I should debut as a handsome youth." Shen Shangnian retorted, "Who? Perhaps they should consult an ophthalmologist." Sun Heong's smile vanished. "You should dine alone tonight. I will not accompany you. If your sharp tongue gets you into trouble, I can conveniently avoid suspicion." Shen Shangnian replied, "Though you say that, we still share dinner at our usual private kitchen." After the meal, they parted ways. During their dinner, the snowfall outside intensified, blanketing the roads in a thin layer of frost. Upon arriving at the community, he noticed vendors selling roasted sweet potatoes and candied hawthorn at the entrance. Amidst the biting wind, he caught sight of a familiar figure. A sports car was parked by the roadside. Typically, Shen Shangnian dressed lightly, as he would take the elevator from his home to the underground parking lot, then to his destination, making the entire process not particularly cold. Thus, a sweatshirt and fleece-lined jeans sufficed. However, the moment Shen Shangnian opened the car door, an overwhelming chill enveloped him. He bit his tender lip, striving to maintain his composure and avoid grimacing. Damn, it is exceedingly cold. Not far from the fruit stall, someone was selecting strawberries, their tall and slender figure, with pale fingers and visible veins, contrasting vividly with the bright red strawberries. Shen Shangnian approached and stood beside him, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Chen Zhijuan responded with a non sequitur. "Is this enough for you to eat?" Shen Shangnian instinctively glanced at the small basket in his hand, containing a scant dozen strawberries, each one vibrant and plump. "What brings you to the entrance of my neighborhood?" Shen Shangnian deflected the question. "To tease you," Chen Zhijuan replied with a natural expression. Shen Shangnian paused for a few seconds before remarking, "It's too little." Chen Zhijuan lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Noted, Shen Shangnian, though often tempestuous, was quite easy to placate. Earlier, while driving home, he had contemplated whether to block or delete Chen Zhijuan on WeChat, pondering which option was more suitable. Now that Chen Zhijuan had taken the initiative to come over, bringing a carefully selected basket of strawberries, the fire within him had diminished. Upon returning home, Chen Zhijuan changed his shoes, removed his coat, and voluntarily headed to the kitchen to wash the strawberries. Meanwhile, Shen Shangnian, wrapped in a blanket, felt as if he were on the verge of freezing solid. He gazed intently at the television, his mind wandering, questioning how Chen Zhijuan had arrived. Earlier, during their phone conversation, his words had been rather harsh. If Chen Zhijuan truly regarded him as a close friend, he would surely be upset and would not have come see him. Unless, perhaps, Chen Zhijuan simply did not care about who he associated with or who he was closer to. Soon, Chen Zhijuan emerged, cradling a plate of impeccably washed strawberries. Shen Shangnian, seated on the sofa, fidgeted with the blanket and asked, "What brings you here?" Chen Zhijuan set down the strawberries, bemused. "You've already asked that question 3 times. Shen Shangnian pressed his lips together. "Do you truly not understand my meaning? I was slightly upset at first." Chen Zhijuan paused. Shen Shangnian's gaze fell upon him. Chen Zhijuan continued, "However, I recently stumbled upon Sun Heiyang's moments." The abrupt shift in topic filled Shen Shangnian with an ominous premonition. He rarely scrolled through moments. And this afternoon, he had dismissed Sun Heiyang's post without a second thought. Shen Shangnian quickly retrieved his phone and opened moments. His extensive list of WeChat friends made it seem as if his feed was on the verge of exploding. He swiftly exited and tapped on Sun Heiyang's profile. The caption of his latest post was perplexingly pretentious. "It has snowed. Who will grow old with me?" Below was a close-up grid of Sun Heiyang's face. Shen Shangnian scrolled through, successfully spotting his own figure in the corners of the 5th, 7th, and 8th images. Others might not recognize him, but Chen Zhijuan would undoubtedly see it was him. He closed his eyes, the pang of embarrassment washing over him belatedly. A foolish ally. Sun Heiyang was even less competent than a pig. Chen Zhijuan was not inclined to let him off the hook, leisurely asking, "When did Sun Heiyang change his name? How come I was unaware?" Shen Shangnian shut his eyes for 3 seconds, then reopened them, rising to pinch Chen Zhijuan's neck. "Stop talking." Chen Zhijuan took the hint. For the remainder of the time, Chen Zhijuan watched a variety show, while Shen Shangnian munched on strawberries and furiously typed in the chat with Sun Heiyang. He typed whatever came to mind, venting his frustrations with rapid keystrokes. Sun Heiyang, seemingly preoccupied with something else, did not respond. Shen Shangnian was seething with anger. With no outlet for his frustration, he savagely devoured strawberries, piercing them with his sharp canines, causing the tart, sweet juices to spill forth. After finishing a plate of strawberries, Sun Heiyang returned. Shen Shangnian glanced at his phone, revealing a brief voice message. Upon playing it, he heard, "Sorry, he's busy." The voice was familiar, yet distinctly not that of Sun Heiyang. Shen Shangnian fell silent. Another voice message followed. "Can you please stop scolding him? He's rather sensitive. If it comes to it, just scold me instead." Chen Zhijuan looked over in confusion. "Who is that?" Shen Shangnian remained unresponsive, expressionless as he seized the remote from Chen Zhijuan and paused the television. He then sent a voice message, "Damn green tea." Once the message was dispatched, Shen Shangnian finally addressed Chen Zhijuan as earlier inquiry. "It's a new friend of Sun Heiyang's. Too much of a green tea." Chen Zhijuan raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering the matter. After Shen Shangnian's message was sent, a text reply came through. "I'm sorry for making you angry. I sincerely apologize, QAQ." In Chapter 39, Liking Boys, Sun Heiyang swore he had merely gone to wash his hands in the restroom. Upon his return, he found Xie Jingyi calmly seated on the sofa. Shen Shangnian, across the phone, ominously presented him with an ultimatum. "You can only play with one of us. Choose, or you will sever ties with the other." Sun Heiyang responded, perplexed. "Have you been possessed?" He glanced at Xie Jingyi, who was still in his classic ensemble of a shirt and dress pants, arms crossed, with an expression of helplessness and innocence. "I don't know what is happening. Perhaps I'm simply unlikable," he murmured, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, tinged with disappointment. Yet it reached Shen Shangnian's ears. "After all, I've never had many good friends. You're my first. I see you and him have a deeper bond. So choose him. I'm fine with it. I've grown accustomed to a life without friends." Shen Shangnian rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You insufferable green tea." Sun Heiyang could not bear to see the typically authoritative Xie Jingyi displaying such vulnerability. He spoke calmly. "He's rather pitiful. Please don't speak of him that way." Shen Shangnian, in a fit of anger, struck the sofa. "I'm just saying, can't you check the chat records? It's him who is causing trouble." Sun Heiyang skimmed through the chat history. Xie Jingyi's words did indeed have a hint of insincerity, but then again, did someone like Xie Jingyi even understand the concept of green tea? Sun Heiyang asked him, "Do you know what green tea is?" Xie Jingyi looked at him, puzzled. "Of course I know. I have 2 boxes of fine green tea at home. Would you like some?" "I don't want any." Sun Heiyang turned away towards the balcony, speaking softly to Shen Shangnian. "Do you see? He doesn't even know what green tea means. He is quite innocent. How could he be insincere? He had excellent hearing. He could not suppress a smile as his chest vibrated silently with restrained laughter. Shen Shangnian stared, dumbfounded. What kind of logic is that? Sun Heong spoke with conviction, attempting to explain that, given his advanced age, he was entirely unaware of the meaning of green tea. If he did not comprehend its significance, how could he possibly engage with it? Upon hearing the initial statement, an individual on the sofa felt his smile vanish, his lips instantly drooping. Shen Shangnian was on the verge of exasperation. What sort of logic is that? Was your mathematics taught by a physical education instructor? Sun Heong retorted. You scored 5 points lower than me on the college entrance exam. What right do you have to mock me? You merely guessed one more multiple-choice question correctly than I did. Shen Shangnian scoffed coldly. What is so impressive about that? Indeed, Sun Heong continued, with 12 multiple-choice questions. You guessed one right, and you got one major fill-in-the-blank question wrong. Brother Wan scored 105, while you managed a mere 5 points. At least I achieved a double-digit score. You're something. Shen Shangnian gritted his teeth in annoyance. Just you wait. He abruptly hung up the phone. After ending the call, he slumped on the sofa, clutching a pillow in silent frustration. Chen Zhijuan turned off the television and patted his head, urging, Don't be angry. He.S. just teasing you. No. Shen Shangnian shook his head. I want to play with him again. I shall sever ties with him. Chen Zhijuan pondered for a moment before agreeing. Fine then. Just as Shen Shangnian was about to be soothed, Chen Zhijuan, arms crossed, expressed keen interest. According to the protocol for severing ties that Master Shen has established, the first step is to delete the other party's contact information. He lightly tapped his chin. Go ahead and do it. Shen Shangnian slowly lowered his phone, stating, I smell of smoke. I need to take a shower. Chen Zhijuan replied with a hint of sarcasm. Sure, you were so decisive when deleting me. Shen Shangnian, feeling guilty, hurriedly grabbed a towel and pajamas, darting into the bedroom. While showering, Shen Shangnian preferred to wash his hair first, allowing the warm water to cascade down as he languidly massaged his scalp. Although he enjoyed a close camaraderie with both Chen Zhijuan and Sun Heong, the two were distinctly different. Sun Heong was cheerful and outgoing, capable of striking up conversations with anyone, never lacking for friends. In contrast, both Shen Shangnian and Chen Zhijuan faced challenges in forming friendships. They were inherently cautious, making it difficult for others to penetrate their inner worlds. Moreover, during their childhood, Sun Heong would play with them until exhaustion, only to be taken home by the nanny. The one who lay beside Shen Shangnian at night, reading him stories and engaging in conversation, was Chen Zhijuan. He was also the one who took Shen Shangnian home after he had been bullied in the Shen household. Their bond had transcended mere friendship, perhaps evolving into something akin to family. Sun Heong could easily forge various friendships and make some mistakes, but Chen Zhijuan could not afford such liberties. After washing his hair until it smelled delightful, Shen Shangnian began lathering himself with shower gel, ensuring his body also bore a pleasant fragrance. He donned his pajamas and returned to the living room. Chen Zhijuan cast a cool glance in his direction, remarking, Your phone has rung several times. Oh. Shen Shangnian initially assumed it was Sun Heong calling to apologize, but it was not. Upon seeing the name, he raised an eyebrow. It was Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, are you free tomorrow? Faced with this inquiry, most individuals would typically respond with a question of their own, asking what was the matter. Shen Shangnian replied, I am free. Xiaoxi, tomorrow we have a class reunion, and my ex-boyfriend will be there with his new girlfriend. Could you accompany me? Shen Shangnian, why should I go? Xiaoxi, to slap his face. Shen Shangnian. His expression likely reflected some disbelief, prompting Chen Zhijuan to glance over. What is the matter? Shen Shangnian instinctively tilted his phone slightly to his side, a subtle gesture that was nonetheless noticed by Chen Zhijuan. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Zhijuan averted his gaze. Shen Shangnian wished to offer some explanation, but found himself at a loss for words. He was reluctant to disclose Xiaoxi's existence. His interactions with Xiaoxi were infrequent, mostly serving as excuses to appease each other's elders. Since Shen Jun and Shen Jinda learned of his connection with Xiaoxi, they had ceased introducing him to other potential matches. Shen Shangnian absent-mindedly replied, All right, that evening at 7, Chen Zhijuan received a call from Chen Shun, informing him that their parents had landed and would be home for a reunion dinner. Chen Zhijuan grabbed his coat and left. Upon returning home, he found Chen Shun seated on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. At 29, Chen Shun donned comfortable loungewear and silver-framed glasses, exuding an air of refined elegance, each strand of hair reflecting his sophistication. Having overseen the family business for 3 years, his previously sharp demeanor had become even more understatedly compelling. Without lifting his head, he remarked, "Mother just called, inquiring about the type of girl you prefer." Chen Zhijuan paused, removing his coat and slipping into slippers. Chen Shun continued, "I told her I was uncertain and would investigate further when I had the chance. You should come up with a reason for next time she asks. After all, I can't just tell her that you have a fondness for boys." Chapter 40. Surging longing, Chen Zhijuan went to the adjacent restroom to wash his hands and returned after drying them. "Just say it." His expression remained unchanged. It was not a matter of shame. Chen Shun raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, it's not shameful, but our parents are reasonably intelligent. The likelihood of them guessing your affection for your childhood friend is 0. Often, those around us do not consider the possibility of same-sex attraction. With a little contemplation, anyone could discern that Chen Zhijuan's feelings for Shen Shangnian transcended mere friendship." Chen Zhijuan hesitated, selecting an orange from the fruit platter. As he peeled it, he stated, "Just say you don't know, and couldn't he find out?" Chen Shun, fine. Upon their return from vacation, although their long flight had been tiring, Chen father and Chen mother appeared significantly rejuvenated. The family gathered for their reunion dinner, and Chen mother's gaze shifted to Chen Zhijuan, her tone gentle. Huan. When he was young, Chen Zhijuan had slightly curly hair and was a well-behaved child, rarely crying at night, which led Chen mother to affectionately nickname him Huan. Chen Zhijuan acknowledged her. Chen mother cheerfully remarked, "Once this year passes, you'll be 27. It's time to find a partner." Chen Zhijuan deftly diverted, "My brother is nearly 30. Chen Shun paused with his chopsticks, pondering the irony of their shared roots. Chen father chuckled, patting his eldest son's shoulder. "Your brother has someone he likes," said Mother Chen. Chen Zhijuan was taken aback. "Who is it?" "Lin Mengtian," Chen Shun replied. "I only love Lin Mengtian." Lin Mengtian was an elementary school teacher and Chen Shun's ex-girlfriend. Chen Zhijuan had met her a few times. "Aren't you two broken up?" Chen Shun replied, "We merely parted ways. It's not as if we're dead to each other. I am currently striving to win her back." Chen mother chimed in, "Indeed. At least your brother has prospects, while you have none." Chen Zhijuan sighed, "I'm not particularly old. There's no need to rush into a relationship." "How can you say that?" Mother Chen chuckled. "Every year, those younger than you have successfully found partners, and you're not anxious?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhijuan was momentarily confused. Which year? Chen Shun was peeling shrimp and, in his distraction, tore the disposable glove on his hand. "How many years are there?" Mother Chen playfully scolded, "Your childhood friend." Chen Zhijuan fell silent, lowering his gaze as his long, dark eyelashes veiled the emotions in his eyes. Chen Shun interjected, "Mom, are you mistaken? Your mother is merely retired, not senile. How could I forget something so significant?" Mother Chen affirmed, "The person she was set up with is the granddaughter of the Ji family, Mingxi." With this clear revelation, Chen Shun felt he could say no more. After finishing dinner, he conversed with Father Chen about company matters before glancing at the time and stepping onto the balcony. As he opened the door, a faint scent of mint smoke wafted out. The smoke was sharp yet invigorating. The balcony lights were off, and the light from the living room illuminated a corner, leaving Chen Zhijuan enveloped in half-light and shadow. He lowered his head, biting on a cigarette, the flame flickering. The shadows appeared like a greedy abyss, consuming half of his body, from his distinct knuckles to his slightly bent forearm, flowing down to his well-defined jawline. Chen Shun knew that Chen Zhijuan rarely smoked. His most intense smoking period had been during the summer after his first year of high school, when Father Chen was abroad for business and Mother Chen accompanied him. The house had been permeated with a thick cloud of smoke. However, Chen Shun held no resentment. He understood. It was merely the stirrings of youthful affection. Yet the object of his affection was misplaced, leaving him hesitant to advance, yet unwilling to retreat. Emotions governed humanity. "Have you stolen my cigarettes again?" Chen Shan asked, smiling after a brief silence. Chen Zhijuan's voice was slightly hoarse. I've transferred the money for the cigarettes to you. Chen Shun raised an eyebrow, checked his phone, and confirmed the transfer. He dragged over another chair, sat back, and gazed at the starry ceiling, saying, could it be a misunderstanding? It's not, Chen Zhijuan replied. In recent days, Shen Shangnian had been avoiding him upon receiving news. He pondered the reasons, but remained uncertain until today, when all questions were resolved. He had gone on a blind date, and it had gone quite well. No wonder, Chen Zhijuan mused, biting the cigarette end, his tongue grinding against the tip for a long while. It's quite good. What? Shen momentarily doubted his hearing. Chen Zhijuan removed the cigarette and extinguished it in the ashtray beside him. I said it's quite good. This is a joyous occasion. Chen asked, are you in your right mind? Of course, Chen Zhijuan affirmed. Chen Zhijuan imitated Chen Shun's demeanor, reclining on the chaise lounge. Above the balcony, transparent glass revealed a pitch-black night sky, where the stars were regrettably sparse. In their childhood, the two brothers often lay here, back when the stars were abundant. Now, gazing upward, he found only a few visible. He was a straight man, destined to marry and father children in this lifetime. With his hands clasped behind his head, his tone was soft, yet each utterance was like a sharp blade, inflicting a wound with every word spoken. However, this blade could only harm himself. What difference does it make if it happens sooner or later? Chen Zhijuan remarked. Chen Shun, inexplicably unwilling to accept this, asked, have you never considered bending him? After a prolonged silence, the scent of smoke in the air dissipated entirely. Chen Zhijuan replied, I have thought about it. And then? I couldn't bear to. This path ultimately was not the right one. Although Shen Shangnian appeared ill-tempered, disinterested in studies, and boisterous in his actions, his heart was as pure as a diamond. A little praise, a gentle coaxing, and he would be willing to do anything. He yearned for the approval of others. Yet, due to long-standing unmet expectations, he feigned indifference. With a poor reputation, how could Chen Zhijuan bear to add the stigma of homosexuality to it? You can't bear it? Chen echoed. Then are you willing to watch as your childhood companion, whom you have nurtured, marries and starts a new family with someone else? Friends are often transient. During youth, friendships hold paramount importance. They would vow eternal loyalty, promising to achieve great things together once they became adults. However, as they matured and established families, their focus shifted entirely to home and children. If Shen Shangnian were to marry and have children, the distance between him and Chen Zhijuan would inevitably widen significantly. What does it matter if I am unwilling? Chen Zhijuan stated, I have no agency in this matter. In medicine, there are countless ailments that remain incurable. Before the specter of death, even doctors appear pathetically fragile. During his internship at the hospital, the first lesson he learned was to accept his own helplessness. After 3 years abroad, his sense of powerlessness and discontent could not compete with the overwhelming longing born from separation. Chapter 41. Your girlfriend Chen Shun listened in silence. After a moment, he extended his hand and said, give me a cigarette. Transfer some money, Chen Zhijuan replied. Chen Shun glared at him. Speechless. I only want to smoke one. Brothers should be clear about finances. I expect to be compensated for even a single cigarette. You're miserly to a fault. Chen scolded. Jest aside, Chen Zhijuan retrieved a cigarette from the pack and handed it over. Chen lit it, biting down on the cigarette as he inquired, what are your plans for the future? What else could I plan? Chen Zhijuan smiled wryly, watching as he consoled others when they were down, awaited wedding invitations, and perhaps even served as a groomsman, shielding others from drunken toasts. If children were to come, he might even play the role of a godfather. As he spoke, he nodded to himself, affirming, it's quite good. Chen Shen's expression conveyed unspoken complexities. Are you playing the role of a tragic character? Chen Zhijuan languidly regarded him. Aren't you also playing the tragic character? Chen Shun choked momentarily, reflecting that Sister Meng Tian was merely throwing a tantrum. And with a little coaxing, she would soon be placated. Chen Zhijuan retorted, you can talk about coaxing after you've done it. Chen remarked, I need not concern myself with you. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling around them, a spicy aroma laced with a refreshing hint of mint. The two brothers fell into a contemplative silence, each entangled in their own melancholic musings. Eventually, after finishing the cigarette, Chen Shun pressed the filter into the ashtray and pondered aloud. How could I have been unaware of your generosity and kindness all this time? I too was oblivious. Chen Zhijuan replied. Whenever he contemplated the prospect of Shen Shangnian marrying and starting a family, he felt an overwhelming urge to confine him, shackling his wrists and ankles. Regardless of his orientation, ultimately, he was to be his own. Yet, whenever he met Shen Shangnian's bright eyes, filled with unwavering dependence and unguarded affection, it served as a revealing mirror to his own dark thoughts. While others regarded him as a brother, he was preoccupied with his own desires. How repugnant, Chen Zhijuan mused. Almost in a flight-like manner, he distanced himself from this place. He spent 3 years abroad, a span of 1,000 days and nights, during which his darker inclinations were subdued. However, the longing burgeoned like sprouting cotton, an incessant tide that never waned. Chen Shun rose, patting Chen Zhijuan on the shoulder. As long as you've made up your mind, that's what matters. It's chilly on the balcony. Take care not to catch a cold. Upon waking, Shen Shangnian received a message from Ji Mingxi. Hey handsome, dress extravagantly today. Furrowing his brow, Shen Shangnian pondered, what qualifies as extravagant? Ji Mingxi replied almost instantly. 8-figure sports cars and watches, renowned designer clothing. This reunion is your chance to showcase your return like a royal. Shen Shangnian conceded, all right, but I have one condition. Ji Mingxi responded eagerly, speak. A hint of amusement flickered in Shen Shangnian's eyes as he typed. When we announce our inability to continue our acquaintance. Your reason shall be that my father's wife is too villainous, and you wish to avoid such a mother-in-law. Ji Mingxi was momentarily speechless before responding. I hadn't thought of that as a condition. You are indeed a naive young man, Ji Mingxi remarked. Shen Shangnian, with a hint of skepticism, asked, is that a compliment? Absolutely. With this premise in mind, Shen Shangnian felt an inexplicable lightness. After completing his morning routine and breakfast, young Master Shen rummaged through his wardrobe, selecting an outfit of opulence. And from the dozens of sports cars in the garage, he chose one of the more extravagant models, donning stylish sunglasses as he set off to pick up Ji Mingxi. As Ji Mingxi entered the car, a wave of intense fragrance enveloped him. Shen Shangnian sneezed, turning to look, only to be rendered speechless. Miss Ji had adorned herself with meticulous and grand preparation today, dressed in a sleeveless dress, with her fair neck and wrists adorned with precious emeralds, and carrying a limited-edition handbag that money could not buy. Ji Mingxi noticed that Shen Shangnian had been silent for quite some time. With a proud smile, she teased, am I not utterly stunning? Not at all. Shen Shangnian quickly refuted, voicing his concern. Aren't you cold? Ji Mingxi's smile faltered. Indeed, I am freezing to death. However, today, even if I turn into an ice cream, I shall dazzle everyone. Shen Shangnian started the car and replied, not ice cream. What then? Ji Mingxi inquired. An ice pop. He answered while keeping his gaze on the road ahead. Ji Mingxi's laughter dissipated. Honestly, my friend, do you think someone like you can find a girlfriend? Shen Shangnian felt unjustly accused. What is wrong with me? Nothing much. Ji Mingxi leaned back at her seat and chuckled softly. You simply seem more suited to find a boyfriend to cater to you. Don't make such jokes. Shen Shangnian turned his head. I'm homophobic. Huh? Ji Mingxi instinctively apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know. That's all right. Shen Shangnian reassured her. This gathering was a reunion of high school classmates, held at a well-known restaurant in North City. When they arrived, four tables were occupied, likely filled with their entire class. As the server opened the door, Ji Mingxi entered with a radiant smile, linking her arm with Shen Shangnian's, causing the entire room to fall silent and turn their attention to the pair. At a table slightly to the right, one individual widened his eyes in disbelief. A balding man, who appeared quite aged, quickly stood up, exclaiming, isn't this our class beauty? She finally decided to show up. Ji Mingxi stared at him in confusion. Who are you? The man's smile froze. I'm Wu Zhua. Wu Zhua? Ji Mingxi's lips twitched. Wu Zhua was their class monitor, known for his affable nature, but he had once been a slender and delicate boy. After a decade of absence, he seemed utterly transformed. After a brief moment of awkwardness, The adults resumed their jovial conversations. The class monitor guided them to the table situated slightly to the left. Shen Shangnian's role today was to exude an air of superiority. When others complimented his handsome looks, likening him to a male celebrity, he merely maintained a serene smile, embodying an enigmatic aloofness. Ji Mingxi's ex-boyfriend was unmistakable, the only male classmate who had not aged poorly. Amidst the surrounding individuals who had either gained weight or developed hunchbacks, her ex stood tall in a classic black suit, his fair complexion reminiscent of a robust green bamboo, serving as a refreshing sight. Beside him was a girl clad in a pink, fluffy dress, who appeared gentle and demure, with long, straight black hair and eyes shaped like crescent moons. By coincidence, the four of them found themselves seated directly across from one another. Ji Mingxi deliberately acted affectionately with Shen Shangnian, frequently leaning in to share whispers. After a few bites of food, she leaned closer again and quietly asked, "So, has he been stealing glances at me?" Shen Shangnian glanced over. "No." He asked, peeling shrimp for the girl beside him. Ji Mingxi remained motionless for an extended period. Although she neither laughed nor cried, her face, typically characterized by a nonchalant sharpness, bore an evident sorrow. Realizing this, she straightened her posture. Having meticulously planned for a long time, she had procured a faux boyfriend, spent 2 hours perfecting her makeup, donned a dress unsuitable for the season, and adorned herself with somewhat extravagant jewelry. Yet, under his indifference, all her efforts transformed into the farce of a clown. During the remaining time, Ji Mingxi remained silent, a demeanor that even Shen Shangnian found somewhat disconcerting. He even took the initiative to pour her a glass of juice. Ji Mingxi accepted the juice with a thank you. After the meal, while others engaged in small talk and networking, Ji Mingxi excused herself to the restroom. Once Shen Shangnian had dealt with those inquiring about his family, he was about to pull out his phone for a game when a shadow fell before him. Shen Shangnian. The name was articulated deliberately. Upon looking up, he was met with the sight of the doctor he had encountered previously in the orthopedic office, who was now regarding him with an ambiguous expression. "So, I finally know your name, courtesy of a girlfriend." Tang, when interjected, "Has Chen Zhijuan met your girlfriend?" Chapter 42. Are you controlling? A simple statement, yet laden with malice. Although Shen Shangnian was unaware of the reason behind this person's palpable hostility, he was inherently sensitive to malevolence. He closed his phone and addressed Tang Wen. "Does he know?" "Regardless, this is a matter between him and me. It does not concern you." Leaning against Ji Mingxi's chair, Tang Wen replied, "It seems he is unaware then." A smirk of amusement danced on Tang Wen's lips. "Our Dr. Chen genuinely considers you a good friend. If you find a girlfriend, he would be exceedingly pleased. Do make sure to share this delightful news with him." "Mind your own business," Shen Shangnian warned, fixing him with a stern gaze. "I've merely converted to Buddhism lately. I never claimed I intended to attain enlightenment. Do not provoke me." Tang Wen, unable to endure Shen Shangnian's irritation, stood up to seek Ji Mingxi, intending to make a hasty exit. The men's and women's restrooms were adjacent. As Shen Shangnian walked toward the restroom, he spotted Ji Mingxi at the corridor's end. She was hugging her arms, seemingly cold. Just as he passed by, he heard her sobbing softly. "I'm sorry. I'll change. I won't cause trouble anymore. Please don't abandon me." Ji Mingxi, typically a passionate red rose, now appeared pitifully distressed. "I should have introduced you to my family so soon. I'm sorry for subjecting you to my parents' humiliation. I'm sorry for being unreasonable during your entrepreneurial phase and dragging you around with me. I regret giving your mother my bank card last time. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi." His voice was low and gentle. "I do not blame you. You are wonderful. It's just that our family backgrounds are not compatible." "What does compatibility matter?" Ji Mingxi replied. "I love you. I've never liked anyone as much as I like you." "Thank you for your precious affection." He interrupted once more. "Let us move forward. Do not look back." Tears streamed down Ji Mingxi's face for what felt like an eternity. Previously, those who witnessed her drop a pearl would rush to apologize. Yet now, merely a few steps apart, he silently gazed at her. Ji Mingxi, with her eyes aflame with sorrow, looked at him and asked, "Do you have feeling for the girl beside you?" He paused for a moment before replying, "I cannot say I have feelings for her just yet. However, I believe that one day I shall cherish her hold her dear, and seek to please her. Ji Mingxi scoffed, your heart seems to change quite swiftly. Hearts are ever-changing, he replied, devoid of anger, wishing for her to also move on swiftly, to take a new step and find someone more suitable to love. I've already moved on, Ji Mingxi said, wiping away her tears before turning to leave. When she met Shen Shangnian's gaze, she indignantly inquired, what are you doing here? I wish to leave, he replied. So do I, she responded. In perfect harmony, they both turned and departed. The journey home was steeped in silence. Ji Mingxi, with a solemn expression, reflected on the sweetness of past love while vehemently cursing her ex-boyfriend. She glanced at Shen Shangnian, only to find his countenance even more grim. Have you also broken up with your ex? She asked. Shen Shangnian hesitated. What ex-boyfriend could I possibly have? Then why do you look so troubled? Ji Mingxi retorted. You look worse than I do. Shen Shangnian fell silent. I just encountered someone rather unfortunate. Who? I don't know his name, Shen Shangnian replied. But he currently works at the second hospital. Tang Wen, Tang from the Tang dynasty, and one for the scholar, Ji Mingxi mused. In our class, there is only one who enrolled in medical school. It must be him. Curiosity piqued. She asked, what did he do to upset you? He asked bothersome, Shen Shangnian remarked, his tone laced with disdain. Ji Mingxi pondered for a moment before exclaiming, did he try to seduce you? What? Shen Shangnian gasped, slamming on the brakes. Had it not been for the seatbelt, Ji Mingxi would have collided with the windshield. Heart racing, she patted her chest. I'm not ready to check out just yet. What did you mean by that? Shen Shangnian turned his gaze toward her. Tang Wen is a gay man, the very type you despise. He has pursued the top student of our school since high school. Yet that student is merely a straight guy. As Ji Mingxi finished speaking, the traffic light showed 21 seconds remaining on red. When it turned yellow, it lingered for 3 seconds before finally becoming green. At that moment, the car behind them honked in annoyance. Shen Shangnian accelerated, gripping the steering wheel as he focused on the green light. It was a sunny day, brightening the world around them, bustling with pedestrians on either side. The sunlight illuminated Shen Shangnian's face, and suddenly, he became certain of one thing. Tang Wen harbored feelings for Chen Zhijuan. They were childhood friends, often seen in close proximity. Thus, Tang Wen's jealousy must have fueled his animosity toward him. So, would Tang Wen divulge his relationship with Ji Mingxi to Chen Zhijuan? Their romance was a mere facade. Just then, Shen Shangnian recalled something, abruptly turning the steering wheel to the right. Where are we headed? Ji Mingxi asked, puzzled. To attend to something significant, he replied. Huh? She questioned, looking at him with curiosity. Shen Shangnian could not fathom the reasons behind his impulsive excitement. He sped through the streets, finally halting in the parking lot. Before he could even remove the key from the ignition, he swiftly opened the car door. Have you lost your mind? Ji Mingxi thought he had gone mad and hurried after him. Shen Shangnian raced up to the 10th floor of the hospital, where the orthopedic ward was located. He rushed to the nurse's station, panting and slightly disheveled, and inquired, excuse me, is Dr. Chen Zhijuan available? The young nurse glanced at the exquisite watch on his wrist, adorned with a circle of sparkling diamonds. Although she was unaware of the brand, its opulence was evident. Dr. Chen is in the outpatient clinic today, in room 7 on the 3rd floor, she replied. With the answer in hand, Shen Shangnian dashed off once more. As he reached the patient room, Ji Mingxi, who was struggling to catch her breath, saw Shen Shangnian dart away again. Curse you, she muttered under her breath, gritting her teeth as she followed him. She was determined to uncover his intentions. As the end of the workday approached, the 3rd floor was nearly devoid of patients, allowing Shen Shangnian to arrive unobstructed at the outpatient room of Surgery 7. The door was slightly ajar. Upon entering, he found Chen Zhijuan, who was focused on writing. His handwriting was sharp and precise. Upon hearing the noise, he assumed it was a patient. Clad in a pristine white coat, he had a gentle demeanor, saying, "Please have a seat." When he looked up, he was surprised to see Shen Shangnian standing before him, drenched in sweat, his tousled white hair clinging to his forehead. His lips were a vivid red, and his breathing was uneven as he licked his lips. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Zhijuan's face. What brings you here? Shen Shangnian's gaze lingered on the slender wrist holding the black pen. The sleeves of the white coat were neatly rolled, revealing long, graceful fingers. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Shen Shangnian leaned forward, propping himself on the table, adopting a commanding posture that exuded intensity and aggression. Chen Zhijuan caught a whiff of the unique fragrance that enveloped Shen Shangnian, mingled with a hint of rich women-esque perfume. His eyelids fluttered slightly. "What's the matter?" Shen Shangnian, eyes lowered, fixated on his wrist, responded, "I'm not in a relationship." The pen in Chen Zhijuan's hand fell effortlessly onto the table, leaving him speechless. After a prolonged silence, he raised his chin and gazed deeply into Shen Shangnian's eyes. The latter's lashes cast dense shadows on his porcelain-like lower eyelids. Following Shen Shangnian's gaze, Chen Zhijuan noticed his own wrist and instinctively moved it. Throughout this motion, his eyes remained locked on Shen Shangnian. "Do you enjoy looking at my hands?" Chen Zhijuan asked softly. Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Shangnian replied, "Yes." Chen Zhijuan chuckled. "It seems that you are a concealed hand enthusiast." Shen Shangnian instinctively wanted to retort, yet words eluded him. He had encountered numerous beautiful individuals, countless with exquisite hands, yet none stirred his feelings. He simply found pleasure in admiring Chen Zhijuan's hands. Could this be considered a fascination with hands? Perhaps it could. "Oh my, I'm utterly exhausted." At the entrance, there was a flurry of hurried footsteps, followed by the booming voice of Ji Mingxi. Her exclamation shattered the somewhat stagnant atmosphere of the consultation room. Shen Shangnian blinked and decisively rose to his feet. As Ji Mingxi entered, she was about to reprimand Shen Shangnian, but her gaze inadvertently fell upon the doctor in white behind the desk, leaving her momentarily stunned for a full 3 seconds. Shen Shangnian crossed his arms, regarding her with a sidelong glance. "Why did you follow me?" Ji Mingxi completely ignored him. She tossed her hair, tucking it behind her ear to reveal her striking features. With a delicate figure and graceful posture, she elegantly seated herself on a chair. Supporting her chin on her hand, she addressed the doctor. "Doctor, I haven't been able to eat or sleep lately. How should I be treated?" Shen Shangnian nearly choked. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Ji Mingxi feigned deafness, disregarding his words and fixated on Chen Zhijuan. Chen Zhijuan, wearing a mask, calmly replied, "This is the orthopedics department. I suggest you visit the gastroenterology department for those symptoms. I can only get better here," Ji Mingxi retorted, asserting that she was clearly suffering from a case of infatuation, claiming that not being able to add him on WeChat would lead to a longing for him. Shen Shangnian and Chen Zhijuan exchanged glances. Chen Zhijuan glanced at the time and stated, "I am off work now. It's already noon." Ji Mingxi showed no signs of discouragement. "That's all right. I merely wish to add Dr. Chen on WeChat." "No adding," Shen Shangnian snapped, visibly irked as he grasped Chen Zhijuan's hand. "If your shift is over, you should leave promptly." Ji Mingxi paused. "What is your relationship with him? Isn't it obvious?" Shen Shangnian's tone intensified. "We're childhood friends, the best of friends." "Oh," Ji Mingxi scoffed. "I'm just trying to add your friend's WeChat, not yours. What's with your theatrics here?" Shen Shangnian was so enraged, he felt his hair might stand on end. Chen Zhijuan retreated to the back to remove his white coat and donned a thick blue jacket. As he zipped it up, he inquired, "What is your relationship with each other?" Ji Mingxi shot a glance at Shen Shangnian. She could not yet discern the true nature of their relationship, uncertain whether they were speaking the truth or merely deflecting elders' inquiries. Shen Shangnian looked at her, bewildered. "Are your eyes twitching?" Ji Mingxi replied, "No wonder you scored only 250 on the college entrance examination. Truly, the heavens have eyes." Chen Zhijuan remained silent, yet he observed the interactions between the two with clarity. He had already deduced the situation. Shen Shangnian was completely oblivious to their thoughts. He looked at Chen Zhijuan, his eyes clear, and stated plainly, "This is a blind date introduced by my grandfather. We are merely collaborating to appease each other's elders. There is no other relationship. I'm not in a romantic relationship." Shen Shangnian spoke earnestly. "If Tangwen approaches you with nonsense, do not believe him." Chapter 43. The Philosophy of Not Marrying. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zhijuan's phone chimed. He took out his phone to check and saw a message from Tangwen, accompanied by a photo of Shen Shangnian and Ji Mingxi sitting together. Connecting it to Shen Shangnian's earlier words, he quickly surmised the events that had transpired. Chen Zhijuan lowered his head, deleting Tang Wen's WeChat while saying, "It's fine. If you wish to discuss, do so without the need for explanations." Shen Shangnian was momentarily taken aback. His lips moved as if to speak, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Chen Zhijuan was not mistaken. There was nothing to critique. Nevertheless, an uncomfortable sensation lingered within Shen Shangnian, an undeniable discomfort. He cast a glance at Ji Mingxi and suggested, "You may leave. I will accompany him for a meal." Ji Mingxi, perceptive as ever, refrained from creating a scene to tag along. She waved her phone and remarked, "Remember to transfer the taxi fare to me." Initially, Chen Zhijuan had intended to dine at the hospital cafeteria, but upon Shen Shangnian's arrival, he altered his plans and opted for a restaurant across from the hospital. The two shared a modest meal of 3 dishes and a soup. After the dishes were served, Shen Shangnian took a couple of bites and said, "I did not intend to conceal anything from you. I simply believed it unnecessary to mention it. My relationship with her is purely professional, a means to appease our respective elders. I do not harbor feelings for her, nor does she for me." Chen Zhijuan listened attentively, waiting for him to finish before speaking. Nian. Shen Shangnian tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Chen Zhijuan continued, "Whether it is her or someone else, there will always be someone who loves you, who will stand beside you as you embark on a life together, marry, and raise children." Shen Shangnian's tone grew, slightly anxious. "I do not wish to discuss it." Chen Zhijuan was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating such a response. "Why do you not want to talk? Once we enter a romantic relationship, will we still be able to maintain our current bond?" Shen Shangnian queried, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Zhijuan. He was no fool. He had witnessed many friends marry, declaring that they would continue living freely, only to find themselves rarely venturing out thereafter. A mere phone call would involve appeasing a wife, managing children, or working to earn a living. After falling in love and marrying, could he still invite Chen Zhijuan over to share the same bed as they do now? It seemed unlikely. Chen Zhijuan was momentarily speechless, the corners of his lips curling into a gentle smile as he reassured, "Regardless of whether you are in a relationship or married, I promise that in my eyes, you will always be my top priority." Shen Shangnian paused, responding, "What about me? Do you not care whether you hold the same position in my heart?" He gazed at Chen Zhijuan, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Chen Zhijuan's grip tightened slightly. He took a tissue to mask the tension in his veins. "Let's not speak foolishly. We are no longer children. In their youth, they had been like small creatures seeking warmth from one another, always close, inhaling each other's scent to affirm that they belonged solely to one another. Yet now, at the age of 26 or 27, 10 years had flown by, and the day of parting was inevitably approaching. How can that be considered foolish?" Shen Shangnian was unsure of what he felt wronged about. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "I am against marriage." Chen Zhijuan unconsciously fiddled with the tissue. "I will never marry in this lifetime. Can you?" "You will inevitably marry," Shen Shangnian interjected, repeating emphatically, word for word, "I can." Chen Zhijuan paused, his gaze dropping to the bowl of mushroom soup. "Will the Shen family agree? Will Grandma Jiang approve?" Naturally, the answer was no. If they had agreed, Shen Shangnian would not be acquainted with Ji Mingxi at this moment. His lips twitched slightly as he spoke. "This is my affair." "All right," Chen Zhijuan replied. "The reason I choose not to marry is due to my aversion to the constraints of matrimony. What about you? What is your reason for abstaining from marriage?" Shen Shangnian racked his brain, yet found himself unable to articulate a single rationale. "You have no reason. You are, after all, a straight man." Chen Zhijuan remarked with a glint of amusement in his eyes as he looked back at him. "Nian, more than anyone, I wish for your well-being. As long as you thrive, I could even accept a distant relationship." Shen Shangnian's face flushed with anger. He cast aside his chopsticks, proclaiming grandly. Yet it was evident he was indifferent. Rising from his seat, he shot a cold glance at Chen Zhijuan, sarcasm dripping from his voice. "Why was I unaware of your generosity and kindness before?" Chen Zhijuan remained silent, adhering to his customary reticence. Shen Shangnian felt as though a weight had settled in his chest. He gazed deeply at him before turning on his heel and departing. Chen Zhijuan remained at his place. Offering no plea for him to stay, his slender fingers toying with a tissue. His porcelain white complexion was delicate, with faint veins visible on the back of his hand. Upon returning home, Shen Shangnian succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was 7 in the evening. The room was enveloped in darkness, the curtains drawn aside, allowing the glow of the outside lights to pour in, casting a golden sheen upon the blanket. Shen Shangnian sat in a daze for a moment before reaching for his phone on the bedside table. Sun Heong had messaged him 20 minutes earlier, inviting him out for drinks. Shen Shangnian typed a reply. "Did you message the wrong person?" Sun Heong replied instantly. "Impossible. Of course. I'm looking for my dear Nian Nian." Shen Shangnian responded with a nauseated emoji. Sun Heong continued. "I was wrong. Please forgive me." Given Sun's sincere apology, Shen Shangnian rose to wash his face, changed his attire, and ventured out. The bar was teeming with patrons. Upon finding a booth, he spotted Jin Yan, who was wearing a baseball cap, and promptly stood up, saying, "Come sit over here." Shen Shangnian glanced at his leg. "How is it?" "Much better," Jin Yan replied, pouring him a glass of liquor. Shen Shangnian took a sip and surveyed the surroundings. "Where's Sun Heong?" "He's off dancing with some pretty girls." "Oh." Shen Shangnian took another sip. The glass, now filled with ice, offered a refreshing taste. He turned his gaze towards Jin Yan, who, sensing the scrutiny, quickly raised 3 fingers. "I swear, I truly don't fancy you anymore. I moved on." Shen Shangnian remained speechless for a few seconds. "That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask, how are things with that friend from high school?" "What can be said?" Jin Yan replied. "It's rather superficial, mainly because we're both too busy. We seldom meet. Thus, there's little interaction. Doesn't that sadden you?" Shen Shangnian held his glass, the ice remaining unmelted, the chill seeping through the glass and onto his fingers. "Occasional sadness may arise," Jin Yan chuckled, "but that's quite normal. Friendships are often transient, with reunions followed by separations." "Friendships are often transient." Shen Shangnian finished the remaining half of his drink and poured another glass, remarking, "That makes sense." Around them, people came and went, the alcohol and flickering lights inciting a frenzy, while at this moment, the second hospital remained tranquil. The ward echoed with soft conversations and the faint sound of footsteps. Chen Zhijuan shut down his computer, preparing to leave, just as he entered the changing room. Tang Wan, clad in a white lab coat, hurriedly approached with an anxious expression, gazing at Chen Zhijuan. "Why did you delete me from WeChat?" Chen Zhijuan responded indifferently. "If I wish to delete you, must I provide a reason?" Tang Wan's chest heaved with agitation. "Is it because of Shen Shangnian? Did he confront you?" Chen Zhijuan regarded him lazily. Noticing his silence, Tang Wan pressed on with a more forceful tone. "Chen Zhijuan, we have known each other for 3 years, not just 3 months. I have known him for 27 years. Chen Zhijuan found this amusing. What significance do those 3 years hold? Besides, our relationship is merely that of ordinary alumni and colleagues, hardly friends. Chen Zhijuan tilted his head, curiously regarding him. What has led you to believe I possess a temper that allows you to meddle in my affairs so freely? Tang Wan fell silent, his lips trembling slightly as he looked at Chen Zhijuan in disbelief. You would treat me this way for him? There will be no next time. Chen Zhijuan reached out and tugged at the badge hanging from Tang Wan's chest. Cherish this badge well. The man's gaze was indifferent, his demeanor distant yet elevated, his tone gentle, yet every word pierced like a dagger, leaving the heart bleeding. At that moment, Tang Wan finally sensed the aura of the second young master of the Chen family. Although Chen Zhijuan usually displayed a gentle demeanor, many believed he was unlike typical wealthy heirs. Even Tang Wan had forgotten. He was the young master of the Jingxi group, born into a status that others could only aspire to. Chapter 44. The handsome gesture with the joyous spring festival holiday concluded, various industries resumed work, and students returned to school. In the new year, Sun Heong successfully signed Jin Yan to his company, leveraging Jin Yan as a living advertisement. Sun Heong also managed to sign several new artists. As the company grew busier, Shen Shangnian found himself caught up in the hustle. He was busy, and Chen Zhijuan was even busier. A day without contact would stretch into 2 days into a week, and a week into a month. After a full month of silence, Shen Shangnian lay on the sofa, playing games after finishing work when a date notification suddenly popped up. Tomorrow was an important day. March 2nd, Chen Zhijuan's birthday. Shen Shangnian shifted irritably, causing his in-game character to crash into the subway. The game declared a loss. Sun Heong entered with a document and caught a glimpse of Shen Shangnian's phone screen, snickering. Didn't you say this game was for fools? Shen Shangnian remained silent, signed the document, and stated, I need to take a day off tomorrow. Got it, Sun Heong replied. It's brother one's birthday. Shen Shangnian drove to the mall, wandering from the first to the fifth floor, yet remained uncertain about what to buy. Eventually, he dismissed the dilemma, thinking, after all, he was just an ordinary friend. Returning to a brand store on the third floor, he casually selected a men's watch that was faultless in both price and style. The next day, although Chen Zhijuan usually kept a low profile, his status ensured that his birthday banquet attracted nearly all the elite of North City's high society. Shen Shangnian handed the gift to a waiter and retreated to a corner for some peace. Sun Heong arrived 20 minutes late, searching for Shen Shangnian until he found him tucked away in a corner playing games. I just spotted a little green tea. Shen Shangnian was in a rather gloomy mood. Which little green tea is it? How many little green teas are there? Sun Heong reached out to touch his forehead. Are you running a fever? No fever. Shen Shangnian replied indifferently. Whatever, let them come or not. Chen Zhijuan was either off duty or had switched shifts today, dressed in a meticulously tailored black suit, accompanying his father for social engagements. His usual attire was quite minimalist. In the hospital, he wore a white coat, and in his leisure time, he favored comfort above all. Shen Shangnian seldom witnessed him in formal wear. Sun Heong glanced up and remarked, Brother one looks really handsome. Shen Shangnian crossed his legs and scoffed derisively. You should probably get your eyes checked. Go plead with your brother one and see if he can give you a discount. Sun Heong immediately concluded. Did you two have a quarrel? Shen Shangnian turned his head away in silence. Sun Heong pondered. No wonder Shen Shangnian hadn't been angry with him these past few days. Evidently, someone was bearing the weight for him. What was it about this time? Sun Heong inquired. Shen Shangnian paused for 2 seconds. What was it about? It seems trivial. After a couple of minutes, he continued. It seems like he doesn't care about me as much anymore. Back in school, when others pushed his wheelchair home, Chen Zhijuan would become upset. He was always meticulous and possessive regarding Shen Shangnian. Now, such a person could casually say that it wouldn't matter if they drifted apart. Why would it matter? Using the excuse of marriage and children was clearly just a sign of indifference. Sun Heong was momentarily taken aback and asked, Why do you say that? Shen Shangnian replied, He knows about my blind dates, but doesn't care at all. He even supports me in pursuing a relationship, even if it means I might grow distant from him. Sun Heong thought for a long time and couldn't fathom that this was the reason. What kind of reason is that? He furrowed his brow. Isn't that quite normal? Shen Shangnian retorted. How is that normal? Sun Heong responded, When I was in college and dating a senior, I was always too busy to attend to you. When you invited me to dinner, to bars, or to play ball, I didn't show up, did I? Shen Shangnian found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Sun Heong patted his shoulder. I think there's no need to quarrel over such trivial matters. Arguing is meaningless. Sun Heong had always been an optimistic person. He believed that studying was mentally taxing, so he often refrained from it. He had many friends, but very few adversaries, as he was too apathetic to engage in conflict with those who discomfort him, opting instead to distance himself. Indeed, it is meaningless, Shen Shangnian agreed. After the banquet concluded, the elders departed, and their peers, guided by the attendants, moved to the KTV upstairs. Shen Shangnian lethargically trailed behind Sun Heong. The atmosphere of this small gathering was far more pleasant than that of the earlier event downstairs. Everyone appeared relaxed. Sun Heong joined a few others to play games. Shen Shangnian remained nestled in a corner, feeling slightly drowsy yet reluctant to leave, until someone sat beside him. The crisp scent emanating from them was unmistakable. He kept his eyes closed. Chen Zhijuan adjusted the hanging strings of his hoodie and asked, Still angry? Shen Shangnian opened his eyes, reclining against the back of the sofa, responding in a manner that did not address the question. Sun Heong remarked that it was merely a trivial matter, unworthy of anger. Chen Zhijuan remained silent, aware that Shen had yet to finish his thoughts. Shen confessed, I am small-minded. I cannot move past this. Chen Zhijuan gazed at him. Shen had previously dyed his hair white, a color that had faded, and now it was once again black. The white hair had lent him a certain rebellious charm, but the black hair imparted a more obedient and youthful impression. The dim lights in the private room cast dappled shadows, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am indeed angry. Chen Zhijuan reached out to touch his hair gently. The texture was quite decent. Shen was momentarily stunned, captivated by the sight of that hand. Clad in a black suit, the edge of a white shirt was faintly visible, adorned with exquisite cufflinks, a combination of black carbon fiber and colorful enamel that illustrated the youth's elegance and composure. The wrist was enveloped, fingers long and pale, with distinct knuckles. Shen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Chen Zhijuan, oblivious to his unusual demeanor, softly inquired, Then tell me, what do you wish for me to do? You were the one who went on blind dates. You concealed it from me, deeming it unimportant. Throughout, you never sought my opinion. I fear marriage. Hence I do not wed. You do not fear it. So I wish you well, hoping you encounter a worthy partner and find happiness, even if it means distancing from me. Yet, you are upset. You blame me for not caring. If I did not care, why would I wish you well? Chen Zhijuan rarely dissected his own emotions, seldom expressing such sentiments. His tone was calm, each word gentle, not so much an accusation as an inquiry. Tell me, how should I proceed? Shen Shangnian remained silent for a prolonged moment, his gaze locked onto Chen Zhijuan's, unblinking. They shared a quiet, unspoken understanding. The karaoke machine had changed singers, the male voice smooth and deep. Every word you utter cuts like a scar upon my heart. Every action of mine shifts to your whims. How absurd. You play with abandon, never considering how arrogant you truly are. Shen blinked slowly. All right, I apologize. He conceded with clarity. I have been unreasonable. Chen Zhijuan, silent, replied, I have never blamed you. Their friendship had endured for 27 years. Shen had committed no fault. He was candid, sincere, and generous. It was his own affliction that stirred feelings that should not have been stirred. He deserved the torment. Chen Zhijuan. Shen suddenly called out again. Shen looked over. Shen's lips curled into a gentle smile, his eyes dark and bright. Happy birthday. After that evening, they reconciled, yet it felt as though they had not. They would occasionally gather for meals and converse, behaving like ordinary friends. The company had begun to show signs of sustainable growth, with both Shen Shangnian and Sun Heong immersed in their work. Ji Mingxi could no longer endure her surroundings, wanting to distance herself from a place tied to her ex-boyfriend. She booked a ticket and elegantly departed abroad. In the eyes of their families, Ji Mingxi and Shen Shangnian had officially parted ways. Ji Mingxi's excuse to her relatives was her inability to tolerate Su Ruoyan. Upon learning this, Shen Jun's expression shifted from green to purple as he called Su Ruoyan to reprimand her. Upon learning of the matter, Shen Shangnian laughed for a full 10 minutes and promptly sent a generous red envelope to Ji Mingxi. Jiang Ji then proceeded to introduce a young lady from the He family to his grandson. Shen Shangnian dined with this He family heiress, during which she expressed disdain for his modest educational background and inquired why he had not pursued further studies abroad. Shen Shangnian replied, I cannot bear to be apart from my grandmother. The heiress gazed at him incredulously, asking, Are you a mama's boy? To which Shen Shangnian confidently affirmed, Indeed. She scrutinized his handsome visage, hesitating before posing another question. If we were to be together, would you allow me to check your phone? Shen Shangnian responded, If we were together, I would accept that. The heiress appeared somewhat satisfied and continued, If I see you conversing with other girls, may I delete them from your friends' list without your consent? After a moment's contemplation, Shen Shangnian replied, That would be acceptable. The heiress, puzzled, asked, Aren't you angry? He pondered briefly and answered, Not particularly. These are trivial matters, and I would not be upset. She pressed on, Will all your money be spent on me? Certainly. He replied, sipping his coffee. Her satisfaction grew. If you can rely on your grandmother, then we may continue developing our relationship. I am somewhat satisfied with you. However, Shen Shangnian shook his head, stating, My criterion for a partner is to honor my grandmother together, placing her as the foremost priority. The heiress, visibly agitated, exclaimed, Are you unwell? Following her outburst, she splashed warm water from her cup, prompting Shen Shangnian to instinctively shut his eyes. The warm water cascaded from his dark brows, gliding down his straight nose and full lips, ultimately dripping onto his clothing. By the time he opened his eyes, the heiress had stormed off, handbag in hand. Seething with fury, Shen Shangnian dabbed his cheeks with a few tissues, and, after returning home and taking a shower, his phone began to ring incessantly. He called. "You rascal! How did you manage to upset that young lady?" Shen Shangnian casually replied, "Perhaps it is a matter of differing values." Jiangxi's tone grew serious. "Stop pretending. Tell me, do you not wish to go on blind dates?" "I do wish to find a partner," Shen Shangnian clarified, "but I simply haven't found the right one yet." Jiangxi, exasperated, lamented, "I can't be bothered with you. Let your grandmother find someone for you." Upon hearing the news, Wang Xia specifically called, "Nian, do not worry. Your grandmother will find you a suitable partner." Wang Xia had always believed that her eldest grandson was somewhat distant from her and her husband. She had been tending to her flowers at home when several old friends invited her for a game of mahjong. During their game, her friends praised her for being a caring grandmother, noting how filial her grandson was. Initially confused, Wang Xia soon found herself beaming with joy, especially after her friends explained the situation to her. Even after losing some money, she was utterly delighted and hurriedly called her grandson. "Thank you, Grandma," Shen Shangnian said. Wang Xia inquired, "Nian, what type do you prefer?" "What type?" he replied, realizing Jiangxi had never asked him this question before. Because Jiangxi had a profound understanding of Shen Shangnian, he had never experienced love or had a preference for anyone. Likely oblivious to the type he might be drawn to, she approached the matter from her own perspective, selecting people accordingly. This question left Shen Shangnian momentarily speechless. He remained silent for a considerable time, long enough for Wang Xia to call out in confusion, "Nian, are you there?" Yes, Shen Shangnian replied, "Let me think." "Take your time," Wang Xia encouraged. Standing on the balcony, the night had already descended, and the distant lights twinkled like a galaxy strewn across the sky. Shen Shangnian's romantic history was remarkably unblemished. He had never been enamored with anyone, nor did he possess a type he was attracted to. Unlike Sun Heong, who favored mature women, or a friend who preferred sweet girls, Shen Shangnian seemed to have never contemplated the notion of romance. At this moment, after much reflection, a singular image emerged in his mind, a hand. Perhaps it was a hand encased in a white lab coat, with gently curled fingers revealing prominent veins. Alternatively, it might be a hand clad in a tailored black suit, exuding an alluring elegance against the backdrop of exquisite cuffs. It was a beautiful hand. What? Wang Xia did not comprehend. Shen Shangnian responded, "I find well-shaped hands appealing." Chapter 45. Concern breeds confusion. Well-shaped hands? Wang Xia echoed, "That's simple. The hands of a girl who plays piano are often lovely." Indeed, Shen Shangnian acknowledged. After ending the call, he stood still for a few seconds, gazing vacantly out at the scenery. Suddenly, he pressed his phone again. The balcony remained unlit, but as the screen illuminated, it cast a glow over Shen Shangnian's face. He bit his lip, seemingly anxious, his fingertip hovering over the screen, mere moments away from tapping that green icon. His fingertip lingered for a full half-minute. With a flutter of his long eyelashes, he withdrew his finger, closed the phone, and tucked it into his pocket. On a weekday afternoon, Sun Heong entered with 2 files in hand, presenting himself with a semblance of formality. "President Shen, here are 2 program proposals for you to review." Shen Shangnian glanced at them, questioning, "Why did you seek my opinion today?" Sun Heong replied, "Both are quite good. I deliberated for quite a while with Jin Yan's agent, but couldn't decide. So, I thought to consult you, an outsider." As the company gradually found its footing, given the financial prowess of the 2 owners, they had invested significantly to recruit numerous talents from other entertainment firms. Sun Heong primarily managed the artist segment, while Shen Shangnian oversaw company operations. Shen Shangnian's university major was in business English, a field quite distinct from running a company. He had purchased several books on the subject and enrolled in an online course, diligently striving to learn. Jin Yan, possessing a solid formal background, was undeniably skilled in acting and had recently gained considerable popularity, although his recognition primarily resided within discussions among young girls, lacking broader national acclaim and endorsements from high-end brands. When Jin Yin signed with the company, it was still in its infancy, and the industry scoffed at the company, likening it to a makeshift troupe. Nevertheless, Jin Yin chose to sign with them. Sun Heong was deeply moved by this gesture and vowed to elevate Jin Yin to the status of a leading actor. Two variety shows, one focusing on romantic observations and the other on workplace experiences. Shen Shangnian cast a fleeting glance and decisively chose the latter. Recently, the ordeal of blind dates had left him utterly exasperated, rendering him averse to any semblance of romance. Very well. Sun Heong picked up 2 planning proposals and was about to leave when Shen Shangnian reopened his online course. Listening to the lecture, Sun Heong paused and Shen Shangnian, propping his chin, lazily remarked, "Speak your mind. Spare me the pleasantries." Sun Heong cleared his throat. "I'm dining with Jingyi tonight. Would you like to join?" Shen Shangnian, weary and drooping his eyelids, coldly declined, not interested in dining with a human-shaped green tea. Sun Heong responded, "He already knows." To set aside the matter of his demeanor, he possesses considerable knowledge, and his academic credentials are on par with Jingyi's. While Jingyi's specialty does not align with ours, his does. You could seek his counsel. Shen Shangnian, glancing at the course on his tablet, hesitated for a few seconds before darkening his expression and shutting the platform. When? 6 o'clock. Sun Heong managed to suppress a laugh. The company dismissed work at 5:30, and when Shen Shangnian emerged with Sun Heong at 6, they coincidentally encountered professional players from the adjacent base heading out for dinner. Clad uniformly in red and black team uniforms, among the group, one man with dyed purple hair stood out prominently. He was quite tall, one hand in his pocket while the other held a phone, engaged in a call. A smile playing at his lips, his charming peach blossom eyes shimmering. Sun Heong nudged Shen Shangnian's arm. "Zhizhong." Shen Shangnian cast a glance and withdrew his gaze. "What?" Sun Heong blushed. "I want to get his autograph. He is my idol." Shen Shangnian's expression instantly turned ambiguous. "Your idol? Well, what of it?" Sun Heong narrowed his eyes. Shen Shangnian shook his head. "It's hard to fathom that with your lackluster antics, you could possibly be a fan of Zhizhong." Sun Heong retorted, "Shen Yin. I rarely get angry." No sooner had he spoken than he leaped up, wrapping his arms around Shen Shangnian's neck. Cough, cough. Shen Shangnian, caught off guard, nearly succumbed to the surprise. At that moment, a black Bentley slowly came to a halt before them. The driver's window rolled down, and the occupant's expression was far from pleasant. "If you have an issue, direct it at me. Don't bully Xiaoyang." Shen Shangnian pushed Sun Heong aside, just as the driver exited the car. This marked their first face-to-face encounter after several previous exchanges over the phone. Shen Shangnian scrutinized this seasoned green tea with unreserved candor. Adorned in a white shirt and black trousers, he appeared quite youthful, with refined features and thin lips that lent him an air of emotional detachment, yet his demeanor exuded an undeniable nobility. Shen Shangnian found him reminiscent of Chen Shun. Both were promising young talents, having taken charge of their family businesses early on, living amidst rumors, true paragons of privilege, unlike their frivolous peers. As Shen Shangnian assessed him, Jingyi was also observing, setting aside personal sentiments. Objectively, this person was even more striking than the rumors suggested. With an air of flamboyance that does not descend into vulgarity, his eyes shine brightly, reminiscent of a puppy's glistening gaze. His lips, akin to cherries, complement his simple attire of sweatshirt and jeans, exuding a refreshing charm. Jingyi's expression remained unchanged, though he silently tightened his jaw. For the first time, he felt fortunate that Sun Heong was somewhat oblivious, a straightforward man. Otherwise, with such a childhood friend nearby, it would be impossible for him to take center stage. Jingyi reached out and grasped Sun Heong's hand. Having stood outside for nearly 10 minutes, Sun Heong's hands were cold, while Jingyi's were warm, his palms dry and gentle. Sun Heong did not mind. In fact, he mischievously rubbed his chilly fingers against Jingyi's palm. Jingyi glanced at Shen Shangnian and said, "Xiaoyang may not fully comprehend, so if you're upset, direct your ire at me and spare him." Shen Shangnian nearly spat blood in disbelief. "Are you blind?" "He was the one hitting me just now." Jingyi paused for 2 seconds, then asked, But why are you being so fierce? Shen Shangnian retorted. I'm fierce toward your big dad. He fell silent, pressing his lips together, attempting to maintain a facade of strength. Sun Heong, feeling inexplicably sympathetic, interjected, Nian Nian. Jingyi means no harm. He doesn't have many friends, so he cares for me a bit too much. Shen Shangnian scrutinized the imposing figure of Xie Jingyi hiding behind Sun Heong. What a show, he muttered before turning away. You two go eat. I'm leaving. Wait. Sun Heong released Xie Jingyi's hand and grasped Shen Shangnian's wrist. If you aren't going, then neither am I. I refuse to budge. I want to dine with you tonight. Xie Jingyi's smile momentarily faltered. Chapter 46. Tomorrow's blind date. I'm sorry. Xie Jingyi, ever adaptable, quickly apologized. I misunderstood you. Sun Heong shook Shen Shangnian's arm. Nian Nian, he has apologized to you. Shen Shangnian's temper, which flared quickly, also subsided just as swiftly. He followed Sun Heong into the car. The Bentley eventually stopped in front of a renowned Western restaurant. The valet, perceptive to their arrival, promptly approached as Xie Jingyi tossed him the keys for parking. This Western restaurant was quite famous. Shen Shangnian had visited it with Sun Heong several times before, and the food was commendable. It was not until the waiter escorted them to their reserved table that Shen Shangnian sensed something amiss. They were seated on the second floor, with a picturesque view outside. The table was a standard square adorned with a vase holding several lush red roses. Each of the three occupied a distinct spot, with Xie Jingyi and Sun Heong facing one another, while Shen Shangnian sat between them. Surrounding them were couples and pairs, creating a stark contrast. The second floor was filled with over 10 tables, all occupied, each radiating sweetness and intimacy. The trio felt decidedly out of place. Sun Heong sensed the awkwardness and remarked, "Why does it feel like we're at a couple S table?" "It's not just a feeling." Shen Shangnian covered his cheek, feeling embarrassed. "That's the reality." He squinted at Xie Jingyi. Xie Jingyi calmly lifted his glass to sip water. The more Shen Shangnian observed him, the more he felt something was off. Suddenly struck by a thought, he inquired, "Come on, are you gay? Are you trying to hook our Xiaoyang?" Xie Jingyi remained largely unresponsive, while Sun Heong nearly choked on his drink. Coughing violently, his face flushed, he exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xie Jingyi, with a considerate gesture, handed him a tissue and explained, "The secretary booked the table. It seems the downstairs is fully occupied." As he spoke, Xie Jingyi maintained a calm demeanor, his composure unwavering. Shen Shangnian, reluctantly dismissing his suspicions, replied, "All right then." Sun Heong wiped his mouth and, perplexed, turned to Shen Shangnian, asking, "Why are you suddenly seeing things differently?" Shen Shangnian murmured softly, "I was just asking." The three swiftly finished their meal, and under Sun Heong's facilitation, Shen Shangnian added Xie Jingyi on WeChat. This seasoned green tea, when serious, proved to be quite capable, at least when it came to addressing queries and offering advice. On the way back, Shen Shangnian received a call from Wang Xia. "Hello. Hey, Nian Nian, Grandma has introduced you to an obstetrician. She is off tomorrow, so you should meet her." "Sure," Shen Shangnian responded. After the call ended, Sun Heong inquired curiously, "Are you going on another blind date tomorrow?" "Yes," Shen Shangnian nodded, gazing out at the flowing traffic. Sun Heong, puzzled, patted his thigh. "Why do you seem to despise being single even more than I do?" Shen Shangnian, hands in pockets, replied, "I've never dated. I just want to give it a try." "Is that wrong?" Naturally supporting his brother's quest for love, Sun Heong quickly agreed. "All right then." As Shen Shangnian stared at the incessant stream of vehicles, the night had fully enveloped the sky. The light from the street lamps merged with the faint glow of headlights, intertwining as they illuminated his eyes. They say that love can distance friends, but he was not so easily swayed. He was determined to give a shot. Chen Zhijuan was on a night shift that evening. Donning his white coat, he exited the changing room and entered the office of the department. At that moment, his colleagues, having just finished dinner, were gathered together. Chen Zhijuan adjusted his name badge and approached, noticing a box of strawberries, a box of oranges, and a large box of chocolates on the central conference table. "Who sent these?" Tang, one was present as well, but he refrained from speaking, quickly grabbing 2 strawberries to wash. "I brought them," said Lu Si. Only then did Chen Zhijuan notice him. "What brings you here?" "I came to deliver these." Our department Xiaoyang just gave birth just now, so I brought them over. Xiaoyang, their university classmate and the Class S Youth League secretary, was a good person. Chen Zhijuan and Lucy had previously worked in the same group with her and shared a decent relationship. Let's go have a look, Chen Zhijuan suggested. Sure, Lucy replied nonchalantly, leading the esteemed Dr. Chen. Upon arriving at the ward, they found the league secretary lying pale on the hospital bed, while her husband gently wiped her face with a damp towel. Senior, she called out, her voice still carrying the familiar tone of the past, her eyes filled with surprise. What brings you here? Just came to see you, Chen Zhijuan smiled. Standing to the side, Lucy felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. How wonderfully strange time is. The last time the three of them had gathered was for a group experiment. Back then, they were all quite naive. The league secretary was a fair-skinned, delicate-featured girl from the south, yet her stubbornness often led to differing opinions with Chen Zhijuan during their experiments. Chen Zhijuan possessed a remarkably gentle temperament, never engaging in quarrels, and with Lucy's adeptness at diffusing tension, their group thrived in harmonious camaraderie, often securing the top spot. In just a few years, the once frail young girl had metamorphosed into a formidable mother, exuding strength and resilience. In contrast, Chen Zhijuan had blossomed into a commendable and responsible physician, evolving from a handsome lad into an exceptionally dashing gentleman. Lucy, lamenting his own transformation into a corpulent figure, pinched the flesh around his abdomen, lost in melancholy thoughts. Oh, what a lively gathering! A young female doctor knocked on the door, interrupting their discourse. The trio turned in unison. It was Su Qingyi from the obstetrics department, the most beautiful doctor in the entire hospital. Lucy immediately straightened his posture. Su Qingyi approached the bedside, assessing Dr. Yang's condition. Not bad. Your complexion seems decent, she remarked. Dr. Yang smiled. You are the lead surgeon. I trust you completely. Su Qingyi replied, You're quite flattering, senior. Clearing his throat, Lucy interjected, Dr. Su. She looked at him. Lucy, uncharacteristically flustered, asked, You have a day off tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Indeed, Su Qingyi responded, adjusting Dr. Yang's position. What plans? Lucy inquired, curiosity piqued. Blind date. She stated, well, it could be considered significant. Upon hearing those two words, Chen Zhijuan instinctively cast a glance in her direction. Su Qingyi's hand rested delicately on the blanket, a beautifully slender and pale hand, with pronounced bone structure. Chapter 47. The blind date the following afternoon. As the workday drew to a close, Shen Shangnian closed his laptop, preparing to sneak away. Sun Heong burst in, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jingyi is inviting me to dinner. Will you join us? Shen Shangnian replied with an impassive expression. No, I could never dine with you two again. He could never forget the looks of astonishment, mixed with admiration from the surrounding tables the previous night, as if they were three individuals sharing a life together. Come along with us, Sun Heong urged, fidgeting. What is your problem? Shen Shangnian retorted. Previously, Sun Heong had always dined with Shen Shangnian, and after their meals, they would part ways. Recently, however, Xie Jingyi had unexpectedly invited him, which left Sun Heong feeling somewhat guilty about leaving Shen Shangnian out. Yet, he found it difficult to express these sentiments. Ah, you're still a solitary figure. Just join us this time. We'll go to a hot pot restaurant. I assure you nothing like last night will happen again. That will disappoint you, Shen Shangnian replied. I have plans this evening. Sun Heong's eyes lit up. Is it with Zhijuan? Shen Shangnian's expression darkened. That's none of your concern. Oh, then it's not Zhijuan. Sun Heong understood, retracting his smile and departing. Shen Shangnian opened WeChat, glancing at the restaurant location sent by his blind date. It was conveniently close to the second hospital, presumably with an obstetrics physician from there. They had arranged to meet at 6:30, and Shen Shangnian arrived 10 minutes early. The waiter poured him a glass of warm water. After sipping a couple of times, he lowered his gaze to his phone, only to be cast into shadow by an unexpected presence. The woman, adorned with a touch of makeup, had her long hair tied back in a low ponytail, possessing a beauty as pure as a lotus emerging from the water. I apologize for my tardiness, she said. No worries, Shen Shangnian replied, sliding the menu towards her. When Su Qingyi caught a glimpse of his face, She was momentarily taken aback. Is it really you? Shen Shangnian looked at her with confusion, having no recollection of their previous encounter. Have we met before? With a smile, Su Qingyi tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Chen Zhijuan is my senior. You used to visit our school often to see him, right? It's hard to forget someone as handsome as you. Shen Shangnian was aware that Su Qingyi and Chen Zhijuan were from the same hospital, but he anticipated they were also from the same school. What a coincidence, he remarked. Su Qingyi continued, with your looks, I'm sure many girls must be pursuing you. What brings you to a matchmaking event? Shen Shangnian took a sip of water. No one is pursuing me. This statement was truthful. During his school days, he had been the object of affection for many girls, particularly around Christmas and Valentine's Day when his desk would overflow with love letters and gifts. However, after graduation, he found himself surrounded by very few women. His fierce reputation deterred anyone from approaching him at bars or gatherings. Su Qingyi chuckled. If you were at our hospital, you would certainly have many admirers. Numerous young women are infatuated with Dr. Chen, though he is quite difficult to pursue. Shen Shangnian shifted the topic. I heard you play the piano. Jis, suin jinadith. I used to learn, but I haven't played in a long time. Shen Shangnian lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on her hand gripping the water cup. Undeniably, she possessed a pair of exquisite hands, fair and slender, with nails neatly trimmed and unembellished by any nail art. Yet, within him, there was no stir of emotion. He felt no inclination to continue observing her. As he tightened his grip on the steering wheel, a rare sense of confusion washed over him. Why was that? Halfway through their meal, Su Qingyi received a phone call, which ended abruptly after a few words. With an apologetic expression, she said, I'm sorry. I must return to the hospital. A patient of mine has encountered an issue. That's all right. How did you get here? Shen Shangnian inquired. I took a taxi, she replied. I can give you a ride, he offered. Thank you. Su Qingyi smiled at him. Upon arriving at the hospital parking lot, Su Qingyi swiftly opened the car door and dashed towards the inpatient department building. Shen Shangnian, gripping the steering wheel, fell into a momentary daze. Under normal circumstances, he would seek out Chen Zhijuan, but now he felt uncertain of what to say, fearing it would only create awkwardness. As he prepared to start the car and leave, his gaze was caught by a delicate diamond bracelet glimmering on the passenger seat, undoubtedly left behind by Su Qingyi. He picked up the bracelet and opened the car door. The obstetrics department was on the 6th floor. Shen Shangnian approached the nurse's station. Is Dr. Su around? The young nurse paused for a moment. Doctor, Su just entered the operating room. Is there something you need? This is her bracelet. Could you please pass it on her? Shen Shangnian placed the bracelet on the counter. The nurse's expression transformed into one of intrigue. Of course, as Chen Zhijuan entered the obstetrics ward, he immediately spotted Shen Shangnian. With the weather warming slightly, he was dressed in a light gray hoodie and black straight-fit casual trousers. Standing before the nurse's station, one long leg supported his body while the other was slightly bent as he engaged in conversation with a young nurse. He exuded an undeniable charm, appearing as though he belonged to an entirely different realm than those around him. Chen Zhijuan stood still for 2 seconds, his Adam's apple gently bobbing. Had it been days since they last met? It seemed like a week had passed. With a delicate handbag in hand, he approached, catching a whiff of a familiar, crisp scent. Shen Shangnian instinctively turned his head and, upon seeing him, was momentarily taken aback. You, Chen Zhijuan, he said nonchalantly. Here for consultation? Shen Shangnian retorted, all his unspoken emotions evaporating in an instant. Are you unwell? What business do you have in obstetrics? Irritated, he pinched Chen Zhijuan's arm. Chen Zhijuan swiftly grasped his hand in return. You really do pinch hard. His palm was dry yet warm. Shen Shangnian lowered his gaze, observing the hand that gripped his wrist. Long fingers, clean lines, and faint veins meandering across the back of the hand, a subtle interplay of pale blue against white. He blinked lightly. The young nurse waited for their exchange to conclude before speaking up. Dr. Chen, is there something you need? Chen Zhijuan released Shen Shangnian's wrist, placing the handbag on the counter. Shen Shangnian instinctively glanced at the bag, which was made of light pink paper adorned with charming patterns of fluffy clouds. Is Dr. Su in? Chen Zhijuan inquired. The nurse glanced at Shen Shangnian. She asks in the operating room. Chen Zhijuan nodded slightly. Please pass this to her when she has done. Thank you. No need to thank me, the nurse replied. Chen Zhijuan then turned to Shen Shangnian. Shall we step outside to chat? Sure, Shen Shangnian replied, his gaze briefly skimming the exquisite handbag, responding coolly. Once outside the ward, they stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Are you here to visit someone? Chen Zhijuan asked. No, Shen Shangnian replied. Dr. Su left her bracelet in my car, so I brought it to her. Chen Zhijuan fell silent, his fingers curling slightly. Are you a blind date? Indeed, Shen Shangnian said, fixating on the parking lot outside. He endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Aren't you the one who hopes I settle down and marry soon? Chen Zhijuan's fingertips twitched. I wish for you to be more natural. It's all the same. Shen Shangnian asserted, the outcome is inevitable. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Oh, by the way, do you have feeling for Dr. Su? Chen Zhijuan furrowed his brow. Contemplating the recent conversation regarding the handbag, he quickly replied, not at all. That bag was given to me by Lu Si to pass along. He is off today and gave it to me during lunch. Shen Shangnian pursed his lips. Oh, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, he stated. See you next time, Chen Zhijuan said. Who said anything about seeing you next time? Shen Shangnian scoffed coldly, turning toward the elevator. That evening, Shen Shangnian had a dream. Perhaps it was more of a recollection than a dream. In the dim light, someone grasped his knee, repeatedly kissing the mole on his chest. Shen Shangnian leaned against the headboard, observing the hand that grasped his knee amidst a haze of burgeoning spring emotions. The skin was porcelain white and exquisitely delicate, revealing prominent veins and sharp wrist bones as if it bore no restraint. The scene played on repeat, and Shen Shangnian felt a faint sheen of perspiration form. In the next moment, he envisioned an 18-year-old Chen Zhijuan. Shen Shangnian had just finished a game of basketball on a midsummer afternoon, around 6 or 7 o'clock. The sunlight was not overly bright, the air dry, and the surroundings bustling with activity. Shen Shangnian exchanged fist bumps with his teammates, tugged at his collar to let in some air, seeking relief from the heat that enveloped him. Turning to the rest area, he spotted Chen Zhijuan clad in a white t-shirt and black jeans, his freshly cut hair revealing strikingly handsome brow bones. Although he appeared rather aloof, he held Shen Shangnian's jacket in his arms. Overcome by the heat and drenched in sweat, Shen Shangnian approached him, his eyes dark and luminous, curly and bright. I'm Festi. Chen Zhijuan handed him a bottle of water. Under the clear, pale light of the sky, his hand, contrasted against the blue plastic of the water bottle, resembled a piece of exquisite jade, pure and beautiful. That period marked the conclusion of their college entrance examinations, a time of immense joy for Shen Shangnian. Freed from the shackles of classes, he relished the liberty to do as he pleased with Chen Zhijuan by his side, akin to the cherry tree in their backyard. Even in stillness, simply standing there with him brought a profound sense of security. Shen Shangnian twisted open the bottle cap and took a couple of hearty gulps. Slow down. Don't rush. The first part of the admonition resonated with the clarity of youth, while the latter half took on a childish lilt. Shen Shangnian glanced over. It was 6-year-old Chen Zhijuan, dressed in a pristine t-shirt and shorts, his soft hair tousled, reaching out to pat Shen Shangnian's back. Shen Shangnian grimaced at the bitter taste of the medicine, furrowing his little brows. I think my tongue is broken. What should I do? I need to go to the hospital. A piece of candy will suffice. Chen Zhijuan chuckled at his antics, raising his hand to reveal a large white rabbit milk candy nestled in his tender palm. Shen Shangnian frowned, but my hands are dirty. Without a hint of doubt, Shen Shangnian was a mischievous child, only behaving when it was time for sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he would either lead his friends to fish or engage in make-believe games, while other children vied to be grooms or princes. Shen Shangnian preferred the roles of emperor or tycoon. It's all right, Chen Zhijuan reassured him. He unwrapped the candy and held it to Shen Shangnian's lips. The child, with eyes gleaming, generously praised, Thank you, Brother Huanhuan. You are so kind. As he opened his mouth to take the candy, he playfully bit Chen Zhijuan's fingertip. Chen Zhijuan, feeling the sting, immediately withdrew his finger. Are you a little puppy? I'm not a puppy, Shen Shangnian replied with a smile, grasping his hand. I belong to Huanhuan. Chen Zhijuan looked at him curiously. What do you mean? It means we'll be together for a lifetime, Shen Shangnian declared earnestly. Suddenly, Shen Shangnian opened his eyes wide. The curtains were only half drawn, allowing bright sunlight to seep in. Sweat trickled down his forehead, his hair damp and clinging to his skin. Sitting up, he clutched the blanket tightly, his knuckles turning white. His lips were somewhat parched, prompting him to lick them, his heart racing with an extraordinary fervor. Shen Shangnian sat in place for approximately half a minute, his breaths coming in quick succession, as if he dared not confront the reality before him. After a full 5 minutes had elapsed, he finally pulled back the covers, revealing his pajama bottoms. Gazing at the evidence before him, Shen Shangnian shut his eyes, overwhelmed by the same sensation one feels upon receiving a dismal score on an elementary school exam. At that time, he had not yet developed the audacity he possessed now. Receiving unsatisfactory grades had once filled him with embarrassment and a sense of shame. Thus, Shen Shangnian mused, had his father truly become so impassioned each spring? And the object of his springtime dreams, was it not himself? Flustered, Shen Shangnian reclined once more, yanking the blanket over his head. Meanwhile, Sun Heong arrived punctually at the office. Having stopped at a nearby milk tea shop to procure a steaming cup of milk tea, he collapsed onto his sofa, sipping while responding to messages from Xie. Xie, what would you like to eat tonight? Sun Heong, anything is fine, I'm not picky. Xie, not picky? You're not selective when it comes to partners, either? Sun Heong, when it comes to partners, I only seek those with long legs. I have a penchant for mature women. Xie replied with a smiley emoticon, a gesture that sent a shiver down Sun Heong's spine. However, this antiquated fellow likely did not grasp the true implication of such an expression, considering he was already 30. With this thought in mind, Sun Heong responded with a cute cat emoji. A knock on the door interrupted him. Sun Heong promptly straightened up and cleared his throat. Gumin, the secretary entered, stating, Mr. Sun, please sign here. Sun Heong, taken aback, inquired, where's Mr. Shun? The secretary hesitated briefly before replying. Didn't Mr. Shun take a leave of absence? Quickly signing the document, Sun Heong, after the secretary had exited, dialed Shen Shangnian's number. It was answered swiftly. What's wrong? Shen Shangnian's voice was muffled. Are you unwell? Sun Heong asked. Shen Shangnian replied quietly. Sun Heong continued. The temperature was indeed low yesterday. Did you dress too lightly in an attempt to impress? Shen Shangnian contemplated hanging up. Let us talk later. I'm almost there. Very well, Sun Heong conceded. After ending the call, Shen Shangnian adjusted his posture. Donning a mask and hat, along with a parka and sweatpants, he had concealed himself thoroughly. A young girl wandered nearby, her suspicions aroused, pondering whether he might be a celebrity. Among the throngs in the waiting area, his slender figure and distinctive aura set him apart, and his overzealous disguise only enhanced her curiosity. However, when his name was called and she observed him enter the STD clinic, all her intrigue dissipated. Chapter 49. Enduring friendship. Shen Shangnian closed the door behind him. The physician on duty, accustomed to such appearances, calmly adjusted his glasses and gestured for him to sit. Shen Shangnian obediently took a seat at the desk. What do you feel unwell? The doctor inquired. Shen Shangnian's ears flushed crimson as he fidgeted, unable to articulate his discomfort. This was a classic case of shyness. The doctor, familiar with such cases, prompted, is it erectile dysfunction or premature ejaculation? Neither. Shen Shangnian cleared his throat. After all, this hospital was quite distant from the second hospital, so he was unlikely to encounter anyone he knew. He endeavored to maintain his composure. Yet a crimson hue spread from his earlobes to his neck. I have been frequently experiencing erotic dreams lately, he confessed. The doctor, attempting to comprehend, asked, What do you mean by erotic dreams? Just erotic dreams, Shen Shangnian replied, clenching his fist with a man. The doctor paused for 2 seconds before inquiring, Can you achieve an erection? Yes. Oh, the doctor released the mouse. Then there is no issue. How can there be no issue? Shen Shangnian questioned. The doctor pondered momentarily, suggesting, Is it possible that you have developed feelings for your dream partner? Impossible, Shen Shangnian replied without hesitation. I am heterosexual. The doctor fell silent again, as Shen Shangnian gazed at him with earnest sincerity. The doctor, meeting his inquisitive eyes, pointed towards the door and sincerely recommended, I suggest you visit the psychiatric department on the third floor. It seems you may need to reevaluate your sexual orientation. Before Shen Shangnian could respond, the doctor had already called the next patient. Exiting the consultation room, Shen Shangnian stood still for half a minute before making his way to the third-floor psychiatric department. After registering and waiting in line, he encountered a refined female doctor, her face adorned with faint lines at the corners of her eyes, likely in her 30s. What seems to be the problem? She inquired warmly, aware that consultations typically involved one doctor and one patient. With the office door closed, Shen Shangnian felt somewhat at ease, stating, "I have been frequently experiencing erotic dreams." The doctor nodded. "Have they occurred many times?" "Not really," Shen Shangnian replied honestly, "just once." The doctor smiled gently. "Experiencing an erotic dream once is quite normal. When was your last sexual encounter?" Shen Shangnian hesitated, recalling a chaotic night 3 or 4 months prior. The doctor tactfully suggested, "It could be that a lack of sexual activity has led to these dreams. However, the object of my dreams is a male." Shen Shangnian adjusted his hat. Striving for a calm demeanor, "I am heterosexual." The doctor regarded him with surprise, remaining silent. After a few seconds, she inquired, "Do these dreams cause you any discomfort? Do you feel disgusted or fatigued?" "No." Shen Shangnian quickly shook his head. The doctor continued, "Is it possible that you have feelings for your dream partner, irrespective of gender? Simply liking him as a person?" Shen Shangnian was taken aback. The doctor patiently awaited his response. After a moment, he adjusted his mask. Pulling it down to expose his nose, inhaled deeply, and declared, "Impossible, we are just friends." The doctor fell silent once more. One can never awaken someone who feigns sleep. After a few seconds, she suggested, "Perhaps you should consult a psychologist." As Shen Shangnian exited the hospital, it was just noon. Nearby, a secondary school had just dismissed its students, causing a 20-minute traffic jam. Cars honked incessantly, and Shen Shangnian felt stifled within the vehicle, prompting him to lower the window. Although the road was congested, students walking home navigated freely, slipping through any available gap. Today, the math teacher asked for my winter break homework. I told him my dog chewed it up, and he made me stand by the door. The handsome guy from Class 3 is said to be dating the girl with twin ponytails from Class 5. What are we having for lunch today? I loathe English. Can we cancel it? Surrounding voices buzzed with the peculiar melancholy and gossip typical of youth. Shen Shangnian rummaged through his drawer for quite some time before unearthing an orange-flavored lollipop, a forgotten relic of days gone by. He tore open the plastic wrapper, bit into the candy, and stared vacantly at the car ahead. He could hardly bear to recall the doctor's recent words. Friendship outlasts love. Between him and Chen Zhijuan, there could only exist friendship. How could he possibly harbor feelings for him? Chapter 50. Locked nearby at the end of the workday, Sun Heong squatted by the roadside, engrossed in a game of snake while waiting. 5 minutes later, a familiar black Bentley glided to a stop beside him. The driver's side window descended, and the man's voice, as cold as ever, beckoned him to enter. Sun Heong concluded his game, stood up, shook his legs, and opened the door to the passenger seat. The car was infused with the rich aroma of sandalwood. Upon opening the door, the fragrance enveloped him. The warmth of the car contrasted with the chill outside, where Jingyi sat in a white shirt, sleeves rolled up, revealing a limited edition watch on his wrist, subtle yet elegant. Jingyi possessed double eyelids, with slightly upturned outer corners. His hair and eyebrows were deep black, while his eyes sparkled in a light brown hue, appearing almost transparent, suggesting a lack of guile. He exuded an aura of calmness and stability, his demeanor consistently gentle. Sun Heong found this tranquility enchanting, akin to the gentle warmth of winter sunlight, neither oppressive nor harsh, yet soothingly warm. "Shall we listen to some music?" Jingyi inquired. Sun Heong nodded eagerly, sure. Jingyi's playlist was predominantly English songs, interspersed with a few in Russian. Sun Heong's grasp of English was decent. It was the only subject he had passed in his college entrance examination. As he listened, he discreetly observed Jingyi. The man held the steering wheel casually, his gaze fixed ahead, lips pressed together lightly. Despite his usual carefree nature, Sun Heong sensed an unusual heaviness in Jingyi's mood. "What is wrong? Are you feeling down?" he asked, concerned. Sun Heiyang's hair, once a sophisticated blend of blue and green, had faded to an unremarkable state. After a month of letting it grow, he succumbed to temptation and dyed it a milky tea gray. This color complemented his fair complexion, making him stand out in a crowd. Sun Heiyang's appearance starkly contrasted with Shen Shangnian's. The latter's sharp features projected an air of aloofness, while Sun Heiyang's soft contours, round eyes, and plump lips, adorned with a small black beauty mark at the outer corner of his left eye, gave him an innocent, almost sheepish demeanor. Xie Jingyi glanced at him briefly before returning his gaze to the road. Initially, he had been charmed by Sun Heiyang's seemingly obedient appearance. Had he known how infuriating the other could be, he would never have allowed himself to fall for him. Yet, it was too late for regrets. "There's a bit of a problem," Xie Jingyi confessed as the car came to a halt at a red light, one hand still gripping the steering wheel. Sun Heiyang patted his chest, adopting a brotherly stance. "Come on, tell me, and I'll help you with your troubles." After a brief silence, Xie Jingyi replied, "The ideal type of the person I like is vastly different from me. What should I do?" At first, Sun Heiyang believed it to be a matter pertaining to work or family. Little did he anticipate that it was a matter of the heart, rarely engaged in such affairs. He found himself in a predicament. Both of his close friends remained single. As for him, he had pursued love across miles, yet none reciprocated his affections. Reluctant to let Xie Jingyi down, he offered what little insight his scant experience afforded him. "Well, perhaps you should strive to become the person she admires?" "That's impossible," Xie Jingyi replied with unyielding resolve. "Why?" Sun Heiyang inquired, bewildered. As the green light illuminated, the vehicles ahead commenced their journey, and Xie Jingyi answered softly, "He is attracted to girls, and I cannot transform into one." Sun Heiyang's eyes widened in astonishment, as if struck by a profound revelation. Xie Jingyi cast a fleeting glance sideways, his grip on the steering wheel tightening as he inhaled deeply. "You're in quite a predicament, harboring feelings for a lesbian," Sun Heiyang remarked. Xie Jingyi fell into a contemplative silence for a good 5 minutes, during which they traversed 2 intersections without uttering a word. Sun Heiyang thought to himself that he might have struck a nerve. Don't be disheartened. If it proves too challenging, perhaps find someone else to admire. Is it that simple to just switch? Xie Jingyi finally spoke. Sun Heiyang scratched his head thoughtfully. It should be possible. He simply favors strong-willed women. If one doesn't work out, there's always another. I refuse to dwell in self-pity or despair, Xie Jingyi countered. But one cannot force orientation, Sun Heiyang earnestly advised. Why not? Xie Jingyi suddenly chuckled. What if I were to break his legs, confine him, and keep him by my side? Chapter 51. Drowning in love, huh? Sun Heiyang was momentarily taken aback, sincerely responding, that doesn't seem right. Why not? Xie Jingyi smirked. If I do that, I'll get what I want. Don't you wish for my happiness? But that's illegal. Sun Heiyang frowned, torn between the dilemma of aiding a friend on the brink of wrongdoing. How had he not realized this individual was a troubled soul? Noticing Xie Jingyi's silence, Sun Heiyang gently coaxed. Consider this. If you were to act in such a manner, the person you admire would surely come to resent you. Can you endure her disdain? Xie Jingyi paused, struck by the realization that Sun Heiyang was indeed an unpolished gem. Although he appeared somewhat daft and absent-minded, his words cut to the core of one's vulnerabilities with remarkable precision. Could he accept her disdain? It seemed unlikely. Yet what of it? Throughout his life, Xie Jingyi had always acquired whatever he desired, regardless of the means. Though he projected an image of grace and charm, he was laden with ulterior motives. Anything or anyone he coveted was destined to belong to him. With a dismissive scoff, Xie Jingyi feigned indifference. Ultimately, they are all mine. Whether they like me or not is of little consequence. Sun Heiyang swallowed hard, shifting his body subtly toward the car door, constrained by the seatbelt. With caution, he replied, Your perspective is misguided. Do you not wish for her to fall in love with you? Xie Jingyi lightly tapped the steering wheel, casting a half-smile as he exchanged glances with Sun Heiyang. I do not have lofty demands. I do not expect him to love me. I merely wish for a few more kisses, a few more nights together, until his body becomes familiar with mine. Without me, he would feel discomfort, and that would suffice for my contentment. Sun Heiyang responded, That's quite disturbing. An inexplicable fear gripped him, tightening his seatbelt. Just as he was engulfed in trepidation, the car came to a sudden halt. He stammered, "What's wrong?" We've arrived. Jingyi unfastened his seatbelt and unexpectedly leaned closer. Sun Heong instinctively held his breath. Bewildered, what's happening? Jingyi, as if sensing his anxiety, chuckled softly with his eyelashes lowered. "I was just teasing you. Did you genuinely believe it?" Sun Heong replied. "Huh?" With a crisp sound, Jingyi released his seatbelt. Sun Heong snapped back to reality, feeling a sense of defeat as if he had been played. He wrapped his arm around Jingyi's neck, thinking to himself, "How very mischievous of him to frighten me." Jingyi allowed him to hold him, inhaling the refreshing scent that lingered around Sun Heong. Their faces were in close proximity. He struggled to maintain composure, veins bulging from his hands and neck, holding his breath in fear of succumbing to the urge to bite his cheek. After his playful retribution, Sun Heong felt invigorated. "Let us go eat. I'm hungry." Jingyi adjusted his attire and said, "You go ahead. I need to make a phone call." Sun Heong paused, surprised. "A phone call?" "Yes," Jingyi replied with a smile. "Just a dull work call." "Please, go in first. My secretary has reserved a private room. You can order, and I'll join you shortly." "All right." Sun Heong exited the car. After walking a few steps, he inexplicably halted, glancing back at the black Bentley, unable to discern the activities of its occupants through the tinted windows. Once Sun Heong was out of sight, Jingyi leaned back against the driver's seat, his gaze cold and downward. His trousers were slightly raised, revealing an evident curve, resembling a dog in heat. He mused silently. He rolled down the window and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from a drawer, taking one and placing it between his lips before lighting it. He inhaled deeply, finishing the cigarette in quick succession. By the time he extinguished it, his trousers had regained some semblance of composure. The wind outside dispersed the smoke within the car. Jingyi tucked the remaining cigarettes away and donned his suit jacket as he exited the vehicle. The tailored trousers hugged his long legs, restoring his graceful and serene demeanor. Meanwhile, Sun Heong sat in the private room for a while, refraining from ordering, intending to wait for Jingyi. He pondered briefly before dialing Shen Shangnian's number, wishing to check on his good friend. The night had fallen. When the phone rang, Shen Shangnian was in the kitchen boiling water. As the kettle emitted a whistling sound, he answered, his tone cool. "What is up? Are you feeling any better?" Sun Heong inquired. "Not bad," Shen Shangnian replied. As the water boiled, he poured half a glass, mixing it with half a glass of cold purified water, achieving the perfect temperature before taking a sip. "I have to go. I'm busy," he said before hanging up. "All right," Sun Heong responded. After finishing his drink, Shen Shangnian set the glass down and turned toward the living room, where the lights were off, illuminated only by the soft glow of the television screen. He reclined on the sofa, languidly crossing his legs, while the television displayed content sourced from his dubious acquaintances. The last time Shen Shangnian had indulged in such entertainment was during his high school years. Back then, during a 3-day autumn excursion, he shared a room with Chen Zhijuan. Without a doubt, Shen Shangnian and Chen Zhijuan were assigned to the same quarters. Shen had always maintained good rapport, particularly among his male peers. In the dead of night, a group of boys stealthily crept in, clutching a mysterious disc. Initially, Shen assumed it was a horror film, only to discover it was of a rather risque nature. Though not overly explicit, it depicted intimate encounters between couples. As the film progressed, some viewers became increasingly breathless, while others hastily retreated to their own rooms for relief. And a few boys feigned understanding as they offered commentary. The twin-bedded room felt cramped, with every bed occupied, leaving only Chen Zhijuan standing against the doorframe, arms crossed and exuding an air of indifference. Clad in pristine white athletic wear, he seemed out of place amidst the others. Shen Shangnian felt a flicker of heat rising within him, observing his peers struggling to contain themselves. In a moment of frustration, he expelled them from the room, fearing the atmosphere would become tainted, leaving him and Wan without a place to rest. Once the room cleared, Shen approached Chen Zhijuan, seizing his wrist with a sense of vulnerability and murmuring, Wan, I had no idea it was this kind of thing. I thought it was a horror movie." Earlier that day, When the boys inquired if he would join them that evening, Shen had readily agreed and even brought several bags of chips and soda. "It's nothing," Chen Zhijuan replied, his gaze lowered to the boys' fitted jeans, which left little to the imagination. Upon sensing Chen's scrutiny, Shen's cheeks flushed crimson, a delicate hue spreading from his neck to his ears, leaving him both flustered and embarrassed. I'm fine," he stammered. Chen Zhijuan chuckled lightly, remarking, "It's nothing to be ashamed of. You're growing up, after all." Shen's embarrassment lessened somewhat. "Do you enjoy this kind of content?" Chen Zhijuan suddenly shifted the conversation. "Huh." Shen was momentarily taken aback. "I wouldn't say I particularly like it." He fumbled to explain, his youthfulness betraying his attempts at composure. Chen Zhijuan gently patted him on the head, assuring him it's perfectly normal to have desires. Just take care of it in the bathroom. Blushing, Shen was about to head to the bathroom when he paused, turning back to Chen. "How can you be so calm?" After a brief silence, Chen replied, "I was pondering a problem from a competitive exam that I couldn't solve." Once Shen finished his business, he found that boys often clung to their pride, especially regarding such matters. He lingered in the bathroom, distractedly scrolling through his phone for an additional half-hour before finally emerging. By then, Chen Zhijuan had changed into his sleepwear and was propped against the headboard, absorbed in studying. He preferred using a pencil for his work, with several blank sheets of draft paper tucked within his workbook. The soft scratching of the pencil against the paper resonated soothingly in the quiet night, while Chen remained focused. A cup of warm milk resting on the table for him to drink before bed. Shen Shangnian felt an inexplicable sense of shame wash over him. He had always been reluctant to confront his own desires, finding it difficult to articulate his wants directly. This hesitation extended even to such intimate matters. In moments of sweltering heat, Chen Zhi remained quietly engrossed in his studies, as was his custom. Shen Shangnian felt a profound discomfort within, unable to articulate the source of his unease. It resembled the indifference of deities while mortals languish in the throes of passion. How could mere mortals, enraptured by love, ever stand alongside the divine? Chapter 52. A pity for Nian Nian. From that day forth, Shen Shangnian refrained from engaging with such material. He adjusted his posture. On the television screen, the female lead, clad in a nurse's uniform, pushed open the ward door, her voice melodious. "Sir, it's time for your dressing change." The camera slowly panned to the hospital bed. The man lay bare-chested, showcasing a remarkable set of 8-pack abs, his lower half clad in loosely fitting jeans, the zipper undone, revealing the edge of black undergarments. Shen Shangnian felt little interest. There was a script as well, he mused while stifling a yawn. As the two engaged in their entanglements and disrobed to delve into the narrative, Shen Shangnian nearly succumbed to slumber. His friend had ardently recommended this film as a high-quality piece. With his elbow propped on the sofa, palms supporting his chin, he made a feeble attempt to muster enthusiasm. The visuals were strikingly clear, allowing one to discern the flushed cheeks and glazed expressions of the protagonists. A cacophony of alluring sounds intertwined, certain to provoke an impulsive reaction in someone lacking composure. Yet, throughout the entire duration, Shen Shangnian remained unfazed, his posture unchanged, eyes lifted slightly, as if observing a tedious skit. As the film concluded, Shen Shangnian found himself momentarily bewildered. Was that truly the end? He picked up the remote, tapping it to discover the film had indeed finished. Lowering his gaze to his trousers, he maintained an air of extraordinary calm. Raising his head again, a hint of confusion flickered across his features. It seemed there was indeed a problem afoot. The following day, at 8:05, Dr. Liao donned a pristine white coat, powered on his computer, and tidied his desk in preparation for the day's consultations. When the first patient entered, his eyes sparkled with interest. The patient was clad in layers, wearing a cap, a mask, and a zippered jacket pulled snugly to the top, paired with black athletic trousers. "Please take a seat, doctor," Liao said, invigorated by the promise of his early career. As the patient settled in, his voice muffled, he inquired, "Where's that doctor from yesterday?" Dr. Liao paused, momentarily taken aback. Today was his night shift. "Did you come specifically to see him?" "No." Shen Shangnian cleared his throat, casually probing. "Very well." Dr. Liao regained his confidence. smiling as he asked, "What seems to be the trouble?" Shen Shangnian found the words trapped within, unable to express them. Silence enveloped them as they exchanged vacant stares. The young doctor, with a buzz cut, round cheeks, and a slightly plump visage, appeared genuinely sincere. After nearly a minute of mutual gaze, Shen Shangnian's lips twitched as he finally uttered, "I may have a problem in that regard." "Doctor." Liao understood immediately. Is it a matter of endurance or perhaps an inability to achieve firmness? Shen Shangnian's ears burned crimson. "I cannot achieve firmness." Dr. Liao, adhering to his principles, resolutely refrained from displaying any semblance of despondency before his patient. "Is it truly impossible to achieve an erection?" he inquired. Shen Shangnian clenched his fist. Dr. Liao pressed further. "How long has this persisted?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Shangnian replied, "I cannot ascertain." "Cannot ascertain?" Dr. Liao echoed. "When was your last intimate encounter?" Once again, the same question arose. Shen Shangnian's expression remained blank. 3 to 4 months ago, he stated. "Doctor." Liao pondered for a brief moment before asking, "How did you realize you were unable to perform?" Shen Shangnian responded, "I watched some videos last night and felt no reaction." "I understand now," Dr. Liao said. "Are you married or in a relationship?" Chapter 53. Nonsense Brothers. Shen Shangnian paused, responding single. Dr. Liao nodded thoughtfully, suggesting, "You might want to try again. Perhaps you were simply fatigued while watching those videos." "Pay attention." Shen Shangnian departed with a package of herbal supplements intended for vitality. He drove back to the office, parked in the underground garage, and as he ascended in the elevator, it halted unexpectedly. Sun Heong entered, holding a cup of milk tea, and their eyes met. He chuckled. "You still remember to come to work, huh?" Shen Shangnian, disinterested, glanced at him before returning his focus to his phone. Sun Heong regarded him with suspicion. "Have you been possessed?" The usual routine involves mocking him with a smirk. "Not feeling well?" Sun Heong cleared his throat, adopting a more serious tone. "No," Shen Shangnian replied, his spirit visibly deflated. Men, particularly those like Shen Shangnian, who possess a delicate pride, find it exceedingly difficult to discuss such matters, even with close friends like Sun Heong. He felt engulfed in despair. His romantic prospects had not even begun, and now his physical capabilities were faltering. No, it had now become a matter of emotional turmoil. Burdened with his thoughts, he returned to the office, lacking the energy to engage in any disputes. Observing Shen Shangnian's silence, Sun Heong pondered for a while before retreating to his office. He flopped onto the sofa, inserted a straw into his milk tea, and while sipping, retrieved his phone to check WeChat for messages from Chen Zhijuan. This time, he had ordered pearl milk tea with full sugar, savoring the chewy pearls as he chewed slowly. He sent Chen Zhijuan a playful emoji to lighten the mood. At that moment, Chen Zhijuan had just finished his rounds and had time to check his phone, typing as he walked back to his department. He replied, "What is the matter?" 2 interns followed behind him, pushing a cart filled with medical records. Sun Heong asked, "Did you and Yan have a falling out?" Suddenly, Chen Zhijuan halted in his tracks, prompting the 2 interns to stop as well. He gestured towards the departmental entrance, instructing, "You 2 go ahead and handle the temporary medical orders." "Yes, sir," they chirped, happily scurrying inside. The corridor of the ward area was typically bustling around 8 or 9 in the morning, filled with individuals fetching hot water, using the restroom, delivering breakfast, conducting rounds, and seeking medical attention. Chen Zhijuan exited the ward area. Opposite the orthopedic ward was the urology ward, with an empty balcony separating the two. He stood by the window, lowering his head to type. "Why do you ask?" Sun Heong remarked. "He seems rather discontented. He fell ill and went to the hospital yesterday, and today he appears listless." Chen Zhijuan unconsciously clenched his phone and replied, "I understand." He then inquired, "Do we have any plans for tonight?" Sun Heong responded, "There was originally a celebration banquet scheduled for tonight, but I'm uncertain if he will attend." Chen Zhijuan asserted, "He will undoubtedly go. Please send me the address and time later." Although Shen Shangnian appeared rather disheveled, once he resolved to earnestly engage in a task, he did so with utmost seriousness and sincerity. Even in illness, he would still make an appearance at such gatherings. Sun Heong replied, "All right." Having had a restless night, Shen Shangnian spent the day in the office's lounge, dozing off until 6 in the evening. When he awoke, the pale daylight streamed through the loosely drawn curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the light gray sheets. Rubbing his neck, he sat up, glanced at the time on his phone, and subsequently opened WeChat. In 5 minutes, Sun Heong sent a message. "Dear Xiaonian, are you awake?" Shen Shangnian replied. Sun Heong quickly responded, "Celebration banquet." Shen Shangnian replied, "I'll change my clothes." Though it was termed a celebration, there was little to celebrate. Their company was merely in its infancy and currently operating at a loss. Nevertheless, given the playful and generous natures of the two owners, they concocted a reason to host a banquet. Sun's company generously arranged 3 vehicles, and the employees first ventured to a well-known buffet restaurant in North City. There, they enjoyed a meal accompanied by stand-up comedy, laughing and dining leisurely until 8 in the evening. Afterward, the group traveled to a bar with all expenses covered by the company. At the buffet, Shen Shangnian merely nibbled on a few bites, lost in thought as he sat on the side. Upon arriving at the bar, while others danced and drank joyously, he remained seated in a booth, arms crossed, continuing his reverie. Sun Heong observed him with increasing curiosity, his mind racing with various speculations, each more troubling than the last. Losing the desire to seek out beautiful women to dance with, he settled beside Shen Shangnian and offered him a drink, asking, "Why aren't you drinking?" Shen Shangnian accepted the glass and downed it in one gulp. Sun Heong hesitated for a moment, then reached out to grasp Shen Shangnian's hand earnestly, stating, "Xiaonian, with today's advanced technology, there is hope for even the most desperate ailments." "It cannot be cured," Shen Shangnian replied, shaking off his hand. Feeling a pang of discomfort, he poured himself another half-glass of wine and drank it back. Surrounded by the cacophony of music and laughter, the light flickered around them. Shen Shangnian felt the effects of the alcohol, his cheeks flushed and his lips glistening. Sun Heong tremulously asked, "What exactly is your illness? Do not frighten me." Shen Shangnian, slightly inebriated, felt emboldened by the potency of the wine Sun Heong had opened. He swallowed hard, ready to share his inner turmoil with his close friend. "Are you still a virgin?" "Huh?" Sun Heong, his eyes wide with surprise, suddenly froze. Was the topic shift too abrupt? Shen Shangnian poured a full glass for Sun Heong, the foam nearly spilling over, while he filled his own glass only halfway. "Cheers." Sun Heong. Shen Shangnian looked at him and said, "Drink up." Sun Heong took a sip. Shen Shangnian snorted coldly, downing his drink in one go, then asked again, "Are you still a virgin?" Sun Heong replied, "Yes." Leaning against the sofa, Shen Shangnian remarked, "So, what are you planning to do about that?" Sun Heong pondered for a moment. "I'll leave it to fate." Shen Shangnian sniffed. "How wonderful. You still have a chance to lose your virginity. I, on the other hand, might end up a lifelong virgin." Sun Heong gasped in horror, instinctively lowering his gaze to Shen Shangnian's trousers. Realizing his gaze, Shen Shangnian felt a pang of bitterness in his heart and an even deeper bitterness on his lips. Thinking to himself, at this point, I am no different from a neutered kitten. Was it that Sun Heong had sobered up somewhat? "I don't know," he replied. With his cup empty, Shen Shangnian grabbed the bottle and poured a third of it into his glass, then topped off Sun Heong's glass with the remainder of what he had just sipped. "If we're like brothers, then let's drink." "Brotherhood, my foot," Sun Heong muttered, his lips twitching. "You clearly want to take my life." "Power outage. Let's get wild," Shen Shangnian teased. Chapter 54. A quarrel. Shen Shangnian clicked his tongue, lifting the full glass, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What nonsense are you spouting? Would I ever harm you? This drink is a testament to my affection for you." His hand trembled slightly, the liquid shimmering under the light. Sun Heong gritted his teeth. "Fine." He accepted the glass and took a generous swig, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Is there truly no remedy for this?" Shen Shangnian leaned back, despairingly gazing at the men and women dancing across from him. He remained silent, showing no reaction. It seemed the situation was indeed beyond salvation. In a shocking turn of events, my brother has suddenly become a sister. Sun Heong contemplated. "Does Brother Wan know?" "Not a clue," Shen Shangnian replied. Upon hearing the name Wan, Shen Shangnian finally reacted, adjusting his posture and turning to Sun Heong with a warning. "I don't intend for him to find out, so keep your mouth shut." Sun Heong blinked in surprise. "Why not?" Are you two fighting again? Absolutely not. Shen Shangnian quickly denied. Then why keep it from him? Sun Heong asked, perplexed. Shen Shangnian struggled to answer. Noticing his silence, Sun Heong pressed on. Honestly, I think it would be better to inform Brother Wan. He knows more about these matters. Perhaps he could help. Shen Shangnian sat up, pouring himself half a glass again and taking a couple of sips. Sun Heong propped his chin on his hand, leaning against the sofa's edge. What are you being so stubborn about? Shen Shangnian slowly swallowed the chilled liquor. I don't know. He rarely found himself in such a state. As if walking on a tightrope, with unfathomable abysses on either side, uncertain of the path ahead and unable to halt his advance. Sun Heong, with his poor tolerance for alcohol, nestled in the corner formed by the sofa's backrest and armrest. Feeling tipsy, he slurred, "Why do I feel like you're in a quarrel with your boyfriend right now?" The music was too loud, and Shen Shangnian could not catch his words at first. "What did you say?" I approached Sun Heong, leaning beside him, and spoke loudly. "Why do you seem to be in a quarrel with your boyfriend?" The proximity allowed each word to resonate profoundly in Shen Shangnian's ears. He felt as though he had been scalded, dizzy and disoriented, perhaps due to the overwhelming music. "You must be drunk. What nonsense are you spouting?" Sun Heong, grabbing a bag of chips from the table, opened it and crunched on a couple, saying, "I might actually be quite tipsy, but when my sister has conflict with her boyfriend, she behaves just like you do now." "Like what?" Shen Shangnian turned to look at him, unaware of the impending disaster. Sun Heong continued munching on his chips, reminiscing. "Well, it's like being stubborn and getting angry at the drop of a hat. So pretentious and affected." Shen Shangnian, unable to endure any longer, knelt on the couch and grasped his neck, declaring, "Now I understand why Sister Sun always beats you. You truly deserve it." Sun Xinyan, Hyang's elder sister, 5 years his senior, is currently a jewelry designer. With his mouth still full of chips, Sun Heong mumbled, "Why are you bullying me?" "Just because I can," Shen Shangnian retorted, tightening his grip. With one hand on Hyang's neck, he tugged at his hair with the other. Sun Heong set down the chips and seized his wrist. As they grappled, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind. Shen Shangnian. Chapter 55. Not wanting to see me, Shen Shangnian froze, his entire being akin to a statue. His breath suspended. Sun Heong quickly reached out for help. "Save me. I'm about to be choked to death by this heartless man." Shen Shangnian released his neck, instinctively covering his mouth. With the force still unrestrained, Sun Heong's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Shen Shangnian. Muffled sounds escaped him, likely an array of curses accusing Shen Shangnian of being ungrateful and treacherous. "Shen Shangnian." The voice from behind called out again. Shen Shangnian blinked, his grip instinctively loosening. Sun Heong rolled and scrambled away, demonstrating remarkable agility as he bypassed the booth and headed straight to the dance floor to find a lovely lady to dance with. Shen Shangnian remained kneeling on the couch, frozen in position. The person behind him observed silently for a few minutes before suddenly speaking. "Do you really not want to see me?" "No," Chen Shangnian replied, clenching his fist as he turned around. Chen Zhijuan stood a couple of steps away, clad in a light gray hoodie with the sleeves rolled up, revealing his clean wrist devoid of any adornments. After several days apart, he appeared slightly thinner, his hair trimmed shorter, with his features sharp and his single eyelids slightly drooping. In the mottled light, he gazed quietly at Shen Shangnian, their eyes locking without deviation, his gaze reflecting the bar's illumination, akin to the serene depths of the ocean. Shen Shangnian turned his head, breaking the gaze and averting his eyes elsewhere. "No, I do not wish to avoid you." Chen Zhijuan said nothing. He moved closer and sat beside Shen Shangnian, pulling a tissue from the table to gently wipe the palm of the hand that had just covered Sun Heong's mouth. The dry tissue grazed the skin of Shen Shangnian's palm as he pressed his lips together, his gaze wandering before finally settling on Chen Zhijuan's profile. His eyelashes hung low as he diligently wiped Shen Shangnian's palm. The hand holding the tissue was slender, pale, and delicate, with neatly trimmed nails and full crescent-shaped moons. Shen Shangnian cleared his throat. "Is my hand very dirty?" "Not anymore." Chen Zhijuan released his hand. Shen Shangnian clenched his fist. "What brings you here?" Chen Zhijuan. Withholding information about Sun Heong, replied, "It's been a long time since we last met. Is it wrong to see each other?" "No." Shen Shangnian narrowed his eyes. "It was Sun Heong who told you, wasn't it? How else would you know I was at this bar?" Chen Zhijuan's silence was telling, and Shen Shangnian silently made a note of it in his mind. He then lifted his glass and took a sip. "It's nothing serious, just a common cold and fever." Whether Chen Zhijuan believed him or not was uncertain as he opened a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Shen Shangnian wished to say something, but found himself at a loss. In their school days, they could easily discuss loathed subjects, sports rivals, or meal choices. Now, as a doctor, Shen Shangnian had grown to despise hospitals and found medical texts incomprehensible. Their relationship had also waned since those simpler times. His current mood resembled that of tasting an exceedingly sour candied hawthorn, where the sugary exterior could not mask the bitterness that seeped from his tongue to his heart. He drowned his sorrows in alcohol, downing glass after glass. By the time Chen Zhijuan sensed something amiss, Shen Shangnian was sprawled on the sofa, on the verge of sleep from intoxication. Chen Zhijuan grasped Shen Shangnian's wrist. "Let's get you home to rest." Shen Shangnian, in a haze, was pulled upright. His eyes glistened, shimmering with moisture, slightly parted, his lips full and enticing like cherries, beckoning one to lean down and taste. Chen Zhijuan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his breath becoming erratic. Shen Shangnian leaned closer, resting his head on Chen Zhijuan's shoulder, inhaling the faint yet crisp scent emanating from him, murmuring, "Jian Jian." Chen Zhijuan instinctively held his breath as Shen Shangnian's lips brushed against his earlobe. Chapter 56. Nian Nian and Jian Jian. The drink contained ice. Shen Shangnian had consumed quite a bit, his lips soft and cool, reminiscent of glutinous rice balls just taken from the refrigerator. When his lips brushed against Chen Zhijuan's earlobe, Chen Zhijuan's back stiffened imperceptibly. He swallowed hard, his long, straight eyelashes fluttering as he steadied Shen Shangnian by his shoulder. "What's wrong?" Shen Shangnian's voice rose, visibly annoyed as he poked Chen Zhijuan's shoulder. "I'm just leaning on you. What's the matter? Are you going to lose money or lose a piece of flesh?" He was drunk. "No money lost, no flesh lost," Chen Zhijuan replied, not wishing to argue. "It's my fault." "Umph," Shen Shangnian scoffed, slightly angered, crossing his arms and turning his back to Chen Zhijuan. Since Chen Zhijuan had not driven, he took out his phone to summon a taxi. Shen Shangnian sulked for half a minute before turning to tug at Chen Zhijuan's coat. "I'm thirsty." Chen Zhijuan cast a glance at the table, finally unsealing the last untouched bottle of mineral water, while the remainder consisted solely of alcohol and beverages. "Is peach acceptable?" he inquired, lifting a pink bottle. "I desire water." Shen Shangnian insisted, his tone intensified. "Water, clear water, devoid of any flavor." Chen Zhijuan set down the bottle. "Wait for me a moment. I shall fetch some." "Isn't that right here?" Shen Shangnian gestured with his chin. Following his gaze, Chen Zhijuan noticed the half-consumed bottle of mineral water he had just set aside. He hesitated for a moment. "That is the one I've already drunk." Shen Shangnian tilted his head, scrutinizing his face, and questioned with a hint of confusion. "Am I not allowed to drink your water?" "You may," Chen Zhijuan replied, twisting open the mineral water bottle while his other hand grasped Shen Shangnian's wine glass. "Pois de tout." Suddenly, Shen Shangnian snatched the bottle from him, scoffing, "What a hassle." Chen Zhijuan stared at him in astonishment. Shen Shangnian took several large gulps from the bottle, the water cascading from his lips, unrestrained by the need to swallow. Once he had quenched his thirst, he set the bottle down contentedly, noticing Chen Zhijuan's bewildered gaze upon him. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing much," Chen Zhijuan replied, pursing his lips. "Oh," Shen Shangnian responded slowly, "I am actually feeling a bit melancholic." "Why so?" Chen Zhijuan. I do not know." Shen Shangnian pondered for a long while, lingering in silence until their ride arrived at the door. He still could not articulate the cause of his melancholy. Chen Zhijuan grasped his wrist, guiding Shen Shangnian through the thronging crowd. Upon exiting the tumultuous bar, the surrounding noise faded into silence. Outside, the street lights glimmered, and as they entered the car, the driver confirmed the destination before starting the engine. Chen Zhijuan had entered Shen Shangnian's home address. The neon lights and headlights illuminated the interior of the vehicle, and in this dim ambience, Shen Shangnian engaged in contemplation. What was the source of his sorrow? Was it the burden of adulthood? They had once shared such a close bond. The effects of alcohol began to weigh on him, and he closed his eyes, drifting into a brief slumber. In his dreams, a bright classroom materialized, suffocated by summer heat, devoid of air conditioning, save for 4 fans suspended from the ceiling. In the mathematics class, Shen Shangnian fought against drowsiness, acutely aware of the teacher's penchant for questioning, never sparing even the lowest achievers. He remained vigilant, forcing his eyelids to stay open until the announcement of an impromptu teachers' meeting granted him relief, as if liberated from chains. Chen Zhijuan gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Sleep. I'll wake you when the teacher arrives." Shen Shangnian's eyelids felt heavy, responding indistinctly before succumbing to slumber on the desk. Year Nian, Year Nian. When he was roused, Shen Shangnian furrowed his brows in annoyance, wondering if the teacher had returned so soon. Blinking groggily, he found himself in the dimly lit vehicle, where the youthful Chen Zhijuan was observing him with mild astonishment. "Were you dreaming?" "Perhaps," Shen Shangnian replied, unable to discern whether he was still within the dream or had awakened. He sluggishly followed Chen Zhijuan into the elevator, which hummed as it ascended. Upon reaching the floor, Shen Shangnian stumbled, his steps unsteady. Just as he emerged from the elevator, he leaned forward, on the verge of falling, when Chen Zhijuan, with swift reflexes, extended his hand to steady him. Shen Shangnian found himself enveloped in an embrace that bore a faint scent of lime, suggesting Chen had just come from surgery, the trace of plastic from surgical gloves lingering on his hands. Groggy, he tilted his head back and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Zhijuan's voice was remarkably gentle. Had his 2 interns heard him, they would likely be left in shock. Shen Shangnian's heart raced, as if immersed in soda, and he stammered, I'm unwell." Chen Zhijuan paused, straightened his posture, and lowered his gaze to scrutinize Shen Shangnian's expression. The latter bit his lip, a hint of anxiety visible on his pale cheeks, flushed slightly by the effects of alcohol. "What illness?" Chen inquired, his tone soothing. Shen Shangnian swallowed hard, feeling embarrassed as he instinctively buried his face into Chen Zhijuan's chest, murmuring, I can't perform." About the roles of Xiaoyong and Xiaocha. Do you prefer them included in the main text, or as a separate epilogue? Chapter 57. Continual pain. Chen Zhijuan was momentarily taken aback, gazing down at Shen Shangnian in confusion. The latter, concealed against his chest, obscured his expression, leaving only his tousled dark hair visible. "What do you mean by can he perform?" "Which part?" Chen stuttered slightly as he spoke. Shen Shangnian straightened, his gaze reflecting a blend of despair, resentment, and profound disillusionment. "Which part do you mean?" A thought-provoking question arose. How many things in a human body can be firm or soft? Chen Zhijuan suddenly looked down, fixating on Shen Shangnian's trousers. The elevator behind them emitted a faint humming sound. Wearing denim, Shen Shangnian's lower half was visible, and Chen Zhijuan stared intently, his throat dry. Wasn't everything fine before? Shen Shangnian's mind was already muddled. What do you mean by before? With a resigned sigh, Chen Zhijuan chose not to pursue the topic further and guided him inside. "Turn on the lights. Change your shoes." Shen Shangnian, lightheaded, sank into the sofa. Chen Zhijuan glanced at the water heater in the kitchen, pressed the switch, but it showed no sign of life. It seemed to be broken. A kettle rested on the table. He filled the kettle with purified water and placed it on the base, leaning against the table in silence, lost in memories as he waited for the water to boil. When he had just returned to the country, there had been no contact between him and Shen Shangnian. His WeChat had even been blocked. Before leaving for abroad, Chen Zhijuan had prepared himself for the possibility of becoming a stranger to Shen Shangnian. Desire is an innate human trait, and Chen's yearning for Shen Shangnian had persisted for over a decade, beginning in the innocent days of youth, a precarious balancing act between longing and reluctance to let go. The boy he adored was right beside him, so dependent on him, throwing his jacket during basketball, leaning against his arm while sleeping, and often taking his cup without a second thought. In his youth, he managed to suppress his feelings, but as he grew older, the struggle became increasingly arduous. He yearned to embrace him, to kiss him, and above all, to possess him. If only Shen Shangnian were not homophobic. Perhaps Chen might have found the courage to confess his feelings. Alas, there were no what-ifs. Just days before leaving the country, Chen Zhijuan received a confession from a junior at the bar. For the first time in over 20 years, he spoke harshly to Shen Shangnian, a statement so piercing that it felt as if his heart were being tightly gripped, causing a persistent ache akin to a lingering rainstorm for the subsequent 3 years. At times, he would awaken from dreams, startled to find himself alone. It was his own words that severed the bond between them, pushing Shen away with his own hands. Chen Zhijuan had always believed that by distancing himself, the pain would diminish, and he would find liberation. Yet, 3 years post-separation, longing had only intensified. He came to a stark realization. He could not live without Shen Shangnian, even if it meant merely existing as friends. On Shen Shangnian's 26th birthday, the sky wept with rain. Chen Zhijuan had not been in contact with him and was unaware of the location of his birthday celebration. Fortunately, the Chen and Sun families resided in the same neighborhood. Chen Zhijuan spent the afternoon meandering through the vicinity. He spotted the impeccably dressed parrot, Sun Heong, who successfully paused his vehicle to greet him. "Brother Wan, long time no see. You still look as dashing as ever." Chen Zhijuan nodded in acknowledgement. "You as well." The two exchanged pleasantries. Sun Heong, with a cheerful smile, invited, "Are you heading to the birthday party? Allow me to give you a ride." Unbeknownst to Sun Heong, the rift between Shen Shangnian and Chen Zhijuan was profound. In his eyes, such a bond could never truly be severed. After all, how many two-decade friendships could one hope to encounter in a lifetime, especially one that encapsulated childhood, adolescence, and youth? Such a connection was immensely precious. Chen Zhijuan achieved his objective, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, but I must leave. I'm quite fatigued and have commitments tomorrow." The celebration for Master Shen's 26th birthday was undoubtedly lively. Following Sun Heong, as he opened the door to the private room, the cacophony within was palpable, filled with the mingling sense of smoke and perfume. "Ah, you've arrived. Come sit, Brother Yang." It was evident that Sun Heong and Shen Shangnian shared a close circle of friends, as many within the room were familiar to Chen Zhijuan. At that moment, Shen Shangnian lounged on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. Upon hearing the door open, he assumed it was Sun Heong and did not bother to look up. Suddenly, the room fell silent. A girl stammered, "Who is this handsome guy?" Sun Heong, intending to drape an arm around Chen Zhijuan's shoulders, hesitated upon meeting his light-colored gaze. He discreetly lowered his hand and proudly introduced, "This is your brother Nian's childhood friend, my good buddy, just back from abroad." At this, Shen Shangnian's fingers slackened, causing a round egg to tumble from its platform, while the others behind it hurriedly rolled past. He stared at his screen, watching his ranking slip away gradually. Shen Shangnian appeared as a block of ice, breathing lightly, his lashes and eyes unwavering. It was only when Sun Heong approached with a grin, saying, "Nian, I brought your brother Wan," that Shen Shangnian remained fixated on his phone. Noticing his silence, the carefree Sun Heong playfully nudged his shoulder, asking, "What game are you engrossed in?" So absorbed, Sun Heong leaned forward, staring intently at his phone, exclaiming, "Brother, you're counting down." Shen Shangnian's lips moved slightly, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed someone seated across from him. The individual wore a simple white t-shirt and black trousers, with long legs, sitting quietly without uttering a word. Yet, Shen Shangnian could sense that he was being observed. "Why should I care about your business?" he thought. "Oh dear." Sun Heong, unable to restrain himself, snatched the phone away, insisting that the Egg King assist him. With nothing in his hands, Shen Shangnian could no longer deceive himself. His lashes trembled slightly as he nervously clenched his fist, biting down on the tender flesh of his lip, inflicting pain upon himself before daring to raise his gaze. He met a pair of familiar eyes, filled with a warm indulgence. Shen Shangnian had never confided in anyone that he cherished the way Chen Zhijuan looked at him, filled with warmth and leniency. His throat tightened as he swallowed hard. "What brings you here?" "Happy birthday," Chen Zhijuan replied. Even after 3 years, Shen Shangnian vividly recalled the words spoken at the bar. Had it been anyone else, he would have outright dismissed them. But this was Chen Zhijuan, the one who had grown up alongside him. Surrounded by so many in the private room, Shen Shangnian naturally refrained from expelling him in front of everyone. He merely chose to respond with cold indifference. That evening, too many people were urging him to drink, complimenting him one after another. Eventually, Shen Shangnian found himself nestled on the sofa, intoxicated and drowsy. He heard someone approach, engaging Chen Zhijuan in conversation. "Hey brother, do you smoke?" "Thank you, but I don't smoke," Chen Zhijuan replied quietly. Although he spent the entire evening in silence, his looks were undeniably striking. And being Shen Shangnian's childhood friend, his family background was certainly respectable. It was no surprise that many sought to engage with him. "Come on, do me a favor." The person persisted. Shen Shangnian, growing impatient, opened his eyes. "I don't smoke." "Can't you understand that?" In high school, he had tried smoking a few times under the influence of friends, but Chen Zhijuan had always disapproved, becoming upset whenever he saw Shen Shangnian smoke. While Shen Shangnian promised to quit, he occasionally indulged in secret with other friends. His smoking was primarily for appearances. Among a group of friends, everyone would be enveloped in smoke, and not smoking would make him feel out of place. In Shen Shangnian's perception, most smokers were adults. He kept his smoking habit hidden from Chen Zhijuan until one Friday afternoon when a sports student from the neighboring class invited him to an internet cafe. Shen Shangnian skipped class and snuck out, joyously typing away at the keyboard with a cigarette dangling from his mouth when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he found a boy in a school uniform, sleeves rolled up to reveal his wrists, gazing at him with cool indifference. Shen Shangnian froze momentarily, and it wasn't until the ash from his cigarette fell onto his trousers that he snapped back to reality, hurriedly extinguishing the cigarette and tossing it into the ashtray. Chen Zhijuan observed him quietly, then leaned in closer, his face nearly touching Shen Shangnian's, devoid of expression. "You really dislike me looking after you?" "No, Shen Shangnian du plaive." Grasping Chen Zhijuan's hand with urgency, Chen Zhijuan withdrew his hand, straightened up, and declared, "I shall no longer concern myself with you." That afternoon, the head of the teaching department unexpectedly arrived at the internet cafe for an inspection, successfully apprehending a multitude of underachievers and athletes. However, the headmaster left in a foul mood, for he discovered that among them was his prized student, the top of the class, Chen Zhijuan. Initially intending to humiliate the group by making them confess their wrongdoings on stage, he ultimately settled for a written penance of 10,000 words due to his prized student's involvement. Chen Zhijuan firmly resolved to disregard him. Later, Shen Shangnian overslept one morning without anyone arouse him, skipped lunch for takeout with no one to care, and went to bed without anyone offering him warm milk. Regret gnawed at Shen Shangnian's insides as he toiled over his lengthy confession until his hand cramped, all the while mumbling for forgiveness. However, Chen Huan remained unyielding, leaving Shen Shangnian to stew for an entire month, compelling him to refrain from tardiness, skipping classes, and smoking before finally forgiving him. From that point onward, Shen Shangnian genuinely quit smoking. Mr. Shen was evidently irked, causing those around him to discreetly retreat. Chen Zhijuan's gaze fell upon Shen Shangnian as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Shen Shangnian crossed his arms and glared at him, displeased. "You certainly treat others with more kindness than you do me." "What?" Chen Zhijuan failed to comprehend. Shen Shangnian, intoxicated and lost in memories of high school, took the initiative to sit beside Chen Zhijuan and asked, "Why were you so cruel, leaving me in the cold for a month?" Chapter 59 centers around Chen Huan. Shen Shangnian was referencing the month-long silence due to his secret smoking habits, while Chen Zhijuan mistakenly thought he was referring to the incident at the bar. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he murmured, I'm sorry. He uttered 2 apologies, but the third was silenced by Shen Shangnian's hand over his lips, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "It's all right, I forgive you." Chen Zhijuan was momentarily taken aback, remaining still as Shen Shangnian's palm carried the strong scent of orange peel, indicating he had recently eaten an orange. Chen Zhijuan looked up at Shen Shangnian, who, inebriated, had a noticeable blush at the corners of his eyes, accentuating the porcelain whiteness of his cheeks. Slowly, he released his grip and poured a glass of wine for Chen Zhijuan, saying, "Drink this, and I'll forgive you." Chen Zhijuan turned his head. inhaling deeply to calm his emotions before facing Shen Shangnian again. He accepted the glass, questioning, is it really that easy to forgive? Shen Shangnian, with a hazy consciousness yet resolute demeanor, replied, not for others. Only you. In this world, the only one who had ever treated him with kindness, shared stories, cared for him, and grown up alongside him was Chen Zhijuan. No one else mattered. Chen Zhijuan took a sip of the wine, finding it somewhat astringent. Yet, the slight bitterness of the wine paled in comparison to the ache swelling in his heart, a bittersweet sensation. Chen Zhijuan, who typically abstained from alcohol, succumbed to drunkenness after a few glasses that night. Sun Heong also drank excessively, yet managed to maintain some clarity. He booked 2 rooms, one for himself and another for Shen Shangnian and Chen Zhijuan. Although Shen Shangnian was not as clear-headed as Sun Heong, he managed to hold his ground. While Chen Zhijuan had succumbed to unconsciousness, he struggled to support Chen Zhijuan into the room, panting and muttering, "Why have you become so heavy?" Despite having been capable of carrying Chen Zhijuan before, that was a time long past before their university days. Back then, Chen Zhijuan was an exemplary student, engaging in some exercise, but not excessively so, his physique reflecting the slenderness of youth. In contrast, Shen Shangnian, who frequently played basketball and engaged in brawls, was somewhat sturdier. Shen Shangnian tossed Chen Zhijuan onto the bed, hurried to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, then retrieved a fresh towel. He dampened the towel and gently wiped Chen Zhijuan's face. After completing the simple task, he discarded the towel and sat cross-legged on the bed. Supporting his chin with one hand, he let the other rest on Chen Zhijuan's cheek, mumbling, "Chen Huan, how have you changed so much?" He still envisioned them as high schoolers in their teenage years. Shen Shangnian poked Chen Zhijuan's brow with his index finger, then prodded his prominent nose. Although his features remained the same, an inexplicable sense of dissonance lingered. He could not articulate what felt amiss. Eventually, his fingers settled on Chen Zhijuan's soft, pale lips, the touch akin to poking jelly. After a prolonged moment, he inadvertently roused Chen Zhijuan from slumber. The man cracked his eyes open slightly, then widened them, initially mistaking the encounter for a dream. Bending down to meet his gaze, Shen Shangnian tilted his head and smiled. Huan, your lips are so soft, softer than cotton candy." Chen Zhijuan regarded him silently for a few seconds, believing he was still ensnared in a dream, having experienced many such dreams before. After a moment of stillness, he sat up, cradled Shen Shangnian's face in his hands, and leaned down to kiss his soft lips. As their lips met, Shen Shangnian instinctively flinched, momentarily bewildered as he grasped the bedsheet. His cheeks were enveloped in Chen Zhijuan's hands, rendering him immobile. Chen Zhijuan's moist, delicate lips grazed against his, and after a brief moment, he bit down on Shen Shangnian's lip. In a haze, Shen Shangnian instinctively pushed Chen Zhijuan away. Chen Zhijuan released his grip on Shen Shangnian's face, instead grasping the back of his head, their noses brushing against each other's cheeks. He nibbled on the coveted lip, teeth grinding and sucking gently. Shen Shangnian felt a discomfort he could not quite identify and began to push him away. As a result, Chen Zhijuan leaned back, parting their lips. Shen Shangnian pressed his damp, crimson lips together and asked, "Did you take an aphrodisiac?" "Yes," Chen Zhijuan replied softly. To him, Shen Shangnian was the most potent aphrodisiac. Shen Shangnian, feeling lightheaded, rose and said, "I'll go get you some medicine. No need to buy any." The man tugged at his wrist, drawing him back once more. Shen Shangnian collapsed onto the bed, his wrist gripped firmly by another, as Chen Zhijuan leaned in, effortlessly capturing his lips. Shen Shangnian mumbled, "Are you a dog?" Seizing the moment as Shen spoke, the soft tip of a tongue slipped inside. Shen's mind went blank, reluctantly succumbing to the kiss. The sound of water echoed in the quiet room. Shen felt feverish, warmth enveloping him. He instinctively reached for Chen's arm, which felt cool against his heated skin. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned closer. Sensing an anomaly due to their proximity, Chen instinctively reached to touch Shen's jeans, pausing momentarily. Shen's eyes were misty, questioning what's wrong. He pressed a gentle kiss to Chen's earlobe, as if rewarding him. "You're so quick to react." Chen had always believed this was but a dream, leading to an unraveling of events beyond his control. The kettle's buzzing ceased. The water had boiled. Chen emerged from his reverie, rubbing his temples and exhaling deeply. How could Chen be unwell when he had reacted even faster? Chen found Shen's usual cup and squeezed in a bit of honey. As he entered with the honey water, he found Shen with eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Chen placed the cup on the coffee table and leaned against the wall, gazing at Shen. His cheeks were flushed from the alcohol, his long, dark lashes framing moist, red lips that were gently pressed together. Chen swallowed hard, turning away until his breathing steadied, then gently assisted Shen into the bedroom. Chen set the honey water on the nightstand and lingered for an hour before departing. He had a morning shift to attend to, with surgery scheduled that could not be postponed. When Shen finally awoke, his entire body ached. After a prolonged search, he grasped his phone and checked the time. It was 2 in the afternoon. How could it be so late? Shen murmured, his voice hoarse and throat parched. Spotting water on the nightstand, he instinctively lifted the glass and took a sip. As the cool liquid slid down, memories of the previous night flooded back. Shen's face turned green, then purple, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he dialed Sun Heong, prepared to confront him. Sun did not answer. Shen called again, and this time, a cold male voice replied, "Sorry, he is asleep." It was Xie. Oh. Shen began to hang up, but then Sun's voice pierced through. Damn it. I'm not asleep. Yin, come save me. This Xie is a complete pervert. Muffled sounds of water and Sun's whimpering followed. Shen's eyes widened in shock, genuinely inquiring. What is going on? No one responded. The ambiguous sounds ceased abruptly as the call was disconnected. Shen frowned, dialing several more times, but to no avail. After contemplating, he decided to call the bar owner, a familiar figure to both him and Sunday. The boss, residing in China, yet living by American time, had not yet awakened at this hour. Upon answering the call, his tone was far from pleasant. Which fool is calling? How dare you disturb your grandfather in broad daylight? Shen Shangnian let out a cold laugh. I sincerely apologize for waking you. The boss, suddenly alert, replied, What? Grandfather, I am at fault. Please forgive me. I must not dwell on this. Shen Shangnian remained silent, only offering another cold laugh. Please do not smile at me like that. It gives me the creeps. The boss said, There must be an urgent matter for you to call me at this hour. Indeed, Shen Shangnian affirmed, then asked, Did you see Sun Heong last night? I did, the boss replied, his tone now tinged with excitement as he sat up. I was planning to gossip with you about it, but having drunk too much, I fell asleep and forgot to mention it. Shen Shangnian interrupted, urging him to get to the point. The crux of the matter is that last night, Brother Yang was carried away by a man. The boss corrected himself. No, not carried away. He was thrown over someone's shoulder. Shen Shangnian inquired, Where was he taken? I cannot say, the boss replied. Very well, Shen Shangnian concluded, ending the call. He then dialed Sun Xingyan. She answered promptly, her voice sweet as honey. Oh, little Yin, what brings you to call your sister today? Shen Shangnian, accustomed to her demeanor, asked, Sister Xingyan, can you get in touch with Sun Heong? Why bother? Sun Xingyan's tone shifted abruptly, becoming flat. I blocked that little brat's WeChat and phone number during the new year. I cannot reach him. After saying this, she added in a teasing tone, Is there anything else, little Yin? No, he replied. Without further ado, she hung up. Shen Shangnian stared at his phone, sighing. Sun Heong truly had an abysmal social circle. Suddenly, another voice call popped up. It was Wan. Shen Shangnian bit his lip. Memories of last night flooded back, snuggled in his embrace, resting against his chest, claiming he was unwell. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over him, as if he could excavate a luxurious villa from beneath his feet. Taking a deep breath and steeling himself, he answered, Are you awake? Chen Zhijuan's side was utterly quiet. Yes, Shen Shangnian replied. Chen Zhijuan asked, Would it be convenient for you to come to the second hospital? I can help you with the appointment. Shen Shangnian's mind went blank. Thoughts of Sun Heong vanished. What appointment? Chen Zhijuan replied nonchalantly. Didn't you say you couldn't manage it? I can help you schedule an appointment with a specialist in urology. That one be necessary, Shen Shangnian stated. Have you consulted a doctor before? Chen Zhijuan inquired. Yes. Shen Shangnian fervently nodded. I just saw one. Chen Zhijuan paused for 2 seconds, then asked, if you have already seen a doctor, can you not see another? Or do you dislike my involvement in your affairs? Each word was delivered calmly, yet Shen Shangnian sensed the underlying irritation. Chapter 62. A troubled mood. I can go. Shen Shangnian quickly amended, I will head there right now. Half an hour later, he arrived at the parking lot of the second hospital. He grabbed his keys and made his way to the outpatient building, where stairs flanked by ramps greeted him. Chen Zhijuan stood at the entrance, arms crossed, his white coat immaculate and upright, adorned with a badge on the side pocket. When Shen Shangnian caught sight of him, his steps involuntarily halted. Chen seemed to sense his presence and turned to look. His expression remained neutral as he stood still, waiting for Shen to approach before raising his hand to adjust the drawstrings of Shen's sweatshirt. Shen swallowed hard and asked, Aren't you busy today? I've finished, Chen replied suddenly, lowering his gaze to examine Shen's trousers. Shen had hurriedly thrown on a pair of casual sweatpants, the drawstrings carelessly tied in a bow, dangling at the hem of his sweatshirt. Noticing Chen's scrutiny, Shen took a step back, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he rubbed his nose. Shall we go? Chen did not move. How did you realize you were unwell? Shen's lips parted slightly. I do not wish to respond. After a brief silence, Chen turned and walked towards the entrance of the outpatient building. Shen licked his lips and followed him in silence until they reached the consultation room. Chen paused at the door, saying, Go in. Shen nodded. Once the door to the consultation room closed, Chen turned and sat on a nearby bench. He instinctively patted his pocket, finding only a black pen and a spare mask. No cigarettes. Lucy passed by with a bottle of water. Oh, Dr. Chen, what brings you here? Do you have any cigarettes? Chen inquired. Lu squinted suspiciously. What is this? Are you going to report me? Of course not, Chen replied. Just give me one. Lu looked at him incredulously, glancing out the window at the weather, murmuring, Am I still dreaming? Chen smirked slightly. Can you act a bit more normally? Lu sat beside him. Aren't you a non-smoker? As he spoke, he discreetly passed Chen a cigarette. Chen accepted the cigarette and requested a lighter. After receiving both the cigarette and the lighter, he rose and went to a side resting area. He flicked open the lighter, bit the cigarette's filter, and ignited it, the flame caressing the tobacco and instantly igniting it. Lu observed his familiar motions, convinced that Chen was indeed a seasoned smoker. Curiously, he remarked, Brother, we've been roommates for 5 years. Even though we weren't roommates abroad, we were at least schoolmates. How come I've never seen you smoke? I don't smoke often, Chen replied, leaning against the windowsill amidst the swirling smoke, his tongue resting against the filter. I only smoke when I'm feeling down. Feeling down? Lu echoed, What is troubling you? Chen remained silent, fingers delicately pinching the cigarette as he exhaled, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Although smoking is detrimental to health, there is an undeniable allure when a handsome man indulges in it. He cast his gaze outside, his thin eyelids partially closed, lips tinged with a hint of red. The air filled with pale blue smoke that rendered his features cold and indistinct. His silence prompted Lu to speculate. Is it related to your childhood friend? Chen clenched the cigarette between his teeth, inhaling deeply before releasing the smoke. He had fallen ill and had sought treatment at another hospital. Lu remarked, The second hospital is renowned nationwide. Why would you choose a distant hospital when you have connections? It may seem insignificant at first glance, yet upon deeper contemplation, it becomes evident that he simply does not wish for Chen Zhijuan to be aware, or perhaps he is reluctant to burden him. If their relationship were merely casual, such reluctance would be understandable. However, given that they have grown up together, the reasons behind this behavior create a sense of estrangement in their once intimate bond. In Chapter 63, Lucy pondered, what if he is too embarrassed to address it? After all, this ailment is of a sensitive nature that most men find difficult to discuss openly. Chen Zhijuan remained silent, finishing his last puff of smoke, his expression inscrutable. He extinguished the cigarette, ensuring it was completely out before discarding it into the trash bin. You are right, he agreed with Lucy, yet his demeanor showed no sign of softening. Face, Chen Zhijuan slowly mulled over the word. It suddenly reminded him of a summer night when he was 12, diligently working on his homework in his bedroom. Shen Shangnian was engrossed in a video game beside him when he suddenly announced his need to use the restroom after drinking too much water. That brief excursion turned into a 20-minute absence. Chen Zhijuan set down his pen and teased. "Didn't you say you drank too much?" At that time, Shen Shangnian had yet to hit his growth spurt. Boys develop later. With red-rimmed eyes and a pouting expression, he spoke in a voice tinged with sorrow. "It hurts." Observing his disconsolate demeanor, Chen Zhijuan's light-hearted expression faded. He reached out to caress Shen Shangnian's cheek, asking gently what's wrong. Shen Shangnian's face flushed with embarrassment, tears streaming down as he nestled into Chen Zhijuan's embrace. Chen Zhijuan instinctively rubbed his ears and neck, offering comfort in a soothing tone. "Why don't you talk to Brother Wan?" Shen Shangnian emerged from the embrace, one hand clutching his pants drawstring while the other wiped his tears, candidly stating, "It hurts when I urinate." As he continued, his distress deepened. "Even my little chicken is red." Without hesitation, Chen Zhijuan peeked at his pants and immediately sought out a driver to take them to the hospital. It turned out to be a simple inflammation. At that time, despite feeling embarrassed, Shen Shangnian had turned to him for help. Yet now, he was left to register himself for a doctor's appointment, only revealing his illness after having too much to drink. Chen Zhijuan opened the window to dispel the lingering smell of smoke. In childhood, they yearn for adulthood. However, growing up is inherently a process of gain and loss. When Shen Shangnian finally emerged, Chen Zhijuan was still seated on the resting chair. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up and their eyes met. Chen Zhijuan's voice was slightly hoarse. "How did it go?" "Quite normal," Shen Shangnian replied. At these words, Chen Zhijuan's gaze shifted momentarily to his pants. "Then why can't it function properly?" Shen Shangnian responded. "The expert said it could be a psychological issue." "A psychological issue?" Chen Zhijuan contemplated for a moment, asking, "Do you need me to find you a therapist?" "I can handle it myself," Shen Shangnian replied with a stoic expression. "Fine, Chen Zhijuan conceded." Meanwhile, in a private residential area, Sun Heong lay on the bed with disheveled hair, silver chains binding his wrists and ankles, a rather twisted predicament. A man reached out to pinch his face, then his swollen lips, his expression gentle, asking, "Didn't you just mention that your backside hurts? It is best not to provoke my anger, lest the consequences be more painful." The tone, though seemingly gentle, rendered Sun Heong utterly stiff. The room was not particularly cold, and he wore only a thin nightgown, a short-sleeved top paired with shorts, revealing skin marred by ambiguous marks, particularly around his neck, which was almost too shameful to behold. Although Sun Heong was not favored by his father and sister, being disliked was one matter. The affection they held for him was quite another. The young master had been pampered since childhood, and this was his first experience of such treatment. His bottom ached and his mouth stung. As tears of fear welled in his eyes, he feigned calmness and threatened, "Just you wait. Nian will surely come to rescue me, and then I will report you to the authorities." Chapter 64. Not brother Shen Shangnian remained blissfully unaware of the tribulations faced by his dear friend. Clutching the examination report, he stood in silence with Chen Zhijuan in the corridor. Fortunately, the clinic was not overly crowded, providing a semblance of tranquility. Shen Shangnian pressed his lips together, suddenly catching a whiff of tobacco. What was more astonishing was that the scent emanated from Chen Zhijuan himself. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shen Shangnian's face. "How come you smell of smoke?" Chen Zhijuan paused, likely still carrying the remnants of smoke. With a calm expression, he explained that he had just visited the restroom where someone had been smoking. "Is that so?" Shen Shangnian reluctantly accepted this explanation. "All right," Chen Zhijuan replied, visibly relieved, and turned to exit first. Shen Shangnian stood frozen for a few moments before abruptly striding forward. In the midst of Chen Zhijuan's astonished gaze, he grasped the hand that had just been raised and brought it to his nose for a careful sniff. There was no trace of tobacco, only the scent of disinfectant. Chen Zhijuan lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on Shen Shangnian's fair and delicate cheek. He bent slightly, placing Shen Shangnian's hand against his nose. Chen Zhijuan's thumb even brushed against the soft peak of his upper lip. Instinctively, Chen Zhijuan moved his thumb, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Now do you believe me?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shen Shangnian released his hand. Yes, though Shen Shangnian had quit smoking. All his friends were avid smokers, and the scent on Chen Zhijuan was distinctly not merely a trace. Do you have any plans for this afternoon? Chen Zhijuan inquired. Shen Shangnian pondered briefly, sensing he had forgotten something important, yet could not recall what it was. No plans. Chen Zhijuan suggested. Why not go home and take a nap? You don't look well. Shen Shangnian slowly acquiesced. After leaving the hospital, he collapsed onto his sofa at home, lying there for 10 minutes before rising to retrieve a can of beer from the fridge. He took a couple of sips and rummaged through the bag for the examination report, which indeed indicated normal development. He also borrowed a film from a friend, spending 20 minutes watching it without any notable reaction. With a sigh, he turned off the television and took another sip of beer. Feeling a sense of discomfort, he contemplated inviting Sun Haiyang out for a game of basketball. It was only then, upon opening WeChat, that he recalled the phone call from that morning. It suddenly dawned on him what he had forgotten. His good brother had not messaged him all day. Shen Shangnian promptly dialed a number to He, but there was no answer. He then sent a message to He, inquiring, "Is He with you?" He replied almost instantly, "Yes." Reflecting on the unanswered call, Shen Shangnian asked, had he been bullying him? Shen Shangnian warned, "I caution you, if you dare to mistreat him, I shall not let you off easily. I will make sure to give you a taste of your own medicine." After a brief pause, He sent a picture depicting 2 empty bowls. He devoured 2 large bowls of noodles and has since fallen asleep. Read the message. Shen Shangnian scratched his face. "No, you are full of deceit. I must see him." He then shared a short video, showcasing He's close-up. He's lashes were beautifully curled, resting delicately on his eyelids, while his lips were a moist crimson, slightly parted, revealing a hint of pearly teeth. Yet, the most significant detail was that he was snoring. The sound was not loud, but rather a soft snore, clearly indicating he was in a profound slumber. Shen Shangnian scratched his face again. "Brother, how can I scold him like this?" Chapter 65. Aged green tea. Shen Shangnian grasped his nose and replied, "Well, that is acceptable." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "When Xiaoyang awakens, have him message me. Otherwise, I shall promptly report you to the authorities." He responded with utmost courtesy, "All right." As Shen Shangnian was about to put away his phone and pour himself a glass of water, it vibrated again with another message from He. "You must believe me. I care for him more than anyone else in this world." This statement was rather cloying. Shen Shangnian clicked his tongue in discomfort, a wave of goosebumps enveloping him. He squatted down, pondering for a moment. "Aged green tea, are you planning to nonchalantly show Xiaoyang our chat logs once he awakens, while also flaunting your affection for him?" He replied. The more Shen Shangnian thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He queried, "Aged green tea?" With a cold smirk, Shen Shangnian typed furiously. After all, at your age, being aged is quite fitting. He fell silent, offering no further reply. Shen Shangnian reveled in his apparent victory, akin to a triumphant general celebrating his conquest with a bottle of cola. However, once he finished the bottle, his joyful mood dissipated. He lay on the couch, tugging at the drawstring of his sweatpants, sighing repeatedly. At that moment, his grandmother, Wang Xia, having just finished a game of mahjong with her friends, remembered her eldest grandson who was currently on a blind date and decided to call for an update. When the phone rang, Shen Shangnian was in his study flipping through a comic book, wondering what was the matter. "Oh dear." Wang Xiao's tone was always warm and inviting. She was a quintessential rural woman, barely literate, lacking knowledge of romantic poetry, yet exceptionally sociable, especially when it came to praising others. "Nian, how are things going with that Dr. Su?" "Not much," he replied. Ever since their brief encounter, Dr. Su had hurried back to the hospital, and they both tacitly avoided discussing the prospect of another meal together. The outcome was quite clear. Neither party found the other appealing. Shen Shangnian remarked, "Perhaps our personalities are not quite compatible." "Is that so?" Wang Xia responded. "When it comes to finding a partner, it is indeed essential to seek someone whose temperament aligns well with yours. Shall I assist you in finding another?" "Not for now." Shen Shangnian pondered for a moment. Conjuring an excuse, "My company is quite busy at the moment. Let us discuss it once things settle down." Being busy is good indeed. Shen Jingde always believed that the establishment of a company by him and Sun Heong was nothing more than a fanciful notion, a mere display of face-saving for two second-generation heirs. However, Wang Xia was quite supportive of her grandson, devoid of Shen Jingde's frivolous thoughts. She simply believed that her grandson's busyness was undoubtedly a positive sign. "You go ahead and keep busy," Wang Xia said. "Once you're done, I will introduce you to someone." "Thank you, Grandma," Shen Shangnian replied. "All right then, I shall hang up now," Wang Xia concluded. After a brief acknowledgement from Shen Shangnian, his finger lingered on the call button, reluctant to end the conversation. As anticipated, a few seconds later, Wang Xia seemed to have recalled something. "Oh, by the way, Nian, while watching a live stream, I spotted 2 garments that would suit you well. I'm not sure if they've arrived yet, so do keep an eye on your messages and the delivery cabinet these days." "Sure," Shen Shangnian affirmed, prompting Wang Xia to finally end the call. Once the line was disconnected, silence enveloped the room. Shen Shangnian flipped through several pages of a comic book, but soon found the stillness overwhelming. As he glanced around, a rather sudden thought struck him. He ought to adopt a pet. Chapter 66. Its surname is one Ao. Shen Shangnian was a man of action. The moment the idea of owning a pet crossed his mind, he began consulting friends at pet shops. His friend, well acquainted with him, offered sincere advice. Why not consider adopting a well-behaved kitten? Cut. Shen Shangnian pondered, reclining on the soft sofa in his study, his long legs crossed. Isn't a puppy a better option? Puppies require walks, and you must clean up after them. Are you up for that? Honestly, not really, Shen Shangnian admitted. However, there is a certain breed of dog that is remarkably easy to care for. It doesn't require walks or clean up, yet provides emotional companionship, ensuring you never feel lonely. It's truly low maintenance. Intrigued, Shen Shangnian asked, "What breed is that?" "Do tell." "An electronic dog," his friend replied. Shen Shangnian was taken aback. "Seriously?" He found himself laughing in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Oh, did you really know about that? How embarrassing." Shen Shangnian lost all control over his emotions. "Just go away." The following day, under the urging of his secretary, Shen finally returned to work. With Sun not in attendance, Shen Shangnian restrained himself throughout the day. After work, he proceeded to his friend's pet shop. His friend, not in need of money, owned a spacious pet store where a tall young woman stood at the entrance. Clad in a flowing red dress that accentuated her long, fair legs, her cascading curls reached down to her waist. With a radiant face, complete with rosy lips and an upturned nose, she turned to look at Shen Shangnian upon hearing his footsteps, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile. She quickly approached, wrapping her arms around Shen Shangnian's, playfully brushing against him with her chest while sweetly inquiring, "What brings our young master Shen here today?" Shen Shangnian, with a perplexed expression, pinched her chest and remarked, "What on earth is this? Get away." The girl's demeanor shifted dramatically as she released his arm, muttering, "You've completely distorted it." The initial words were sweetly delicate, enough to melt one's bones, but the latter part transformed into a husky tone, unmistakably male. Chen Zhijuan meticulously adjusted the sponge in her chest area and replied irritably, "I have a date tonight. How can I deceive anyone if you've ruined it?" After not seeing each other for a long time, he was still the same. The corner of Shen Shangnian's mouth twitched slightly as he warned, "Be careful not to capsize in the gutter." "That's impossible," Chen Zhijuan urged him. "Hurry inside and choose a cat. Take whichever you fancy. And in light of our many years of moderate friendship, I shall give you a 15% discount." Shen Shangnian observed the myriad breeds in the cat shelter, the exquisite ragdolls, the robust Maine Coons, and the round-faced, large-eyed British Shorthairs. His gaze fell upon a golden, shaded kitten at the far end. There were 3 kittens inside. 2 were nestled together, grooming each other, while the third played alone with a small fish toy, occasionally approaching the other 2. When ignored, it would squeeze in with the toy. Perhaps due to its fierce reputation, the other 2 kittens vacated the spot. Thus, the little one occupied a corner alone, scratching at the fish toy with its paw. Shen Shangnian watched it through the glass. Suddenly, he was transported back to 2nd grade, when he had earnestly studied and ranked among the top 10 in his class, earning the title of Class Progress Star and a small certificate. With that certificate in hand, his eyes beamed with joy, and he stifled his delight as he returned home to show it to Shen Shangnian after work. Shen Shangnian, rarely one to praise, offered a few commendatory words and inquired about his desired reward. Long before, during the winter break of first grade, Shen Shangnian had promised the 3 children that obtaining a certificate would earn them a reward. In first grade, both Shen Mingqi and Su Shilu received certificates, with Su Shilu's being for placing in the top 3. At that time, Shen Mingqi was still in kindergarten, where certificates were also awarded. Shen Mingqi wished for a lavish Barbie doll set, while Su Shilu desired a trip to the amusement park. Ultimately, Shen Shangnian postponed his affairs for a day and accompanied Su Ruoyan to take Su Shilu to have fun. That afternoon, when the trio returned home, Su Shilu wore an adorable reindeer headband and held a magic wand, beaming with joy. At that moment, Shen Shangnian and Shen Mingqi were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the daily animated series that captivated all elementary school students at 5 o'clock sharp. Su Shilu exaggeratedly paraded around in front of them, eventually stopping before Shen Mingqi, raising the magic wand and asking, "Sister, do you want this magic wand? I wait a long time to buy it." Shen Shangnian pursed his lips, his gaze fixed on the television, making a concerted effort to appear indifferent, yet his attention was entirely captured in his peripheral vision. Shen Mingqi, sporting twin ponytails, irritably exclaimed, "I don't want it. Su Shilu, you're blocking my view of the cartoon. How annoying." During dinner that evening, Su Shilu incessantly recounted how delightful the amusement park was, while Shen Shangnian silently consumed his meal. He appeared indifferent, yet within his heart, he cared deeply. After a year of pent-up emotions, he finally received a certificate of achievement. When Shen Shangnian inquired about his desired reward, Shen Shangnian bashfully replied, "I wish to visit the amusement park." Without hesitation, Shen Shangnian acquiesced. At that time, Shen Mingqi longed to attend her idol's concert, while Su Shilu aspired to travel abroad. Shen Shangnian accompanied Shen Mingqi to the concert, and Su Ruoyan joined Su Shilu for a 2-day trip overseas. Regarding Shen Shangnian's visit to the amusement park, Shen Shangnian summoned his assistant. However, after a mere 30 minutes of wandering, Shen Shangnian grew sullen and wished to return home. Later, upon Su Shilu's return, he presented the souvenirs he had procured during his travels. He knocked on Shen Shangnian's door, holding a badge, and in a gentle tone that he reserved for public interactions. He called out, "Nian Nian, would you like this souvenir?" Children, especially Shen Shangnian, seldom harbor grudges. A bit taken aback, he responded, "Me? Yes," Su Shilu affirmed earnestly. "I want it," Shen Shangnian replied. "I also have a gift for you. We can exchange presents." "There's no need for that," Su Shilu said, handing the badge to Shen Shangnian with a beaming smile. "I'll give you the badge, but next time, you mustn't let your dad take you abroad again." Shen Shangnian was momentarily stunned. Su Shilu leaned closer and whispered, "Shen Shangnian, you are quite the clever one." A single sentence, laden with veiled malice. "Handsome, have you made your choice yet?" Sinjua's voice interrupted Shen Shangnian's reverie. Regaining his focus, Shen Shangnian pointed to a golden tabby kitten playing with a small fish toy alone. "That one," he said. "Xiaowan." Sinjua called over a staff member to assist the gentleman, as it was his first time owning a pet. "Understood." After completing the paperwork and returning home with a plethora of gifts, the night had fully descended. The house was eerily quiet. Shen Shangnian crouched on the floor as the kitten emerged from the pet carrier, clutching a brand-new fish toy in its mouth. It cautiously surveyed its surroundings before tentatively approaching the only living being in the room. At merely 3 months old, it was a tiny bundle of golden fur, strikingly beautiful. When it reached his feet, Shen Shangnian extended his hand to stroke its head. Instinctively, the kitten dropped the fish toy and nuzzled against his hand. Delighted, Shen Shangnian mused, "I'll give you a name." After some contemplation, he decided on Xiao Go. The kitten, confused yet compliant, rubbed against Shen Shangnian's slippers and finally rested its tail on his ankle. "It seems you are quite pleased. Henceforth, your name shall be Xiao Go." He snapped a few photos of Xiao Go, intending to send them to his good friend. However, Sun Heong did not reply. Shen Shangnian played with the kitten for a while before opening a short video app to search for beginner cat care tutorials. To his surprise, He found a slew of private messages from Sun Heong. Intrigued, he clicked on them. The messages contained a variety of abstract and humorous videos, each accompanied by a string of laughter. Sun Heong was likely engrossed in watching videos and had shared another one. Shen Shangnian responded with a question mark. Why are you leisurely watching videos instead of coming to work? Sun Heong, what is wrong with that? If I don't watch, the chemistry between us will fade. Look at how considerate I am towards you. Shen Shangnian sent a cold smirk emoji. Shen Shangnian, so, should I thank you for that? Shen Shangnian, you need to come to work tomorrow. Sun Heong, I don't want to. My spirit has been severely wounded. Shen Shangnian, what do you mean by severely wounded? Sun Heong took 3 minutes to respond. It's something you wouldn't understand, being a virgin and all. Shen Shangnian, what? Shen Shangnian, so you're no longer a virgin now? Sun Heong, not anymore. Accompanied by a small dog sighing emoji. Shen Shangnian, have you found a partner? Sun Heong, no, dejected. Shen Shangnian was taken aback, sitting up straight. So which girl did you force? Sun Heong, I was the one who was forced. Shen Shangnian, I don't believe it. Sun Heong, are we not brothers? Shen Shangnian, you're tall and strong. You're forced by a little girl? Sun Heong, I want to discuss this with you. You wouldn't understand. Sun Heong, goodbye, virgin. Shen Shangnian always believed that the absurdity of that night with Chen Zhijuan was merely a drunken escapade, especially since he had no recollection of it upon waking. Many details eluded him, surfacing only as scattered fragments in his dreams. For a straight man, the past didn't count. It was the present that mattered. Therefore, in Shen Shangnian's mind, he remained a virgin. Shen Shangnian, if you're saying goodbye, then farewell. Let me show you a picture of my puppy. After all, you're somewhat of a godfather to him. Sun Heong, all right then, let me see my new son. Shen Shangnian sent him a freshly taken photo. Sun Heong. A series of questioning marks. Sun Heong, is there something wrong with your eyes? Or did you send a wrong photo? Sun Heong, is this a puppy? Shen Shangnian, his name is Puppy. Do you have a problem with that? Sun Heong, no complaints. How could I dare? Shen Xiaogo sounds delightful. The smile on Shen Shangnian's face instantly vanished. He stroked the puppy's head, typing. Who told you its surname is Shen? Sun Heong. Then what is his surname? Shen Shangnian. His surname is Wan. Chapter 67. Psychological Counseling. Sun Heong. As long as you're happy. Sun Heong. I'm going back to watching videos. If anything comes up, let me know. Otherwise, I'm off. Shen Shangnian sent a deathly cold smirk emoji. Shen Shangnian, make sure to come to work tomorrow. Sun Heong pretended to be deaf and mute, not showing up the next day. He only arrived on the third day, dressed in a fitted black turtleneck sweater and loose-fitting casual pants. Yet his complexion appeared quite pale, resembling someone drained of vitality by a sprite. Shen Shangnian curiously stared at him, glancing outside at the warm sunlight, and couldn't he help but say, it's almost April now. The temperature has risen. Sun Heong felt a bit warm, yet he feigned calmness as he remarked, I'm not hot. Don't you think I look particularly handsome today? Shen Shangnian glanced him up and down, questioning, where's the handsomeness? Sun Heong then proceeded to the tea room, returning with a transparent glass cup filled with red goji berries. He resumed his seat on the sofa opposite Shen Shangnian, stating, I won't come this afternoon. Shen Shangnian, engrossed in a game, replied, no, I have things to attend to this afternoon. I have matters to address as well. Sun Heong countered, why don't we both skip it? Since there's nothing pressing this afternoon? Shen Shangnian acquiesced. The two shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from inquiring about each other's plans for the day. At 2 p.m., Shen Shangnian had prearranged a psychological consultation. As he donned a mask and a baseball cap to register at the front desk, he encountered the tightly wrapped Sun Heong. Their eyes met through their sunglasses, and a subtle awkwardness lingered in the air. Shen Shangnian took the initiative. What brings you here? Sun Heong stammered, I. He faltered, I just wanted to. Shen Shangnian narrowed his eyes, observing, you are definitely hiding something from me. Sun Heong's heart sank. He would never disclose the embarrassing incident of being with a man, not even to Shen Shangnian. Although he had enjoyed himself these past few days, the pleasure raised concerns. How could he pursue a relationship with a beautiful woman in the future? Thus, Sun Heong felt compelled to seek psychological consultation. suspecting he might have shared the same referral as Shen Shangnian. Suddenly realizing, Sun Heong challenged, "You keep asking me, what about you? What are you doing here?" "I'm here to seek treatment," Shen Shangnian replied with confidence. "Treatment?" Sun Heong remarked, casting a curious glance at his trousers. He muttered, "Can psychological consultants now treat male ailments? What a remarkable progression of the times." Shen Shangnian, devoid of expression and any desire to communicate further with Sun Heong, rolled his eyes and turned away. After an hour of consultation, Shen Shangnian gained no useful insights, repeatedly asserting, "I am a straight man." The psychologist fell into silence as a result. Exiting the session, he fortuitously bumped into Sun Heong, whose expression mirrored his own discontent. During their previous conversation, Sun Heong had confessed to feeling something was amiss, while the consultant had reassured him that male pleasure from certain bodily experiences was not a defect. Sun Heong refused to accept this, deluding himself and overly wishing the consultant would share his viewpoint. Spotting Shen Shangnian, Sun Heong inquired, "Did you clarify everything?" Shen Shangnian, donning his sunglasses, replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Shen Shangnian reciprocated with, "And you?" Sun Heong maintained his facade of calm, responding, "I'm fine too." Shen Shangnian grumbled an acknowledgement. After their exchange, they parted ways, each heading to their respective vehicles. Upon returning home, Shen Shangnian noticed 3 packages at the entrance, 2 of which were likely clothing purchased by his grandmother, Wang Xia. The third was a small square box, not particularly large. Shen Shangnian gazed for a while, and upon recalling his recent purchases, a faint expression crossed his face, his brow furrowing slightly. He carried 3 parcels into the house. The little cat, sensing the commotion, perked up its ears and dashed towards him. Shen Shangnian first washed his hands in the bathroom and, after drying them, bent down to scoop up the little cat that had been following him eagerly. He affectionately ruffled its head and played with it for a while. Only before retiring for the night did he open the parcels. Wang Xia, with a penchant for vibrant colors, had bought him a red sweatshirt and a pair of light blue trousers. The style was quite satisfactory. Shen Shangnian tossed them into the laundry basket, intending to wash them the next day. He resumed his seat on a small stool, wielding a parcel knife to slice open the box. Inside lay a beautifully textured white paper box, which, when opened, revealed a ring box. Within it rested a minimalist band ring, devoid of any engravings or gemstones, striking in its simplicity and a testament to the elegance of a well-formed finger. Shen Shangnian pursed his lips. This ring had caught his eye long ago while he was perusing videos online during a live stream. He had never made a purchase in such a setting before. This was his first. In a moment of inspiration, he had thought that this ring would look splendid on Chen Zhijuan. The notion prompted him to place an order without hesitation. Now, upon receiving the parcel, he realized that gifting a ring between same-sex friends might seem somewhat peculiar, especially considering their recent relationship, which had grown oddly lukewarm. Shen Shangnian closed the ring box and entered the study. Standing before the bookshelf, he glanced at a pentagram ornament and ultimately placed the ring box beside it. On the other side of the pentagram was a photo of them together, taken after their college entrance examinations when many students had returned to school. The school's basketball and sports fields were open, and Shen Shangnian often arranged to play basketball with friends, with Chen Zhijuan accompanying him each time and occasionally joining in the games. In the photo, Chen Zhijuan was not playing. He wore a simple white t-shirt, exuding a fresh and unblemished aura, while Shen Shangnian, drenched in sweat, wore a mischievous grin, shamelessly draping his arm around Chen Zhijuan's neck. They were young then, the sunlight bright in their eyes, unaware of the profound emotions tethered to their friendship, oblivious to the thin line separating camaraderie from love. They believed their bond would endure, envisioning a future filled with endless moments, never contemplating marriage or children. After a fleeting glance at the photograph, Shen Shangnian stepped outside. That evening was as quietly serene as ever. Yet the occasional mew from the little cat alleviated the solitude he had previously felt. The following day, Shen Shangnian arrived at the office 10 minutes earlier than usual. An unprecedented occurrence, as he had an important meeting scheduled for that morning. He donned a black suit and tie, an uncommon choice for him, as he typically preferred casual attire. The suit constrained his usual languid demeanor, presenting him as a composed and refined young executive, his well-fitted garments accentuating his broad shoulders and long legs. In moments of silence, no one could discern that this poised young executive had once scored a mere 250 in his college entrance examination. Shen Shangnian's secretary was a recent graduate, dressed in a light-colored professional attire, with her hair elegantly styled in a bun. Standing at the door, she smiled brightly as she knocked, announcing, "Mr. Shen, we can head to the conference room now." "Understood," Shen replied, taking a final sip of his coffee. Upon exiting his office, he unexpectedly collided with Sun Heong and Jin Yan. Sun Heong was still wearing the same turtleneck sweater from the previous day. Shen halted his steps, inquiring, "What is this?" Sun cleared his throat, asserting, "I believe this garment accentuates my profound and commanding aura." Shen remained silent. Turning to Jin Yan, he asked, "Can you bear this?" To be frank, Jin Yan was already preoccupied with fidgeting with his toes. However, Sun's gaze was intensely fixed upon him. After all, one could not afford to offend either of his bosses. Jin Yan weakly pressed his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, I feel quite dizzy." Shen's lips twitched in amusement. Sun Heong, unable to bear the sight, decided to proceed towards the conference room first. Jin Yan, displaying his perceptiveness, relinquished his position, trailing behind. Shen followed Sun Heong, nonchalantly adjusting his cufflinks, which were adorned with small diamonds, radiating a brilliant sheen. This style, though somewhat ostentatious, complemented his exquisitely striking face. The conference room fell into a brief silence for a few seconds. As Shen sat beside Sun Heong, he suddenly locked eyes with a pair of calm, understated, light-colored orbs. Shen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pressing his thumb against his cuff. Chen Zhijuan observed him quietly, a slight smile gracing his lips. It felt surreal, as if he were in a dream, despite having seen Shen just a few days prior in the hospital. Shen paused, quietly asking Sun Heong, "What is he doing here?" "Who?" Sun Heong was preoccupied with reviewing documents and took a moment to respond. "Brother Wan?" Sun then retorted, "Are you unaware of his reason for being here?" Shen offered no reply. Sun stroked his chin, inquiring, "Had another argument?" Shen pursed his lips, lowering his gaze to adjust his cuff. His subtle movements were easily perceived by Chen Zhijuan, who possessed keen eyesight. When Shen chose silence, he exuded an air of cool detachment, with long lashes casting shadows over his sharp nose and thin lips. He inexplicably recalled a class meeting from his first year of high school. Chen Zhijuan was the physics class representative. During a physics class, when the teacher was away for a meeting, he was asked to explain problems to his classmates. Given Chen's exceptional aptitude in science and his charmingly handsome appearance, he commanded considerable respect, and everyone was eager to listen to his explanations. As Chen elucidated the problems, all eyes were fixated on him, except for one individual who languidly rested his head on the desk. It was summer, and the classroom fan hummed noisily. Chen wore a short-sleeved school uniform, with a small yellow duck fan on his desk that sent his bangs fluttering. Before class, he had consumed half a dragon fruit, and despite wiping his hands with a napkin, traces of its vibrant color lingered, reminiscent of lipstick. Chen Zhijuan, typically composed and focused, had his mind solely occupied with problem-solving strategies. However, his gaze fell upon that delicate, pale face, resting on those beautifully colored lips. His thoughts suddenly became fragmented. The chalk paused between his fingers, leaving a light dusting of chalk on the blackboard where he had just written. The ceiling fan, somewhat antiquated, failed to stir the air at the lectern. Yet in that fleeting moment, Chen Zhijuan felt as if a gentle breeze had graced him. The cool air tousled the hair on his forehead and stirred the floating chalk dust behind him, ruffling the tranquil lake within his heart. This lake, named the Musings of Youth, was where Chen Zhijuan first realized that his feelings for Shen Shangnian transcended mere friendship. One does not entertain the notion of kissing a friend's exquisite lips. The scene etched itself into Chen Zhijuan's memory. Now, as time has passed, he sat in formal attire across from Shen Shangnian, silently conveying that the days of their youth had faded. Shen Shangnian remained silent, yet Sun Heong understood. He whispered, "This collaboration is with the second hospital." The workplace program we discussed for Chen Yin fell through due to a sudden withdrawal of investors. Sun Heong, after consulting with the talents brought in by the company, decided to invest himself, thus securing a voice in the matter. Filming for the program begins at the end of April, lasting about a month for recording, with editing in June, aiming for a late June airing. Perfectly timed for the summer break. The primary audience for such workplace-themed programs comprises students yet to enter the workforce. The show is titled Growing in the Workplace. Today, we are primarily discussing details with the hospital. Shen Shangnian, preoccupied with his matchmaking concerns, had overlooked the hospital collaboration mentioned in the proposal. After the meeting concluded, Shen Shangnian was the first to rise and return to his office. 2 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. He looked up to find Chen Zhijuan standing at the half-open door, politely inquiring, "May I enter?" Shen Shangnian replied, "Who is stopping you?" Chen Zhijuan pushed the door open, stepped inside, and closed it behind him. The frosted glass door obscured any view of the interior. Shen Shangnian, seated in his swivel chair, turned slightly, asking, "Are you here for something?" Chen Zhijuan raised an eyebrow. "Is it not permissible to seek you without a reason?" "It is," Shen Shangnian replied. In that moment, the atmosphere seemed to stagnate, the air feeling thin. Despite their long-standing intimacy, an awkward tension enveloped the office. Chen Zhijuan exhaled softly, breaking the silence. "Have you sought psychological counseling?" Shen Shangnian replied, "Mem." His voice, somewhat cold and stony, prompted him to clear his throat and add, "I have." "Has it improved?" Chen Zhijuan appeared oblivious to Shen Shangnian's sentiments. "Of course not," Shen Shangnian nearly uttered, but instead, he said, "Much better." "That's good," Chen Zhijuan jested. "After all, you still need to find a girlfriend." Shen Shangnian instinctively furrowed his brow. Chen Zhijuan stepped closer, reaching across the desk, his slightly cool fingers smoothing the furrow in Shen Shangnian's brow. "Do not frown." The faint scent of hand sanitizer lingered on his hand. Shen Shangnian instinctively closed his eyes. At that moment, Chen Zhijuan felt an unusual pang of regret within him. He had intended to minimize physical and emotional contact, yet he could not bear to see Shen's frown. Even when Shen's countenance darkened in the office, Chen endured for a long while before he could no longer restrain himself, wishing to offer some comfort. It was only after Chen Zhijuan withdrew his hand that Shen Shangnian opened his eyes. The table bore a cold, indifferent gray hue. While Chen Zhijuan's hands rested on its edge, his pale fingers gleaming like jade, impeccably manicured. His hands exerted little effort, the faint blue veins barely visible. Shen Shangnian began to speak, but a knock interrupted his unvoiced thoughts. Sun Heong entered after a couple of raps, announcing, "Wan Ge, the vice dean asked me to call you. It's time to go." Chen Zhijuan acknowledged him with a nod, straightening up and hesitantly glancing at Shen Shangnian. "What were you about to say?" What was Shen Shangnian going to say? He wished to express, "I bought you a ring. Surely you would wear it?" Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he found himself unable to utter them. Despite having a voice, it felt as though his emotions had seized control of his body. The sorrowful sentiment loomed like a monstrous specter, mocking him from the air above, and he was at a loss as to its origins. He felt despondent, fearful, helpless, and panicked. Was it truly customary for one to gift a ring to a friend? Was this behavior even normal? His emotions constricted in his throat, and after a few moments, Shen Shangnian managed to say, "I wanted to mention that you seem to have dark circles under your eyes. Perhaps you should get more rest." Chen Zhijuan paused momentarily, responding with a simple, "All right." Once Chen Zhijuan departed, Sun Heong inquired, "What was the argument about this time?" "I don't know." Shen Shangnian's thoughts were distant, somewhat unfocused. Sun Heong expressed surprise. "You had a disagreement with Wan Ge, and you don't recall the reason?" Shen Shangnian genuinely could not remember. Too much time had elapsed, or perhaps the very cause of their last quarrel was flawed. He urged Sun Heong, "Return to your office. I feel a bit tired." "Wait." Sun Heong insisted, curiosity piqued. "You haven't told me what the argument was about." "It was nothing significant," Shen Shangnian replied. "Is it not permissible for me to want to argue with him unilaterally?" "Fine." Sun Heong raised his voice playfully. "If you wish to quarrel, do so. After all, Wan Ge indulges you here." He mumbled under his breath, "I suspect that when Wan Ge finds a wife, the young woman will surely feel jealous of you. Shen Shangnian paused. He won't get married. He is an advocate of remaining single. And so what? Sun Heong countered. Being single simply means one can still date. Honestly, I don't see much merit in marriage. Dating seems far superior. Sun Heong had never been close to his mother, who always regarded him with disdain. Her gaze akin to that of an adversary, devoid of any maternal warmth. Initially, he felt profound sadness, envying how Ms. Shangwen treated Shen Shangnian with kindness. On his birthday, he secretly wished to exchange mothers with Shen Shangnian. At that time, Shen had gifted him a toy car and sincerely sung him a birthday song, leaving Sun Heong feeling guilty. Alas, Ms. Shangwen eventually passed away. At her funeral, Shen Shangnian knelt on the ground, weeping softly, tears streaming down his face. In stark contrast, Sun Heong was wailing inconsolably, his heart shattered. Many guests attending the funeral mistakenly believed that Sun Heong was the biological son. 2 years after the passing of Madame Shangwen, Sun Heong too lost his mother, not to the hands of fate, but to the allure of her lover. This lover was her first love, with whom she was initially forced to part ways, only to reconnect after the birth of her daughter, Shen Shangnian. When she became pregnant with Sun Heong, she believed it to be the fruit of her rekindled romance. Little did she know, the reality would be far different. The greater her hopes, the deeper her disillusionment. Chapter 69. You should not feel pity. Sun Heong took a considerable amount of time to accept a harsh truth. Not every mother loves her child. His expectations for marriage were utterly non-existent. Shen Shangnian was taken aback. Dating? We even date? This was a scenario Shen Shangnian had never contemplated. Feeling dismal, he dismissed Sun Heong, saying, I need to take a nap. You may leave first. Sun Heong snorted dismissively and departed. Shen Shangnian retreated to the inner resting room, removed his coat, covered himself with a blanket, and closed his eyes. He wasn't particularly tired, but it had been ages since he had risen so early. After lying there for nearly 10 minutes, he surprisingly drifted off to sleep. He experienced a lengthy and chaotic dream. He found himself at the age of 10, during a long recess. While the class had gone outside for exercises, he and Su Shilu remained in the classroom, resting. Su Shilu stood up, took a seat at Chen Zhijuan's desk, and cheerfully called out, Shen Shangnian, what is it? Shen Shangnian replied with a sour expression, engrossed in his comic book. Nothing. Su Shilu replied, as if engaging in small talk. Do you have any plans for the weekend? Whatever I have planned is none of your concern. Come on. Su Shilu said with a bright smile. Tomorrow, my parents have taken my sister and me back to our grandmother's house. Here we go again, Shen Shangnian thought. Su Shilu always spoke in a gentle tone, pretending to enjoy Shen Shangnian's company in front of everyone. He had a knack for piercing through Shen Shangnian's seemingly indifferent facade with just a few words. Clenching his comic book, Shen Shangnian retorted, a rundown village? What's so special about that? How can you say that? Su Shilu's voice suddenly rose in pitch. At that moment, the classmates returned from exercises, crowding at the front and back doors, and upon hearing Su Shilu's words, they all inquired, what happened? Tears sprang to Su Shilu's eyes, and amidst his sobs, he declared loudly, I know my grandmother's house is poor. Unlike your grandmother, who is a renowned translator, but poverty does not equate to a lack of ambition. I won't allow you to speak like that. You must apologize. Here we go again. Shen Shangnian regarded him, enunciating each word, I will not apologize. Shen Shangnian, you should apologize to Su Shilu. Yes, you shouldn't speak ill of someone else's grandmother. The surrounding classmates felt Su Shilu had been wronged and rallied to his defense. Shen Shangnian clenched his fists, wanting to strike Su Shilu. He had suffered far too much at Su Shilu's hands. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Chen Zhijuan returned. He broke into a light sweat, clad in a red and white themed school uniform, with a captain's armband adorning his arm. His classmates willingly made space for him. For Chen Zhijuan was the class monitor, a position of great esteem during their elementary school years. Su Shilu sniffled, looking at him with a pitiful gaze. The monitor, Chen Zhijuan, fixed his stare upon him for a few seconds and uttered a curt command, leave. Su Shilu was taken aback, even his nose humorously dribbling. What? He asked dumbfoundedly. I said leave. Chen Zhijuan tilted his head. Do you not understand? Su Shilu felt even more aggrieved. But I haven't done anything wrong. Chen Zhijuan, with his slightly long hair falling over his forehead, replied nonchalantly, "You are sitting in my spot." Su Shilu paused. "Is it not allowed?" "It is not," Chen Zhijuan stated. "I have a cleanliness obsession." While this statement was not inherently problematic, for someone as sensitive as Su Shilu, it reeked of disdain for his perceived uncleanliness. He fled the classroom in tears. Chen Zhijuan wiped down the chair and took a seat. The atmosphere in the classroom shifted awkwardly. He remarked, "In the next Chinese lesson, the teacher will ask for recitations of ancient poems." At this, the classmates returned to their seats, resuming their studies. Shen Shangnian inquired, "Since when did you develop a cleanliness obsession?" Chen Zhijuan deflected, "Do you just allow him to bully you?" Shen Shangnian lowered his gaze, fiddling with the corner of his comic book. "He has a mother. I do not. I also seem to lack a father." His words were disjointed, yet easily comprehensible. There's an old saying, is there not? Where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. In truth, Shen Jingde and Ms. Shangwen were once in love. Shen Shangnian bore the surnames of both parents, signifying the passage of years. Yet, sincerity is ever fleeting. Surrounded by the sounds of reciting ancient poetry amidst the cacophony, Shen Shangnian rested his head on the desk, gazing sidelong at Chen Zhijuan, and softly asked, "Wan, am I not a bit pitiable?" "Why would you think so?" Chen Zhijuan countered, "I do poorly in school. I have lost my mother, and I am often bullied." Shen Shangnian's voice trembled with the hint of tears. Chen Zhijuan sighed, tugging gently on Shen Shangnian's earlobe. "You are not pitiable." "Why?" Shen Shangnian looked at him. Chen Zhijuan replied, "You are handsome, come from a distinguished family, reside in a grand villa, and drive luxury cars. You can have whatever you desire, and with these advantages alone, you have already surpassed 95% of the world's population. Some children struggle for basic sustenance. Others are born with disabilities, unable to see or hear, while you are perfectly healthy. Never consider yourself pitiable. That is true pity." Shen Shangnian was taken aback, and after a long pause, he nodded with reddened eyes. For over 20 years, he had remained by his side, always standing at a distance close enough to reach out and touch. The latter part of his dream seemed to morph back into their senior year. On the night following the college entrance examination, a group of friends rented a private room and celebrated throughout the night. Shen Shangnian, having enjoyed himself thoroughly, had also indulged in drink. When it was time to go home, he drunkenly climbed into a taxi. Chen Zhijuan had a drink as well, appearing both inebriated and not. Shen Shangnian, weary, leaned against his shoulder. The youth's broad shoulders tempted him to nuzzle his cheek against them. Chen Zhijuan's body had frozen in place. He tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling of the car and suddenly spoke up. "Shen Shangnian, he called out. Shen Shangnian, feeling drowsy, mumbled a vague response. "I must tell you something that may seem a bit presumptuous and might displease you." "You may proceed," Shen Shangnian replied, his eyelids heavy. After patiently waiting for several seconds without hearing a follow-up, he succumbed to sleep. When awakened by the ringing of his phone, Shen Shangnian sat up, his expression one of bewilderment. What was it that he intended to convey? Rubbing his face, Shen Shangnian glanced at the caller ID. It was Shen Jingde. He hesitated for half a minute before answering, remaining silent as he awaited Shen Jingde's words. "How'd your blind date go?" Shen Jingde inquired. "Not well," Shen Shangnian replied. "There will be no more blind dates for me." Shen Jingde paused in surprise. "Why not?" Shen Shangnian smirked wickedly. "Because no one would find me appealing." "What nonsense are you speaking?" Shen Jingde's irritation was evident. "You are my son. You possess both dignity and a respectable lineage." Shen Shangnian interrupted his lengthy tirade. "Even when you praise me, I cannot seem to rise to the occasion." "What?" Shen Jingde appeared perplexed. Shen Shangnian leisurely added with malice, I cannot rise to the occasion. Which young lady would be willing to live as a widow?" "When did this happen?" Shen Jingde's voice softened. Shen Shangnian feigned contemplation. "It seems it has only been a few days. I suggest you quit smoking and help your wife regain her health. You might still have a chance for another child." Shen Jingde, having just absorbed the shocking news of his son's impotence, was now infuriated by this statement. "You insolent boy! How dare you speak to your father in such a manner?" Shen Shangnian remained unfazed. However, Su Shilu should still be quite normal. But he appears to be the child of your wife and her ex-husband. Would that bother you? How could Shen Shangnian not be bothered? The empire he had built would never be handed over to Su Shilu. Even if Shen Mingqi were a daughter and Shen Shangnian a wastrel, he would still favor them. Shen Jingde gasped. Are you lying? Are you trying to deceive me? Shall I send you my medical records for your perusal? Shen Shangnian asked, taking a deep breath. Shen Jingde inquired, is there any hope for treatment? It is no longer possible, Shen Shangnian replied. Thus, I recommend you swiftly conceive another child. Before Shen Jingde could retort, Shen Shangnian promptly hung up the phone. He put on his shoes, washed his face, and felt slightly more alert before taking the elevator down to the parking lot. It was now 11 o'clock. The hospital was still open. If he hurried, he would catch the staff at just the right moment. Upon arriving at the hospital, he coincidentally encountered the end of the shift. He hurried into the orthopedics department, where a doctor was on duty. The doctor recognized him and asked, Are you looking for Dr. Chen? Yes, Shen Shangnian inquired. Has he gone for a meal? The duty doctor gestured toward the back, saying, Dr. Chen just finished a surgery and is currently in the break room. There is no one else inside. You may go in. Shen Shangnian nodded in thanks. As he approached the break room door, he was greeted by an overpowering scent of smoke. He stood momentarily stunned, then walked in, bypassing the wardrobe, where Chen Zhijuan stood by the window with his back turned. Clad in a white coat and green scrubs below, he appeared quite ordinary. However, a half-burned cigarette was pinched between his fingers. That hand dangled at his side, veins prominent, knuckles well-defined, the smoldering cigarette precariously held at his fingertips. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not turn but spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. The family of the patient in bed 7 might come by at noon. I've placed the agreement in the medical record. Just have them sign it when the time comes. Having uttered those words, he lifted his hand to his lips, taking a drag from the cigarette with an effortless grace and practiced ease. Shen Shangnian remained silent for a prolonged moment, his entire being seemingly frozen, his mind clouded. Eyes unblinking, breathing shallow. Chen Zhijuan, sensing the oddity, turned his head. Why aren't you speaking? The latter part of his sentence abruptly vanished. Their gazes locked. The smoke in the air lingered, thick and potent, refusing to dissipate even with the window ajar, for there were many doctors in the department who indulged in smoking. Chen Zhijuan swallowed hard, unflinching, and simply inquired, What brings you here? Shen Shangnian found his eyes growing heavy. A slight ache settling in as he blinked and asked, Am I not allowed to come? Of course. Chen Zhijuan stood by the table, extinguishing the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray. In Chapter 70, in Business of Emotion, Chen Zhijuan pressed his lips together. Ultimately, he swallowed the words again, falling into silence and ceding control to Shen Shangnian. Shen Shangnian posed no questions. He stood quietly for half a minute beside that somewhat worn wardrobe in the break room. During this interval, neither spoke, despite being the same familiar person with those warm, recognizable eyes. Shen Shangnian felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. It was as though he did not truly know him. Like an iceberg, he had naively believed that the visible portion above sea level represented the entirety of the iceberg. Only now did he realize, belatedly, that beneath the surface lay another half, an unknown expanse of ice. Yet Chen Zhijuan was not inclined to reveal it to him. At last, Shen Shangnian cleared his throat, breaking the silence that had enveloped them for half a minute, saying, I'll take my leave now. I'll come to find you again another time. Upon finishing his statement, he turned to leave. Wait. Chen Zhijuan rushed out, grasping his wrist, his voice somewhat strained. What do you mean? I mean nothing. Normally, Shen Shangnian would have scoffed and questioned Chen Zhijuan's clandestine smoking, pointing out the hypocrisy of being strict with others, yet lenient with oneself, clearly deserving of scathing criticism. However, in that moment, Shen Shangnian seemed caught off guard. A hint of bewilderment in his demeanor as he forcefully pulled his wrist free. Chen Zhijuan's warm, dry hand lingered on his wrist, making Shen Shangnian feel as though thorns had sprouted there. He instinctively rubbed where he had been grasped, the motion exaggerated, causing Chen Zhijuan to curl his fingers in reflex. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'd like to head back now. His voice was barely above a whisper. Chen Zhijuan seldom pressed him on matters, always acquiescing to Shen Shangnian's wishes. After a brief pause of approximately 10 seconds, Chen Zhijuan lowered his eyelashes and uttered a soft farewell. Shen Shangnian hesitated momentarily before resuming his steps. He descended from the 10th floor to the ground level via the elevator. The lobby on the first floor was bustling with people. Shen Shangnian's cheeks appeared slightly pallid, his lips devoid of color, and his gaze wandered aimlessly until he reached the parking lot. Recently, the temperature had risen, and a row of verdant trees lined the edge of the outdoor parking area, their lush foliage thriving. Shen Shangnian opened the car door, creating an enclosed space around him, and leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes. Yet, images of Chen Zhijuan's hand, delicately holding a slender cigarette, continued to haunt his mind. The cigarette was slender, pinched between his fingers, and the crisp cuff of his white coat rested precisely against the prominent wrist bone, which bore a dark mole. The flame flickered perilously close to his fingers, which were well-defined, exuding a uniquely masculine allure, with prominent veins tracing the back of his hand. Shen Shangnian instinctively rubbed his cheeks and pinched the bridge of his nose, inhaling deeply. He struggled to banish the thoughts, but his mind was consumed by that hand. How could this be? He questioned himself repeatedly, a sense of panic and confusion washing over him. No one knew. The moment he witnessed Chen Zhijuan smoking in the break room, his initial reaction was not shock, but rather an overwhelming heat coursing through him. Blood surged downward, and he felt a stirring within him. Faced with such undeniable reality, Shen Shangnian found himself unable to engage in self-deception. He shut his eyes briefly and, half an hour later, finally started his car to leave the parking lot. He returned to the psychological counseling center, seeking the same therapist as before. Upon opening the door and seeing him, the therapist's smile faltered momentarily. "Didn't we schedule our appointment for 3 days from now?" Shen Shangnian sat on the chair, his expression grim and lips pale. "I have something urgent." The therapist was momentarily taken aback. Since their last conversation, she had gained profound insight into this handsome man, rebellious, a lone wolf. Yet now, this solitary wolf revealed a vulnerability that was unexpected. The therapist sat across from him and gently inquired, "What is the matter?" Shen Shangnian seemed to find it difficult to express himself, struggling for words. The therapist patiently waited, asking, "Would you like a glass of water?" He nodded slightly. She poured him a glass of warm water. Shen Shangnian mechanically lifted the cup and took a sip, waiting a few more minutes before his voice, slightly hoarse, broke the silence. What causes one person to feel sexual desire for another? There are 2 reasons, the therapist replied with a smile. It could be lust or an emotional connection. In the context of Shen Shangnian and Chen Zhijuan, lust certainly did not apply, for they had known each other for many years. How could it be mere lust when he had gazed upon that handsome face for so long? Shen Shangnian rubbed his face in thought. The therapist, attuned to his unspoken feelings, observed, "You must have an answer in mind. Lust is born of physical attraction and visual appeal, which seldom leads to such inner turmoil. The true source of anguish and anxiety is invariably rooted in emotional connections. Emotions serve as one's Achilles heel. Once one develops feelings for another, it is akin to surrendering one's vulnerability to that individual. That person then possesses the power to dictate your joy or sorrow." A counselor once conducted various assessments for Shen Shangnian. His heart was heavily guarded, and he rarely revealed his true sentiments during conversations, instinctively resisting familial and romantic affections. Among the 3 most significant human emotions, he only placed his trust in friendship. Yet now, he finds himself stirred by profound feelings for someone, even experiencing sexual attraction. It is difficult to fathom how this individual managed to penetrate the heart of someone who is encased in a shell, adorned with sharp, protruding thorns. A person who once disbelieved in love now finds himself ablaze with affection for another. This feeling is exceedingly precious, is both a treasure and a miracle. Shen Shangnian anxiously licked his lips, questioning if he had made a mistake. It seemed impossible for him to harbor such feelings for him. Why is it impossible? The counselor inquired gently. Shen Shangnian tightened his grip on the cup, reminding himself that he was male and a childhood friend. The counselor's expression remained unchanged. asserting that emotions can blossom between individuals of the same sex. As for childhood friends, the counselor observed him closely, noting that the transformation of friendship is a natural occurrence, encouraging him to consider acceptance and expression of his emotions. "I do not wish to try," Shen Shangnian interrupted sharply. The counselor fell silent, patiently awaiting his next words. Shen Shangnian unconsciously bit his lip, convinced that the current state of their relationship was satisfactory. Being friends was quite enough. "Why do you believe that?" the counselor asked. Shen Shangnian displayed numerous anxious gestures, revealing his turmoil. "I cannot part from him," he murmured softly. "Love fades quickly, whereas friendship endures." Ms. Shangwen was the belle of the foreign language department during her university days. Radiant and flamboyant, she appeared to be an aloof heiress, yet her heart was filled with kindness. At that time, Shen Zhijuan was often seen in pristine white shirts, his handsome face captivating. The two enrolled in the same department and transitioned from strangers to acquaintances, eventually developing a romantic connection, culminating in Shen Zhijuan's heartfelt confession. As they strolled hand in hand across campus, they were the envy of many. They had indeed loved each other. Shen Shangnian once perused their university's forum, confession wall, and some old-school newspapers. When the two stood together, one with a deep complexion and the other with a fair one, they were undeniably well-matched. As a child, Shen Shangnian fondly recalled how every Friday afternoon, Shen Zhijuan would carry him to the supermarket to buy his favorite toy cars and snacks. Upon returning home with a multitude of items, Shangwen would chide them lightly before joining Shen Shangnian on the carpet to play with toy cars. He particularly enjoyed playing with trains, having set up an extensive tunnel at home through which the train would chug along. Shen Zhijuan would often cook during his leisure time, and while Shangwen would entertain Shen Shangnian with toy cars, she would eventually leave him in the care of a nanny to enter the kitchen, where she would meddle and embrace Shen Zhijuan. Although Shen Zhijuan found her bothersome, he could not bear to send her away. In those tranquil days, the living room was adorned with a child's train set and toy cars, while a master bedroom featured a wedding photograph of the male and female protagonists. One smiled radiantly, while the other had soft, gentle eyes. The cherry tree in the backyard flourished lushly, and the garden in front was filled with a variety of flowers, not limited to red roses. When did it all change? It seemed to have shifted when Ms. Shang fell gravely ill. Initially, upon her cancer diagnosis, Shen Shangnian was still quite young and unaware of the severity of the situation. He would occasionally awaken in the middle of the night, disturbed by the pressure of a full bladder, only to hear someone crying on the balcony. Barefoot and without shoes, he rushed outside. It was his father who wept. Shen Shangnian hurried to his side, tugging at his nightshirt, his voice cracking as he pleaded, "Father, please do not be sad. When you're sad, I am sad too." Apologetically, Shen Zhijuan crouched on the ground, holding him tightly. Shen Shangnian reached up to stroke his father's head, saying, "Father, do not be sad." That night, devoid of moonlight, the man's tears streamed down his neck, one by one. Shen Shangnian thought his parents had quarreled, softly reassuring, "Father, mother is easy to appease. Just say sorry to her tomorrow, and everything will be all right." "All right," he replied, his voice hoarse as if he had swallowed sand, grinding his throat, "I promise you." Shen Shangnian smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. "Father, please do not be sad anymore. Grandma said that if you do not sleep at night, spirits will come to get you." "I shall sleep now," Shen Zhijuan said, noticing his son's bare feet, and carried him back to Shen Shangnian's small bedroom. He filled a basin with warm water, dampened a towel, and meticulously cleaned the soles of Shen Shangnian's feet. As time passed, over 20 years slipped away, and that moment remained one of the few times Shen Shangnian felt his father's love. On the day Miss Shang passed, Shen Zhijuan sat in the backyard for the entire day. Yet, 3 months later, he remarried Su Ruoyan. The housekeeper remarked, "Your father loved your mother dearly and could not accept her passing, so he sought someone to transfer his affections." At that time, Shen Shangnian was confused, unable to discern right from wrong. He merely resented Su Ruoyan's beaming smile as she entered the Shen household with Su Shilu. He disliked how Su Ruoyan acted like the lady of the house, slipping into slippers and lounging on the sofa. He was unhappy to see the wedding photograph taken down from the master bedroom and tossed into storage. He loathed seeing Su Shilu playing with his train set and toy cars in the living room. Shen Shangnian was displeased, shoving Su Shilu while loudly proclaiming, "These are gifts from father." He only nudged Su Shilu a few times, but the boy burst into tears, kicking the tracks and sending toy cars flying across the room. Shen Jingda had gone to work, leaving only Su Ruoyan, who wore a smile as she said, "Nian Nian, little Lu is your brother. You must learn to share with him." The once caring housekeepers now merely stood by, watching. He pursed his lips and declared, "My mother only gave birth to me. I have no brother." Su Ruoyan, her face stern, took Su Shilu upstairs. When Shen Jingda returned, she reported her grievances in a pitiful manner. With a cold expression, he told Shen Shangnian, "From now on, little Lu is your brother. You must learn to share everything in this home." As tears streamed down Shen Shangnian's face, he murmured, "I miss my mother." Shen Jingda remained silent for a considerable time before softly stating, "Your mother has passed away. That person no longer exists in this world." It was only later, as he matured, that he comprehended the truth. Shen Jingda's affection for Shang Wen was genuine, as was his love for Su Ruoyan. These feelings were not mutually exclusive. Rather, love is fleeting and sincerity can shift in an instant. Mr. Shen, the counselor, listened intently to this lengthy narrative and, after some contemplation, remarked, "I believe I understand the crux of your inner turmoil. However, it is imperative for you to recognize that this is merely a matter concerning your parents. Now, it pertains to you and your childhood friend. The past does not dictate that you must traverse the same path. Not all love is ephemeral." Shen Shangnian interjected, perplexed. "I do not understand why he claims to not love anymore." The counselor smiled gently, suggesting, "Perhaps you might consider inquiring about it." Shen Shangnian paused, certain that he would not divulge anything. The counselor continued, "From what you've shared, it seems that communication with your father is quite sparse. Perhaps you harbor misunderstandings." "There are no misunderstandings," Shen Shangnian replied with a furrowed brow. "Regardless of the reasons, 3 months after my wife's passing, he brought his first love and their child to our home, neglecting his own son for all these years. Any rationale appears feeble. Let us set that matter aside for now," the counselor advised. "Returning to the main topic, we shall not discuss whether love is more transient than friendship. Instead, let us explore whether you can restrain your feelings for him." "I can," Shen Shangnian asserted, feigning calmness. "I will simply reduce our contact." The counselor observed the whitened knuckles gripping the cup, yet remained silent with a smile. "If you can indeed restrain yourself, then all will be well." Shen Shangnian looked at her with suspicion. The counselor feigned innocence. "What is it?" Shen Shangnian replied, "I have the impression that you find some amusement in this." With a gentle smile, the counselor responded, "Not all, dear." As Shen Shangnian exited the counseling room, rounding a corner in the corridor, he collided with Sun Huyang. "I'm not even surprised anymore," Sun Huyang remarked. Shen Shangnian chuckled. "Didn't you say you were already cured?" Sun Huyang retorted, "I am considering acquiring this counseling center. Is that not permissible?" Nearby, the receptionist interjected, "Your scoundrel father isn't reformed, so do not rush. Update daily with 4,000 words. Either 2 chapters of 2,000 or 1 chapter of 4,000. Chapter 71. Dining Together, Boastful King. Shen Shangnian scoffed. Sun Huyang chuckled. "I can't be bothered to engage with you." Feeling somewhat fatigued, Shen Shangnian announced, "I will take my leave." Sun Huyang nodded, reminding him, "Don't forget to come to work tomorrow." Shen Shangnian pretended not to hear, taking his car keys and departing. Passing by a convenience store in his neighborhood, he parked and wandered inside, purchasing 2 bottles of beer. As he paid, his gaze fell upon a shelf stocked with various cigarettes. Although he did not smoke, he was familiar with them, as many of his friends were never without a cigarette in hand. He absent-mindedly picked up a pack, but as he was about to place it on the counter, he hesitated for a moment before setting it down and opting instead for a lollipop. The waitress wore a radiant smile as she inquired, "Is that all?" Shen Shangnian nodded, slightly in response. After settling the bill, he drove to the underground parking, took the elevator, and exited it. As he entered his home, a golden little cat dashed towards him from the direction of the bedroom, playfully clinging to his ankle. "Wait for me to wash my hands before I hold you," he said. After washing and drying his hands, he cradled the wagging-tailed kitten in his arms. While playing with the cat on the carpet, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. The number was unfamiliar and lacked a contact name. After a brief pause, he answered the call. Shen Shangnian remained silent, waiting for the other party to speak. The voice on the other end cleared its throat and asked, "Are you busy lately?" Petting the kitten, Shen Shangnian replied, "What brings you to inquire so fondly? Speak up, what is it?" "It's nothing serious," Shen Mingqi said, clearing her throat again. "Long time no see. Let us grab a meal together." Shen Shangnian lowered his eyelashes, a hint of distraction in his demeanor. "What day?" "There's no time like the present. How about tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon?" After pondering, Shen Shangnian realized he had no prior engagements. "That works." Before hanging up, he cautiously reiterated, "Is it truly just a meal?" "Just a meal," Shen Mingqi insisted, wishing she could swear to the heavens. "My boyfriend will be there too. I do like your advice." Shen Shangnian acquiesced. "All right then." The next afternoon, as Shen Shangnian arrived at the parking lot, he received a call from Shen Mingqi. "Brother, where are you?" Her tone, cool and distant, lacked any sweetness, a reflection of her inherent pride. "I'm at the entrance. The private room number is 709. He informed her. Shen Mingqi replied cheerfully. A sense of unease washed over Shen Shangnian. "Have you caused some trouble? Am I expected to take the blame?" "Not at all," she retorted. "Your words wound my heart." Shen Shangnian sensed foreboding. "I'm hanging up. I'll be there shortly." A server guided him to the room. The moment he pushed open the door, he froze in place. Inside sat 3 individuals. Shen Mingqi alongside a young man in a white shirt, while Chen Zhijuan occupied the other side, engrossed in his phone. Upon hearing the door open, he glanced over but remained silent. Shen Shangnian stood rigidly, resembling a statue, as if breath itself had abandoned him. Shen Mingqi raised her hand. "Come sit." "Why are you just standing there?" Taking a deep breath, he approached. "Why are you sitting next to my boyfriend?" Shen Mingqi glared. Shen Shangnian replied, with a blank expression, "Am I not allowed to sit?" "You are not," she commanded. "Quickly sit beside your brother Wan. Only I can sit next to my boyfriend." Shen Shangnian looked at the young man, holding Shen Mingqi's hand. He was not particularly striking, but possessed a refined demeanor and a calm presence. Having interacted little with him before, Shen Shangnian could no longer hold back. "Look how domineering she has become. How do you tolerate this?" Wei Tingshan chuckled softly. Xiaoqi may appear domineering, but in truth, he possesses a kind and gentle heart. Shen Shangnian observed as Shen Mingqi playfully wrapped his arms around Wei Tingshan's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Such a good baby." Shen Shangnian had never heard Shen Mingqi speak in such an affectionate tone to anyone before, causing an unsettling sensation to wash over him. "You two take a seat," he suggested, unable to endure the sweetness of their romance, and moved to sit across from them. Chen Zhijuan remained quiet, engrossed in his phone. Shen Shangnian poured himself a glass of water, feigning calmness as he took a sip. Suddenly, Chen Zhijuan spoke up. "I've forwarded the teacher's WeChat to you. You can chat with him first." "All right," Shen Mingqi replied with a twinkle in his eye, pushing the menu toward Shen Shangnian. "Thank you, Wan Ge, for recommending my little Shen. Feel free to order whatever you like, it's on me." Shen Shangnian paused, inquiring which mentor. Shen Mingqi took a sip of water before responding. "Isn't Xiao Shun studying medicine too? He is preparing for his graduate entrance exam and should find a mentor to connect with." Shen Shangnian was momentarily taken aback. "Then why did you come to me?" Shen Mingqi rested his chin on his hand, smiling across the table. "If you hadn't come, how could I have dared to invite Wan Ge?" Shen Shangnian fell silent again. In the past, whenever he encountered Chen Zhijuan, he felt relaxed and natural, able to express himself freely. But now, he felt like a tightly wound string, unable to meet his gaze, trapped in a state of discomfort and frustration. When the dishes arrived, Shen Mingqi and Wei Tingshan engaged in quiet conversation across the table. Chen Zhijuan, grating gloves, peeled a shrimp and placed it in Shen Shangnian's bowl. Startled from his reverie, Shen Shangnian was taken aback by the gesture. Chen Zhijuan posed, silently observing Shen Shangnian, who wore a thin black hoodie, his slender neck adorned with a red string, beneath which a peace pendant nestled into his clothing. His slightly tousled black hair fell across his forehead, his eyelashes long and curled, his nose elegantly sculpted, and his lips full, embellished with a tiny beauty spot. After 2 decades of companionship, Chen Zhijuan easily discerned his nervousness. With a sigh, he asked, "Did you not know I would be here before you entered?" Shen Shangnian instinctively shook his head. Chen Zhijuan slowly removed his gloves, the plastic stained with juices. "You don't want to see me?" he inquired softly. "No." Shen Shangnian shook his head again. Moments ago, the shrimp's tail had pierced through the glove, and Chen Zhijuan casually wiped his fingers with a napkin. Out of the corner of his eye, Shen Shangnian caught the motion and was abruptly reminded of the ring tucked away in the box at home. At that moment, he finally experienced the sensation of falling in love with his good friend. He had always known Chen Zhijuan's hands were handsome, occasionally complimenting him, especially when helping with homework at home, where he effortlessly held the pen, exuding undeniable charm. Yet, he had never observed with such care or frequency before. It was not just that he found his hands beautiful. His voice was melodious, his face striking, and he looked captivating both in silence and in conversation. Shen Shangnian squeezed his pants, his heart racing. After a brief pause, Chen Zhijuan asked, "Are you unwell?" "No," Shen Shangnian replied. Shen Shangnian, momentarily caught off guard, slowly began to grasp the situation. By the time they finished their meal, Shen Mingqi had likely discerned the discord between them and had discreetly taken his boyfriend away, perhaps to afford them some privacy. The room fell into a tranquil silence. Chen Zhijuan took the initiative to inquire, "Is it because of that illness from last time that you're feeling down?" "What illness?" Shen Shangnian suddenly realized which ailment was being referenced. He scratched his face and replied, "It's already healed." Upon uttering those words, he sensed Chen Zhijuan's gaze fleetingly drift to his trousers, only to be quickly retracted. "Healed?" Chen Zhijuan questioned. "Yes. The doctor I helped you register with last time?" "Indeed. Quite impressive, that miraculous physician," Shen Shangnian stammered. "A truly remarkable doctor. In truth, if one were to evaluate, the doctor sitting beside him was the real miracle worker, able to rise to his feet with just a puff of smoke." Observing Shen Shangnian lost in thought, Chen Zhijuan gently inhaled and broke the silence once more. "Since you are better, why have you been ignoring me?" "I haven't been ignoring you." He merely hadn't yet figured out how to face him. Shen Shangnian pondered. "Not ignoring me?" Chen Zhijuan's temper was not particularly placid. His daily gentleness stemmed from a lack of concern for many matters. He was indifferent to others' opinions, to academic achievements, and to how hospital promotions were allocated. With Shen Shangnian, there was habitual indulgence, yet even that indulgence began to fray under the weight of his continued silence, now tinged with irritation. "Do you truly believe that?" Chen Zhijuan's voice deepened. Shen Shangnian slowly blinked. He attempted to articulate a defense, but it proved futile. The reality was as it stood. "Is it because I did something wrong?" After a long pause, Chen Zhijuan suddenly asked. Shen Shangnian shook his head. "You did nothing wrong. It was I who erred." Chen Zhijuan regarded him intently. Shen Shangnian felt the intensity of his gaze and struggled to suppress his own trembling uncertainty, gritting his teeth to meet his stare. "It was my fault," Shen Shangnian reiterated. "I developed feelings for you, emotions that should not have stirred." His acting skills were insufficient, failing to convey the naturalness expected of a good friend. The bright lights illuminated his dark, clear eyes, which seemed to shimmer with a veil of mist. Chen Zhijuan closed his eyes briefly, striving for composure. "What did you do wrong?" Shen Shangnian stared at the elegant contours of his profile. For a fleeting moment, the confession of his feelings nearly escaped his lips, yet reason pulled him back firmly. Such words would likely sever their friendship entirely. "I have lost my patience." Shen Shangnian endeavored to maintain a neutral tone. "I feel quite annoyed with you lately. Your insistence on preventing me from smoking while you sneak off to do it yourself. Don't you think your possessiveness is excessive? You even dictate when I can smoke. None of my other friends behave this way." Chen Zhijuan's gaze remained fixed on his face. Shen Shangnian clenched his teeth and continued, "I simply wish for a bit more freedom to do as I please. I am grown now and no longer require supervision." As his words settled, the room was enveloped in silence once more. Suddenly, the door to the private room was pulled open. The waitress, perhaps intending to tidy up the private room, was taken aback upon discovering patrons still present. Her face adorned with a sincere smile of apology. "I'm sorry." She gently closed the door once more. The atmosphere within the confined space felt taut, like a tightly strung bowstring. Shen Shangnian's heart raced, pounding heavily as if attempting to leap from his chest. Suddenly, Chen Zhijuan chuckled softly, a brief and low sound. Laced with mockery, Shen Shangnian, your attempts at deceit are quite endearing. Shen Shangnian froze, his gaze darting towards him. Chen Zhijuan maintained an impassive expression, his long lashes casting shadows over his light-colored irises, rendering his thoughts inscrutable to others. Yet, irrespective of your reasons, I cannot grant forgiveness. He stood up decisively, his tall frame pushing the door open as he exited. Shen Shangnian sipped some water, and after a few moments, he rubbed his cheeks. His palms, slightly damp, seemed to have brushed against his lashes as well. On his way home, his vehicle stalled halfway. Shen Shangnian, suppressing his frustration, contacted the mechanic to arrange for a tow. Up and take a taxi back. Upon arriving home, he gathered a change of clothes in preparation for a shower, only to find the water heater malfunctioning. It seems that misfortune tends to cascade, bringing forth a multitude of woes. Fortunately, the water was not excessively cold. He hastily finished his shower and returned to his bed. A kitten eagerly leapt up beside him, and they played for a while. Once satiated with play, the kitten nestled next to Shen Shangnian. He gently tapped its forehead, whispering, "Sleep well." He turned off the light and, after much tossing and turning, finally succumbed to slumber. That night, he experienced little in the way of dreams, yet his thoughts often drifted back to when he was 6. Chen Zhijuan had patted his head, wiping away his tears, reassuring him, "Don't be sad. I will take care of you from now on." They say a child's words should not be taken to heart. However, as time has passed, nearly 3 decades later, he has remained true to that promise. The words spoken yesterday had genuinely pierced his heart. When Shen Shangnian awoke, he was greeted by a throbbing headache and a sore throat. Struggling to rise, he retrieved a thermometer to check his temperature, 39 degrees. This time, he refrained from calling anyone. After changing clothes, he took a taxi to the nearest maternal and child health hospital. Once hooked up to N4, Shen Shangnian closed his eyes, only stirring when the young nurse approached. She showed him a new medication. "Just to confirm, we will be switching this for you now." Shen Shangnian nodded in response. He pulled out his phone to check messages and found an abundance from Sun Heong. "The variety show begins recording today. Would you like to join me?" "Ugh. R&T, there are 4 artists and 4 medical students this time. I just noticed that little green tea is also there. So annoying. He has such a downer. Just looking at his green tea face irritates me." Shen Shangnian, still feeling dizzy, instinctively thought they were referring to Xie. His vision blurred, making it difficult to type, so he sent a voice message. "I told you long ago, he's an aged green tea, old and bitter. Didn't you doubt it at first?" Sun Heong replied, "What are you talking about, bro? I'm referring to Su Shilu." Shen Shangnian, "Oh." After 2 seconds, Sun Heong spoke again, "In truth, I have come to understand Xie true nature. However, he is merely a superficial acquaintance. Su Shilu is both insipid and despicable." Shen Shangnian inquired, "Is there a distinction?" Sun Heong replied, "Indeed there is." He continued, "If he were simply insipid, I could just about tolerate it." Shen Shangnian stated, "Let us not discuss this now. We can talk after waking up." Chapter 72. The lonely individual at this moment in the second hospital. After filming concluded, Su Shilu quietly ascended to the 10th floor of the inpatient area. He silently entered the office of the department. After scanning the room, he realized that the familiar figure was nowhere to be found. A doctor seated at the computer desk near the door inquired, "Is there something you need?" Su Shilu presented a carefully rehearsed smile, the corners of his lips curving slightly to reveal a hint of gum and teeth. "Is Dr. Chen available?" he asked. The doctor replied, "Please wait a moment." He stood up to glance into the break room, then returned to say, "Dr. Chen was just here. He may have gone to lunch. Does he always go to the cafeteria?" Su Shilu asked again. The doctor nodded, "Yes, unless there are unforeseen circumstances." "All right, thank you." Su Shilu expressed his gratitude and briskly made his way to the cafeteria. As he entered, he coincidentally encountered Chen Zhijuan exiting through the door. There are regulations for doctors that prohibit wearing white coats in the cafeteria. At that moment, he wore a white jacket on top and athletic pants below. The jacket's zipper fully closed, his jawline smooth, and his thin lips pressed lightly together as he walked out. Zhijuan Gij. Su Shilu's heart raced, his voice trembling slightly as he called out to him. Chen Zhijuan paused momentarily, casting a faintly indifferent glance in his direction. Su Shilu nervously swallowed. Stepping in front of him, Zhijuan Gij, please stop. Chen Zhijuan placed a finger against his palm, indicating a matter to discuss. Though he spoke of negotiation, his tone bore an air of cold dominance, rather than collaboration. Su Shilu blinked in confusion. What matter? Do not address me in that manner again. Chen Zhijuan replied, his single eyelid drooping slightly, the sunlight filtering down, rendering his demeanor cool and distant. It's rather bothersome. Su Shilu's smile suddenly faltered. He seemed momentarily taken aback. What? Chen Zhijuan's gaze lingered on his face, his brow slightly furrowing. Did you not understand? Su Shilu understood well enough, yet he furrowed his brow in distress. But I don't comprehend why I can't call you that. There is no reason. Chen Zhijuan's patience wore thin. You really talk too much. It's quite irritating. Su Shilu bit his lip, gazing at him with a forlorn expression. Chen Zhijuan, utterly out of patience, began to walk away. Suddenly, Su Shilu called out, aren't you afraid I'll tell Shen Shangnian about your unseemly feelings for him? Chen Zhijuan halted in his tracks, turning to look back. Against the light, his expression was somewhat obscured, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Su Shilu clenched his fists, stating, Shen Shangnian may be quite the straight man. If he discovers your secret affections for him, he would surely sever ties with you. Aren't you afraid? Are you threatening me? Chen Zhijuan countered after a brief silence. Su Shilu shook his head, stating, I am not threatening you. I merely fear that you will ignore me. I simply wish to capture your attention. Chen Zhijuan scoffed lightly, lowering his head to rub his chin against his collar, and replied nonchalantly, do as you please. If you wish to inform him, go ahead. It matters little to me. You cannot intimidate me. His tone remained gentle, devoid of any discernible emotion. Su Shilu inexplicably felt a sense of self-degradation. He secretly wished that Shen Shangnian were a straightforward man, for then no one would vie for Chen Zhijuan's affection. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to wrest Chen Zhijuan away from Shen Shangnian, leaving Shen Shangnian utterly isolated. Chen Zhijuan uttered that remark and departed, leaving Su Shilu standing in place with a grim expression. He pressed his slightly pale lips together, clenched his teeth, and silently tightened his fists. As Sun Heong exited the restaurant, he turned and immediately noticed Su Shilu's demeanor. Startled, he instinctively took a couple of steps back, expressing his dissatisfaction. What are you trying to portray in broad daylight? Su Shilu, who had been lost in his own thoughts, instinctively turned towards Sun Heong upon hearing his words, his face betraying an unmasked disdain. You would be better off without that mouth of yours. Did I say something wrong? Sun Heong retorted, crossing his arms, exuding an air of arrogance reminiscent of school bullies challenging diligent students. Meanwhile, Su Shilu appeared defiant and stubborn, which only accentuated Sun Heong's villainous demeanor. Sun Heong chuckled mockingly. Why are you loitering at the entrance of the restaurant, neither entering nor leaving? Are you deliberately trying to flaunt your good looks? I wonder where your confidence comes from. Su Shilu had always looked down upon Sun Heong. Despite the Sun family being an old aristocratic lineage, they had gradually fallen from grace in recent years. Su Shilu perceived Sun Heong as Shen Shangnian's subordinate, ever obedient to him. Such a person hardly warranted a second glance from Su Shilu. Although he felt a surge of anger at Sun Heong's words, he held on to his pride, thinking, I will stand wherever I please, and I am indeed handsome. What's wrong with showing it off? Sun Heong, amused, laughed derisively. Brother, your confidence is truly remarkable. If we are to discuss looks, Shen Shangnian surpasses you 1,000-fold. Su Shilu's expression darkened instantly. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Shen Shangnian, he felt an unsettling discomfort. How could one describe that sentiment? Following his mother, he alighted from the luxury car with a mix of excitement and trepidation, guided by the nanny along a winding gravel path to the villa's entrance. The door stood ajar, and he immediately glimpsed the scene within the living room. A little boy clad in a white t-shirt sat on the carpet, surrounded by an arrangement of toy train tracks. In one hand, he held a train, his black hair impeccably neat, with long, dark eyelashes casting a thick shadow over his eyelids. He appeared so pristine and unpretentious, as though he had been showered with adoration since birth, indifferent to the luxury car and grand house around him. But why was that so? This scene lingered in Su Shilu's memory for countless years, never forgotten. During his school days, everyone praised him for his academic prowess and gentle demeanor. At such moments, Su Shilu feels an overwhelming sense of superiority. What does it matter if you were born into luxury, driving extravagant cars, and residing in grand houses? In the end, you are still inferior to me. At this juncture, Su Shilu bites his lip as if persuading himself. That handsome face of his, isn't it merely a product of his mother's genes? Setting aside appearance and family background, what aspect of him can compare to me? Sun Heong observes him with a leisurely demeanor. What makes you so exceptional? I excel academically and possess a better temperament than he does, Su Shilu begins to assert, but halts mid-sentence as Sun Heong scoffs dismissively. To put it plainly, from a friend's perspective, Shen Shangnian is sincere and compassionate, always willing to lend a hand without hesitation or deceit. And you? Moreover, I choose my friends based solely on their character, not their academic achievements. Brother one excels in his studies as well, perhaps even surpassing you, yet he never boasts about his academic prowess. Why do you insist on bringing up your grades at every opportunity? A smirk of amusement appears at the corners of Sun Heong's lips. Is there anything beyond your academic success? Su Shilu finds himself at a loss for words, countering. That is a fallacy. Academic performance reflects numerous qualities, such as one's focus and diligence. I concede that academic excellence indeed signifies certain commendable traits. Sun Heong sighs, yet some individuals are suited for learning while others are not. Human value is multifaceted, and personality comprises various dimensions. How old are you? Still clinging to grades as your argument. Furthermore, if Aunt Shang were still around, Shen Shangnian would not be in his current predicament. More importantly, Sun Heong's tone suddenly shifts, a mocking smile gracing his lips. If Aunt Shang were alive, you wouldn't even have the chance to meet Shen Shangnian. This statement leaves no room for compassion, for the truth is undeniable. Had Madame Shang been alive, Su Ruoyun could never have become Mrs. Shen. Su Shilu would not be enjoying his present circumstances. He would remain the proverbial frog at the bottom of the well. In an instant, Su Shilu's countenance pales dramatically. He bites his lip, his chest rising and falling with agitation. You are merely a lapdog by Shen Shangnian's side. What gives you the right to lecture me? Sun Heong replies. You truly are invincible, child. He inhales deeply, feeling a headache coming on. I must be out of my mind to engage in this conversation with you. He turns to leave. Upon reaching the parking lot, Sun Heong can no longer contain himself. He calls his good friend, hoping to vent his frustrations. The first call goes unanswered. Glancing at the time, Sun Heong mutters, "This cannot be." He dials again. As the phone rings, Shen Shangnian stirs, his eyelids fluttering. A kitten approaches, playfully pawing at him. After some time, Shen Shangnian finally locates his phone. Having returned home after receiving an injection, he had taken a nap and now, having awoken, he feels somewhat better than before. Noticing the incoming call, he recognizes Sun Heong's number and answers, "What's up?" This morning, his voice was merely hoarse, but now, after the injection, it has become markedly raspy. Sun Heong pauses, taken aback. "Why does your voice sound like Baowan?" Shen Shangnian presses his pale lips together, hastily concocting an excuse. "I had too much to drink." Oh, it seems that Sun Heong did not truly believe it. He remarked, "This wine is quite impressive." Shen Shangnian paused for a couple of seconds, responding, "Indeed, it is rather remarkable." Sun Heong, lacking the inclination for jest, inquired, "Are you unwell?" It was futile to disguise it. Shen Shangnian attempted to maintain a calm demeanor, stating, "Just a slight cold." "Do you have any medicine at home?" "Yes, I have taken some." "Ah, then please continue to rest. I shall not disturb you." As Sun Heong spoke, he prepared to hang up the phone. "Wait," Shen Shangnian interjected. "What was it you wanted to discuss with me?" "It's nothing significant, merely a trivial matter. I just had a spat with that little green tea, and the magnificent, unparalleled me left her searching for her teeth." Sun Heong chuckled as he spoke. Are you pleased? Extremely delighted, Shen Shangnian replied, unable to suppress a smile. The boastful king is quite impressive. Who is the boastful king? Sun Heang questioned. You, Shen Shangnian retorted. Forget it. In light of your illness, I shall reluctantly forgive you. After the call ended, Shen Shangnian rubbed his cheeks, feeling a bit more alert. He played with the kitten for a while until his phone chimed with a message from Jinyan. Are you coming to visit this afternoon? Jinyan inquired. Let us have dinner together in the evening, Jinyan added. Shen Shangnian pondered for a moment, his delicate fingertips instinctively caressing the kitten's head. Is it at the second hospital? He asked. Of course, Jinyan replied. All right then. In truth, Shen Shangnian had already recovered from his fever, having awakened from a sweaty slumber. At this juncture, taking a shower seemed rather absurd. Yet, with his hair drenched in perspiration and an outing plan for the afternoon, he found it unbearable. A technician had come in the morning to repair the water heater, so he ventured into the bathroom, turned on both heaters, and waited until the bathroom was stiflingly warm before stepping in. The program career growth period features a total of 8 guests, 4 entertainers from the entertainment industry and 4 medical students, all of whom are interns. They are divided into 4 groups, each comprising 1 artist paired with 1 medical student. The groups will rotate through various departments, spending 7 days in each, completing a full week. Among the 4 entertainers, 3 are graduates from medical schools, with only Jin Yin being an exception. His substantial popularity serves to enhance visibility and generate discussion around the show. Although his specialty does not align with the program, the supervising instructors will allocate tasks judiciously. Prior to filming, the production team promised to donate a set of new surgical instruments to the hospital, and all supervising instructors participating in the recording will receive appropriate remuneration. Additionally, the program aims to boost visibility and disseminate medical knowledge, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. The supervising instructors in each department are generally selected based on their good looks and commendable qualifications, typically being quite young, as older physicians tend to be more shrewd. Each year, the responsibility of mentoring interns generally falls to younger doctors. There is little contention regarding the supervising instructor for orthopedics. Everyone unanimously agreed that Dr. Chen, with his amiable personality, handsome appearance, and pleasant voice, was extraordinarily suited for the role. The 2 interns Dr. Chen previously mentored had already transitioned to the next department, leaving him with some leisure. The second hospital commenced its work promptly at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He sat before the computer, engrossed in the electronic medical records, when 2 young individuals clad in pristine white lab coats, adorned with intern name tags, appeared at the doorway. One of them, possessing an endearing smile and a pair of characteristic puppy dog eyes, politely inquired, "Excuse me, teacher, is Dr. Chen in?" It was none other than Jin Yan. The doctor at the entrance gestured towards a desk near the sink, indicating it belonged to Dr. Chen. "Thank you, teacher," Jin Yan responded obediently. In truth, Jin Yan was already aware of the identity of the supervising teacher. This inquiry was merely a formality. Just as he was about to leave, the nearby intern, seemingly anxious to keep pace, exclaimed loudly, "Thank you, teacher." Jin Yan's lips twitched slightly. Although somewhat speechless, he recognized that this individual was no ordinary student. It was rumored that his family was exceedingly wealthy, not merely affluent, but also well-connected. Frankly, such programs rarely sought genuine amateurs. They often claimed to feature common students. Yet most were privileged offspring leveraging the opportunity to pave their way into the entertainment industry. Aware of the cameras, the affluent intern, Xiao Qian, exaggeratedly bent down for a brief moment before rising. He approached the desk that the doctor had just indicated, situated close to the sink. The lab coat worn by the individual no longer appeared as tailored as it once had, yet the cuffs and buttons were meticulously secured, with a name tag affixed. What truly astonished Xiao Qian was the man's visage. Even in profile, his features were astonishingly flawless, pronounced brow bones, an elevated bridge, a refined nose, and subtly colored thin lips. As he gazed silently at the screen, his long, dark eyelashes fell straight down. Xiao Qian remained transfixed for approximately 3 seconds, as the photographers on either side fervently zeroed in on the doctor, likely acting on the director's orders. Xiao Qian cast another glance at Jin Yan. "Great. Among the three, he was the least attractive. What should he do? In reality, Xiao Ken was quite the handsome fellow. He had initially intended to pursue a route defined by looks. However, fate had paired him with Jin Yin during the draw. Among the 4 participants, 2 males and 2 females. One male, aside from Jin Yin, was a variety show personality with a rather average appearance. Had he not been grouped with Jin Yin, Xiao Ken could have flaunted his looks, showcased his erudition, and boasted about his luxury watch and sports car, thereby easily attracting fans. Yet, encountering Jin Yin was one thing, but having a supervising teacher of such striking handsomeness was another. When the camera panned over, Chen Zhijuan blinked in slight discomfort. Jin Yin, ever the quick one, cheerfully exclaimed, "Dr. Chen." Upon completing the final character, Chen Zhijuan lifted his gaze, somewhat surprised, as he did have a faint recollection of Jin Yin. Jin Yin, with a smile, remarked, "Dr. Chen, it's been a while." Later, during the preparation interview, the staff inquired whether Jin Yin had previously met Dr. Chen. Jin Yin, seated on the stool, replied with a grin, "Of course. It was just before the new year. He was the attending physician when I sustained my injury." The staff then asked, "Do you think Dr. Chen has a serious demeanor?" Jin Yin responded, "He shouldn't be too serious. I was too busy admiring his face at the time." His laughter elicited chuckles from the staff, because the entire production team had never anticipated that there would be such a remarkably handsome doctor among them, possessing not only a striking visage, but also an admirable physique and captivating voice, rivaling even the hottest male stars in the entertainment industry. This was indeed a serendipitous trend. Xiao Ken swiftly briefed the team on this matter. "Xiao Ken, we have a major situation. Team leader, please elaborate." Xiao Ken, "I drew the short straw and got Jin Yin." Team leader, "Oh dear, this is indeed unfortunate news." Xiao Ken, "What if I offer you 50 million to perform a skit for me right here?" Team leader, "Hold on a moment. Actually, Jin Yin isn't so bad. He has a rather charming face. We can adopt a suave and alluring mature man persona." Xiao Ken, "However, there's another piece of bad news. Our mentor is even more handsome than Jin Yin. What should we do?" Team leader, "Disfigure him." Team member 2, "How handsome are we talking? Do we have a photo? Is he single?" Xiao Ken discreetly snapped a picture. A brief silence enveloped the group chat for half a minute. Team leader, "Good heavens. My eyes are too blessed. No disfigurement allowed." Team member 2, "I'm in love. I want to marry him." The stylist responsible for makeup and styling in the team. What a magnificently striking face. The team member in charge of character development. "We need to change his persona and smear some dirt." Finally, someone offered a serious suggestion. Xiao Ken's eyes brightened, and he quickly inquired, "What dirt?" The character development team member, "Just claim he has an affair with the show as producer or investors. That this program is designed to elevate his fame while simultaneously spreading rumors about his plastic surgery." Team leader, "Wouldn't that be too exaggerated?" Character development team member, "The more exaggerated, the more the netizens will believe it." Character development team member, "Just say he climbed into the investor's bed, playing the role of a male mistress. Shamelessness has no bounds, so what is there to fear?" Chapter 74. You have a fevered Xiao Ken. That makes sense. Xiao Ken, "But who is the investor for this program?" Team leader, "Unclear. It's simply a newly emerging company." Xiao Ken, "Let us gather some information first." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the second hospital was about to close for the day. As closing time approached, the atmosphere in the office gradually lightened. Jin Yin sat at his desk, having now learned to proficiently print temporary medical orders and discharge instructions. While printing, he remained attentive to the notifications from his phone. Finally, it was time to clock out. Chen Zhijuan gently reminded him, "Tomorrow morning at 8, complete your handover and then make the rounds. Don't be late." "Understood, teacher." Jin Yin replied cooperatively. Meanwhile, Xiao Ken, who had just assumed the role of a volatile rich heir, left the room without a word. At this point, recording had already been halted. Jin Yin relaxedly pulled out his phone to check WeChat. 2 minutes ago, Shen Shangnian had sent him a message. "Shen Shangnian, when are you off work?" As Jin Yin stood by the coat rack, retrieving his outerwear, he replied with a voice message, "I'm off work now." "Where are you, Niange?" Jin Yin's Mandarin was impeccably standard, and he typically used his own voice while filming. The phrase Niange distinctly resonated in the break room. Chen Zhijuan's hands, which were unbuttoning his coat, instinctively paused. Beside him, a colleague, puzzled, inquired, "What are you daydreaming about?" After a brief pause, Chen Zhijuan shook his head and replied, "Nothing." At that moment, Shen Shangnian stood before a vending machine on the first floor. As he entered, he felt dizzy and hazy, suddenly recalling that he had not eaten for an entire day. The vending machine was stocked with various beverages and snacks. Shen Shangnian stood there for a while, his lips pale and parched, ultimately deciding on a bottle of nutritious drink. An apple-flavored bottle tumbled down. He twisted the cap and took a sip. The taste was acceptable, albeit lacking any hint of apple. His phone chimed with a message from Jinyan. "I'm coming down the elevator." Shen Shangnian typed back, "Which elevator?" He had hesitated for some time before leaving, finally selecting a thicker blue sweatshirt and jeans. While in the car, he and T felt cold, but perhaps due to the hospital's vastness and the sparse crowd. He now felt a chill. Jinyan replied, "Elevator 5. The fifth elevator was the closest to Shen Shangnian. As he approached, the elevator arrived at the first floor, its doors slowly parting. Taking another sip of his nutritious drink, he casually glanced up, only to be momentarily transfixed. Chen Zhijuan, standing a few meters away, was turned slightly, listening to someone beside him. Shen Shangnian straightened his posture and discreetly shifted aside. "Brother Nian." Jinyan greeted him enthusiastically, waving from the far left. Shen Shangnian's eyelashes fluttered. Only then did he notice Jinyan's presence. Chen Zhijuan remained stationary for a couple of seconds, and Shen Shangnian sensed a fleeting glance directed at him. Yet, he was uncertain, for that gaze lacked warmth, devoid of the familiar indulgence he was accustomed to. Chen Zhijuan averted his gaze and, alongside his colleague, made his way toward the exit. Jinyan dashed out, bubbling with excitement. "Tonight, it's just the two of us for dinner. I just asked Brother Yang, and he said he wasn't feeling well and needed to go home to rest." Shen Shangnian absent-mindedly responded, "What's wrong with him?" Jinyan pondered. "I think he might have a cold." Shen Shangnian observed the elegant silhouette of the man ahead, puzzled by how he could have caught a cold. Jinyan continued, "I believe he might have overindulged in alcohol." Shen Shangnian let out a hiss, raising his head to take another sip of his nutritious drink, pondering how that explanation sounded so familiar. Jinyan, wide-eyed, sincerely questioned, "Can such a strange excuse possibly be repeated?" The founder of peculiar excuses. Shen Shangnian cleared his throat and discreetly took another sip. As he exited, he casually tossed the empty bottle into a trash bin. Jinyan had made a reservation at a restaurant, and Shen Shangnian had driven there today. Upon reaching the sleek black sports car he had arrived in, he noticed that the vehicle parked beside him belonged to Chen Zhijuan's colleague. He had overheard a few words while walking behind him earlier. The colleague's little girl was celebrating her full moon banquet tonight, inviting quite a few guests. The driver's side doors of the two vehicles were aligned perfectly. Just as Shen Shangnian reached for his car door, a deep voice called out to him from behind, "Shen Shangnian." Shen Shangnian's eyelashes trembled slightly, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He abruptly turned his head, asking, "Well, what's wrong?" Observing his somewhat exaggerated movement, Chen Zhijuan instinctively took a step back. With downcast eyes, Chen Zhijuan coldly remarked, "You have a fever, do you realize that?" Shen Shangnian was momentarily taken aback. "I have already recovered." Chen Zhijuan silently regarded his flushed cheeks, the glimmer of moisture evident in his dark eyes, his lips bearing a sickly pallor, and his ears tinged with a hint of red. "Do as you wish," he stated, before entering the car. The vehicle drove away first, leaving Shen Shangnian standing there, momentarily dazed as he opened the car door. Jinyan cheerfully inquired, "What's the matter?" Shen Shangnian pressed his lips together, hesitating for a couple of seconds, and with a frosty demeanor replied, "You possess a driver's license, correct?" Jinyan promptly nodded, "Yes, indeed. Brother." Shen Shangnian instructed, "You drive." Jinyan, quick-witted as ever, did not question the reasoning and simply responded, "All right, I shall drive." They switched seats seamlessly. Jinyan produced a pair of sunglasses from seemingly nowhere, patted the steering wheel with both hands, and playfully blew his bangs aside, proclaiming, "Now, your driver, Master Jin, with 80 years of driving experience, is at your service." Shen Shangnian, feeling slightly dizzy, fastened his seatbelt and leaned back against the leather seat, managing a faint smile. The restaurant Jinyan had chosen was newly opened, heavily promoted, yet only accommodating 80 tables daily. Coupled with its exorbitant prices, those who managed to secure a reservation were no ordinary patrons. In such establishments, Jinyan rarely concealed his identity, opting only for a mask. Their table was number 13, positioned by the window, offering a splendid view of the bustling North City from the 30th floor. At this hour, the sky had not yet darkened. It would only be when night fell and the lights began to glimmer that the true beauty would emerge, as myriad lights converged like a flowing river. After a 10-minute wait, the dishes began to arrive gradually. Jinyan, spoon in hand, sipping sweet soup, inquired, "Boss, did you have a quarrel with Dr. Chen?" Shen Shangnian paused imperceptibly before feigning calmness. "Why do you ask?" Jinyan replied, "This afternoon, when we encountered each other in the elevator, there was no greeting exchanged." Shen Shangnian lowered his long, dark eyelashes, the light from the crystal chandelier above casting a translucent pallor upon his features. He murmured, "Isn't it quite normal to quarrel?" "Indeed," Jinyan concurred. "As long as there are fragments of interaction between people, what is there to expect of everlasting bonds?" Shen Shangnian lifted his glass, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat. "It's merely a quarrel." This statement struck an amusing chord. Jinyan elongated his tone. "So that implies reconciliation, waiting for an opportunity to break the ice." Shen Shangnian remained silent, for he was uncertain of how to proceed, how to thaw the ice. After reconciling, would they continue as good friends? Could he truly be a good friend? It seemed unlikely. What then was to be done? For the first time in his life, Shen Shangnian found himself ensnared in the whirlpool of love, utterly bewildered, unsure of where to turn. "Right this way, please," a sweet voice from the waitress chimed, guiding the two guests to a table adjacent to theirs. Shen Shangnian lowered his head and took a sip of the sweet soup. This delicacy was the establishment's signature dish, sweet yet not cloying, indeed quite delightful. Just as he swallowed, he noticed Jinyan, with an expression of astonishment, craning his neck to gaze at the table next door. Curiosity piqued. Shen Shangnian followed his gaze and beheld two familiar figures seated at the adjacent table. A vintage green tea enthusiast and an individual who appeared to be suffering from a hangover and a cold. Sun Heong also spotted the two, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected encounter, as he sat rigidly in his chair, resembling a statue of ice, silent and unmoving. Jinyan, unfamiliar with He, instinctively raised his voice to inquire, "Boss Yang, weren't you feeling under the weather?" Sun Heong remained immobile, as if rendered speechless. Conversely, He paused momentarily, wiped his hands with a napkin, and remarked, "You're unwell?" Sun Heong's mouth twitched slightly, responding, "I suppose so." Shen Shangnian chuckled, reveling in the unfolding drama. "Didn't He previously mention calling the police on him? How is it that you're now dining together?" Sun Heong stammered, "That was a misunderstanding." Shen Shangnian elongated his tone. "Oh, but weren't you intoxicated just now? How is it that you appear so lively?" After half a minute of restraint, Sun Heong could no longer contain himself. He abruptly rose from his seat and draped an arm around Shen Shangnian's neck. This gesture startled the nearby waitstaff, who instinctively readied themselves to summon security, fearing a disturbance. Jinyan quickly intervened. "These two are friends, just playing around." Upon realizing the awkwardness of his action, Sun Heong swiftly released Shen Shangnian, only to touch his forehead, then his earlobe and neck. Witnessing these movements, He eyelid twitched, and he hurried over, prepared to reclaim Sun Heong. He grasped Sun Heong's wrist, saying, "Let us discuss this after the meal." Sun Heong shook off his grip, disregarding him, and with a serious expression, turned to Shen Shangnian. "You have a fever. Can't you feel it?" Indeed, Shen Shangnian felt a slight dizziness, though it was not overwhelming. "I'm fine," he replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I don't feel much." Sun Heong clicked his tongue, urging, after we finish eating, "You must return home and take your medicine. Rest for a while. I have work tomorrow." Shen Shangnian nodded in agreement. Jinyan observed Shen Shangnian closely. His cheeks did appear a bit flushed, but he did not dwell on it. Primarily, he recognized Shen Shangnian's propensity for endurance. In his school days, after a skirmish, He had sustained a shallow cut on his arm, blood oozing slowly yet persistently. Fearing that Chen Zhijuan would find out, he donned a thick coat and sought out the homeroom teacher for a leave of absence, enduring a lengthy process of signatures before finally exiting the school. By the time he left the hospital, his sleeve was thoroughly soaked in blood. The doctor had chided him during the bandaging, advising him to seek help sooner and cautioning against underestimating the severity of his injury, lest he succumb to excessive blood loss. Despite feeling unwell, he managed to feign normalcy. Without physical contact, Jian could not discern that Shen Shangnian was indeed feverish. He felt a twinge of guilt. "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, I will take you home." Shen Shangnian shook his head, dismissing the concern. "It's just a minor ailment, merely a fever." Jian remained sullen. With a sigh, Shen Shangnian reassured him, "It's truly nothing. I'm not that fragile." Growing up, no one in his family had ever shown him care, and he was not the type to express discomfort readily. "All right," Jian replied softly. After they finished their meal, Jian immediately drove Shen Shangnian home. Upon arrival, Shen Shangnian hesitated for a moment and then said, "You can keep the car for now." No. Jian vehemently shook his head. "I should just take a taxi. This car is too expensive. Without you beside me, I wouldn't dare to drive it." As dusk settled, the streetlights in the neighborhood flickered to life. A stray cat, clutching half a sausage, leaped into the bushes. The cold wind blew, causing Shen Shangnian to instinctively hunch his shoulders. "It's fine. If it gets damaged, it's no big deal." "I'm scared," Jian said with a smile. "I appreciate the offer, but I genuinely wouldn't dare to drive." "Very well," Shen Shangnian acquiesced, having heard enough. He took the elevator back home, changed his shoes upon entering, and as soon as the lights flickered on, a small cat unexpectedly dashed out from who knows where. He did not pick it up, deciding to wait until later. In the solitude of his home, his discomfort surged forth. He collapsed onto the sofa, his heart racing, his body trembling, his eyelids heavy, and his eyes aching. His mind wandered back to this afternoon in the parking lot, to Chen Zhijuan's gaze. The single eyelid often gave off a cold demeanor, and his lips were rather thin. Usually, his gaze toward Shen Shangnian was different from others. Now, however, it felt the same, like a piece of ice, numbing and cold in his grasp. Shen Shangnian felt utterly unwell, mentally and physically. His heart ached more than ever. Just as he prepared to retreat to his room and cocoon himself in his blankets, the doorbell rang suddenly. The sound startled the small cat, which darted like a flash of golden lightning to the door. Who could be at this hour? Shen Shangnian pondered sluggishly as he shuffled in his slippers toward the entrance. Chapter 76. No response with a slight delay. Shen Shangnian opened the door. Standing outside was a young delivery person clad in a rider's outfit, a bright smile on his face. "Mr. Shen, your delivery." His heart sank at the realization. Shen Shangnian moistened his dry lips and replied, "I didn't order any takeout." "Huh?" The delivery person looked puzzled, glancing at the yellow bag. "But this address is correct. It's for you, Shen Shangnian, right?" "Yes, that's me," Shen Shangnian responded after a brief silence, suspecting who it might be. "Great." The delivery person sighed in relief, handing over the yellow paper bag. "Have a pleasant day." After the delivery person departed, Shen Shangnian stared at the bag for a while before closing the door. Once the door was shut, silence enveloped the room. The small cat had vanished into its hiding place. Shen Shangnian sat on the carpet, glancing at the bill attached to the yellow bag, confirming that the name and the last digits of the phone number indeed belonged to him. Shen Shangnian once again opened the yellow paper bag, revealing a thermometer, cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory medication, and 2 cooling patches. The note indicated the identity of the purchaser, leaving no room for ambiguity. Shen Shangnian lingered in a daze before unlocking his phone to access WeChat, where only one contact was pinned at the top. After much contemplation and revisions, he finally typed, "Is this your food delivery?" There was no response. Setting his phone aside, he rose to boil a kettle of water. The moment the water began to boil, his WeChat chimed. Shen Shangnian stood still for 2 seconds, taking a couple of deep breaths to brace himself before glancing at his phone. "If you think it's unnecessary, you can discard it." His heart felt as though it were being squeezed, and he typed with a heavy heart, "I don't find it unnecessary." "Juan de Plave." As long as you don't think I'm meddling. Shen Shangnian typed a response, only to feel a wave of irritation and delete it once more. He tossed his phone aside, and after consuming a packet of fever-reducing powder, he retrieved his phone, staring at the screen for an eternity before typing. Thank you. Chen Zhijuan did not reply. Shen Shangnian waited several more minutes, and as drowsiness began to creep in, he still received no message. Nestled beneath the covers, with his cheek pressed against the pillow and his phone resting beside him, he remained alert for any sound. Unfortunately, even as his eyelids grew heavy, no notification arrived. Just before he slipped into a deep slumber, Shen Shangnian reached for the remote to turn off the lights. The room was engulfed in darkness. The window, which had previously emitted a bright glow, was now shrouded in blackness. The evening breeze had lost its chill. Below, a sleek black sports car idled. A man leaning against the door, clad in a black coat, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, its ember flickering. He tilted his head back, staring vacantly at the darkened window. It was not until the burning ash grazed his fingers, igniting a sensation of pain, that he jolted back to reality. Chen Zhijuan extinguished the cigarette, tossing it into the nearby bin, before turning to enter the car. The following morning, Shen Shangnian awoke, his fever having subsided. He glanced at his phone, still devoid of replies. With a sense of detachment, he tossed aside the covers and proceeded to the bathroom for a quick shower. Dressed, he settled in the living room to await his food delivery. After breakfast, Shen Shangnian called Sun Heong. Are you heading to work? Yes, Sun Heong replied. There's nothing to do at home. It's quite dull. Then go ahead, Shen Shangnian responded, his voice considerably clearer than the day before. Sun Heong casually inquired, Are you feeling better? Yes, Shen Shangnian affirmed while changing his clothes. Hearing the rustling sounds, Sun Heong, sounding a bit hoarse, asked, Are you going out? Yes. Shen Shangnian replied nonchalantly. Sun Heong then queried, Where to? Shen Shangnian paused momentarily while putting on his hoodie, feigning calmness. To the hospital. To see Brother Wan? Sun Heong, likely just awakened, sounded somewhat groggy. No. Shen Shangnian cleared his throat, preparing to go for an infusion. Oh, Sun Heong replied. After Shen Shangnian completed his final injection at the maternal and child health hospital, he aimlessly drove around the streets, eventually finding himself at the entrance of the second hospital. The entrance was bustling with vehicles, all queuing to enter. Unable to leave, Shen Shangnian reluctantly followed the line into the parking lot. Sitting in a chair, he lost himself in thought for a moment. Since he was already there, it seemed inconsequential to express his gratitude in person. At that time, it was still early. Upon reaching the 10th floor, he encountered numerous family members delivering meals and visiting patients in the corridor. In the office, a cameraman was present. Shen Shangnian approached the nurse's station and inquired, Is Dr. Chen available? Dr. Chen? One moment, please. The young nurse replied as she stood up and went to check in the office. She soon returned and said, Doctor, Chen is on sick leave today and will not be coming in. Sick leave? Shen Shangnian was taken aback. What illness does he have? The nurse chuckled awkwardly. I cannot say. All right. Shen Shangnian nodded and turned to leave. He knew Chen Zhijuan's address, though he had not visited in several months. Chen Zhijuan's residence was quite close to the hospital, just 2 streets away, with a pharmacy at the entrance of the neighborhood. Unsure of the nature of the illness, Shen Shangnian entered the pharmacy and purchased all the necessary medications. Upon exiting, he paused briefly before heading to the adjacent breakfast shop to buy some buns and porridge. When he stood before room 1602, a sense of nervousness washed over him, and after mentally preparing himself, he knocked on the door. After approximately 2 minutes, someone finally answered. Chen Zhijuan appeared in pajamas. His disheveled black hair and the visible marks of sleep on his face revealed his surprise. What brings you here? Shen Shangnian pressed his lips together before replying, I brought you some medicine. Chen Zhijuan's gaze fell on the bag of medication in Shen Shangnian's hand, then gradually rose to meet his eyes. What does this mean? It means I care about you. This phrase lingered on his lips for some time. His long-standing disposition made it difficult for him to express such sentiments freely. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally managed to utter, You bought me medicine yesterday as well. Are you keeping score? The man lowered his gaze, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, exuding a sense of indifference and distance. Thank you. He accepted the pharmacy bag from Shen Shangnian. In a rush, Shen Shangnian offered the breakfast he held in his other hand. And I also brought breakfast. I didn't send this yesterday, Chen Zhijuan replied coolly. I didn't mean it that way. Shen Shangnian clenches fists. Then what do you mean? Chen Zhijuan leaned against the doorframe, appearing somewhat fatigued, his long legs casually bent. I'm merely concerned that you haven't eaten and might be hungry, Shen Shangnian insisted, presenting the bag to him. Chen Zhijuan scrutinized the hand holding the bag, noting the neatly trimmed nails and distinct crescent marks. Shen Shangnian maintained this position until his arm grew weary, at which point Chen Zhijuan finally accepted it. I'm a bit confused about you now, Chen Zhijuan remarked, placing the bag of medicine and breakfast on a nearby cabinet in the entrance. Previously, you criticized me for being overbearing and restricting your freedom. If I understood correctly, that meant we were no longer involved. So why have you come back now? Shen Shangnian felt a dryness in his throat and swallowed hard before responding. I was just worried about you and wanted to check in. Have you checked enough now? Chen Zhijuan asked, fixing his gaze on him. Yes, Shen Shangnian affirmed. I'll take my leave now. He turned to leave, but heard Chen Zhijuan say, I truly find it increasingly difficult to comprehend your thoughts. Shen Shangnian paused for a moment, feigning ignorance, and walked away. After spending 3 days at home, he finally returned to work on the 4th day. On that day, Sun Heong breathed a sigh of relief. The entire company was aware that if one of the two executives, Shun or Sun, was present, the other would inevitably be absent. After a day at work, that evening, as he cradled the kitten, Shen Shangnian called Sun Heong. You should go to work tomorrow. No. Sun Heong mumbled through his milk tea. You've just returned after a day. Shen Jingda messaged me, inviting us home for dinner tomorrow. Shen Shangnian gently stroked the kitten's head. Sun Heong clicked his tongue. Do you know what it means when someone offers undue kindness without reason? It's either deceit or ulterior motives. Why the sudden invitation for dinner? Shen Shangnian remained silent for a while, propping his chin thoughtfully, until Sun Heong called out, Shen Shangnian, are you deaf? The day after tomorrow marks my mother's memorial, he replied. Sun Heong paused. I thought it was next week. It's all right. Shen Shangnian reassured him. You can work for another couple of days, and then I'll grant you a week off. You said that, and I shall remember. Sun Heong responded. The following day, at 5 in the afternoon, as Shen Shangnian arrived at the Shen residence, he encountered Shen Mingqi stepping out of a car. Their eyes met. Shen Mingqi smiled sweetly. Last time, Brother One was of great assistance. Little Shen wants to express gratitude, but I didn't know what to gift him. So I suggested buying something for you instead. Shen Shangnian felt a sudden prickling sensation. There's no need for gifts. What's wrong? Shen Mingqi scrutinized him as they walked. Did you have a quarrel with Brother Wan? Shen Shangnian hissed. Why do you ask that? Shen Mingqi halted, grasped his shoulder, and leaned in closer. Your forehead is dark, your eyes are shadowed, and your lips are quite red. You appear rather irritable. I can surmise that you've argued with Brother Wan. Shen Shangnian shrugged off her hand, his expression impassive. You're being superstitious. As they entered the living room, they were taken aback to find 4 individuals seated on the sofa. Shen Jingda and Su Ruoyan occupied one side, with Su Ruoyan noticeably dressed up, adorned with exquisite jewelry. Her hair dyed a deep, rich black. Opposite them sat Su Shirlu and a handsome stranger. Su Shirlu had just completed a variety show, her makeup still intact. The unfamiliar gentleman, clad in a tailored suit, had thin lips and wore a gentle smile, exuding a refined demeanor. Little Chi, you've returned, Su Ruoyan exclaimed, rising to her feet and retrieving a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet, placing them before Shen Mingqi. As she changed her shoes, Shen Mingqi remarked, Mother, I can manage on my own next time. Meanwhile, Shen Shangnian quickly slipped into slippers, washed his hands in the bathroom, and as he passed through the kitchen, the housekeeper offered him a plate of green grapes, declaring they're sweet. Shen Shangnian nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude. As he munched on the grapes, he settled into a nearby armchair, a sixth sense telling him that an intriguing scene was about to unfold. Shen Jingda cast a fleeting glance at Shen Shangnian, his gaze lingering on the young man's denim-clad legs. Shen Shangnian, momentarily at a loss for words, picked up a nearby cushion and placed it upon his lap. With a sigh that carried a hint of exasperation, Shen Shangnian's expression softened into a smile as he introduced the unfamiliar yet handsome gentleman. This is Liang Ji, the scion of the Liang family. In merely 6 months at the company, he has secured several significant contracts. Liang Ji humbly replied, "You flatter me." His demeanor exuded a certain calmness. Shen Shangnian appeared thoroughly pleased, turning his head to glance at Shen Shangnian, who was elegantly seated with his legs crossed, indulging in green grapes, before reluctantly diverting his gaze. It was all a matter of disparity. "Xiao Qi, what do you think of young Master Liang?" Su Ruoyan inquired eagerly, her eyes fixed on Shen Mingqi. Shen Mingqi, perplexed, responded, "Why are you asking me? That question should be directed towards Xiao Lu Ge." Su Si Lu, seated nearby and seemingly detached, adjusted his posture as all eyes fell upon him, offering a standard smile. "Why ask me?" Shen Mingqi, with an air of nonchalance, tilted his head in confusion. "Isn't he your boyfriend?" A cough escaped Shen Shangnian, nearly choking on the green grape in his mouth. Su Shilu's smile vanished abruptly, his eyes growing cold as he silently regarded Shen Mingqi. "Child, how can you speak so thoughtlessly?" Shen Shangnian furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Su Ruoyan tugged at Shen Mingqi's arm. "Did I say something wrong?" Shen Mingqi shrugged off her grip. "Aren't we supposed to be having a family dinner tonight? I came here with Shangnian Ge, so it can't be his or mine. It must be Xiao Lu Ge's boyfriend." For the first time, Shen Shangnian found himself appreciating the sweetness of Shen Mingqi's words as he relished the incredulous expressions on both Su Shilu's and Shen Shangnian's faces while savoring the grapes. "Indeed, it was quite sweet. What you just said is utterly absurd." Shen Shangnian's expression contorted. "Even if Xiao Lu Ge brings someone, it would be a girlfriend, not a boyfriend. It would be strange if it were a girlfriend. He prefers men. The person he had a crush on in high school was not a girl, but a boy." Shen Mingqi's words fell like a thunderbolt, leaving the occupants of the living room in stunned silence. Shen Shangnian forgot all about the grape in his mouth, craning his neck to stare at Su Shilu. Su Shilu regarded Shen Mingqi with an impassive expression. "Mingqi, one may eat freely, yet one must not speak carelessly." Shen Mingqi raised 3 fingers. "If I speak carelessly, may I meet a dire fate." "Xiao Qi." Su Ruoyan's expression shifted, grabbing Shen Mingqi's fingers and pulling them down. "You mustn't." Shen Mingqi fixed his gaze on Su Shilu, a playful smile curling his lips. "I dare to swear, will you?" Su Shilu swallowed hard, feigning composure. "Why would I partake in such childish antics with you?" Chapter 77. He forgot. Shen Mingqi wore a mocking smile. Although Su Ruoyan had her biases, she possessed a keen understanding of Su Shilu. Without a doubt, judging by Su Shilu's expression alone, she knew Shen Mingqi was speaking the truth. The biological son, who seemed perfectly fine, suddenly developed an affection for men, much to Su Ruoyan's dismay. Overcome with dizziness and pallor, she sank into a chair. Liang Ji, being a perceptive individual, quickly recognized the domestic turmoil and cheerfully declared, "I have some urgent matters at my company, so I must take my leave. Let us gather another time." "Very well. You tend to your affairs." Shen Shangnian managed a strained smile, escorting Liang Ji to the door before allowing his expression to falter. He returned to the sofa, silently observing Su Shilu. Despite his advancing years, his physique remained trim, and the lack of flesh on his cheeks lent him an air of stern authority, his moods unpredictable. Su Shilu's hands trembled as he feigned composure, wearing an expression of innocent bewilderment. "I truly do not understand why my sister would tarnish my name. I believe you are ill-suited for a career in music." Shen Mingqi remarked with a knowing smile. "Perhaps you should consider entrepreneurship." Su Ruoyan was bewildered. How did we arrive at the topic of starting a business? Shen Mingqi's insinuation was clear, because Brother Lu is well-suited for manufacturing plastic bags. "What?" Su Ruoyan exclaimed. Shen Shangnian felt utterly humiliated, relieved that Su Shilu was not his biological child. Frowning, he urged Shen Mingqi, "Speak plainly, do not beat around the bush. Is the answer not evident?" Shen Shangnian interjected lazily, "Plastic bags can indeed hold something." Shen Mingqi clicked his tongue, expressing admiration. "At this moment, you are exceptionally astute." Shen Shangnian, with a stoic expression, plucked a green grape and popped it into his mouth. Su Shilu clenched his jaw, his fists tightening. He felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board, subjected to incessant ridicule. Sighing, Su Ruan took a seat beside him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Didn't you like girls in high school? How did you suddenly become gay? Su Shilu bit his lip. Mom, this is an illness. Shen Jingde interjected abruptly. It must be treated. I will contact someone to see how this can be remedied. Medication, electrotherapy, whatever it takes. Shen Shangnian paused mid-bite, instinctively glancing at Su Shilu, whose face was ashen. Dad, this is truly not an illness. I'm not sick. Please do not call me Dad. Shen Jingde slammed his palm on the table. I refuse to accept a son who fancies men. Is this truly my son? This is madness, a violation of propriety. Su Ruan felt a pang of heartache. Oh, let us eat first. We could discuss this after our meal. Shen Shangnian was the first to rise, effortlessly serving himself a bowl of rice. Su Shilu remained motionless, attempting to explain, this is not an illness. Many people are homosexual now. I cannot concern myself with others. If you wish to continue calling me Dad, you must change. Shen Jingde replied, his brows knitted in disapproval. Su Shilu fell silent. Desperately, Su Ruan patted Su Shilu's hand. Little Lu, please tell your father that you will change. Su Shilu gripped his hands tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood. Under the oppressive gaze of Shen Jingde, coupled with Su Ruan's gentle reassurance, a phrase long lodged in his throat finally emerged, as if it had drawn blood. Very well, I will change. 2 seconds later, Shen Jingde's imposing aura suddenly dissipated, and he offered a gentle smile. It's good that you've changed. The family of four sat down at the dining table. Shen Shangnian had already begun his meal, even taking an interest in peeling shrimp while wearing gloves. Shen Jingde lightly reproached, must you not wait for others, even for a meal? If you don't eat soon, it will get cold. Shen Shangnian gazed affectionately at the unmoving shrimp, offering not a glance toward Shen Jingde. Unperturbed, Shen Jingde continued, I've arranged for an expert from America to come to you tomorrow. No need, Shen Shangnian replied without a moment's hesitation. Let us see first. Shen Jingde, known for his unyielding nature, then turned to Shen Mingqi. Perhaps we can schedule a time for you to meet that young man from the Liang family. I won't meet him, Shen Mingqi stated firmly. I have a boyfriend now. Shen Jingde showed no anger, merely smiling. It's just a plaything, hardly a boyfriend. Once you tire of it, you'll need to settle down. Shen Mingqi put down her chopsticks. I do not view him as a mere plaything. I intend to marry him and have children. No one can dissuade me. Father indeed cannot bear to trouble you, Shen Jingde said, having eaten enough. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and remarked, Father will seek out your young man. Even if he stands firm, his family may not. Shen Mingqi gazed silently at Shen Jingde. If you dare to touch his family, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Shen Jingde chuckled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. Father eagerly anticipates that day. He was the first to rise from the table. After Shen Jingde departed, Shen Mingqi slammed her chopsticks down, crossing her arms as she observed Su Shilu's pale countenance. Mocking, deservedly so. Su Shilu's hands trembled slightly as he took a sip of water, his voice as calm as possible. You did this on purpose. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Shen Mingqi retorted with a smirk. Since you informed Dad about my romantic involvement with Wei Tingshan, don't blame me. Su Shilu cast a glance at Shen Shangnian, who was calmly picking fish bones, appearing utterly unruffled. He pointed at Shen Shangnian. He knows about this too. Why do you think it's me? We all grew up together. We know each other's weight, Shen Mingqi replied coolly. He is foolish, and you are despicable. Do you understand? Shen Shangnian responded. This is becoming tedious. Shen Mingqi scoffed. Su Ruan hurriedly intervened. Oh, we are all siblings. There are no overnight grudges here. Who is siblings with him? My father has only 2 children, Shen Mingqi retorted before turning to leave. Su Shilu ascended the stairs in silence. Su Ruan clutched her heart. What a calamity. With that, she hurried away as well. At the expansive dining table, only Shen Shangnian remained, calmly picking fish bones. The crystal chandelier above radiated brilliant light, illuminating his face and accentuating its exquisite beauty, though his expression remained void of emotion, lending it an air of coldness. As the housekeeper entered, She was struck by the scene before her. She approached and quietly inquired, "Was the meal to your liking?" "Delicious," Shen Shangnian replied with a smile. "That is good." The housekeeper responded, smiling in return. Shen Shangnian wiped his mouth with a napkin and inquired, "Is tonight's dinner solely to welcome that young Master Liang?" "I heard from the gentleman that it is indeed so," replied Chen Sa. After a brief pause, Shen Shangnian asked, "Did he mention any arrangements for tomorrow?" "Not much was said. It should be similar to before," she responded. "Oh, by the way," Chen Sa suddenly exclaimed, "the gentleman mentioned that there is an important meeting tomorrow, so breakfast will be half an hour earlier." "Understood," Shen Shangnian acknowledged, a slight curve of his lips betraying his thoughts, though his face bore no semblance of a smile. He took a sip of water, realizing he had forgotten that tomorrow marked the anniversary of Madame Shangwen's passing. Over 20 years had swiftly elapsed, rendering it almost normal to forget. Yet, Shen Shangnian found it difficult to reconcile this with himself. He finished his meal in silence and departed. After Shen Jingde returned to his room, he simmered in frustration, astonished that despite his illustrious life, he faced issues with his child at this stage of life. Standing before the window, he gazed at the cherry tree outside. Night had fallen, and the backyard was illuminated by a pale light, with the cherry tree standing elegantly. Unbidden, memories of Shangwen surfaced, but time had dulled her image in his recollections. He could hardly recall her features, only that her smile had been sweet. Beyond that, nothing remained. The myriad concerns of daily life had long since overshadowed such memories, relegating them to the distant past. The following day, when Shen Jingde awoke, Su Ruoyan was still asleep. His suit and watch were neatly arranged in preparation for the day. After freshening up, he donned his attire and adorned his wrist with the watch. Su Ruoyan stirred at the sound of his movements and rose alongside him. They sat at the dining table, facing the floor-to-ceiling windows, where a gentle rain fell like fine silk. Su Ruoyan sipped her unsweetened soybean milk and remarked, "It's delightful to catch a few more winks in this weather." Shen Jingde smiled in agreement. She peeled a boiled egg for him and said, "Try to finish early today. I will cook dinner myself." "Sounds wonderful," he replied. "It has been a while since I savored your cooking." After their meal, they stood at the doorway, where Su Ruoyan helped him with his tie. Rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she waved goodbye. "See you this afternoon." Shen Jingde leaned down to kiss her cheek in return. "See you this afternoon." The driver awaited outside, holding an umbrella. Su Ruoyan stood at the entrance, watching as the driver hastened to shield Shen Jingde from the rain, opening the back door for him. Once inside the car, he remained untouched by the rain. The driver, drenched from the downpour, quickly entered the driver's seat. As the luxurious vehicle roared to life, Su Ruoyan stepped out of the gate, standing at the entrance as she watched the car disappear into the distance. She didn't bother with an umbrella, standing amidst the delicate rain, observing the vehicle fade from view. With her eyes closed, she tilted her head back, allowing the rain to wash over her. The droplets soaked her meticulously cared-for hair, cascading from her brows to her lashes, to the tip of her nose, and finally to her lips. The wind today carried a damp chill. Su Ruoyan shivered as tiny goosebumps formed on her skin. "Shangwen, are you weeping?" Miss Shangwen was laid to rest upon the very mountain where her grandmother, Jiangji, currently resides alone. Surrounding her are nameless gravestones, with only Ms. Shangwen standing solitary in her repose. She departed this world at the tender age of 27. In a monochrome photograph, she adorns a princess gown, her cascading curls framing a radiant smile. Before her grave stands a young man, clad entirely in black, a black windbreaker paired with dark athletic trousers, a cap pulled low over his brow, revealing only the sharp tip of his nose and a hint of his elegantly contoured chin. Shen Shangnian gazed at that photograph for an extended while, long enough for the fabric on his shoulder to become thoroughly soaked. "Mother," Shen Shangnian pondered aloud, "I seem to be older than you now." Ms. Shangwen was born in winter, whereas Shen Shangnian's birth was in summer. He fished a clean handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the rainwater from the gravestone. "It appears this year has been uneventful, save for the fact that I have developed feelings for someone. You know him. You once embraced him." He sighed, "Alas, I am but a coward consumed by fear. Had you still been here, I might have found more courage than I possess now." After a brief pause, Jiangji, supported by a servant, held an umbrella over his head. "Be cautious of catching a cold," she advised. Shen Shangnian cleared his throat. "I am fine." Jiangji sighed. "Will your father be coming today?" "He likely will not," Shen Shangnian replied. "Last year, I reminded him a day in advance. This year, I did not bother." "Well, if he forgets, then so be it. There is no need to force it," Jiangji remarked. Shen Shangnian nodded in agreement. In the top-floor office, a secretary knocked on the door and entered after receiving permission. At that moment, Shen Jingde was engrossed in signing documents, his head remaining lowered. "What is it?" he inquired. The secretary bowed respectfully. "Mr. Shen, Dr. Daniel has arrived." "Understood. Have him wait a moment," Shen Jingde replied coolly. The secretary acknowledged and exited. Shen Jingde set down his pen and dialed Shen Shangnian's number. The first call went unanswered. Frowning, he clicked his tongue and dialed again. Just as the ringtone was about to end, Shen Shangnian finally picked up. "What is it?" His tone was icy and detached. Shen Jingde, irate, retorted. "Did I not inform you yesterday? An expert has come today to examine you." "I also told you yesterday that I do not require it," Shen Shangnian replied. "Let the expert take a look first. The chances of a cure are substantial," Shen Jingde insisted. "You should at least consider it," he added. "I am busy at the moment and cannot afford to indulge in idle chatter," Shen Shangnian declared before hanging up. Shen Jingde let out a cold laugh. "What could you possibly be busy with? Aren't you merely preoccupied with how to spend money? Do not deceive yourself into thinking that your partnership with Sun Heong in establishing a company has elevated you to elitism. The wealth you currently possess is inextricably linked to my grandfather." Shen Shangnian felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. "Do you truly believe that your smooth sailing is solely due to your own efforts?" Shen Jingde's breath quickened. "What do you mean by that?" "You know precisely what I mean," Shen Shangnian replied, his gaze drifting toward the undulating mountains in the distance, where his grandfather lay at rest. Shen Jingde gritted his teeth, striving to suppress his anger. "I am officially notifying you to come to the company immediately. Dr. Daniel is waiting for you. Can you comprehend human speech?" Shen Shangnian replied in a calm tone. "I am currently occupied and cannot come." What could possibly be so important? Shen Jingde's temper flared as he slammed his pen, producing a loud clatter. "Today is the anniversary of my mother's passing," Shen Shangnian responded coolly. "What do you think I could possibly be engaged in?" Shen Jingde was momentarily taken aback. All his rage dissipated, replaced by a profound bewilderment. The line fell silent for an extended period, standing before the gravestone. Shen Shangnian gazed at the black and white photograph. The valley's wind, laden with the damp chill of rain, rustled the begonia blossoms, dampened by the downpour. Each flower trembled in the breeze, as if awaiting a reply. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps 2 minutes or maybe 10. Shen Jingde finally murmured, "I have been exceedingly busy lately." The wind grew colder, and Shen Shangnian's fingers tightened around his phone, his skin pale and thin. He listened to this absurd explanation, which barely qualified as an excuse, and a faint smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. "You are not busy, yet you cannot recall." The sarcasm was palpable in his words. Shen Jingde pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "It has been too long since the matter occurred, and she is no longer with us. Your health is of greater importance. I shall pay an additional fee for Dr. Daniel to remain in the country a few more days. You can come tomorrow." Shen Shangnian paused in silence. "Will you not come to pay your respects?" "I have an important collaboration to discuss this afternoon. I cannot find the time," Shen Jingde replied. "Perhaps next time." In that moment, Shen Shangnian felt he had discerned a fragment of Shen Jingde's heart, cold and distant, akin to the chilling rain that fell from the sky. Without uttering another word, he ended the call, stowing his phone away, his gaze fixed on the screen as he sighed. Jiangji turned her head and asked, "Is your father coming?" "No." Shen Shangnian shook his head. Jiangji remained silent, her silver hair meticulously arranged, exuding elegance and composure. Yet, as she looked at the photograph on the gravestone, a hint of vulnerability flickered in her eyes. "If he does not come, then so be it. Perhaps this is for the best," Jiangji remarked wearily. "Without sincere affection, it is likely that Shaowen does not yearn for him either." She gently patted Shen Shangnian's hand, her palm warm against his cold skin. Jiangji sighed, her gaze resting on Shen Shangnian's face as she observed his dark brows, straight nose, and soft lips. The child who once cried for his mother had grown so much in the blink of an eye. Time is relentless. Do you have someone you like now? Jiangji inquired slowly. Shen Shangnian hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiangji inhaled deeply, a smile brightening her eyes. You haven't denied it. It seems there is someone. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Shen Shangnian rubbed his nose and replied, yes. Jiangji teased him. Which young lady has captured your heart? She is not a young lady, Shen Shangnian corrected. Not a young lady? Jiangji paused, her mind racing. Is she significantly older than you? Not much. Just a few months, Shen Shangnian stated. Jiangji murmured, a few months? That still qualifies as a young lady. He is a male. This statement is far easier to utter than one might imagine. As Shen Shangnian spoke, he adjusted the brim of his hat, feeling a tinge of discomfort. A male? Jiangji was taken aback for a few seconds before quickly deducing the answer. Xiaowan? Shen Shangnian, surprised by her swift guess, paused for a moment before nodding. Yes. He pressed his lips together, his gaze wandering. Do you think this is unusual? What is unusual about it? One can like someone and yet find it uncontrollable. Jiangji contemplated, adding, if it were anyone else, Grandma might oppose it, but for Xiaowan, I believe Grandma would be quite at ease. Shen Shangnian was taken aback. Seeing him silent, Jiangji smiled. There is no one in this world who would treat you better than he does. Shen Shangnian felt an inexplicable warmth in his eyes. An impulse surged within him. He longed to see him. Jiangji took out a handkerchief and wiped the water stains off his shoulder, saying, on a sunny day, bring Xiaowan here to Grandma's for a meal. Shen Shangnian replied awkwardly, we're just friends for now. Jiangji paused, asking, does he know your feelings? No. Shen Shangnian shook his head. He seems to prefer girls. Jiangji sighed and continued to help him dry off, let it unfold naturally. Shen Shangnian responded, all right. It had been drizzling all day, the sky gloomy, and the air damp. The flowers and plants in the hospital were soaked, the entrance was wet, and footprints were scattered everywhere. At 5 o'clock, the filming ended promptly. Su Shilu changed into his own clothes, grabbed an umbrella, and hurried to the 10th floor. The on-duty doctors in the office were already familiar with him. Before Su Shilu could speak, they informed him, Dr. Chun has gone to the cafeteria for dinner. He has a night shift tonight. Okay, thank you. Su Shilu smiled and turned to take the elevator towards the cafeteria. Initially, he walked slowly, but soon quickened his pace, eager to tell Chen Zhijuan that he had liked him for a long time. If Chen Zhijuan agreed to be with him, Shen Jingde would surely no longer disdain him or pressure him into treatment. At that moment, Chen Zhijuan and Lucy had just exited the cafeteria, both holding umbrellas. Lucy remarked, you seem a bit down today. Chen Zhijuan replied coolly, I simply detest rainy days. What have rainy days done to you? Lucy clicked his tongue. I actually enjoy this kind of weather, but the more it rains, the more I dread class. When will I retire? Chen Zhijuan responded, if you want. You could retire tonight. Lucy's lips twitched. Though I know you probably won't say anything pleasant, I can't help but ask why. Chen Zhijuan chuckled softly. Just dream about it. Lucy shook his head in disbelief. With a tongue as sharp as yours, it's no wonder your childhood friend has been ignoring you lately. Chen Zhijuan gazed at him expressionlessly. My hands are sharper than my tongue. Would you care to test them? I was wrong. Lucy immediately covered his mouth. As they chatted back and forth, they were intercepted while passing through the parking lot. Lucy, an avid gossip enthusiast, recognized Su Shilu immediately, having been well acquainted with the guests who had been filming at the hospital these past few days. He was unaware of Su Shilu and Chen Zhijuan. Yet he inquired with warmth and politeness, hello, is there something you need? Su Shilu held an umbrella, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, clad in a white shirt. The cuffs slightly dampened by the rain. Could you leave for a moment? I have matters to discuss with Dr. Chun. Oh, I see. Lucy felt a flicker of understanding. He glanced at Chen Zhijuan and tentatively said, then I shall take my leave. No need, Chen Zhijuan interjected, his gaze towards Su Shilu devoid of warmth. There is nothing for us to discuss. Su Shilu bit her lip tightly. This was truly a matter of great importance, one that concerned Shen Shangnian. Upon hearing Shen Shangnian's name, Lucy casually placed a hand in his pocket. As anticipated, moments later, Chen Zhijuan turned to him. "You may leave." All right, Lucy replied with a smile, unfazed by the turn of events. Chapter 79. Not Your Brother. The hospital's open-air parking lot was vast, largely deserted at that hour. Su Shirlu observed Chen Zhijuan from a short distance, noting his soft white sweatshirt devoid of embellishments, with braided drawstrings hanging at his sides. His hair had grown considerably since their last encounter, partially obscuring his eyebrows, accentuating the elegance of his nose and the smooth contour of his jaw. Su Silu Yingan deeply, a hint of nervousness evident. "Did you notice?" Chen Zhijuan furrowed his brow slightly. "What do you mean?" "My feelings for you." Su Shirlu tightened his grip. "I have liked you for quite some time, likely as long as you have liked Shen Shangnian." Chen Zhijuan paused momentarily, his expression unchanged, his tone steady. "Thank you for your affection. I'm unsure why you feel that way, but we are not well acquainted." A bittersweet smile graced Su Shirlu's lips. "I know you wouldn't reciprocate my feelings, and I never expected us to be together, but I find myself in a desperate situation." His woeful demeanor was palpable. "Uncle Shen is aware of my sexual orientation and is furious, insisting that it is an ailment, compelling me to attend a conversion therapy center, which I hear employs electric shock treatment. Terrifying." Chen Zhijuan remained silent for a couple of seconds. "You are indeed in a pitiable situation. But what does that have to do with me?" "It truly has no bearing." Su Shirlu's smile almost faltered. "However, if we pretend to be in a relationship, perhaps Uncle Shen would reconsider and spare me, given the Chen family's reputation." Chen Zhijuan fell into silence once more. During those few seconds of quietude, Su Shirlu's hopes began to stir. In elementary school, Chen Zhijuan had served as class monitor for 6 years. Although he appeared unapproachable, he treated all his classmates equally and rarely turned down requests for help when genuine need arose. Ultimately, he was inherently a kind-hearted individual. This approach is indeed feasible, Chen Zhijuan stated. Su Shirlu's eyes brightened. "So, will you agree to this?" "No." Chen Zhijuan shook his head, offering a sincere suggestion. "Why don't you try approaching my brother?" Su Shirlu was taken aback, his smile evaporating. "But I like you, not your brother." Moments ago, Lucy had taken reluctant steps, glancing back 3 times as he departed. As he arrived at the entrance of the inpatient building, collecting his umbrella, the rainwater dripped steadily down the handle. At that moment, he unexpectedly collided with Shen Shangnian. Clad in a black windbreaker and a cap, he was so thoroughly concealed that Lucy almost failed to recognize him. However, the man's demeanor was strikingly distinguished, making him stand out amidst the crowd. Thus, Lucy stole a few more glances. Upon realizing it was Shen Shangnian, he immediately perked up, greeting him, "Good evening, little bamboo horse." Shen Shangnian paused, looking at him quizzically. "Who are you?" It was hardly surprising that he could not recognize Lucy, given their prior brief encounter. More importantly, Lucy had recently embarked on a weight loss journey and had successfully shed 20 pounds within a month. With those pounds gone, he subtly regained some of his college charm, appearing less corpulent. "Iam joué jizromate," Lucy replied. Shen Shangnian nodded, inquiring, "Where is Chen Zhijuan?" Lucy, candid as ever, responded, "He is in the parking lot." "Thank you," Shen Shangnian remarked before walking away, not even bothering to open his umbrella as he stepped into the curtain of rain. The drizzling rain cast a dim, bluish hue upon the darkening sky, accentuating his tall and elegant figure, making him particularly conspicuous. Fixated on his silhouette, Lucy pondered whether he should try donning a cap without an umbrella next time. Once he concluded this whimsical thought, he recalled that there seemed to be a confession happening over by the parking lot. A chill ran down Lucy's spine as he hurried into the building, clutching the now nearly dry umbrella. The parking lot was expansive, yet 2 figures under an umbrella stood out remarkably. Shen Shangnian instanti zikogin Su Silu. Approaching, he overheard Su Shirlu proclaim, "But I like you, not your brother." As the words translated in his mind, Shen Shangnian's body reacted faster than his thoughts, swiftly striding to Chen Zhijuan's side and seizing his hand. When captured, Chen Zhijuan displayed evident annoyance and wariness, glancing sideways. The brim of the cap cast a shadow over his face, yet his profile was strikingly refined. with a prominent nose and lips that resembled a dew-kissed cherry. Chen Zhijuan was momentarily taken aback. Shen Shangnian glared at Su Shilu with disdain, stating, "He does not like men, so keep your distance." Su Shilu reciprocated with an equally contemptuous expression, retorting, "I'm just chatting with Zhu Ge. What business is it of yours? You can talk to whomever you wish, but not him." Shen Shangnian shot him an icy stare. Su Shilu found the situation amusing. "Shen Shangnian, how old are you now? You can't possibly still think of yourself as the boss, believing the entire world is under your control, right? The world may not be mine to command, but he is," Shen Shangnian replied, albeit with a hint of insecurity. He couldn't bring himself to meet Chen Zhijuan's gaze. Nevertheless, he could sense Chen Zhijuan's eyes softly resting upon his face. Several days had elapsed since their last encounter, which had ended on an unhappy note. "Yu Yi." Su Shilu turned to Chen Zhijuan, seeking validation. "Am I right? Do you really listen to everything he says?" Chen Zhijuan lowered his eyes, his long lashes obscuring his emotions, remaining silent as he gently extricated his hand from Shen Shangnian's grasp. His hand was warm. On this day, Shen Shangnian stood atop the mountain for nearly an entire day, buffeted by the cold winds. He had initially intended to return home, yet inexplicably paused as he passed by the second hospital. His hands felt as frigid as ice. When Chen Zhijuan's hand rested upon his, Shen Shangnian's fingertips twitched, instinctively cherishing the warmth. However, that warmth was fleeting as Chen Zhijuan's hand soon withdrew. Shen Shangnian blinked, his eyes suddenly warm, his heart aching like a candied hawthorn, while his throat constricted painfully. "You have misphrased something, Shen Shangnian," came the unexpected address, his full name rarely uttered in such a manner. Shen Shangnian's lashes glistened, surely dampened by the rain, as he pressed down the brim of his cap. Chen Zhijuan held the umbrella aloft, enveloping him within its shelter. Most of it hovered above Shen Shangnian's head. Dressed in a white sweatshirt, droplets of rain fell upon his back and shoulders, quickly leaving marks on the fabric. With a calm tone and gentle voice, yet imbued with a resolute determination, he declared, "I simply like men." From Chen Zhijuan's perspective, all he could discern was the tight line of Shen Shangnian's lips, particularly the pronounced bead of his lower lip. In a few brief words, he unveiled a secret long concealed. "I am homosexual." Chapter 80. Why are you crying? Was it merely an illusion? The rain seemed to intensify, each droplet crashing against the umbrella with a dull thud. The sky had grown utterly somber, clouds rolling ominously, while a street lamp flickered nearby, bathed in the rain's light. The illumination appeared pallid. The inpatient and outpatient apartments ahead were ablaze with light, each window aglow. For a considerable time, Shen Shangnian remained unresponsive, as if grappling to comprehend the weight of those two sentences. He lifted the brim of his cap, his gaze colliding with the glimmer in Chen Zhijuan's eyes. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. The sounds of rain and light faded away, leaving only the presence of the individual before him and the rapid beating of Shen Shangnian's heart. "What?" he stammered, bewildered by the accelerated rhythm of his heartbeat. Chen Zhijuan did not reiterate, but merely gazed at him, a hint of impatience in his eyes. "Do you not understand?" I understand," Shen Shangnian faltered. "When did this happen? Is it related to you?" Chen Zhijuan calmly retorted. Shen Shangnian's eyelashes fluttered. He averted his gaze, breaking the eye contact. "It does not matter. If it doesn't matter, then there should be no further questions," Chen Zhijuan remarked, a slight curve of his lips hinting at a faint smile that scarcely qualified as one. His demeanor was composed and aloof, yet the fingers gripping the umbrella turned pale from tension. "I was merely inquiring," Shen Shangnian stuttered, yearning to explain, but his thoughts were jumbled, leaving him at a loss for words. He sensed the subtle distance emanating from Chen Zhijuan, who appeared reluctant to engage in conversation. "There is no need to ask," Chen Zhijuan interjected, raising a finger to his lips, softly shushing him. "Our current relationship is not suited for such discussions." Shen Shangnian was momentarily taken aback. His current appearance is undeniably disheveled, enveloped in the chill of the mountains. His black windbreaker clings to him, damp and zipped all the way to the top, with the brim of his hood raised. His brows and eyes, strikingly beautiful yet tinged with a sickly pallor, betray his condition. His lashes, wet and clumped together in strands, frame eyes that shine with an astonishing brilliance. He awkwardly reaches out to adjust his clothing, resembling a forsaken kitten, dirty and alone without its owner. This timid creature, once eager to wreak havoc when under the care of its master, now slinks away, tail tucked, upon realizing it is no longer cherished. At that moment, Shen Shangnian is suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of abandonment. He feels intensely uncomfortable, as though his throat is completely constricted and his nose aches. It is akin to suffering from severe cold, with breath eluding him as he opens his mouth to inhale a couple of times. "Zhuge," he murmurs. Once they finally pause, Su Shilu, quick-witted, interjects, "Can you do me a favor? Just consider it an act of kindness." Chen Zhijuan then turns to him, articulating each word deliberately. "No, I cannot." Su Shilu bites his lip. "Why must you be so cruel to me? I merely wish to ask for your assistance. You stand to lose nothing." "I stand to lose nothing," Chen Zhijuan replies lazily, "but your presence is bothersome, and I have no desire to be entangled with you. Do you understand? Your words are rather excessive." Su Shilu's voice trembles slightly as he wipes away his tears, feeling utterly wronged. Yet, Chen Zhijuan remains indifferent, his demeanor unperturbed. Su Shilu feels his pride shatter completely. He sniffs, "I will never seek you out again." With that proclamation, he turns to leave, pausing for 2 or 3 seconds, allowing for a chance at retention. Unfortunately, both individuals are lost in their own thoughts, neglecting to call him back. He grits his teeth and runs off. The rain intensifies, soaking a large patch of Chen Zhijuan's back. He lowers his eyelids, using the dim streetlight to scrutinize Shen Shangnian, who keeps his head bowed, the hood obscuring his expression, save for a small portion of his chin. A single, plump droplet cascades down his cheek, along his jaw, ultimately splattering onto his coat. Most of the umbrella shelters Shen Shangnian's head, thus that droplet is not rain but a tear. Realizing this, Chen Zhijuan presses his lips together, hesitating momentarily before lifting Shen Shangnian's hood. Shen Shangnian, caught off guard by this action, instinctively raises his head, revealing the silent tears cascading down his face, a sight that imprints itself onto Chen Zhijuan's memory. His dark hair is tousled, lashes clumped together, and his once vibrant eyes are now red-rimmed, tears staining his nose and lips. Chen Zhijuan's hand holding the hood hovers in midair, and after a moment of silence, he averts his gaze, breaking the heart-wrenching connection. "Why are you crying? What is our relationship now?" Shen Shangnian asks, his words jumbled. Chen Zhijuan remains silent for 2 seconds. Ordinary friends or old classmates? I understand," Shen Shangnian replies, his voice shaky. Upon initially discovering that Chen Zhijuan was homosexual, a secret joy blossomed within him. Yet, following this moment of happiness, he suddenly realized that they seemed to have reached a rupture. It could be said that his last remark had genuinely angered Chen Zhijuan. He had spoken without contemplation, and only upon reflection did he grasp the gravity of his words, which effectively negated over 20 years of their shared history. Tears streamed down his face like a relentless downpour. Chen Zhijuan licked his teeth. A multitude of words surged to his lips, and he struggled to select a phrase that might be deemed appropriate. "Please don't cry. It's south unsafe to drive in a bit." Shen Shangnian raised the back of his hand to wipe away his tears. "Let us not say so much for just being ordinary friends." After drying his tears, he cast his gaze downwards, fixating on his shoelaces, and muttered, "I'm leaving." Chen Zhijuan swallowed hard. "Take the umbrella." "No need," Shen Shangnian flatly refused. He snatched the hat from Chen Zhijuan's hands, placed it atop his head, and strode into the downpour. Chen Zhijuan watched his retreating figure until it eventually vanished from sight. He had gradually grown accustomed to this. In their youth, Shen Shangnian had been quite clingy, trailing after him wherever he went. People inevitably mature. As adults, Shen Shangnian resembled a kite severed from its string. Chen Zhijuan could only stand futilely in place, clutching a frayed line, its other end lost. The beautiful little kite in the sky floated freely with the wind, heading wherever it pleased. His tether was no longer relevant. The rain intensified, and the umbrella in Chen Zhijuan's hand struggled against the weight, its ribs nearly bending under the pressure. He stood still for a moment before making his way toward the hospital building. Lucy was seated on the bed in the orthopedic break room, engrossed in a game. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up cheerfully, his teasing words transforming into an exclamation. Wow. Going crazy? Chen Zhijuan shot back, are you? He was clad in a white sweatshirt, the bright overhead light illuminating the front, while a large wet patch marred the back, creating a stark contrast in color. He removed his top, revealing a well-defined torso. From Lu Ci's perspective, only his back was visible. Chen Zhijuan rummaged through the wardrobe and pulled out a new black sweatshirt. Doctors typically donned white coats at work, favoring comfortable attire underneath. So Chen Zhijuan's wardrobe largely consisted of sweatshirts and sweaters. He slipped it over his head, the light accentuating the allure of his shoulder blades against his pale skin. Lu Ci whistled, truly the flower of our orthopedics. You'd undoubtedly be the star if you went to the seaside. Chen Zhijuan donned the sweatshirt and took a towel to dry his hair, letting out a cold laugh. He approached Lu Ci, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm. Winking at him. Were you just staging a contest for two men over one husband in the parking lot? The corners of Chen Zhijuan's lips lifted slightly. Are you curious? Of course. Lu Ci patted his chest. Given our relationship, I could even deliver your condoms for your wedding night. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Ci rambled on, Chen Zhijuan tapped his teleportation ability. Thus, the crouching Daji suddenly charged at the faces of three opponents across the field. Startled, the support on the opposing team activated their ultimate ability, while the marksman in the mid lane hastily flashed away. After using her flash, Daji found herself outnumbered 3-1, and her opponents swiftly eliminated her. Lu Ci stared at the darkened screen, gritting his teeth, exclaiming, I was already at level 17. Do you intend to hand me another defeat? What about my credibility points? Isn't it better if I assist you in showcasing your height? Chen Zhijuan retorted. Huh. Lu Ci scoffed. Seeing you like this, I can tell you must have suffered another setback in front of your little childhood friend. Chen Zhijuan's expression fell entirely. Donning a white coat, he declared, I have my shift now. Finish this game and leave. When Shen Shangnian knocked at the door, Sun Heong was seated cross-legged on the sofa, indulging in green grapes, while Xie Jingyi squatted on the floor, massaging his calves. Upon the ringing of the doorbell, Sun Heong exchanged a glance with Xie Jingyi. Did you order takeout? Xie Jingyi raised an eyebrow. Sun Heong popped a grape into his mouth, replying, I would have liked to, but with this heavy rain, no delivery person will take the order. Then who is knocking? Xie Jingyi inquired. Sun Heong nudged him. Go check. All right, he replied promptly. Xie Jingyi went to open the door, while Sun Heong resumed watching his movie. As the film reached its climax, he was engrossed when he suddenly heard a cautious voice from the entrance. What are you doing here? To his surprise, it was the voice of his good friend. Sun Heong paused the movie and rushed to the door, only to freeze upon recognizing Shen Shangnian's appearance. Grabbing his hand, he asked, what happened? Why are you drenched? Shen Shangnian remained silent, his eyes slightly swollen, one hand clutching a bottle of alcohol, struggling to blink as if in a dream. He raised his hand and pinched his thigh, the pain jolting his senses back to reality. His gaze flickered towards Xie Jingyi, who was clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, clearly in sleepwear, with disheveled hair that indicated he had not groomed himself. Shen Shangnian slowly turned his attention to Sun Heong, who was also in sleepwear, but bore two conspicuous red marks on his neck. Hiss! Shen Shangnian inhaled sharply. Rubbing his eyes, are there mosquitoes this early? Xie Jingyi remained silent, appearing innocent. Sun Heong initially failed to comprehend. What mosquitoes? It's only May. Shen Shangnian pointed at his nose. Then what are those marks on your neck? What could possibly be on my neck? Sun Heong suddenly realized, turning to glare at Xie Jingyi, silently mouthing, Did you leave marks? Xie Jingyi blinked innocently again. Sun Heong's expression twisted as he inhaled deeply, feigning calmness. There really are mosquitoes at this time. My blood must be too appealing. Is that so? Shen Shangnian narrowed his eyes. Sun Heong, with a sincere expression, responded, What kind of relationship do we share? How could I possibly deceive you? Very well then, Shen Shangnian nodded, stepping inside. His slippers were waiting in the shoe cabinet. When Sun Heong had just moved in, He had taken Shen Shangnian to a home goods store, where he immediately fell for a pair of bear slippers. In addition, he also purchased the slippers of Bald Chong, and bear-to-bear-da slippers were always reserved for Shen Shangnian. At present, He was wearing Bald Chong's slippers. Sun Heong found a clean outfit for Shen Shangnian. After changing, Shen Shangnian picked up a hairdryer to style his hair. Once he was finished, he settled into the single sofa on the left. Sun Heong occupied the central sofa, while He sat on the single sofa to the right, his expression reflecting reluctance. A pair of bear-to slippers, a pair of bear-air slippers, and a pair of Bald Chong slippers created an oddly tense atmosphere. Sun Heong returned the green grapes, stating they were too sweet as he had indulged earlier and had no appetite. Shen Shangnian lethargically shook his head. Sun Heong tentatively inquired, "What is wrong?" Shen Shangnian took a bottle opener and uncorked a bottle of wine. "Are we still good friends?" he asked, his voice slightly hoarse, his soft, fluffy black hair falling over his forehead. "Of course," Sun Heong exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Why haven't you told me about your romantic endeavors?" Shen Shangnian took a sip of wine. "What romance?" Sun Heong's initial certainty began to wane. Shen Shangnian poked his neck with such an obvious hickey. "If I don't recognize it, I must be a fool." Sun Heong rubbed his nose. "I truly am not dating, it's just..." "Just what?" Shen Shangnian pressed. "Friends with benefits," Sun Heong succinctly stated. "Do you understand?" Shen Shangnian turned his gaze towards He, with lowered eyes, appeared entirely innocent. Shen Shangnian sincerely asked, "What do you seek? His age? The fact that he is quite inexperienced?" He replied, while Sun Heong added, "This is a long story." "Then let's make it brief." Shen Shangnian took another sip of wine. Sun Heong hissed, contemplating seriously. "It was just a chance encounter. Felt nice, so we continued." His words were somewhat vague, culminating the question, "Do you mind? You two sleeping together?" "Why would I care?" Shen Shangnian was momentarily taken aback. Sun Heong was equally stunned. "Aren't you homophobic?" Chapter 81. Lucrative ventures. Shen Shangnian paused his action of holding the wine bottle, then naturally set it down, saying, "I used to be. Not anymore." Sun Heong gaped. "What?" Shen Shangnian first glanced at He, then turned to Sun Heong. "Didn't you used to prefer mature women? How did you suddenly end up with..." Shen Shangnian faltered momentarily, struggling to find the right term, and finally settled on, "Mature guy?" He choked on his drink, reaching for a tissue to wipe his mouth. Sun Heong's lips twitched. What on earth is a mature guy? Yet, it was not important. Plans never survive contact with reality. Anyway, this is indeed a long story. Let us hear about you. What is up with your eyes? Did you have a quarrel with that little green tea? He, puzzled, responded. Sun Heong casually patted his shoulder in consolation. "The little green tea wasn't talking about you. He has another green tea at home." "Not all," Shen Shangnian replied. His eyes lowered, fixated on a string of English letters on the wine bottle. "It's not about him." "Oh," Sun Heong immediately understood. "That must be the wearied brother." "That can't be," he added. Sun Heong retrieved a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips from the drawer, reflecting that Brother Jian must certainly be aware of the significance of the day and would not engage in an argument at this moment. It wasn't exactly a quarrel. Shen Shangnian pondered for a moment. The reality was that he did not wish to be ignored, yet he held affection for him. "Oh, you don't want to pay me any attention? That might mean you're upset." Sun Heong nearly choked on his words. "What was the last thing you said?" "I like him," Shen Shangnian repeated. "Like whom?" "Chen Zhijuan." "What kind of like?" After 2 seconds of contemplation, Shen Shangnian replied, "The kind associated with romance." Sun Heong fell into a profound silence for 3 full minutes, engulfed in a state of existential bewilderment. When Shen Shangnian seized the chips from his hands, Sun Heong showed little reaction. Having not eaten much that day, Shen Shangnian tore open the seal at the top of the tube and began munching on the chips, the crisp sound echoing in the air. Normally, he did not indulge in potato chips, but cucumber-flavored ones were the sole variant he found palatable. Crunch, crunch. He cast a glance at Shen Shangnian. Shen Shangnian felt inexplicably self-conscious. "What's that look for?" He, surprisingly amiable, remarked, "Your face seems a bit flushed. Perhaps some cold medicine would alleviate it." "Thank you." It was as if he was poised with a massive sword ready to strike, only for the opponent to raise a white flag in surrender, leaving him in an awkward stance to retract his weapon. Sun Heong suddenly snapped back to reality. When had this transpired? I have no idea. Shen Shangnian shook his head. I can't quite pinpoint when it happened. He even struggled to recall the moment he realized his feelings had changed. Sometimes familiarity can blind one to shifts in emotion, as kindness becomes habitual, enacted without conscious thought. You stand before me, and I can't help but treat you well. So what are your intentions now? Do you plan to pursue him? Sun Heong took another bag of chips, crunching away. I haven't figured that out yet. Shen Shangnian followed suit, crunching along. Sun Heong knew him too well. What are you afraid of? Shen Shangnian took a sip of his drink, cleared his throat, and asked, if I were to tell you that I like you and wish to date you, how would you react? Sun Heong briefly envisioned the scenario, a shiver running down his spine. I wouldn't know how to respond. It's rather unsettling. Xie Jingyi interjected, your reaction hinges on a premise. Both Shen Shangnian and Sun Heong turned to look at him. What premise? Sun Heong inquired. Xie Jingyi elaborated, that you truly regard him as a friend, devoid of romantic feelings. Sun Heong turned to meet Shen Shangnian's gaze. Xie Jingyi continued leisurely. If that friend reciprocates your feelings, all these considerations will be effortlessly resolved. A moment of silence enveloped them. Sun Heong sincerely remarked, that makes a lot of sense. Shen Shangnian fell into contemplation for another 2 seconds. But I'm a bit hesitant to gamble. A friendship forged over 1 or 2 years, or even 3 to 8 years, would not lead him to such indecision. This bond spanned 27 years, encapsulating the most exquisite 2 decades of life. Such matters indeed warrant careful deliberation. Xie Jingyi smiled, having won the bet. The stakes were high, with fortunes to gain or lose everything. Sun Heong remarked with admiration, truly, General Xie, you approach romance as if it were a business venture. As the evening progressed, they shifted to a different topic. Shen Shangnian left just before midnight. The night was quiet and still. The lights of the outpatient building on the first floor of the second hospital were still aglow. As Chen Zhijuan emerged from the emergency department corridor, he vaguely noticed a figure leaning against a nearby pillar. The person was crouched on the ground, clad in a black coat with a hood obscuring their face, rendering them unrecognizable. Chen Zhijuan cast a cursory glance without pausing, his mind in a state of emptiness. It was not until he was nearly out of the outpatient building that realization struck him. He halted, turning back. From a distance of 2 to 3 meters, he observed the individual on the ground, who appeared to be resting their head on their knees, seemingly asleep. On the anniversary of Shangwen's passing, Jiangji never made a grand affair of it. She typically brought Shen Shangnian to pay their respects. Chen Zhijuan had accompanied them on a few occasions in the past, only to realize that Jiangji and Shen Shangnian seldom spent time alone together. Moreover, as an outsider among the 3 generations, he felt distinctly out of place. The rain had been falling today, likely leaving them soaked from standing in it all day. With this thought, Chen Zhijuan sighed and approached Shen Shangnian. Upon hearing footsteps, Shen Shangnian lifted his head. Their eyes met. Chen Zhijuan had just donned his white coat, with even the buttons left unfastened, and his name tag askew. A faint scent emanated from him as he leaned down, mingling with Shen Shangnian's breath. Beneath his coat, he wore a simple black sweatshirt without drawstrings or a hood. Chen Zhijuan let his gaze fall upon Shen Shangnian's face, taking in the tousled hair, the pronounced double eyelid creases, slightly reddened eyes, and prominent tear sacs. For a moment, neither spoke. Breaking the silence, Chen Zhijuan sighed. What brings you here again? Do you wish for me not to come? Shen Shangnian averted his gaze. He did not provide a direct answer, merely stating, it is late. You should be resting. Shen Shangnian paused, saying, I just have something to tell you. Chen Zhijuan regarded him, seemingly perplexed that he had ventured out in the dead of night simply to convey a single message. You don't know how much it troubles me, Chen Zhijuan replied, quietly after a brief silence. Go ahead, he urged. Shen Shangnian tugged at the hem of his white coat with his thumb and forefinger, as if testing the waters. Once he sensed no rejection, he gradually extended his other fingers to grasp it firmly, a phrase lingering on his lips for what felt like an eternity. I'm sorry. Chen Zhijuan blinked. Shen Shangnian dared not meet his gaze, focusing instead on the name tag. The words I spoke during dinner, when I said you're being too bothersome, were not sincere. I apologize. Is that all? Chen Zhijuan scrutinized his subtle movements. Shen Shangnian nodded. I have also said some rather excessive things in the past, so we're even. Chen Zhijuan gently covered his eyes with his palm. His hand was warm, prompting Shen Shangnian to instinctively close his eyes. You should go back and get some rest. He murmured softly. Wait a moment. Shen Shangnian stretched out his hand, tilting his head back, and asked slowly, so, you mentioned tonight that you like men? Do you have someone you fancy? Why ask that? Chen Zhijuan tilted his head, concerned that I might seek a boyfriend and disrupt our relationship. Not at all. Shen Shangnian rubbed his earlobe, adding, I'm just curious. After uttering those words, he fell silent. Chen Zhijuan observed his flushed face, feeling puzzled. It wasn't just his face that was red. His neck and earlobes were too. Are you feverish? Chen Zhijuan said, reaching out to touch his forehead. You're not hot. Not really, Shen Shangnian instinctively replied. Chen Zhijuan paused for a moment. Then why is your face so flushed? Feigning composure, Shen Shangnian replied, perhaps it's just the heat. Chen Zhijuan said nothing further. He maintained his gaze on Shen Shangnian for several seconds, then straightened up, scrutinizing him up and down. He felt an inexplicable sense of something amiss, yet couldn't pinpoint what it was. After a moment as contemplation, he suddenly asked, Aren't you homophobic? Suddenly not. Shen Shangnian cleared his throat. Could you do me a favor? All of Chen Zhijuan's attention was fixated on that previous statement, and he absent-mindedly inquired, What favor? I want to pursue someone, but I'm unsure how to go about it. Could you teach me? Chen Zhijuan lowered his head, meeting Shen Shangnian's hopeful gaze. He forced a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. You should go home and get some sleep first. Then I'll teach you. Really? Shen Shangnian attempted to rise, but after a day without food and standing, he felt dizzy. Chen Zhijuan looked at him coolly, ultimately grasping his wrist to provide support. As Shen Shangnian stood, his vision darkened momentarily. He waited for the dizziness to pass before confirming. Really? Indeed, Chen Zhijuan inquired leisurely. Is it someone from your company? I won't tell you just yet. Shen Shangnian replied, You'll find out in due time. Chen Zhijuan remained silent, observing Shen Shangnian. Just moments ago, he appeared distressed. Yet now he seemed remarkably refreshed. It was unclear what had inspired such a profound change in his demeanor. Let us go. You should return and rest. Chen Zhijuan concluded the topic. All right. As they stepped outside, the night wind was slightly chilly, mingling with the fresh scent of post-rain. Shen Shangnian's mind suddenly cleared a bit more. He grasped Chen Zhijuan's wrist. You still haven't answered me. Do you have someone you like? Chen Zhijuan gazed expressionlessly at the streetlights ahead. Yes. Shen Shangnian halted in his tracks. The ease he felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a somewhat forced smile as he asked, Who? Who is it? Chen Zhijuan mimicked, I won't tell you yet. Oh. Shen Shangnian followed behind him, lowering his head in contemplation. Chen Zhijuan sighed and stopped walking. Shen Shangnian nearly bumped into him, coming to a halt. What's wrong? Chen Zhijuan replied. The person I like doesn't reciprocate, so you need not worry. No one will divert my attention. Oh, Shen Shangnian responded again, unconsciously remarking, that is quite fortunate. Fortunate in what way? Chen Zhijuan queried. Shen Shangnian became aware of his words and hastily patted Chen Zhijuan's shoulder. You have feelings for him, but he does not reciprocate, which indicates that fate has not favored you both. Chen Zhijuan, feeling a headache, noted that they had arrived at the parking lot. He urged Shen Shangnian to leave. Like a divine escort, hurry back and get some sleep. After taking a couple of steps, Shen Shangnian turned back to remind him. Don't forget, you must teach me how to pursue him. Chen Zhijuan replied, understood. After watching Shen Shangnian depart, he smirked self-deprecatingly and turned back to the ward. Upon entering the inpatient building, he coincidentally encountered Lucy at the vending machine, purchasing snacks. Lucy remarked, Dr. Chen, your timing is impeccable. Would you care for a drink? It's on me. Chen Zhijuan, not one to stand on ceremony, replied, coffee. The vending machine offered bottled coffee. Lucy bought a packet of crispy snacks and a bottle of cola, opening the snacks and munching noisily. As they stood before the elevator doors, he glanced at Chen Zhijuan's gloomy expression. Aren't you supposed to be in the emergency department? Why do you look so downcast? Chen Zhijuan took a sip of coffee. This bottle variety was generally mild, and for someone accustomed to robust black coffee, It tasted excessively sweet. He had just run into Shen Shangnian. Isn't that a good thing? Lucy instinctively inquired. He asked me for advice on how to pursue someone. Chen Zhijuan replied in a monotonous tone, utterly unperturbed. Lucy exclaimed, "This is too intriguing." Dr. Chen Zhijuan ignored him. Lucy shook his head. "So unfortunate. It seems fate is fair. It has bestowed upon you a striking visage, an astute mind, and an illustrious lineage, yet it also grants you a love that is despondent." Chen Zhijuan retorted, "You should first pursue Dr. Su." The 10th floor was tranquil, and the office was brightly lit. Chen Zhijuan spent some time attending to medical records before receiving a WeChat message from Shen Shangnian. "Don't forget," it read. Chen Zhijuan rubbed his temples, casually searched online, and in 2 minutes crafted a document through copy-pasting. He sent it to Shen Shangnian. Meanwhile, Shen Shangnian emerged from a shower and, upon picking up his phone, discovered the document sent by Chen Zhijuan. With the intention of knowing his enemy and himself to ensure victory, Shen Shangnian opened the document. The first strategy read, "Offer warmth regularly. For instance, provide breakfast, lunch, dinner, and supper. Additionally, assist him during challenging times." Shen Shangnian pondered for a moment before opening a food delivery app. After ordering breakfast for 7 o'clock the following morning, he exited the application with satisfaction. In the next instant, he reopened it to search for a florist. After reserving a bouquet of roses, he closed the app with great contentment. What is a thoughtful gesture? This is a thoughtful gesture. Lastly, a brief clarification regarding updates. The daily word count is fixed. Either 2 chapters of 2,000 words or 1 chapter of 4,000 words. Do not suspect my diligence. I am acutely aware of the requirements for perfect attendance. Chapter 82. Do you like flowers? In the late night, with little to do, Chen Zhijuan lay on the bed in the break room and caught up on 2 hours of sleep. He awoke at 6:30 in the morning. A patient, feeling unwell, hurriedly washed his face and donned a white coat before heading to the ward. After attending to the ailing individual, Chen Zhijuan pushed the medical cart and began his rounds early. Upon exiting the ward, he found colleagues already present in the department. One was enjoying breakfast, while another was brewing tea. As Chen Zhijuan entered, both individuals set down their tasks, their eyes gleaming with curiosity directed at him. Chen Zhijuan felt a bit dazed and instinctively touched his face, wondering what was amiss. The doctor preparing tea took a sip and exclaimed, "Dr. Chen, how fortunate you are." The one having breakfast chimed in with a grin. Being young and handsome certainly has its perks. "Have mercy, gentlemen," Chen Zhijuan replied, feeling quite fatigued. He retrieved the medical record of the patient who had just complained of pain and examined it closely, his tone calm. "Please, no more teasing. What is going on?" He turned to face the breakfast eater, who was still chuckling. The tea drinker suggested, "Just take a look in the break room, and you'll find out." Muttering under his breath about their cryptic behavior, Chen Zhijuan set down the medical record and entered the break room. Inside, there were 2 computer desks and a table for meals. At that moment, the dining table held a takeout order. The packaging was exquisite, with a bill hanging from its seal. Initially, Chen Zhijuan assumed it belonged to a colleague, but after circling the break room twice without spotting anything unusual, he picked up the bill and noticed it bore his phone number. Confused, he pondered and sent a message to Shen Shangnian. "Did you send me breakfast?" Shen Shangnian did not reply, which was understandable. He was likely fast asleep at that hour. "Dr. Chen, how delightful," a colleague said with a smile, leaning against the doorframe. "You have takeout. Is it mine?" Chen Zhijuan asked, taken aback. "Indeed," the colleague nodded. Chen Zhijuan exited the break room and made his way to the office. Inside, 2 nurses were chatting, and a delivery person stood at the door, holding a large bouquet of crimson roses that stood out vibrantly in the tidy office. The nurses giggled and pointed at Chen Zhijuan, saying to the delivery person, "That's Dr. Chen." The delivery person eagerly nodded and approached him, presenting the flowers. "Sir, here are your roses. Please sign for them." "Who sent these?" Chen Zhijuan inquired. "I'm not certain. The address simply states Orthopedic Dr. Chen at the 2nd hospital," the delivery person replied, hastily preparing to depart for the next delivery. Not wishing to complicate matters for him, Chen Zhijuan reluctantly signed for the flowers. He rummaged through the roses but found no card. At last, the tea-drinking doctor sauntered over, having finished his drink. "How many bouquets is this for you this month?" One of the nurses chimed in. "Is it the fifth?" There were also lilies before. The breakfast eater, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth and joined in. "There's no escaping it. Our orthopedic department S-star is simply too alluring. Spare me, please." Chen Zhijuan surrendered, raising a white flag. "I implore you all." As 8 o'clock approached, other colleagues arrived in succession, and they began a meeting. After the meeting, the other doctors departed for their rounds. As the head nurse tidied the table, she noticed a bouquet of roses beneath it, her eyebrows arching in surprise. "Has someone sent flowers again today?" Chen Zhijuan sat at the computer, having gone a sleepless night. His complexion was rather poor, with dark circles prominently visible, and he merely grunted in response. The head nurse lifted the roses, exclaiming in delight, "These flowers are truly beautiful. As per our usual practice, shall I arrange them in a vase?" Chen Zhijuan, absorbed in the medical records, absent-mindedly acknowledged her with a sound. The head nurse fetched scissors to unwrap the exterior packaging, meticulously trimming each rose before placing them into the vase at the meeting table. The decor in the offices of nearly every department bore resemblance, featuring a central conference table flanked by computer desks, adorned with banners on walls. The orthopedic department's conference table was previously decorated with artificial flowers. Since Dr. Chen's arrival, the flow of flowers had been unceasing, remarkably from both male and female admirers. Chen Zhijuan never took the flowers away. The head nurse, fond of tending to floral arrangements, had previously placed those flowers she trimmed into vases on the table. After reviewing the medical records, Chen Zhijuan logged out of his personal account, returned to the break room, removed his white coat, and, upon noticing breakfast on the table, hesitated for a moment before taking it with him. The residence he currently occupied was immaculate, devoid of any sign of life, yet bore a strong scent of dog. As Chen Zhijuan opened the door, a plump Siberian husky burst forth, clutching a pillow in its mouth, shedding fur as it bounded excitedly before him, staring at its silly face. The corners of Chen Zhijuan's lips twitched as he retrieved slippers from the shoe cabinet, deliberately choosing to ignore the creature and retreating to his bedroom for some much-needed rest. Shen Shangnian awoke at noon, the rain outside having finally ceased. Wrapped in his blanket, he picked up his phone, and upon seeing a message from Wan, he immediately became alert. "Do you like the flowers? If you do, I shall continue sending them." He pondered for a moment before tentatively replying. After a few minutes without a response, he recalled that she had likely worked the night shift, and it was understandable that she remained asleep. He set his phone down and drew back the curtains to glance at the weather, a gloomy day, though manageable. He selected a film to watch, simultaneously enjoying the company of his cat while awaiting a reply. Chen Zhijuan awoke 2 hours later. The dog outside continued to scratch at the door, stirring him from his slumber. He blinked drowsily, turning over to locate his phone. With half-opened eyes, he glanced at the time, sleep still evident on his face. Sitting up, he wore a sleeveless black t-shirt that accentuated the appealing lines of his arms. As he stretched his neck, he checked for unread messages. Upon seeing the first message from Wan, he felt relieved that he had brought breakfast back. However, upon reading the second message, he froze for what seemed like an eternity. The sounds of the wind outside faded away as he, like an illiterate person, read the words repeatedly, struggling to recognize even the character for flower. After a considerable time, Chen Zhijuan slowly typed, "Was the rose you sent this morning?" Just as the movie concluded, a prompt reply shattered the silence. "Yes, do you like it?" As Shen Shangnian sent this message, his ears flushed a deep crimson. His heart raced, oscillating between wondering if he had been too straightforward and questioning if he had been too subtle. He waited anxiously, yet no response came. The orthopedic office at the second hospital was presently quiet. Some doctors were engaged in surgery, while others attended meetings, leaving only 2 doctors present. A new group of interns had begun their rotation that week, among whom was Su Shirlu. Seated at the computer desk, he assisted in typing temporary medical orders. His mood decidedly sour, forced to feign a smile due to the presence of cameras. He had anticipated encountering Chen Zhijuan today, only to discover that Chen was off after a night shift. More importantly, the supervising instructor for the interns had changed, preventing him from accompanying Chen on night shifts. Su Shirlu simmered with frustration. When someone entered through the door, he heard the footsteps but chose to ignore them, until a bewildered nurse exclaimed, "Dr. Chen, why are you here? Aren't you off after your night shift?" Su Shilu immediately looked up. Chen Zhijuan had arrived in a hurry, donning a casual white coat over a black low-cut top that revealed his pronounced collarbone and pale skin. Typically clad in a white lab coat at the hospital, his casual attire now exuded an air of aloofness, capturing the camera's attention repeatedly. Chen Zhijuan's gaze fell upon the red rose on the table. I came to get the flowers." "Huh?" The nurse stared at him, even questioning her own hearing. The entire department watched in astonishment. Chen Zhijuan had never felt quite as exposed as he did at that moment. The vase was substantial, filled with water, and removing the roses would surely result in a mess. After much hesitation, he lifted the vase and turned to the nurse, saying, "I'll pay for this vase. I'll transfer the money to Sister Zhuang later." The nurse replied, "Oh," but interjected a doctor sitting by the door. "Didn't you say this morning you didn't want the flowers?" Chen Zhijuan felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this. "I changed my mind." The doctor shook his head, remarking, "The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean." Cradling the roses in his arms as he reached his car, Chen Zhijuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even fasten his seatbelt, leaning down to adjust the roses. They remained remarkably fresh. He gently pinched a petal, somewhat distracted. He placed the vase in the passenger's seat, and, when he took out his phone, noticed a message from Shen Shangnian. Chen Zhijuan stared at the most recent message for a few seconds, his heart racing once more. He scrolled through the screen, revisiting the pursuit document he had sent to Shen Shangnian the night before. After glancing at it briefly, he exited the document. The car felt somewhat warm, so he rolled down the window, allowing the cool, damp breeze to flow in. He repeatedly pressed and then turned off his phone, a simple action he performed over a dozen times. Chen Zhijuan felt as if he were a simpleton at that moment. Shen Shangnian probably waited for half an hour before receiving a reply. Wan. Shen Shangnian's apple gently rolled. He felt slightly thirsty but was reluctant to drink. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, he typed, "What is the matter?" Wan. You said you wanted to pursue someone. Are you serious?" Breaking the chains. "I am quite serious." Huan. So? The person you wish to pursue, are they male or female? Did they discover it? Shen Shangnian felt as though he was facing a formidable adversary and shifted his position on the sofa. Male? Wan took 3 seconds to respond. Then you should continue pursuing. Breaking the chains. Oh. Shen Shangnian felt inexplicably embarrassed. Perhaps he was unaccustomed to this manner of communication with Chen Zhijuan. Wan. I have a day off tomorrow and will work the day after. Will you still accompany me? Another question. Shen Shangnian pondered for a moment. Do you like it? If you do, I shall continue to accompany you. The time on the phone ticked forward by 1 minute. Wan. Continue accompanying me. Breaking the chains. All right. Shen Shangnian hugged a pillow, his ears flushed with warmth. He thought for a moment and asked, Are you still sleepy? Wan. Not sleepy. Breaking the chains. Then breaking the chains. Shall we meet? Wan. Have you eaten? Shen Shangnian scratched his face, unsure why the conversation had shifted so rapidly. Breaking the chains. Not yet. Wan. I'll cook. Do you want to come? Breaking the chains. To your place? Huan. The corners of Shen Shangnian's lips curled up slightly. Nearby, a little cat approached him, its tail brushing against his wrist. Shen Shangnian typed, Sure, I'll bring a guest along. At that moment, Chen Zhijuan was still in the parking lot of the second hospital. Upon seeing this message, he furrowed his brows ever so slightly. Sun Heong? Breaking the chains? No. Breaking the chains. Yes, very cute. You'll definitely like him when you meet. Chen Zhijuan inhaled deeply and closed his phone. When the doorbell rang, the little princess immediately dropped the clothes in her mouth and scampered to the door, calling out joyfully. Chen Zhijuan emerged from the kitchen, opened the door, but the anticipated 2 individuals were not there. He slowly turned his gaze towards Shen Shangnian, their eyes locking for a brief moment. After about a second, Shen Shangnian averted his gaze. Chen Zhijuan asked, Aren't you bringing someone along? Shen Shangnian raised the little cat in his hand. This one. Chen Zhijuan was momentarily speechless. Could you be clearer next time? Shen Shangnian, I thought I was quite clear. Chen Zhijuan remained silent for 3 seconds, conceding. All right. He retrieved a new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them on the floor. Come in. Shen Shangnian had not even crossed the threshold during his last visit. After changing his shoes, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. This is a typical 3-bedroom apartment, characterized by its minimalist decor. The wooden flooring complements the sparse arrangement of furniture, with tables and cabinets largely devoid of items, creating an appearance that is pristine yet reminiscent of a hotel room rather than a home. The little princess appears quite familiar with Shen Shangnian, trailing closely behind him. Chen Zhijuan wishes to say something, but finds herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she offers, "You can take a look first. There's still fish in the pot. I need to head to the kitchen." "All right," Shen Shangnian replies, cradling the kitten as he explores each room. There are 2 guest bedrooms. One has been converted into a study, its shelves filled with books, including the well-known medical tome Blue Life and Death, alongside various esteemed literary works from both ancient and modern times. The atmosphere of scholarly excellence is overwhelming, prompting Shen Shangnian to retreat after less than a minute. The other side room has been transformed into a dog's nest. Upon entering, Shen Shangnian is greeted warmly by the little princess, who eagerly retrieves her toy. The little princess wags her tail joyfully, showcasing her toy at Shen Shangnian's feet. Upon reflection, he realizes it has been nearly 3 years since he last saw this little princess. His previous disinterest in cats and dogs has seemingly shifted in recent years, as he now finds himself yearning to pet even this silly dog. Just as he crouches down, the kitten in his arms protests, kicking its legs and meowing indignantly. Shen Shangnian gently strokes its head, inquiring, "What's the matter?" The kitten continues to meow, flailing its legs in frustration. He then reaches out to the little princess. "Did you frighten her?" Once petted, the little princess sprawls on the floor, emitting soft huffing sounds. Earlier that day, upon waking, Shen Shangnian had searched for advice on pursuing someone, discovering a suggestion to immerse oneself among the friends and family of the object of one's affection. Well, a dog could certainly be considered a friend, given the kitten named Little Dog as strong resistance. Shen Shangnian decides to linger for a few minutes before departing with the cat. The last room is the master bedroom. As Shen Shangnian stands at the door, gripping the handle, he inexplicably feels a surge of nervousness. He cannot fathom the source of his anxiety. What on earth is he nervous about? After all, they have seen each other in diapers during their childhood. With this thought, he feigns calmness and pushes the door open. The master bedroom features a bay window adorned with a soft cushion, upon which lies a set of pajamas. The gray bed linens are rumpled, suggesting a hasty departure from bed. Shen Shangnian's gaze lands on a table in the corner, cluttered with several reports printed entirely in English, beside which stands a vase brimming with red roses. He leans closer to inhale the fragrance of the flowers, finding it rather subtle. Noted for next time, to choose blooms with a more pronounced scent. This bedroom exudes a more lived-in feel compared to the living room. After wandering for a while, he exits with the kitten in his arms. As he steps out of the master bedroom, he spots Chen Zhijuan perched on the armrest of the sofa, her long legs supporting her frame, her jacket unzipped. Shen Shangnian sat to the side, wondering why he was still wearing a coat at home. "Are you cold?" "Not really," Chen Zhijuan replied, slightly delayed. In truth, when he had casually asked if Shen Shangnian wanted to join him for dinner at his place, he anticipated an affirmative response. Although he could cook, he seldom did so, as his busy work schedule meant he mostly relied on the hospital cafeteria for his meals. Even during his rare days off, he often found himself too lazy to light the stove. Thus, while his kitchen was equipped with pots and pans, it was devoid of any ingredients. Chen Zhijuan made a quick trip to the supermarket, arriving home merely 10 minutes before Shen Shangnian. "I'll take it off. It's getting warm while cooking," he said. Shen Shangnian nodded and picked up a banana from the table. As he peeled the banana, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to the exposed skin nearby. It was remarkably fair, with elegant contours. He had always been aware of Chen Zhijuan's fair complexion and fit physique, yet he had never observed it quite so closely before. Feeling a hint of embarrassment, he found himself simultaneously curious. Unaware of Shen Shangnian's thoughts, Chen Zhijuan looked down at the cat in his arms and asked, "When did you get this?" "A while ago," Shen Shangnian replied, coming back to reality as he offered the cat to Chen Zhijuan. "Would you like to hold it? It's quite docile." Chen Zhijuan took the cat awkwardly, as if he had never held such a small creature before. "What is its name?" "Little dog," Shen Shangnian replied, feigning calmness. Chen Zhijuan looked at him with confusion. "What is it called?" "Little dog." Shen Shangnian cleared his throat. "Is that strange?" "Not at all," Chen Zhijuan said, a slight smile forming at the corners of his lips. "Shen Little Dog, what a cute name." Shen Shangnian shook his head. No. It doesn't have the surname Shen. It's June." Chen Zhijuan's smile froze at the corners. His light-colored eyes regarded Shen Shangnian with calmness. Shen Shangnian scratched his cheek. "June Little Dog sounds a bit better." Chen Zhijuan paused, momentarily speechless. Shen Shangnian felt a twinge of guilt. "Do you think it sounds bad?" "No, it sounds nice," Chen Zhijuan eventually replied with a smile. As Shen Shangnian took a bite of his banana, he eyed him cautiously, suspecting mischief was afoot. Sure enough, during dinner, the little princess scampered out of the room, eagerly settling beside Chen Zhijuan, awaiting a morsel. Chen Zhijuan offered her a piece of rib. Shen Shangnian watched the little princess happily devouring the rib on the floor, unable to resist asking, "Why has she gotten so chubby, lazy, and indulgent?" "It's no surprise she's plump," Chen Zhijuan remarked as he extended his hand. The little princess stood up, playfully nudging her head against his palm. Chen Zhijuan chuckled softly. "Such a good girl. I'll reward you by letting you take my surname from now on." Coughing slightly, Shen Shangnian choked on a shrimp. Chen Zhijuan, using his other hand that hadn't touched the dog, offered him a tissue, asking with genuine concern, "What is wrong?" Shen Shangnian wiped his mouth and took a sip of water, suggesting, "Let us change it." Chen Zhijuan tilted his head innocently. "Is Shen Little Princess not a good name?" "Not at all." Shen Shangnian rolled his eyes. "How about we change it to Sun? Some Little Princess sounds nice too." "No, my dog prefers Shen." Chen Zhijuan lowered his head and gently stroked the little princess's head, her long, ebony lashes casting delicate shadows upon her eyelids. The sleeveless t-shirt he wore imbued him with a youthful charm, more so than the hoodies he typically donned. He spoke with a tone that suggested a willingness to negotiate. "If you change the kitten's surname, I shall change the little princess's." "No, I refuse to change it," Shen Shangnian replied resolutely. "Then there is nothing to discuss," Chen Zhijuan stated, raising his head. He usually consumed his meals with remarkable speed and had already finished, while Shen Shangnian's bowl still held a considerable portion of rice. Biting his chopsticks, Shen Shangnian remarked, "If it must be Shen, then so be it. At least the little princess is a term of endearment. It is certainly better than being named after a dog." After a moment of restraint, Chen Zhijuan could not help but inquire, "Why, then, is a cat named Little Dog?" "Because I wish it so," Shen Shangnian answered with utmost seriousness. "Very well," Chen Zhijuan responded. At that moment, both their phones, resting upon the table, emitted a simultaneous chime, likely from shared group chat. "Who is it?" Shen Shangnian muttered as he reached for his device. Chen Zhijuan scrolled through the screen. "It is the class group." Shen Shangnian opened the unread messages, which pertained to an upcoming class reunion. The class monitor addressed the group directly. "Last time, you were abroad and could not attend. Everyone understands, but this time, you must not run away." Several classmates echoed their agreement. Shen Shangnian chuckled softly, leisurely continuing his meal. Chen Zhijuan inquired, "Are you going this time?" "Of course," Shen Shangnian replied, dabbing his mouth with a tissue. "I want to witness the revelry." "What revelry?" Chen Zhijuan paused, his gaze shifting. "Last time you were absent, the boys said they would give you a thorough drenching when you returned," Shen Shangnian teased lightly. "You should remember to bring a few bottles of milk." After a moment of silence, Chen Zhijuan sent a message to the group confirming his attendance and set his phone aside. He turned to Shen Shangnian. "Did you not say last night that you were pursuing someone? How was that progressing?" Shen Shangnian, who had just been reveling in the misfortune of others, quickly composed himself. After a brief contemplation, he responded, "It is going rather well. I have given all that is necessary." "Good." Chen Zhijuan propped his chin in his hand, leisurely continuing, "Were you not previously a straight man? What led you to pursue a boy?" "I have never been in a relationship before." I simply felt an attraction to girls. Perhaps my feelings were misguided, Shen Shangnian confessed, eager to showcase his thoughts, even divulging his embarrassing moments. Now, when I watch adult films, I feel absolutely nothing. Is that so? Chen Zhijuan nodded thoughtfully. After a brief pause, he asked, when do you plan to confess your feelings? Shen Shangnian was drinking water when he suddenly choked. Coughing for some time, his cheeks flushed. Is it not too soon? Observing the crimson hue gracing Shen Shangnian's ears, Chen Zhijuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. It might indeed be too early. Continue your pursuit and wait a while longer. All right, Shen Shangnian said, encouraged, nodding to himself. Chen Zhijuan bent down to scoop up the kitten. The little creature likely had just bathed, for it carried a delightful scent of shower gel. At merely 3 months old, it was a tiny bundle with a round head and large eyes, its mews sweet and delicate. The sensation of holding the kitten was both diminutive and soft, its fur remarkably fluffy. Chen Zhijuan gently massaged the little cat's back, casting a glance at the little princess, who was joyously gnawing on a bone, her tail wagging animatedly. Chen Zhijuan had never been one to judge by appearances, yet, at that moment, he found himself in an uncharacteristically embarrassing predicament, akin to that of a mischievous child. Shen Shangnian had just finished his meal and sipped some water, stealing a covert glance at Chen Zhijuan, who was engrossed in amusing the kitten. Pondering for quite some time, Shen Shangnian was unable to discern whether Chen Zhijuan had any inkling of the person he wished to pursue. A surge of desire to confess his feelings welled up within him, but he swiftly quelled it. Firstly, he lacked confidence, and secondly, he had never pursued anyone in his life. The prospect of suddenly embarking on such a venture was thrilling yet unfamiliar. He relished this state of anticipation, as each day brought with it a glimmer of hope, and even the slightest positive feedback filled him with joy. After the meal, Chen Zhijuan began to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks, while Shen Shangnian sat on the carpet, entertaining both the cat and the dog. The little princess seemed notably more welcoming towards the kitten, yet the kitten remained aloof, consistently choosing a spot farthest from her. Its round eyes, still shrouded in blue film, appeared to be a deep shade of blue, as it sat with its front paws together, exuding an expression of utmost indignation. The size disparity between the dog and cat was stark. It was likely that the little princess could easily squash the kitten with a single leap. Shen Shangnian wished to help the kitten become more acquainted with the little princess, but the kitten's mysterious aloofness made it resistant to his efforts. The moment he returned it to the ground, it immediately darted back into his embrace. Being merely 3 months old, the kitten was too tender to be forced into anything. When Chen Zhijuan emerged from the kitchen, he observed Shen Shangnian seated on the carpet, with 1 cat and 1 dog perched before him, each in their own little space while he affectionately rubbed one of them. Outside, the sky had just darkened, and amidst the inky blackness, a profound blue radiated. The curtains were drawn back, allowing bright light to flood the room. Shen Shangnian was clad in a thin blue sweatshirt and loose white trousers, which, due to his splayed legs, revealed his delicate, bony ankles. The ensemble was strikingly vibrant, accentuating his youthful pallor. It was evident that he had taken great care in his appearance prior to their gathering. Chen Zhijuan remained silent, adjusting his posture against the doorframe while continuing to observe. Throughout the day, he felt as if he were in a dream, as though he were merely working the night shift, and within those fleeting hours of slumber, he had experienced a beautiful dream. The dream was so delightful that he lingered within it for an extended period. Originally, Chen Shangnian intended to call out loudly, but upon turning his head, he found Chen Zhijuan had already finished washing the dishes and was looking at him with crossed arms. His voice instinctively dropped. Chen Zhijuan, it seems your little princess is in need of a bathroom break. Instantly awakened, Chen Zhijuan approached and gently tugged at the little princess. Come on, let us head to the restroom. After the esteemed little princess had attended to her biological needs, Chen Zhijuan washed his hands and turned to Shen Shangnian. Shall we watch a movie or play a game? Let us play a game, Shen Shangnian replied. Shen Shangnian paused momentarily and inquired, do you have a gaming console at home? No, Chen Zhijuan replied, opening his phone. I can purchase one now, but time is of the essence. Then let us engage in King of Glory or PUBG, Shen Shangnian suggested. After he spoke, Both fell silent for a brief moment. Shen Shangnian made an effort to appear composed, stating, "That was a slip of the tongue." "All right," Chen Zhijuan smiled. "Let us play the ladder." Shen Shangnian adjusted his posture, and as he logged into the game, he noticed Sun Heong online. He sent a message to Sun Heong. "Are you alone?" Sun Heong replied, "No, I'm with Old Green Tea." Shen Shangnian responded, "Oh, then you all can play?" Sun Heong asked, "So are you alone?" Shen Shangnian scoffed lightly, mimicking, "No, I'm with Chen Zhijuan." Sun Heong became excited. "What is the status between you two now?" Shen Shangnian replied, "Nothing much. I'm just pursuing him." Sun Heong offered, "In that case, let us form a squad of 4. Old Green Tea, and I will assist you." Shen Shangnian maintained his skepticism. "Are you two capable?" Sun Heong retorted, "Who are you looking down on? We're more than capable." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Shangnian conceded, "I'll reluctantly trust you this once." Chen Zhijuan, having not played this game in a while, struggled for some time before successfully logging in. Shen Shangnian invited him into the team, only to discover there were 2 others present. One was the dark sorceress Yan Lily, the coolest and most handsome on the island. The other was the little sorceress Mei Qi, a wholesale supplier of green tea. Chen Zhijuan was momentarily taken aback. "Who are these 2? Shen Shangnian explained. "Both are Sun Heong's accounts, but the one belonging to the ugliest on the island is lent to a friend. Today we are playing as a squad of 4. Chen Zhijuan nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Heong quickly activated his microphone. "Zhijuan, can you hear me?" "I can," Chen Zhijuan replied, loud and clear. "Great," Sun Heong said, pausing for a few seconds before suddenly exclaiming, "I often hear Nian Nian mention you. She is quite concerned about your life. Today, I finally get to speak with you." A silence enveloped the team voice channel for a full 30 seconds. Finally, Chen Zhijuan's uncertain voice broke the stillness. "Didn't we just see each other at the hospital the day before yesterday?" Chapter 84. Good fortune approaches. The voice channel fell quiet once more. Shen Shangnian felt a twitch in his eyelids, his lips uncontrollably twitching. Chen Zhijuan muted his microphone and turned to Shen Shangnian, utterly perplexed by his unusual behavior that day. Perhaps he was having a moment, best to ignore him. Shen Shangnian silently calculated the situation regarding Sun Heong in his mind, then opened his microphone, saying, "Let us keep it down." Sun Heong responded somewhat dejectedly, "All right." Once the game commenced, Shen Shangnian, as the team leader, asked, "Where shall we drop? Should we go in guns blazing or play it safe?" Sun Heong, enthusiastic yet inexperienced, replied, "Let us charge in." Chen Zhijuan remarked, "I'm fine with either." Xie Jingyi added, "Let us follow little sheep's lead." "Very well," Shen Shangnian concluded. The location he selected was one where numerous teams had chosen to land. As they descended, a multitude of players fell to the ground like dumplings being plunged into boiling water, splashing down. Upon landing, Shen Shangnian quickly rolled up and rushed into a building to scavenge for weapons. After gathering the most basic equipment, he huddled on the rooftop to observe the situation. As he prepared to ambush, he noticed an individual swaggering across from the opposite building to his own, devoid of any weapon, let alone ammunition. Shen Shangnian contemplated firing a shot, but the person in question was none other than his teammate, the coolest and handsomest on the island. He sighed for a fleeting moment. A heartbeat later, the coolest and handsomest on the island was felled by exudes. He became the first player to be knocked down in the match, his survival lasting no more than a minute. Xie Jingyi expressed his bewilderment. "Why am I on the ground?" Shen Shangnian echoed the sentiment. Sun Heong, who was preoccupied with scavenging for weapons in a nearby room, also inquired, "How did you die so quickly? Why didn't he collect weapons or a helmet? Strutting down the middle of the street?" Shen Shangnian asked earnestly. Sun Heong responded, "Then why didn't you gather any gear? It's all level 1 helmets and bags. I'm aiming for level 3. Xie Jingyi's reasoning was impeccable. For someone as esteemed as young Master Xie, only the best would suffice. After a brief pause, he added, "And I wanted to find you." With the conversation reaching such a point, Sun Heong refrained from further reproach. He equipped his weapon and headed out, saying, "After you revive, jump to the fishing village and find a secluded corner to wait for me. I'll go avenge you." "All right," Xie Jingyi replied obediently. Leaping to the fishing village, politely asking beforehand, How do I jump? Haven't you played before? Shen Shangnian queried. No, Xie admitted. Just as Shen Shangnian pondered what to say next, another kill announcement rang out. AAA Lu Chaki Fa was taken down by XQL Chusu. Sun Heong felt despondent. Woo, we can't win. Xie reassured him, it's fine, there's still one more chance to revive in this area. I'll wait for you in the fishing village. Sun Heong lamented. Woo, help me avenge every year. Shen Shangnian, filled with righteous indignation, promised, don't worry, leave it to me. He swiftly eliminated an opponent peeking out and prepared to jump down to confront XQL Chirsu. However, just as he leaped, XQL Chirsu was knocked down. Chen Zhijuan, with a lazy drawl, remarked, I've avenged you. Woo, brother one is amazing. Sun Heong exclaimed, transforming into a cheerleader. Xie followed suit with a flat-toned commendation. Impressive. Shen Shangnian clicked his tongue in annoyance. Chen Zhijuan raised an eyebrow lightly. It's just too powerful to ignore. Shen Shangnian, silent, sought out foes. Both he and Chen Zhijuan engaged in battle, ultimately clearing the entire arena. Only the two of them remained, while they immersed themselves in a competition for kills. Sun Heong and Xie were enjoying a sweet moment in the fishing village. Xie took down a bot. Sun Heong exaggeratedly praised. So impressive. How'd you do that? I didn't even see where he was, and you just eliminated him. Xie endeavored to maintain his composure, replying, keep it low-key. Sun Heong procured a vehicle, inviting, come, let me drive you and enjoy the breeze. Xie responded eagerly, I'm coming. Thus, the two set off in the car, reveling in the wind. Sun Heong had packed 4 barrels of oil in his backpack, while Xie was filled with beverages and medical supplies. They spent an entire session basking in the wind and admiring the scenery, ultimately relying on Shen Shangnian and Chen Zhijuan to secure victory by lying down and winning effortlessly. As the victory screen appeared, Xie exclaimed, this game is truly enjoyable. Sun Heong concurred. Indeed, the graphics are improving remarkably. Meanwhile, Shen Shangnian remained silent, as he had secured 2 fewer kills than Chen Zhijuan. Chen Zhijuan tentatively inquired, shall we continue playing? To which Sun Heong replied, of course, why not? Chen Zhijuan remained quiet, casting a glance at Shen Shangnian's expression. Shen Shangnian rubbed his face and said, let us keep playing then. In the subsequent match, he finally surpassed Chen Zhijuan in kills, and Shen Shangnian felt invigorated. After 2 games, nearly an hour had elapsed. Sun Heong, eager to explore other games, declared he was leaving, prompting Xie to follow suit. Chen Zhijuan tapped on his phone case, asking, shall we continue? No more. Shen Shangnian tossed his phone aside, cradling a kitten, feeling somewhat fatigued. That evening, Chen Zhijuan proactively asked if Shen Shangnian would like to stay over. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Shangnian declined. He harbored a secret. Sharing a bed could never be as placid as before. Should anything arise, he would not only lose face, but also be unable to remain on Earth. The following day, Chen Zhijuan was originally off duty but swapped shifts with colleagues. A class reunion was scheduled for the following Wednesday, when he was on the day's shift, effectively granting him 2 consecutive days off. Upon receiving this news, Shen Shangnian returned home with the kitten, which promptly went to the litter box. He nestled on the sofa, searching online for fragrant flowers. Eventually, he opened a delivery app and browsed several florists, ultimately choosing lilies after much deliberation. Having selected the flowers, Shen Shangnian prepared to watch videos when Sun Heong messaged him. Bro, I sincerely apologize, I got carried away tonight and forgot to help with the matchmaking. Shen Shangnian chuckled softly, sending him a red envelope of 200 yuan. No worries, I should thank you for not doing anything. The head nurse at the orthopedic station, surnamed Zhuang, was affectionately called Sister Zhuang by her colleagues. On Sunday morning, after finishing his shift, Chen Zhijuan was about to check on patients when he collided with Sister Zhuang in the hallway, who was holding an injection tube. Good morning, Sister Zhuang. He greeted her as he prepared to head to the wards. Wait, she called out. Xiao Tao mentioned that the vase on the conference table is one you stole. I bought it. How could it be theft? Chen Zhijuan nearly lost his composure. Sister Zhuang scrutinized him from head to toe, questioning, this vase isn't even particularly attractive. Why would you steal it when you could buy one? It just inexplicably caught my eye. Chen Zhijuan replied. Sister Zhuang remarked, that is indeed quite peculiar. Half an hour later, Chen Zhijuan returned from his rounds. As he entered the office, he was greeted by an enchanting fragrance that, while rich, was not overwhelming. Sister Zhuang sat her chair, preparing to wrap a bouquet with tape. Wait a moment, Chen Zhijuan interjected, halting Sister Zhuang's actions. She paused, slightly bewildered. What is the matter? Clearing his throat, Chen Zhijuan set down the medical records in his hands. I need to take these flowers home. The other colleagues couldn't help but glance over. Dr. Xiao Tao peered out at the sky. Is the sun rising in the west? Sister Zhuang laid down her scissors, a smile spreading across her face. Oh, it seems that Dr. Chen is on the verge of something wonderful. Just returning from rounds with his supervising teacher. Su Shilu couldn't resist asking, what do you mean something wonderful? Chen Zhijuan focused on the flowers, ignoring him. Sister Zhuang continued, someone sent flowers to Dr. Chen before, but he never accepted them, always leaving them in the department for decoration. This time, he asked suddenly taking them. No, Dr. Xiao Tao shook his head vigorously. He didn't just accept them. He came yesterday afternoon and took both the flowers and the pot. Goodness, who is this person? Sister Zhuang couldn't help but inquire. Chen Zhijuan, with his eyes lowered, gently caressed the flowers. The lilies in his arms were fresh, a delicate blend of pale yellow and white. You'll find out in due time. Su Shilu was beginning to understand, yet he found it hard to believe. After all, he knew how much Chen Zhijuan adored Shen Shangnian. How could he suddenly have feelings for someone else? Throughout the morning, Su Shilu was distracted. Yet a subtle joy and a hint of schadenfreude bubbled within him. He had never fathomed why Chen Zhijuan cherished Shen Shangnian for so many years. Now that he seemed to have shifted his affections, Su Shilu mused, love is indeed fickle. One day one may favor this person, and the next, someone entirely different. More importantly, if Chen Zhijuan found love elsewhere, wouldn't Shen Shangnian be left all alone? The mere thought delighted Su Shilu immensely. After lunch, as he returned to the hospital, he bumped directly into Shen Shangnian. Upon meeting his gaze, Shen Shangnian looked displeased and attempted to walk away. Shen Shangnian, Su Shilu called out with a smile, stopping him. Shen Shangnian halted, his expression indifferent. If you have something to say, just say it. Your smile is rather off-putting. Su Shilu's smile vanished in an instant. Remembering this morning's events, he broke into another grin. There is something I wish to tell you. Maintaining a respectful distance. Shen Shangnian replied, I must warn you, you may not be able to handle it. Su Shilu feigned a serious demeanor, his eyes sparkling with mischief. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. Shen Shangnian had no intentions of indulging his bad habits. Su Shilu relented. Brother Zhijuan actually has a crush on someone. As soon as he uttered those words, he fixed his gaze on Shen Shangnian, anticipating the expected shock and disdain, which did not materialize. Shen Shangnian remained remarkably calm. Are you finished? Su Shilu widened his eyes in disbelief. Aren't you surprised? I've known for quite some time. Shen Shangnian replied with a cold laugh. You fool. Su Shilu bit his lip, unwilling to accept the situation. Aren't you homophobic? Shen Shangnian had completely lost his patience. I am homophobic, but if he is gay, then I no longer fear. It was yet another overcast day, the sky a dreary gray, and the outdoor parking lot was gusty yet not cold. Shen Shangnian, rarely seen in a light yellow sports jacket, had the zipper pulled up to his chest, his black hair tousled by the wind, his eyes a deep, luminous black, and his lips gently pursed, the fullness of his lower lip strikingly prominent. He appeared no different from when he was 17 or 18. He never needed to worry about job hunting or studies. Life's tribulations had not marked him. This person was both pure and radiant, candid and sincere. Shen Mingxi often remarked on his foolishness. This foolishness was not merely a lack of intelligence or emotional insight, but rather an uncomplicated way of thinking. He seemed devoid of malice and never probed into others' thoughts. It was reminiscent of when Su Shilu first arrived at the Shen household, yearning to touch the exquisite and seemingly expensive toy trains. Shen Shangnian forbade him. In Su Shilu's place, he would have conjured numerous excuses, claiming the toy was uninteresting or that he possessed far better ones, or even asserting the toy was broken. Yet Shen Shangnian, gazing with his bright, dark eyes, simply stated, I'm sorry, this toy train was a gift from my mother. I do not wish to share it. You may play with the other toys, but this one is off limits. How could anyone be so direct and forthright? He resembled sunlight and, in a way, a mirror. Su Shilu stood before him, his own selfishness and malice starkly revealed. He detested this feeling. Su Shilu had exerted considerable effort, yet now he realized Shen Shangnian remained unchanged. The same as ever. No transformación whatsoever. Su Shilu's lips curled slightly. Do you know who he likes? Shen Shangnian paused, his lips pressing together, instinctively resistant to the topic. Could it be that you know? Su Shilu, witnessing his unease, smiled more brightly. Of course I know. You're the one who is unaware. Chen Zhijuan has never accepted flowers before, but recently, someone has been sending him flowers, and not only does he accept them, but he also takes them home. The doctors and nurses in the department are saying good things are on the horizon. After Su Shilu spoke, a silence fell between them. Shen Shangnian stood there in a daze. Su Shilu, thinking he felt uncomfortable, continued to embellish. If Brother Zhijuan is in a relationship, you shouldn't go looking for him anymore. Or else you'll be no different from a shameless person. Shen Shangnian, initially contemplating the motives behind Chen Zhijuan accepting flowers, was rendered speechless by this remark. Are you an idiot? The flowers were sent by me. Who is he dating? Su Shilu was taken aback. His mind went blank as he inhaled deeply. You're a man. Why are you sending him flowers? And what of it? Is there a law against men sending flowers to men? Shen Shangnian retorted. Su Shilu was momentarily at a loss for words. Aren't your family pressuring you to go on blind dates? You're supposed to be dating, yet here you are, sending flowers to a brother? Shen Shangnian chuckled softly. Who said I considered him a brother? Chapter 85. What gift a chill breeze swept through the open parking lot, rendering it desolate and echoing with the sound of the wind. Su Shilu had been silent for a prolonged period. His heart raced increasingly, and his mind was a blank slate as he stared at Shen Shangnian. Su Shilu's complexion was pallid. What do you mean by that? Is it that you cannot comprehend? Or is it too difficult for you to grasp? Shen Shangnian retorted. You have feelings for him. Su Shilu's voice was barely above a whisper. He clutched at his clothing, murmuring how could that be possible? His words were so faint that Shen Shangnian could not discern them, prompting him to inquire, what are you saying? Su Shilu appeared as if he had been possessed, seemingly oblivious to Shen Shangnian's words, standing in place with a ghostly pallor, lost in his own thoughts. Observing his state, Shen Shangnian grew weary of the interaction and turned away. Chen Zhijuan was on the day's shift today, and if all went as expected, he would be dining in the cafeteria. Shen Shangnian had deliberately refrained from notifying him beforehand, hoping to surprise him. However, he was delayed by Su Shilu, and upon reaching the 10th floor, he discovered that Chen Zhijuan had just been summoned for a meeting. Shen Shangnian inwardly berated Su Shilu in the most scathing terms. At that moment, there was only one on-duty doctor in the office. Shen Shangnian exited once more, meandering through the corridor. The hospital was rather tranquil at this hour, with most patients indulging in their afternoon rest. When his phone vibrated in his pocket, it startled Shen Shangnian, who promptly retrieved it. It was a call from Shen Jingde. Once he stepped out of the patient area and stood by the elevator, he answered the call. Has the fever subsided? Shen Jingde inquired. Shen Shangnian paused, recalling how just days prior, Shen Jingde had urged him to meet with that specialist from either America or Britain, and he had used his fever as an excuse. Yes, it has subsided, Shen Shangnian replied. Shen Jingde set down his documents. Since the fever has gone down, you should go meet the doctor. I can't, Shen Shangnian drawled languidly. Shen Jingde's tone grew grave. What do you mean by that? I've recovered from the fever, but today my stomach feels unwell. I'm experiencing constant diarrhea and am receiving 4 fluids at the hospital, Shen Shangnian fabricated. Shen Jingde seemed skeptical. Stop with the nonsense. Is it that conveniently timed? One ailment resolving only for another to arise? Shen Shangnian chuckled lightly. If you don't believe me, I can share my location with you right now. Then share it. Let me see. Shen Jingde responded. Shen Shangnian ended the call and sent his location to the contact labeled Blind Father. Shen Jingde remained in the process of typing, while Shen Shangnian, in good spirits, whistled cheerfully. Blind Father? Then wait until you are well to discuss it. Chen Zhijuan had been in a meeting for half an hour. As he exited the elevator, he noticed someone familiar crouching nearby, engrossed in a mobile game, clad in a light yellow jacket that seemed to accentuate his slight frame. Shen Shangnian? Chen Zhijuan asked, his tone laced with uncertainty. Shen Shangnian paused momentarily before lifting his head. Why did your meeting take so long? It was relatively short today. Chen Zhijuan replied, approaching him with an air of leisure. What brings you here? Feigning composure, Shen Shangnian responded, I came because I felt like it. Is that not permissible? It is, of course. Chen Zhijuan extended his hand. Shen Shangnian fixed his gaze upon that hand. The cuffs of the white coat were impeccably neat, the wrist bones slender. Adorned with a conspicuous black mole, the joints were pronounced, and the fingers elongated. Suddenly, Shen Shangnian thought of the ring in his study. A flush crept to his face as he said, I have a gift I wish to present to you. Chen Zhijuan, maintaining his posture, tilted his head slightly and inquired, What gift? Shen Shangnian raised his chin, locking eyes with him. The light from outside illuminated the room, rendering Chen Zhijuan's eyes even more crystalline, akin to exquisite glass. His long, dark lashes framed a pair of strikingly beautiful eyes, yet they revealed no discernible emotion. Curiously, in past encounters with Chen Zhijuan, Shen Shangnian had only felt a sense of tranquility, devoid of any overwhelming emotions. However, at that moment, he found himself inexplicably bashful, his heart racing, as the sounds of wind and voices seemed to fade into the distance. The world was reduced to just himself and the person before him. Noticing Shen Shangnian's prolonged silence, Chen Zhijuan tentatively reached out to touch his head, finding his hair soft. What are you daydreaming about? He asked. Shen Shangnian cleared his throat, striving to appear composed. I won't tell you just yet. I'll share it with you later. Chen Zhijuan raised an eyebrow. So mysterious? Indeed, Shen Shangnian replied, pressing his lips together, uncertain whether Chen Zhijuan would accept his gift. Shen, Mr. Shen? A hesitant female voice called from a